Good morning, Elestria and beyond. We are here for our new Lifestream webcam premiere tournament on today, November 15th, 2025. My name is Swoleax. I'll be one of the voices inside your head, commentating over today's epic clashes, of course, joined by Eagle, Jacob. Good morning. I don't think we've ever actually been on the desk together. How's it going?
We have not, and I'm excited to be here. I am doing well, and I am super excited. The powers that be has said that today is probably going to be a very, very exciting and interesting event, so I can't wait to start watching these clashes.
Yeah, we are in the, I would say, around mid-season of Lifestream. We are fully formed inside of the meta. Players are now having their new decks to counterpick some of that meta as well. And so some of the jank stuff coming out, as well as some known factors on the day. Of course, highlighting one of the major things and major shifts inside the meta. Of course, Frost has been falling, so to speak, with Caleb's win last Premier tournament with more Frost. This deck is pretty crazy. Eagle, what can you tell me about that?
I was very intrigued by it when I first saw it, because first thought seeing Iwilly was just, oh, Ballistrix, but no, it was the Morphrost. And I was very pleasantly surprised by it, so I totally expect a bunch more players just testing that out in this premiere.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy that I think was under the radar for a long time and now has come out of the den. And maybe we'll see players picking up this just in case. Maybe they're saying, hey, I'm not trying to do known factors like Lockagon, known factors like Solar. Dionysus might be a little bit too slow for me, so instead, we're going to try to snowball it out and take another win, similar to Caleb from previously. As well, some of our casters for today are going to be playing for some amazing prizing, not only for the title and the win itself, but we have Worlds qualifying points on the line, as well as some beautiful cards here. We have our qualifying points going towards our Elestrals World Championship, which very excited about that. Top 32 get 20 points up until top 16 for 35. Plus our Premier packs as well. These cards are gorgeous. These marble borderings as well as the Stellars are amazing. And the top 16 are now in the qualification for that Foamy Champion of Aphrodite. The beautiful marbling on that one is to die for. I'm going to have to get a playset of that myself. Top 8, we also have more of the qualifying points of 50, as well as Pandora's Box added on to that. And then Eagle for top 4, what can they grab for today?
They get 75 qualifying points, an additional Premier pack, and instead of the Pandora's Box, they get a whole booster box of Lifestream, a ton of great pulls, great experience with those reverse hollows in every single pack. And they still get that stellar Foamy Champion of Aphrodite that looks great as a Foamy fan. I love to see this card. A little sad that I cannot be competing for it myself. But alas, I'm so happy for everyone else that can. Moving on to second place, they get quite a bit of leap in qualifier points, getting 125, half of what they need to qualify for Worlds, 3 Premier packs instead of 2 booster boxes worth of Lifestream packs, and still get that Foamy. And then finally for the Champion, they get their invite to Worlds with 250 qualifier points. Still the 3 boost packs of the Premier packs, 2 booster boxes of Lifestream, but in addition to that Foamy, they get the Full Art Stellar Centaur Champion of Dionysus, gorgeous card with that marble frame. As well, they get an uncut sheet.
Yeah, these things are crazy. That Centaur when it was revealed at Kissimmee, I remember seeing that, and immediately the next tournament I was casting on the desk, and I was like, I'm so sad. This is the one that Julian won. I'm so sad that I cannot pick this up and be the first one to get it. But make sure you are not the last one to get it. These things are incredible in person. You definitely want to try and add these to your collection if you've got the skill and the practice to go against some of the best players inside of the world. I'll tell you that. And I'm looking forward to it today to watch some amazing clashes. Eagle, in the early tournaments, rather, we see a lot of stuff that we're like, hey, this is going to be defining the meta. This is going to be our known factors for Lifestream, for Firestorm, for Moonrise, all these sets previously before. I think this is one of the very first times that I've seen such a diverse shift for so many decks. I know you're a data person yourself. Yes. What have the numbers been telling you?
Some stuff that is, in some respects, is surprising, but also not in hindsight. To me, it's just really exciting. The Celestial Foretell I remember hearing murmurs about, and that's only been going up. But that makes sense. That deck's been doing very, very well for itself. As for popular decks, though, it has to go to the Lotagon, Dionysus, and Lockagon Aphrodite decks. Those have just been so popular. But it also makes sense. So easy to pick up those decks considering they are starter decks. And while they haven't been performing as well as the Celestleo deck, they're still showing up. Like Aphrodite keeps top 8ing every single event, which is awesome to see from a brand new deck that is so easily accessible for new players.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing too, is that outside these top strategies, we even have things like that Thunderstorm Bronticle deck, which I'm a big fan of Bronticle, of course. I'm always trying to get Funglow out on the board. Gorgon's Gaze is not real. And this deck has been showing up similarly. We've been seeing a lot more Fringe on the top 16 side of that. So still getting those Marble Foamies, but not quite converting into those top cuts or top 8s like we see for their other strategies. And kind of similar to the BlizzTricks cards and the self-mill strategies that we saw previously from the 25th, Caleb was able to take somewhat of that strategy in the iWooly to the very top, but maybe the BlizzTricks half is something that's been falling out of favor. But before, still a very strong strategy and still very up in contention for these players. And then surprisingly, one that I am so confused about constantly is Krakatuga Burn. This deck has been around for so long. Shoutouts to Win the Scent, winning in best of ones back in the day. If your bones are creaking from hearing that one, then you can pick up your retirement card sometime soon. But Krakatuga Burn is back in full force, that new Smoltuga, champion of Hephaestus. And this strategy is also taking top player names. I think we've seen maybe one top 8 qualifying from each tournament so far with this strategy, which I think is just very cool to see.
It's very interesting to see all the different ones that pop up, like Krakatuga Burn. There's actually a few of these decks where there isn't necessarily one version that is showing some promise. It's just the general concept, just with different supporting pieces that are topping different events. Some of them are a little more locked in, but as we see more just kind of top and top, I do expect some of the lists to decide on which one is the best version. I also want to shout out for each of these decks that we've covered. They all use new cards from Lifestream, which is super exciting to see that all these just kind of got a little love. And now look at them right here on this chart for us to talk about.
Yeah, and if we can go over to the top 8 from the last premiere, even then converting these decks into some of our players. Surprisingly, outside of those more popular strategies, we have 2 Hermes decks that appeared inside of the top cut from last time, which Hermes has been a sleeper deck for a little while now. A lot of great tools inside of this deck to do a lot. You have Wind Ascensions for things like Carry On. The new Avulith, champion of Hermes as well, is deceptively powerful. The best Ambrosia on legs that I've seen in a while. And also 2 of the Morfrost decks, again, the new showcase and new show out of this deck. However, Solar, only 1 slot in the top 8 with most popular deck inside of the meta, not necessarily converting. Eagle, what do you take of this one?
It definitely seems like Celestial Foretell is a very skill-intensive deck, and I think that's maybe just more casters need time to refine their games with this deck. And that's part of the reason why we're seeing it only really one kind of convert. But the other part of it is it seems like there's just a ton of decks that are viable. And a lot of these names on this graphic here are names we know. And to me, that shows that skill really does matter here. If you spend the time, refine your craft, there are plenty of decks that you can choose from and still do very well, which from a viewing experience to me is super exciting. Because even though we have really 3 Frost decks, 2 Hermes decks, I was looking over these lists. They're all different as well. They all have their unique features that, to me, define them from each other.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, again, like we mentioned previously, the Lifestream meta, breeding so many new cards and new strategies and new decks is really exciting to see, especially as a player and also, of course, as a commentator. You see a lot of interesting different ways that these players are utilizing these cards. Going back to this Hermes deck that we watched Y Rebellion play and Kryber, this strategy has a billion different ways to get to where it wants to go, and you're never quite sure how it's going to play. And true to the fact of the Talaria, I believe it'd be, always keeps you on your toes with wings on the feet. Lakagon too, similarly, another deck that has a lot of tools for its casters. Is you can build it in a bunch of different ways, and a bunch of different strategies. Aphoros, you can cut the Aphoros for the Jurtagwas. We saw Julian play. It's always Locktober somewhere, and that I'm expecting to maybe even see a resurgence as players might be teching in more heavily for stuff like Caleb.exe's Morfrost or Bo's Morfrost, which are also somewhat completely different. iWooly versus normal Morfrost. Frostfall has been good to us, and Chimera is a heck of a card. That thing is a beast in a wallop.
It's so simple too, just a 5 attacker with a very simple effect of discard a card, draw a card. But it really goes to show that sometimes those little minor interactions there and how you can play off of them is all that a card needs to really lean into to be successful. But here we actually have the Elestrals, the top 12 Elestrals that were brought to the event. And we see a lot of just familiar faces here, some really powerful cards. You got a bunch of the Celestleo stuff. We've got, of course, the Aphrodite Aphros, and other cards such as the Cyanectar, just showing that there's some really strong cards that were introduced in Lifestream that even if the decks that they are designed to kind of fit into aren't necessarily seeing the most abundance of play, some of their cards are still sneaking into other decks as just kind of fun little ways to round out their Elestral lineups.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see some previous mainstays like Equilynx, Galaxy, Champion of Poseidon, and Lavalith appear on this list. I think in previous top Elestrals represented, we had effectively almost all new cards, which I find very funny. Typically we've had it to where we see Astrabbit, we see Galaxies, we have some other known factors and some icons of Elestrals, but very exciting to see some old faces also come back into the new meta, showcasing that, maybe those old cards got a little dust on them, but they're still pretty. Spectaris 2 is a really funny one. I remember talking to Zero about this in Kissimmee, and Zero was saying, I don't know why more people aren't on Spectaris. That just absolutely bodies Lakagon. And that's so funny to think, because I think players are catching on, and I'm glad to see that as well. It's kind of cool card in itself. Lavalith too. This card will always be good.
Especially so many Divines running around. Either one of drop it, pop something. Doesn't even need to pop the Divine. Sometimes that might be the correct call. Other times might be a back row. But also from a data perspective, what has me really excited here is notice none of these cards are in great abundance, like above 50%. The highest one we have is Cyanectar at 22%, which shows that decks, there's no guarantee, no best kind of card to just include to round out your Elestrals lineup. Decks are experimenting with a ton of different stuff. Even Galaxy, which is kind of showing to be more of a staple, only 16% of decks.
Yeah, and I love how these players are constructing these decks for this tournament. Side deck cards, too, are very important for our players to potentially contest against the metagame in moment to moment. And we have our breakdown here of our top 12 side deck cards for the previous tournament. And a lot of familiar faces of this as well. Spoiled Fruit, Pandora's Box, Tsunami, Dense Fog, Cryoblast, Rest on Your Laurels, Shield of Achilles, Flormine and Leviathan Spirits make an appearance here, as well as Poison Tipped Arrow going to the side, which is interesting. It used to be a main deck staple, without question. Alolan Spirits joined the fray, and then Temple of the Suns, which I think if we're looking at the wider pool, this makes a lot of sense. Great things for Solar, great things for Lakagon. Tsunami in the side is a big one, right? The larger water pool, so to speak, being inside of the meta means Tsunami might not be as effective. And similarly, Cryoblast with Frost running around also might not be, but that's like the #1 side deck card in Elestrals, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it definitely is. And of course, that Spoiled Fruit, even though Lakagon did get hit pretty hard by the last ban list, casters don't want to risk it. They're still throwing in that Spoiled Fruit. I'd also like to call out that both Shield and Poison Tipped Arrow in the side, really what this represents is that a lot of decks are only running 2 copies of some of these cards, and then running the other one in the side deck, or just running they're running either Shield or PTA in the main deck and just kind of swapping them around. So it seems like that both have some viability, just maybe not against the entire meta, just against specific decks, hence why you're seeing that kind of flop between main and side deck.
Yeah, the Pandora's Box too. Shout out to PK on this one. Always knew that card was going to be good someday, and with a lot of decks casting and searching, I think this card will just age like a fine Nectar of the Gods. And outside the top 12 side deck cards, we have top 16 players up on our World's leaderboards. This is some fierce competition. A lot of these players will be playing in contention today, and it's new and updated from the last one. I'm sad to see my name go down. That was the top 16, but I gotta get back in the fray eventually. Bean Soldier leading the pack with 1,000 points, over 1,000 qualifying points, has to be stopped. Bo, our previous 2-time IRL champion, by the way, leading the second place. Julian, previous champion as well. Trishula, Cobalt Sanderson, shout out to our Lumaroos. Adam, Perky, Dymax, Gatsby, Evo Vamp, previous Kissimmee champion. Sir Tractor, Shurit, Kier R, Shadowstorm, Caleb.exe, our just previous premier winner, and of course Weathercaster here are leading up the top 16 leaderboard for our world's qualifying points. 25 casters qualified already. And from recognizing these names from across the table, this is going to be a crazy Worlds.
I am so excited. The global leaderboard out of the way. Before we get into the clash, we actually have some predictions for you all today from us commentators.
Yeah, and it doesn't get a little bit more goofy than this one. You're going to have to explain. Typhlant, champion of Poseidon, and Findus, champion of Aeolus. Walk me through these ones.
I just want to see them. Like, there's no other thought than I just want to see them. Typhlant's a little out there, but I love just going Typhlant, Iwooly. Both, not Iwooly, sorry, Ivory, both the base set and the new one. And it's really fun that the base set Ivory can bring back this Typhlant to threaten an Ascension another turn. So I'd love to see that on screen. And the Findus, that's actually been showing up in a few decks. Hasn't been topping, but there's a chance we could see it today, maybe in one of those Hermes decks. But you've got Mostacian and the P-Gust. Do you want to explain that one?
Well, Mostacian, I saw a really fun game last time of it was Cobalt Sanderson on this Crabs list of Earth, of the Champions of Demeter deck. And I thought that was so interesting. I love when chefs cook. And I'm curious to see if this will also have an uptick from players watching and wanting to experiment with that. Deceptively powerful low to the ground strategy. And I think that overall, Earth hasn't had its time to shine just yet as much as I would have hoped. And so a little bit of hoping, but also a little bit of trying to see how these players are going to be combating this sort of low to the ground meta with Morfrost. And P-Gust. Listen, save me, Sorin, save me. Previous champion rocking up with Falcane. We've already seen the damage that card can do inside of tournament play. And with back row being so prevalent, I think having cards like Tornado as well as those Falacanes can be really strong. Though we'd lose Hurricane, I think that's okay. We'll have to weather the storm together on this one, but this just a little bit of a cutie. Plus, that Stellar is gorgeous for the champion of Aeolus. Have you seen that thing?
I need to check that again, but I remember what Stellar P-Gust looks like. I think I forget what set it was in, but I bet it looks great.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite Stellars inside of the game. And we'll have to hear from Kay for her predictions on this one. I'm very curious to know how Fun Guy, Champion of Artemis, and the Poison Nectar Dionysus Chalice play into the greater meta picture for this previous, I think it was Solar Nexus caster. She's had some tournament experience under her belt, so I'd be curious to know her insights here.
I'm really curious, but we'll have to wait till she hops on the mic later today to fully explain it to us. But I'll be tuning in to figure out what her reasoning is.
No, absolutely. And as we get into these first rounds, it's more likely than you think for these big meta surprises. Again, we've been informed here, not to give too much away from today, that we've got some fun strategies as well as some known quantities for our meta breakdown for this tournament. And this one's gonna be crazy. Again, previous Morfrost winner, we're expecting that to have a pretty large target on its back. Who's trying to melt the frost? I think we'll have to wait and see. Fire as well is one thing too. We haven't really particularly talked about these strategies. We saw previous smell tongue strategies somewhat get experimented with, which I love it. That's one of my favorite cards inside of Lifestream, period. And it'll get it today, I imagine. I don't know if that's gonna be today, but what do you think?
Oh, I want to see more fire. It's been one of the least utilized elements so far this season, but it also makes sense considering water and earth were the big push, and the other major support waves we saw were solar and frost, as well as lunar. Lunar has been showing up, not necessarily confirming, but it has been there. But fire and wind has kind of fallen off, but we've been seeing Hermes, so wind's kind of still there. So I just really want to see something big fire show up yet again and just kind of show. Don't underestimate fire. It may not have been showing up much, but that has nothing to do with its ability to compete.
Okay, I'm laughing, but I'm not trying to get burned. You're saying big fire, and I'm saying where. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to say where and running the other direction. And if outside of our predictions, if y'all have any predictions of your own, match to match, we are also streaming on YouTube and Twitch today. And we're going to be holding predictions and some other fun stuff over on the Twitch side too. If you're joining us on the cast, make sure to give us a Pog champion, if you will. Some Zapter Pogs in the chat if you can. And over on YouTube, if you can leave us a like and a subscribe. Follow us on Twitter and all socials. From today, if you have any exciting moments, any clips, any sort of hype moments you cannot contain, well, you can contain them in some posts with the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials. We'd love to see them. I know from the last time we've had some pretty good moments in. always love looking through them, either during the tournament when I'm probably supposed to be more on the desk, and afterwards love reminiscing about all the fun things from the day.
Oh, I always go back and like just scroll through the stream to find some fun moments. Even last night, I was going back through the ones that I commentated for another reason, but I queue up the first one I did, and it immediately cut to when Kay was opening packs and opened her Stellar Mudlet. And I was like, oh yeah, that was such a fun moment. I remember that being clipped everywhere, and it just keeps on going every premiere.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. And, I think that for sure today, if I had to make any prediction at all, and I'm not a psychic, but I might also be in my lunar casting mind. We might have one insufferable bit throughout the entire podcast, inside of broadcast, excuse me. And holy, it's a gorgeous one. But well, again, we'll wait for that one for her predictions, and also potentially for something from something a little stellar. We'll say that. Round 1-2 we have coming up here in just a moment. Two players, Magnetonics and Round Trip. We have for our confirmation for what we're trying to get on to the broadcast. These two players I'm a little less than familiar with. I don't know if you've heard these names. Of course, we have Magnetronics run up at a regionals for Elestrals here, and then also for Round Trip Trading. Top 4 at regionals, and also played at Kissimmee, which is really nice. That was an amazing event, and anyone that I hear is competing in our IRL events, I'm always scared of.
Ooh. Oh. Our director is saying that you will be happy, so I'm curious to see what's going on here. These
God.
names, these are names I have heard of, but that's not saying much considering I'm usually the one going through all these lists, declaring what archetypes they are for our nice little graphics. So that's not really saying much. But I've not actually seen their decks yet because, well, I'm on the mic instead of looking at these. But I'm not going to spoil it for myself. We're just going to experience this together, and I'm super excited.
I think if production is saying that, I'll be happy with this one. That's either terrifying or actually very exciting. Because the problem is, I like such crazy decks that on some level you can't say, well, on some level you can say at least that was interesting. And interesting is a fine word for it. So as long as it's good, then I'll be happy. But don't love to hear that. That could be a cook or a brew that I've never seen. The Terrasail deck we saw last time was a Swolax deck, and that one was particularly cool to see. And I'll have to play in that one sometime. So I think it was Curie that was rocking up with that one.
Oh, I remember seeing that deck and being, that is very interesting. I don't remember who exactly was playing it.
Yeah, but see, interesting is a perfect word for it. Poseidon, it was the Aeolus, it was a culmination for the new Terrasail to bring out the Nemasail to bring out the new Terrasail. I was living for it. I was baffled, I was surprised, and I had a great time hopping on. That was crazy.
Man, I'm just trying to think of all, because I've seen some crazy decks. What is some of the, I think you brought up the fire one, that was a good one. I'm just trying to pull something out of my mind to just kind of add to the pool of what could we expect for this clash.
Yeah, and going back to our predictions here, crabs would be crazy. That's a big one. We did see previously, again, Cobalt and our Australians rock up with such the interesting deck building, and I think this one does hold a little bit of water. But can it compete at a high level with some of these high octane strategies? We only saw the one round, and from just that, I was convinced to say maybe, but maybe not. I'm unsure. And if anything, too, I mean, okay, if we're gonna combine and split hairs a little bit, I think that there's a world where we can see a Findust and P-Gust sighting. We could both cross off one of ours, and then we can say that good on the day.
I mean, that would be fun. Just go P-Gust Tornado, slam down one of the Falcons, disrupt it. If you can get to survive, go descend Findust, get out Hibufin, just cause even more terror.
God, see, now we're definitely cooking. I do need to go into the lab with that, because that does sound so fun. When will Sandstorm get its big day? Where's my Sandstorm titled form?
Man, I can't say, but that'd be exciting because Sandstorm was an interesting card back in Frostfall. Not good enough to quite make the cut, but certainly interesting. I've seen some people kind of play around with it with that OG Findust and Hibufin. And it was really, really neat to see. That I think that's part of the fun of the casual sphere, is you just kind of see stuff and you're like, that is really cool.
Yeah, and the true chefs come out in the greatest of kitchens. I'll say that. I always think about Wurtz in a very fun way when I think of that. And in the keep cooking truly sort of strategy, Wurtz will used to come up with the craziest decks. He's be like send it and be like, Wurtz, how does this work? How does this deck work? And are you the only one that can really tell me? And he'd be like, I'll just see my cards. I'll see you later. Hops out and ends up going, I don't know, was it Trifernal or Imperawatt inside of Elestrad Season 2? But all roads lead back to it. It was beautiful.
I did a tournament with him, and he just pulled out Imperial or Signetric into Imperial on turn 2, and I was like, whoa, I cannot answer this.
Looks like we are ready to go with Magnetonics going first on the play here for our starting out our round 1 of our November 15th, 2025 Elestrals Lifestream tournament. The mulligan from Round Trip starting off. I think that was a water spirit at the very least.
It does look like a water spirit on top. And I'm really curious because that likely telegraphs that they are on some water brew. And there's there's always Lakagon, but there also could be plenty of other interesting stuff. Maybe some Water Lunar. I've seen that kind of pop up on the fringes every now and then.
And we'll see. In a lot of these decks, too, we saw a pretty big abundance of mulliganing last tournament just to find those perfect hands and sculpt those out. I think as Primary Artemis was talking about that a lot of decks nowadays can afford the extra spirits just to see its combo or just see a particular set of cards that could help out a little bit. Ooh, and we have a Torchin, champion of Hestia, come and hit the board. That's a beautiful full art, by the way. I haven't seen that full art in quite some time.
And grabbing the Hestia, I'm really curious what Magnetonix is doing, because there's plenty of stuff that you can just kind of ramp out with Hestia. I've even seen the Krakatuga Burn stuff use Hestia tools, though. Not the most common pairing.
And with the set 1-2, that's a pretty decent setup. I think that similarly to a lot of our Divine Searchers, Torchin Champion of Hestia will see, will be better with age. As long as Hestia's got some good targets. And a Typhlant! We're going 2 for 2! All right, tell me about this card. What does this card do?
Oh, this is a fun one because I got to reveal this one. And this makes the mulligan feel even better because it got an active effect to enchant itself with water from the underworld. So you can just do that every single turn. And then we got the Poseidon in hand as well, because when Typhlant receives 1 or more water in a Nexus, you can special ascend it into an Ivory from your hand or deck if you have not special cast an Ivory this turn. And this is great because notably, while Poseidon is the best pairing for Typhlant, what Round Trip can do here is ascend into base set Ivory, bring back the Typhlant from Underworld with its effect, and if he has an altar of stars in hand, he can then ascend the other Typhlant on the opponent's turn using it while also trying to protect something. You can do crazy stuff with this. So I'm really curious to see. Oh, but it did get Gorgon's Gaze. I was too caught in the sauce. I didn't even notice the Gorgon's Gaze.
I'm about to say, the one card to do it for a Gorgon's Gaze here, still a 4 defense body with a couple spirits is really nice. Poseidon's loaded up for potential plays next turn. No back row set from Round Trip. And a Hestia comes down from Magnetonics. So might see some popping off here. 4 loaded up and 2 disenchanted. Let's see what we get from the hand.
Yeah, doesn't feel... Normally it'd feel worse to lose a 3. Ooh, just a Nekruff.
Ooh. I love the Halloween art Nekruff. This thing was so good.
Oh man, are we going to see the Halloween art Blazerus just to end this game? I would be living for that.
Blazerus OTK off of an Ascension here would be kind of insane. As a Volcarius champion comes down, I believe.
That is a Volcarius champ. We're seeing a Hestia Hephaestus fusion. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I like the idea here is that you're going to fall in on the fire and both utilities of the special cast to get the extra bodies out for things like the Nekruff here, as well as getting our artifact runes. Surprisingly, Torch of Hestia too, being able to be the kind of bridge between this is very strong. That
was so fun, especially since you're just kind of bringing back those spirits anyway because of Volcari's effect and Hephaestus being on board. So if you're Magnetonix, you're feeling pretty good, especially since Round Trip has no back row. So I'm really curious what Round Trip has in hand that made this worth keeping. Was it just this combo? Because if that's the case, just having the chance that your opponent's Gorgon's Gaze or even Pandora's Box doesn't feel great.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Typhlant goes down. That's a couple spirits off the board, and I imagine this is going to be the Necrof burning for 1 here, as we get the Volcarius champ swinging in for the Foretells, which is nice, and a Torch of Hestia, or the Torchin, getting some extra chip damage. See what they get off these Foretells with the Torch.
Yeah, and being able to add a firecracker, got Torch. It looks like Hearth and Gorgon's Gaze. Ooh.
Whoa. This is a full Hestia build with the Hestia's Hearth, and that's the Pottery Art too, which love that card. The Pottery Arts are some of the best cards in the game. Maybe we'll see some Poseidon's Fury to help clean up this board state from round trip.
This is why I wish Typhlant had stuck around, because being able to go into Champ Ivory to get the Foretell to find Poseidon's Fury is one of my favorite things to do. But just having even another Poseidon of Poseidon's Fury here could equalize the board. And another Typhlant. Oh. And there's no back row, so this one will definitely go through. I'm curious, does round trip play for the Champ Ivory to hopefully dig for a Poseidon's Fury?
That would be kind of crazy. We get the, I think, and it's going to be foretelling for 4 at that point for the Water Chanting Spirits underneath it. So digging into the deck could be the only way out, and there would still be, 2 spirits on that Poseidon left to take care of some of the bodies. But there's a lot of spirits on Magnetonic's side, so Poseidon's Fury might not be the one. But I think this is maybe old school Ivory? No, I think that's the new one.
The camera quality makes it really difficult. I think it is new one. The thing is, though, there's plenty of cards to load up even more spirits on board. Another Poseidon will do wonders. You've got the new Babloon Champion of Aphrodite, which can help reload some spirits onto the Poseidon to make a Fury more effective. So just because the Poseidon's at 2 doesn't mean this deck doesn't have ways to get to that spirit count.
It's going to be the Ivory's going to be digging into the deck with 2 Aphoros off the top, a poison-tipped arrow, and an Ambrosia for this Foretell. And those Aphroses are still kind of nice, big bodies that you can potentially use to have some Ascension fodder, even Nexus with the Poseidon itself too for some extra damage. And this 7/6 Ivory, this 6/7 Ivory is going to be a menace to deal with.
Yeah, I will say Fire Artifacts has some great ways to try to hit over that 7 attack. And round trip didn't set any counter runes last turn, so without something to kind of protect it, just a search of an artifact may be enough to try to get something over it. Though, can't take out either Necrof or Volcarius, that makes sense.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a Stampede come off here, and that's so much damage. Between Woolly, Ivory, this one, and the OG, when the elephants come down, that's going to be surely some pain points for the Spirit deck. Magnetonics on the draw here. 4 spirits to 8, by the way. I didn't quite clock that initially. Is normally this Poseidon deck that spirit efficient?
Yes. Yes, this has been my main deck, so I can say this. It is highly it's crazy. You don't expect to be this spirit efficient, and if you play it wrong, it's not spirit efficient. But you've got so many ways. I mean, just Frostfall Jatagua is just great. Sometimes just throw it down Nexus from Poseidon, heal 2, and that's why you try to dig. But I think the big thing here is with the double Divines, what we're seeing from Magnetonic's side is it is just very spirit heavy, with the best way to kind of be spirit efficient being that Volcarius to enchant artifacts with fire from Underworld.
And Necrof is going to be Nexused 2 by this Torchin to go out for a new Kinleo. I didn't think we would see it on the day, but the new Kinleo, champion of Hestia, to come down here and search for a Leo Knight, and that's enough to contest, and it's going to be bigger than this Ivory. This is crazy.
Awesome, great back and forth here, and still has an artifact search. And I believe Magnetonics has the Hestia's Hearth in hand to boot, which makes Leonite rather annoying to deal with. I think really Poseidon's Fury would be the best way to deal with it, but we'll have to see if Roundtrip has that.
And Magnetonics says no water for elephants here as the big king of the fire jungle coming in. New Leonite, champion of Hestia, is a beast of a card. This thing plays on the new Kinleo, champion of Hestia, that it was able to search it out from the deck if it was special cast this turn. Magnetonics also pulling a really cool portion of the strategy, which is nexusing off the Torchin to go into the Necrof to make sure that they have equal or less Elestrals on board to then even use the Hestia effect to special cast this. And the 2 back row too. This is an incredible play.
Oh, this is tough from Round Trip's side. You gotta hope you got some good cards in hand to start trying to contest this. Good news is, won't be taking any damage from Leonite, but bad news is still taking 2 from Nekruff.
And we have the +3/+3 here, making in this Nekruff being an 8 body is incredible.
Crazy.
And the Leonite being a 10 means that not only does Round Trip take the extra couple damage from the Leonite attacking directly, but extra Nekruff damage burning will start to add up here. As 5 spirits to 2, we are getting close, and Magnetonics is in a very commanding position.
Ooh, and Ambrosia probably stacked that off the Ivory Foretell last turn. And while we wait for this to resolve, just wanted to bring up again that if you're watching over on Twitch, we've got Clash predictions live. About 3-4 minutes left to kind of lock it in for this first game. If you're not already watching over on Twitch, highly recommend heading over there so you can put in your predictions.
And this Ambrosia might be just the one to do it to keep us in the game a little bit longer on Round Trip's side, though I think it would have to be another Typhlant and potentially not another Gorgon's Gaze. A Magneros coming down here could be huge to search out an Aetheros, get some bodies on the board. While I don't think they can contest this Leonite and Nekruff, as the attack boosting from the Leonite does stick around, maybe just some extra bodies.
Yeah, the shame is, though, Magneton is only at 2 spirits, so if Hearth wasn't there, there could be a play where you go Aphros, you can Nexus from Poseidon onto it, you could go something like Champ Balloon to get extra spirits on it, and just hit over the Nekruff for lethal damage, which is kind of a cool and underrated thing I think the Poseidon water decks have access to. But again, that hinges on the opponent not having Hearth to boost everything.
You're completely right. I forgot the Leonite is a when receive card. And that's kind of crazy. You know, Fire keeps on having these insane when receives with cards like Comagma and Ash Rabbit. I'm forgetting that the Big Lion is also when receive Fire. Then you can +3/+3 each Fire Enchanted Elestral on the field, which is a little dicey here. And I think this is Hestia's Hearth comes down. And that's like he said, is going to be able to enchant to the board and boost up everything that we see. And everything the light touches now definitely burns.
Yep, and unfortunately with that, I don't know if Round Trip, especially with no back row all game, can really contest with it. Like a Tsunami here could do wonders just to be able to survive, get an extra turn. But alas, not seeing it.
Yeah, well, and even then, the new Leonite preventing its position from being changed, so at least you're taking a lot of damage from that. But you are right, you don't have that come down here when this Nekruff is, I think, doing the burn damage even. They're trying to crash with this champion of Aphrodite, or the Magneros. Draw the play for Magtonics. Just a Kinleo on the board for some extra damage. Nekruff swinging in here, taking it down, burning for 1, and I think this should be completely it, as only 3 spirits left. That should take it down. And Magnetonics taking game 1 from this clash.
The other really cool thing about Nekruff, which Leonite was 100% the right play with the opponent having a big Ascension on board, but that, sorry, not Nekruff, Kinleo also had the option to heal 3 fire when no special cast from Hestia. So that could have been a great way to also sustain on spirits a bit longer, just have a few more actions to try to swing the game in their favor. But again, in that case, the Leonite was 100% the correct play to just hit over that Ivory.
It's really interesting. The fire strategy, and this is kind of the template that I've been noticing, is these kind of 2-parter effects, right? It's like an either-or thing. And in the case of Leonite, it does get both, which is kind of crazy. But for the Kinleo, heal your fire spirits or search the Leonite. For things like Smell Tongue, always got to get a Smell Tongue mentioned in here. You Nexus and you can discard, or when it's discarded, you can, enchant to the board those 2 fire spirits. And so this sort of flex option to build these strategies in different ways to really turn up the heat is a lot of fun. I didn't think I was gonna see Leonite today. I gotta change it. Can we change my prediction real quick? We gotta do it. Eagle got Typhlant. Can I switch over to Leonite? Don't worry about it. So the Typhlant deck. Walk me through this one from Round Trip. What do you think Round Trip is siding into this matchup?
If Tsunami was in the side out of fear of other water decks, 100% has to go in. Even if Leonite can protect against it, still needs a way to be able to enchant to itself on subsequent turns, and can also, since the board was swarmed, can stave off damage from other sources. So I think that's the obvious one. Other side ends, it honestly looks like Round Trip is playing a slightly different build than what I'm used to, so I'm not unsure of all the kind of nuances there. I usually play more of a less... my supporting Elestrals are usually more defensive in nature, where I want to kind of stall and draw out the game until I can either build up to an Ivory or just drop a Poseidon's Fury on them. So,
yeah, and I'm curious to know, so for previous Firestorm cards potentially coming into the fray, do you think that we might be able to see cards like the new Majesty, Champion of Poseidon, or the Glauby, or the Sluggle? Shouts to Boffin on this one. Do we see that come down as more of a defensive strategy? Potentially those spirits being a little bit too finicky. You have that Majesty to heal, as well as the suppression, even to help maybe ward off some of those fire effects.
That could be interesting. I hadn't really considered using Majesty as like a side deck option, just to say, whatever you're trying to do, no, I've got Majesty. So I think the tough thing in this specific matchup is with Hestia, it's real easy to just kind of ramp into an Ascension, and Majesty, with only 6 attack, if I remember correctly, is very susceptible to being run over by those Ascensions. So, or even just Volcaries, if they've got access, if Magnetonix gets access to the Hephaestus to search out an artifact, can easily ramp up something above that 6 attack threshold with a Torch. So, maybe a bit risky, but I don't know. Maybe Round Trip has like a cool way to utilize Majesty to get that suppression that isn't as susceptible to those things.
Yeah, and I think from what it looks like too, there's a lot of spirits to play on the board for Round Trip, so maybe we can see some niche cards come in here to help combat that. Maybe even some more invoked runes, or even some artifacts to play off of that, and try to get these smaller water Elestrals into the larger numbers. We didn't see a lot in terms of supporting engines of the Aphros and the Magneros, as well as the Typhloid stuff coming out from Round Trip. Maybe we can make something happen here against the Fire Onslaught, as Magnetonix taking that game 1. I don't know if your Magnetonix are sighted into anything crazy, but historically, water fire as a matchup kind of being the odds here.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we might see Monsoon from Round Trip just to suppress a bunch of the artifact stuff to make the Magneros Aphro stuff hit over their Magnetonix Elestrals a bit easier.
Yeah, Galaxy Champion Poseidon 2 is also something to note, as the Monsoon would play very well with that.
So here, Magnetonix is actually going first, which to me says Round Trip's playing a blind second deck. So just wanting to, I'm trying to think of a good reason, because honestly, the Ivory stuff feels pretty good going first when you're not being interrupted and just get a big blind, tell your opponent to deal with it.
Yeah, especially with Hurricane being gone, typically the idea would be that if you see Hurricane or some sort of backer removal, you can also help remove some of those threats going second, kind of like how the Thunderstorm deck likes to do, and capitalize. But Round Trip setting 2 of their own and can now get some damage off if we can commit to the board something, and it's a Plucky to help potentially search out a Poseidon.
That's interesting, because the hand did flash on screen, so I saw they do have a Poseidon. But as I was mentioning with Fury, getting multiple Poseidons never feels bad, because that just means that your cap for your Fury goes up by 4. And since we saw last turn, the Magnetonix just had a ton of spirits on board. 2 Poseidon into a Fury can just devastate the board, simplify the game state. And from my experience, Water plays very well when you just kind of simplify everything.
Yeah, it's a very good value trade deck, and can sustain that consistently. The Water pool of Elestrals is so good at trading that 1-for-1 value, and does have some combo potential here. If we do have 2 Poseidon in the hand, then a Typhlant is going to the OG new Typhlant into the OG Ivory, excuse me, can help go into another second Ivory after that, kind of like you were mentioning previously, if we can get those double Nexus off.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, this would probably be too crazy if the Ivory could, or Typhlant could, especially an Ivory on the same turn. But alas, it cannot do that. But still threatening it for following turns is really good. But we see a Necruff and then a Hestia. So clearly Necrof here just to see what the opponent's got in the back row before going for a Hestia play. And, oh, there's the Disenchant. So let's see what Magnetons is bringing out with Hestia's effect.
And that's going to be...
Oh.
It looks like a Volcaries.
Is this base set Volcaries? That's kind of funny.
I believe it is.
Yup, that's a 7 attacker on a 1 cost. That's like, oh my gosh.
Well, 7 about to boost up, and this is so interesting. A fire boost strategy coming in from Magnetonics. Playing with the numbers is something really fun. You can trip up your opponent quite a bit with some of these cards like Tectaris back in the day. And Volcaries, the OG Volcaries, is something we have not seen in quite some time. And with a lot of bigger Elestrals in the fray, I think it's also kind of a solid meta call. Tsunami coming in here.
Oh, yeah, that works too. But that Tectaris is 10 attack. Whoo-wee.
Yeah,
Good thing it's in defense now.
10 attack, I think 2 defense on Volcaries. I also forgot it comes in the Constellation rare. That's so funny.
That is. It always reminds me back in base set where I was kind of tempted to side deck Tectaros and Volcaries for the respective matchups as just a great way to say, hey, you're playing Earth or you're playing Fire, deal with a guy that's bigger because you're playing.
With the Poseidon coming down here on the board with 3 Enchanting Spirits, if Poseidon's Fury is in the hand, then you will have to... You have some spirits to play with if you're Magnetonics.
I'll play another one. I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why you wouldn't full enchanted here. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess you only need 7, but I think you would want to keep it around. Is that? Oh,
ooh,
Artisan Ivory.
With it's misenchanted solar and water. I guess the idea would here be to dig into the deck with these Nexusing after your Foretell effects. Gorgon's Gaze coming down here could be interesting, though I don't love it if you're Magnetonics. I don't think the Foretell is really hurting you here, as your loss in tempo from the Ascension is enough.
Yeah, I mean, you still got the Volcaries, to beat over the Ivory, but also, from my experience, the Poseidon cards that usually run the deck aren't really at a critical mass, so the Foretell, a lot of the time, you're not really digging through it too quickly, so subsequent triggers of it, until you dig through the initial Foretell, aren't amazing. So even then, a Gorgon's Gaze here, I think the most value you get out of is actually stopping the attack.
And maybe there's not a shield in the back from Magnetonics to help deal with a big body like this. And like you were saying previously, one more Fire Elestral or Fire Spirit on the board means that this Volcaries can easily handle this big elephant. And addressing the elephant in the room now with an Ascension. Is this a Leonite on the board? It's hard as in Leonite. We are ascending from both sides on this one. Very rare to see nowadays. But wow, Leonite comes in, boosting every Fire Celestial by +3/+3, and a Gorgon's Gaze coming down from Round Trip.
That is so... I'm loving seeing Leonite here, because with it boosting every Fire Celestial, now your Necrof even threatens the Ivory. So you just have to flip up Gorgon's Gaze to maintain your position.
Yeah, and I think even an artifact that's outside of Necklace of Harmonia can't deal with the Ivory. So similar to like you were saying, these subsequent Foretells and the sort of value gaining you have with the elephant in the room that you have to address.
Yeah, because here specifically, when you get to survive an extra turn, especially if you got rid of the first Foretell, you want that for Foretell now. And now it's foretelling for actually more.
And here we go with the Torch of Hestia search on the play. I think out of this one, Necrof becoming a 7, you could potentially trade with this Ivory, which I don't think is too bad value for Magnetonics. You are a little bit low on spirits compared to Round Trip, but maybe not enough to where this difference can come back into, as the tempo gain here would be kind of killer.
Yeah, and spirit-wise, I think you break even. You get rid of 3, 4, you lose... yeah, I think it is break even. So that might... Ooh, Altar of Stars. So just saying, nope, you're switching you to defense, and my Necrof will live.
Okay. Ivory having that 6 defense is sometimes really nice, but... Oh, wow, we have to see a Round Trip Tsunami or Shield in the back here would bring us back and keep us around for an extra turn. there's so many fire spirits, and now a back row set from Magnetonics. Necroph's gonna be swinging in on the Ivory. What do we see in response? Another Gorgon's Gaze.
I have to say, I love how tense this is. So many back row being thrown out. I'm sure Roundtrip would have preferred to save the Gorgon's Gaze, but here the game has gone to a pace where these turns matter. You just kind of want to make sure you're maintaining your board state, because you're not necessarily need to play as long of a game as you've had to in previous formats.
And I think this Foretell to start from this Ivory might be the way to go. Into something like a Typhlant. Even though we already have another Typhlant out, we got the combo already. Typhlant effect to enchant from the underworld, get some extra spirits on the board, and then Typhlant or Poseidon to Nexus into Ascend could bait out a Gorgon's Gaze in the back.
This is gross, because if this goes through, the Ivory actually checks water spirits on all Ivory on your board for the Foretell.
Oh no.
Yeah. So we're about to see a big Foretell. My prediction for that back row is that it is Hearth, and which really makes it difficult to actually deal with the board right now with that attack buff. But that's where I think Roundtrip, you're really looking for some way to kind of play around that Hearth there and deal with the board, though. The Poseidon's so low on spirits. Fury's not looking to be all that effective without ways to bring spirits back on for the Poseidons.
Yeah, and do you think that it's even worth nexusing to these Ivories with this effect just to make the Foretell a little bit larger? Or do you think that instead you just fire off one, see what you hit, and then go from there?
I think it's completely dependent on the hand. You need some sort of out here, so it just completely depends on what you find. There's a Babloon.
Babloon could be huge.
Unfortunately, you can't add it because it's not Champion Poseidon, but it is something. We've got Nectar of the Gods, and is that I can't make out that card, but I'm wondering if that's a cap.
It looks like
not.
a cap.
It's Galaxy. It's Galaxy.
Galaxy.
Actually, it might be the Stellar Galaxy.
Stellar Galaxy and into the Poseidon adding and looking to foretell.
You can get confirmation if that's Galaxy or Capricorn. Capricorn is kind of interesting. I don't think it really matters here. Trident Poseidon would also be really cool here if Roundtrip had hit that.
Trident Poseidon is one that I can imagine Roundtrip is playing. We're talking about those artifacts previously, and with the amount of times that I've seen Poseidon drop down this game, you're absolutely right. That could be insane for locking on the back row, and especially if that call is right and that is Hearth, then we might be in a world of pain slapping into this big lion.
Yeah, I think at that point, just chain Hearth to the cast of Trident. And from there, Roundtrip, you just kind of have to pass, which is in a great position to be in still. So I'm curious what Roundtrip can do. I just don't... Right now, I don't see the stars aligning for them to be able to kind of get out of this position. That Leonite is super threatening. You might just have to swing in and hope that it isn't a Hearth.
Yeah, the other portion of this too is that if we are able to nexus enough spirits or do enough damage potentially to like the Necrof or trying to crash into the Leonite, then we can put Magnetonics on something very low. And that could be beneficial, but I think you're definitely right. That is the Hearth coming down, utilizing the spirit off of the Hephaestus and enchanting one to the Leonite, and then enchanting a second one to the Leonite off of the Hearth effect. Learned that recently.
Crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately there, I mean, I didn't see other play you can make for Roundtrip. You just kind of had to see if you could force it, though. From that position with no back row, I would argue it might have been better to Nexus to get spirits onto Ivory and just try to hit over with a ton of damage, since regardless, Hearth probably loses you the game.
Yeah, Shield Hearth is kind of rough here. Another set of back row from Magnetonics is a pass back. Roundtrip on 4 spirits left. Magnetonics is on the game point here with any way that Nexus, I think, could be it. But if for now, Ivory is sitting kind of nice. Maybe there is an idea here to crash with the Necrof. What do you think?
I don't see much reason to do it. Just enchant to the Leonite, buff them all up and attack, or go Volcaries. That works too, because you can still crash. I mean, you got so many different ways to make the math work.
Yeah, this is a huge Volcaries. An old OG Volcaries coming down here. A card I haven't seen in years. Easily handling out the the new champion of Poseidon Ivory, and that is every single spirit from Round Trip already gone. This fire artifact attack boosting and modification deck. I don't even know what to call this one particularly, but this was so cool to see Leonite come in.
I'll have to figure out what I'm going to call this later. I had to peek at the deck list now just to see what Round Trip was on, and it's super interesting. We see the hand reveal, and it is Poseidon, Aphros, and I still cannot make out that final card. I think it's a Capricorn.
Capricorn would be really cool to see, especially because I've been seeing some Capricorn love on the Aphrodite side, but Capricorn on the Poseidon, very interesting deck brew and build from Round Trip. Ivory and also Typhlant, really great showcasing from Round Trip on this strategy, and kind of as well the power of how this deck can function. You were talking about previously these dangerous plays on allowing these Typhlant to stick around, and once this Ivory gets established, then getting to the new Typhlant and having that stick around too is also incredibly hard. As this was one of your predictions for today, what do you think of this one?
It's a tough one. I would want to see more games with it to see what it looks like when it's in a more winning position, just to kind of assess, was the hands just not as great as they could be? Is this just a bad matchup? I don't know. I'm really curious because it did, with the Capricorn in there, it is a bit of a different list than what I'm running. And it just seemed like the breakpoints just didn't work out. It just wasn't large enough. 2 games is just not enough for me to kind of properly assess. Was it an issue with the deck itself, or was it a bad matchup? I don't know. And I would love to kind of figure that out.
Yeah, and again, congratulations to Magnetonics for taking that one for today. And Round Trip, thank you so much for showcasing an insane way to play Poseidon. Previously, I was experimenting around with the Poseidon's Fury and with things like Chronodile. And so for me, my limited chef brain, I'm like, I see Plucky, I see Poseidon, I'm like, Chronodile, of course, 1, 2 equals 3. That's awesome. Yep. Ivory and the new one at that. I was always partial to, I think it was, oh God, way back in the day. I think it was 2nd place on an app tournament even for the old school Ivory. It was Cerebro on the play with that one.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't seen these cards since then. And so it was a really cool flashback to see inside of this round 1. Already off to a great start and already off to a little bit of heat from Leonite as well. I didn't think we were going to see that.
I really want to shout that. I've gushed enough about the Ivory Water stuff. It's a really cool deck just to mess around with, in my opinion. That Leonite Hestia deck, also crazy to see. That gets me super excited to see more fire stuff. See the new Leonite, brand new from the set with the Kinleo, doing amazing stuff, and how it just kind of bolsters Hestia. And I find it so interesting that the Hephaestus and Volcarius was paired with it on top of the base set Volcarius as well. That's just really cool. It just said, I'm going to get a big guy out. You need to figure out how to deal with it, and it's not going to be easy for you.
Well, and comparatively to the OG Leonite, which is a card that locks down Invoke Rune, similar to the Sonicore from base set, I would figure that we might even see a resurgence of that, but the attack boosting with the Hestia's Hearth seemed to be the way to go. It's almost like a Warmite on leg, or a larger Warmite, if you will, a Leomite, maybe?
Gosh.
No, I mean, I wish a Leo might. That's all I wanted from this entire round. And I think that we got it delivered.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Great showing. I'm really curious to see how far Magnetons can go with this deck, and also what people continue to, of how people continue to evolve that deck. I want to see more fire. I want to see more Hestia. I feel like it's been a little underrepresented and just kind of at the fringes of experimentation.
Yeah, I was talking about Smeltongue earlier, and I wouldn't be surprised too if this strategy is trying to capitalize very heavily on those receive effects and getting Fire Spirits on the board. Even Volcarius, OG Volcarius being an attack booster, and the new school Volcarius pairing those 1-1, which is funny because you would think to yourself that would be just a match made in heaven, that we'd see that all the time since the reveal of the new champion of Hephaestus Volcarius. But that, what was the final attack on that last one? I know the first one got up to 8, I think.
Oh, jeez. Leonite had 4. Necrof had 5. 6 from Volcarius, 7 from Torch. I think there's only 1 left on Hephaestus for 8, so I think it was 11. It might have been 12. There might have been an extra spirit on board. It was about 11 or 12.
Oh, crazy. My God, that's insane. You know, I do one of these days it's going to take down a Pantera, and I think it's over at that point. Sorry, Ari.
Yes, I want to see it. 9 spirits were on the board. Just checked. Ooh, okay, so it's at 12 attack.
I don't like to hear that. That's a little bit too much for me. That can take down a Mama Bear, if anything. The other champion of Hestia there. Now, I think that was incredibly fun to watch. I'm excited for the rest. If anything of today is like that, and we're seeing these types of strategies from these types of casters, I'm excited for the rest of the day. And I don't think it's too crazy that we would then see Krabs or P-Gust, the champion of Aeolus, out there.
I really want to see more Moustachian. I think that card is just so cool. Just being able to bring spirits to deal even more damage. It's a effect that I haven't seen too much, just like the Elestral being the one that says, I'm going to pump my spirits to deal damage, at least not in this way. We see a bunch of other cards doing that. We've seen Alter do that a ton just to get some extra damage. Saw that with Hearth as well. But just having your Elestral be the one to say, I'm going to be the one that's pumping up your damage. I want the support to make my attack stat big enough to where I can deal said damage. I just find it interesting.
Yeah, and the Poseidon deck too also kind of functioning somewhat similar to that, you know.
Yeah.
That we saw a lot of that from Round Trip in that last round of you just having the extra spirits on the board to play with for those foretells, for the extra damage, a little bit of utility there. When we get that Poseidon Searcher that potentially is not plucky, you know, this is the fabled one we've been hearing whispers of. We have to take the keyboard away from A-Drive, but in the meantime, we can enjoy some beautiful spoilers and some beautiful things in the works. And that champion or Poseidon Searcher, I can't remember what the exact thing was, but this deck will have its time to splash around and play, and I cannot wait.
I'm so excited. All I'll say is I am so excited to finally have a dedicated Poseidon Searcher and just be able to wreak havoc with that deck. And you're saying you could push damage with the Poseidon stuff. I think what really prevented us from truly seeing that in that game was that Round Trip was just was always on the back foot. It just was never really on the table to do that. And from my experience playing the deck, if you can ever get into the driver's seat of a game, that is probably the most scary part of Poseidon, is that you can just randomly push a ton of spirits out and deal a ton of damage to win the game and prevent the opponent from being able to make a comeback.
Yeah, the lack of counter runes and the lack of defensive play up until that second game, and we saw a little bit of that with the Gorgon's Gaze, and I think we saw Tsunami even in the second game. A little more of that and a little more defensive options to give it some backbone, I think would have been great to see. And to kind of prove it this way too, enchanting those spirits onto the board, some sort of way to maintain that advantage similar to those Hestia's Hearths, definitely would have had the tide rise. We'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, and we didn't even see the Capital. That could have been crazy if that ended up coming out. What I'm mostly curious about is why they chose to go second, because I would be very interested in their reasoning. Maybe it's just the Afro stuff. It's just more geared towards answering boards than necessarily establishing boards. But I'm just so geared up in my deck to go first, because if I can get base set Ivory out on the board and a Typhlant on turn 1 with some counter-ins, I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah, and I also very curious to know. The only time I've ever seen that before terrified me though. So maybe it's just for fear. You know, I remember back in Kissimmee, I've told this story a few different times, but facing off against Thundercaster Iconics. And the idea was that the Thunderstorm deck just wanted to break apart boards and go second. Either things like the Amp Up and also the Lycavolt, things like the Brontiglow and the Thunderstorms to help break apart and the committed board. And I'm not quite sure if the Water deck has the types of answers. Do you think maybe digging for Poseidon's Fury was the way?
Without the spirits on it really all depends on the hand. If Bubbloon was in hand to load up, or maybe even running Divine Healing, that could be a fun card to pair with it. To just load up the spirits on the Poseidon, sure. Or there's even a Poseidon hand. That also could have been a great way to get extra spirits on board if there's still water in the spirit deck. But again, in that situation there, based on what they said we're playing, I don't think they really had that lineup. And to me, it was just Nexus onto the Ivory just to get the spirits on there and attack. If the opponent has Hearth, they have Hearth. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and the one key card that I thought was not quite sure if this was missing or if something we just did not see But the OG Kinleo, we saw the new school Kinleo come down to search those Leonites. Very strong combo inside of this Hestia strategy. But the OG Kinleo, I think, can also wreak havoc inside of this certain deck. We did not quite 100%. See it come down, but I would love to see how that card plays into this sort of strategy, especially with it being only limited. Is it a card that even the casters are considering, similar to the Lavalith, maybe?
They have to be. It just has to be. It's a one of. And one other thing I've kind of noticed is the specific elemental searchers, Smoltuga, great card in previous formats. For some of these faster decks, it's just seems to be too slow. And that was, I think, the main way that decks tried to consistently find their one of Kinleo. And now it's just, well, I can spend a turn doing that, or I can put pressure on the board and threaten the opponent. And if I draw my Kinleo, awesome. I think that's probably what's leaning more into.
Yeah. Yeah, the power one-ofs of the fire deck between that and the Lavalith a little bit scary.
Yes.
As we go into our second round here and go into the later parts of the day, I would also be curious to know if fire can keep up the heat, or will Ivory ultimately be put back on top. I think that's going to be my big question watching these two players and these two decks as the day progresses. And as the day progresses too, I think for predictions wise, you're currently up. We have the Typhlant coming down here. I would have never expected it.
Me neither.
And we have the Findus and Aeolus. Maybe we can pop that one off the top. We can just go for your two first, then my two, and then K's two, and we'll have Fungi inside of top 8 at that point. Surely, I think that's the big key one there that I have so many questions on, but. We'll see.
If Findus comes up next, but your nor K's come up, you can just blame our producer for handpicking the games to make sure I win.
No. It's crazy. Today we've only seen Typhlant and Findust. It's a lot of casters are really going on in these strategies. That would be an incredible bit from production. I would love that.
That would be hilarious. I haven't seen the numbers for the Ledigun decks, so I think it might, if that number is as high as it's previously been, I think it will be a bit difficult to avoid the poison nectars.
Oh my, so incredible. And as well, if you are watching this at home on both YouTube and Twitch, let us know what decks that you are excited about throughout the day and what you are wanting to see from this Lifestream premiere. We are pretty deep into this set as it be, but we have some chefs still cooking some of these really off pick and also known quantities. I don't really know what to say of it. It's so interesting so far. Round 1 was phenomenal. And again, leave us a like, subscribe, a follow on all social media platforms, and use the hashtag #PlayAlestrals to share with us your hype moment. Did Leonite add fire to the flame, or were you hoping for an Ivory splashdown? Let us know on all socials. And over on Twitch as well, we're doing predictions all day and a bunch of other fun stuff over on the twitch.tv/Elestrals channel, which leave us in a pog zaptor over there if you're willing.
Yeah, did you win your prediction this time around? If not, maybe you'll have better luck in the next round. And we keep telling you, it's like, it's only round 1, which to me is crazy. That game was so hyped. It's like, wait, it's only round 1. So just because, the fun thing is, by seeing this round 1 is, Round Trip could just come back and sweep all the other rounds and end up in top cut, and I could see Ivory again. And of course, Magnetonics started off very strong and continue to be very strong. So we could even see that matchup yet again, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, we could be sustained instead of an elephant meta. Which at that point, we have to address it. We have the emergency ban list part 2.
Oh my gosh. Oh, elephant v elephant would be fun. That'd be crazy.
I think I'll take the ice on that one. I think I'll have to go for the Morfrost strategy there, just a little bit for my predictions.
You could just foretell both. Fusion, elephant deck.
Water Frost for foretelling? Maybe we're onto something. Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm scared now.
No, it's they're gentle giants, I'll say.
Truly.
But no, I think as I'm eerily curious to see if we do have Frost actually have this big showcasing. Was it just a flash in the pan, or are our casters saying, yeah, no, this is now the best deck in the room?
I'll be very curious to see. And honestly, Kay is going to be swapping in for me for the next round, and I'm going to be digging into all the data that's available just because I am intrigued and I am impatient and I'm very curious to see. We won't have all of it because it sometimes takes a bit longer than an hour, but I'm going to at least get as much as I can to say, oh, this is really interesting, and just come back with that energy of knowing that there's a ton of interesting stuff we have yet to see.
Well, I'm looking forward to your insights on that one. And stay tuned, everyone, for more exciting Elestrals action as we go into round 2 for this this November 2025 premiere.
Good morning, casters. Sorry to be ungulate and miss the first round, but I was putting some mousse in my hair and was a little bit busy.
When I tell you she was planning this, she said, Swole, I'm going to lead us in.
That's right. The rumors are true. I've pulled my first X of 10, and it's Posthumous. It's the Stellar Posthumous. And
this is payback for the walk bit, isn't it?
It was, yeah. I had to walk it back a little bit. Yeah, we're hoofing it today. Anyways, good morning, everyone. I am so happy to be here for round 2. Round 1 was absolutely insane. Who would have guessed that people were cooking with Hestia? I'm really excited about that, personally.
Yeah, coming up and preparing for this tournament, I would have told you, no, there was one Leonite from the top 32 of last tournament. And I would say, no, I don't think that's going to come up here. Round 1. Big surprise. And the Ivory stuff for Poseidon deck. What do you think about that one?
I think that Big Eagle can't keep getting away with it. I don't know. He has to be deep in the data to be able to find these things and say, you know what? I bet this would be just ping. But here we are. I think that Water Foretell is very interesting, and it would have been super cool to see that pop off. Would have been even cooler to see Poseidon's Fury. I have been waiting. But, alas.
Yeah, I would say as a Poseidon enjoyer yourself, not only is that beautiful moose, and bring it back on screen, just show everyone just a couple more times for us. Inside of your hands, your Shattered Stars luck is truly crazy. You're also a holder of the Stellar Poseidon. So I know you know a few things about these water divines too.
Right over there. Yeah, I sure do. And, one thing that I cannot wait to do is get my hands, listen, not to sound ungrateful, but I have been searching for that Stellar Artemis, and all I got was this X of 10, you know what I'm saying? And one of these days, by golly, I will get my my full suite of Stellar Divines. I'm telling you right now.
This is going to be all day, isn't it? This is going to be an all day moose affair. This is incredible. Incredible bit. Okay. I could not have predicted that you would have pulled the X of 10 Stellar Posthumous here whenever you did a couple days ago. The beautiful card itself, and congratulations for that. Absolutely, your stellar luck cannot be matched. But what I have to know from you is a different type of prediction. We saw from Eagle last time Typhlant and this Findust Aeolus champion. For myself, Moss Station and Pigust Aeolus champion. Your 2 cards, I'm so curious to know. Fungi Champion of Artemis and Poison Nectar Dionysus Chalice. Tell me about Dionysus Chalice. What are you seeing with this card inside of this metagame?
Well, first of all, what I was seeing is that we got some incredible new art for the Poison Nectar Dionysus Chalice in Shattered Star Celebration, and it is just so cute. It's one of my favorite arts. And I know that specifically in Kissimmee, there was, I believe it was a round with you, where had the Earth strategy we're playing against had this card, it would have been curtains. That would have been game. With Hopperoo, with all of these ways to kind of do burn, attack the spirit deck directly, I think that these kinds of strategies in Earth, which we're still playing around with, we see it so represented, but people still haven't quite figured it out yet. Cards like this could be huge to be teching in, to be saying, hey, this might be Earth, but we can burn too. And I'm curious to see people cook with that. As for my other prediction, I gotta say, I may have followed the wisps and gotten lost in the woods, but I have some thoughts here, okay? I have been clouded by stellar symbols in my eyes. I'm looking at the words on this card. I'm saying there's gotta be ways that we can rise from the shadows, ascend into Posthumous. There's gotta be an engine for Lunar. There's so many cool cards for Lunar and things that it can do. I think Suppression is really cool. People are main decking Dense Fog, and now we have a card that I think, in my opinion, unlocks the Brontowisp strategy. Obviously, Fun Guide, the champion of Artemis, being able to search out not only Follow the Wisps, but also other fun guides. That means any fun guide of your choice. I think that it really, really helps because it's not just on cast. It's not just on receive, it's on suppression. So with suppression becoming a bigger thing, with us trying to figure out how Lunar can work in this meta, because I know a lot of people are trying to crack it, just haven't quite gotten there yet. I think that there are a lot of old cards that we could look back and say, hey, what new cards do we have that make these strategies more viable? And who knows? I might be having just a fun, silly, goofy guide time here, thinking that maybe this is one worth looking into. But, you know, all the wisps with me, Chad. I'm just saying, we could cook.
I cannot believe that Fungi Champion of Artemis will win today's event.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. But I think you're right. You know, suppression is one of these strategies that I do think that we have seen on the precipice. Obviously, like you mentioned, the Rise from the Shadows plays. A lot of ways that these sort of strategies can not only get into their bigger ascensions, and I know that Reverse Stellar Brontowisp also just came out, the new Champion of Artemis being a pretty sizable force, being able to Nexus, and as well as the 6/6 body, I believe. So a little bit stronger than our previous OG, which is still obviously a strong strategy. And backer removal for the OG Brontowisp is strong. Destroying runes nowadays is kind of a hot commodity between Thunderstorm and, of course, this the Tornado even could be backer removal with the champion of Picas Daeolus going into something like a Falacane. I would be shocked and also extremely excited to see Fungi. So excellent picks on these ones. I was just so curious from this point.
Yeah. Talk about shock and awe. Yeah.
Is Brontowisp shock and the Fungi awe? Is that what I'm getting at?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, God. Ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Outside of these predictions, Kay, what are you going to say about this metagame? We are inside of Lifestream firmly. We are so deep in the tank. Not only do we have our niche picks and some of our fun caster predictions, talk to me about some of these known quantities, as I keep on saying, these sort of meta strategies we've been seeing perform.
This has been really, really cool in terms of a meta that we've seen. Not only because we started off so strong with a double Lockagon win in this meta, and it's like, okay, well, I guess this is just where we're at. Then we have the ban list come out and people say, let's start cooking crazy style. And let's go. I mean, we had our previous champion, Caleb.exe, shout out Caleb, coming in here with saying, what if we go back to Frostfall and listen, everyone is playing this new titled form, iWooly, but iWooly think that the original one has some merit, and turns out it was crazy. And Morfrost being so good, we had Morfrost represented across multiple decks, multiple strategies that all looked different. And people are clearly still figuring out this meta. I don't know. It's kind of bright outside, but it's looking a little bit like the moon is rising again in terms of how this meta feels. We just haven't quite figured it out. What are you thinking, Swole?
I completely agree. That's kind of the neat part, right? A format that we will consistently go back to and will age better with time. Firestorm is a set that I think that we'll see age better as cards and more cards get released and we have these strategies fully formed. But this does feel as if we are seeing, yes, we have our Solars. Yes, we have Lockagon, we have Dionysus, we have Crabs. As we all know, Crabs is a main meta staple. And we also have things like Fungi that players could be casting with and brewing to help counter the meta, like Morfrost. And those are all equivalent decks in power and card quantity. So I agree. I think that is a kind of perfect assessment of where we're at currently with Lifestream, as also we've had the ban list that we previously witnessed of getting rid of Hurricane, and the Helios's Chariot Ride was our previous two big hits that allowed for a lot of these decks to fully form. The floodgates opened, so to speak, and we have some of these off-meta picks like Morfrost being able to succeed. And how these players are adapting to that has been really interesting. Talk to me a little about Solar, one of the decks that we only saw one conversion in the top 8 last time. I know you're a little bit familiar with a Solar caster yourself. How do you think that's going to be doing? What do you think players are looking at?
I was very curious to see, obviously, with the hits from the ban list, one that kind of snuck under the radar because it seemed like we're just going from it being limited to 1 to being limited to 0, being Rise from the Ashes. I think that probably did affect, even if it was just people saying, I'm going to play Solar, maybe it affected the play style of Solar because, I mean, hey, being able to say, actually, I just have a Celestlio now is a strong play, as it turns out, and can get you out of a lot of binds, which I think was the whole idea behind Solar. And I mean, you're one of the chefs of this deck. You are one of the people who was in the kitchen for this. But I think the idea is it just has answers for everything. It has outs for everything. It has so many different lines. All of a sudden, you can have a huge body setup, or you can solar burst, or you have all of these different new strategies and ways around anything that your opponent wants to throw at you. And having that fine-tuned machine disrupted a little bit, I don't know, it may have interrupted the playstyle. What do you think?
No, I think that's a perfect assessment. I don't know if I was one of the chefs in the kitchen and not more of a sous chef witnessing some of the cooks. My contribution, I think, to that deck was an emotional support Armadon, if anything, which, definitely came in handy. Maybe that was the good luck charm after all. But I think that's kind of thing that a lot of these casters are looking at for Lifestream in general. These decks that have all the tools necessary for the caster to succeed. It's going to kind of just depend on making that perfect match. How are they going to work well together, and really testing that out inside of a tournament strategy, which can be a little bit risky. You go into these and you want to say, I will perform with my favorite deck. We work so well together and it's going to be great. But I think a lot of casters do forget that you got to do a little prep work in advance. And if you are looking to do that, then of course we have a lot of our tournaments on the horizon, including our casual tournaments, which is our perfect testing ground for some of these strategies and find the perfect match for you. It's not quite February yet, but we do have some dates on the calendar that you can look forward to. We have November 18th, 25th, and December 2nd coming up for our casual tournaments. Great way to get involved inside of the community, test out certain strategies, play some of these meta decks too if you're looking to kind of like dip your toes into the water, even play Typhland, speaking of the water strategy as well. From doing these myself, they're a great way to meet new people, to have this really fun space to test out decks and play some cool things. And we have a couple of them coming up here, so do not miss out on these tournaments.
And listen, I know you all see that reverse stellar Brontoist champion of Artemis on the screen right now. Listen, if there is ever a time or an opportunity to cook with something that you maybe shouldn't be cooking with, these casual tournaments are the place to do it. It's a great way to interact with the community, to build, and to be able to just play some fun games of Elestrals. And cannot recommend it enough.
As we're going into round 2 here after our Leonite versus Ivory, round 1. I don't know if we're going to be continuing our off-the-wall energy or if we're going to be seeing some more, again, quantities here in the coming rounds. Off the start, we have Leonite come up. We have Ivory come up. Champ Zeus is one that I think is of a similar caliber, with these kind of like champion-style decks that I don't quite know if we've seen their time in the sun. Thank you to Solar. And I do think it's going to be time soon. Zeus's call is waiting to be busted.
I know that I feel like there was a period of a week, and it was right after. By the way, listen, this is my time to air grievances. They've given me this mic and they're not cutting me off, by golly.
Oh,
I want to just say that I predicted Voltimpus champion of Zeus, and then like the next week, by the way, no one played it, and I was just sat there like, okay. And then the next week, everyone was bringing it to their like set championships, their in-person things, and they were winning with it. It was everywhere, and it was just like, okay, yeah. So next time, casters, beloved Elestrals community, if you all want to start cooking with something, could you please do it when it's my prediction? Could you, and honestly, just DM me. Just come to me and be like, hey, Kaylin, just so you know, we're cooking with this. No, don't pick it this time, but next time it's going to be a crazy call. Just let me know. Otherwise, we end up with me saying things like, fun guide, champion of Artemis.
Oh, hey, chicken and egg situation. I mean, was it Voldusk first, or was it Bo getting top 8 with top 4? Excuse me. What am I saying? With Foxes. Was it Hestia champion Majursa first, or was it Justin T going top 4 with the new bear deck? I can't say that the Kaylin prediction wheel of time is spinning constantly, but it seems like there's this perfect little push-pull on that as well. Our round 2 setting up here, we have Hiko Set versus Elestrals coming in here. 2 relatively not unknown players, not featured yet before, which I'm very curious to see what we pop in here with this one We have a top 8 at regionals for Higo Set, as well as a top 50 at Kissimmee. Very impressive.
Ooh.
And a Elestrals top 4 regionals here. So 2 players very familiar with our beautiful little game.
Really cool to see players coming from these in-person events being inspired to come in on these online premieres. And we've seen it before where it's like, oh yeah, okay, so they've played in person a few times, and then they come in and they sweep. And I cannot overstate the amount of experience you can gain from just sitting across from someone and casting and saying, deal with this. It really just forged those skills in the fire of looking your opponent in the eye and saying, well, I'm doing this.
Well, and that's always a really fun one about the game of Elestrals. I remember talking to a lot of new players, especially, and they'd say like, "Oh, what are the good players playing? What is this game like?" And kind of comparatively, and what sets it apart realistically is that you don't quite know. And this so engaging and so fun to see that really anyone and everyone can perform and do well as long as you're willing to put in the time, effort, and the work. We've seen people who have never played another card game ever take down tournaments. We've seen people who are seasoned veterans say, I might want to take this off the wall strategy and do well. And that's a beautiful thing here. So I similarly very much looking forward to it. And you're right. You never quite know who you're going to sit across from on the desk there. Sometimes it's even me, and I'm terrified of every single caster I come across. Are you kidding?
One thing that I will say I'm really excited about, with obviously the RPG on the horizon, the Kickstarter just wrapped up, and we have this sort of like swarm of new players who are not necessarily TCG players coming in and saying, oh, what's Elestrals about? This RPG looks sick. This appeals to me. And saying, oh, I got these Kickstarter bundles. I'm going to be getting some cards. Maybe I should look at it. And I can't wait to see our people coming in and saying, what is this TCG all about? And who knows? Maybe I will get washed by a few of them myself.
Yeah, to loosen the tie here a little bit, number one video game funded on Kickstarter 2025 so far. That's kind of a huge little deal there. I know someone here was a part of that big push on the days. Big congratulations to the Elestrals team on this one. This is I'm looking forward to it too. Quackle is my pick for a starter here. I know yours is gonna be that fun one.
Don't worry, guys. The X of 10 Posthumous is in the game.
Yeah, you're gonna Stellar Hunt for that one? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, imagine. Listen, I got to pull my starter. This is one of the coolest experiences, and I can't wait. I can't wait to have a real version of my little stellar buddy. I say little, and this thing is gonna. Have you ever seen a moose? It's gonna be absolutely ridiculous. But I cannot wait to go on my divine journey personally.
Incredible. I don't know if I've ever seen a moose, but I wish I wore might. As we're getting things set up here for our second round here on the day. Wow. My heart hasn't quite. I'm yeah, are you so sorry?
It was a stinker.
Was it the War Might?
A little bit, yeah. I heard that one earlier. I wish a Leo might.
Hey, that one was killer. I'll take full credit for how bad that one might have been. War Might's pretty good.
Hey, listen. Me personally, I wish a Frost Might. I still think that the War Might, Frost Might. I think that those could come back. Hey, speaking of cards that haven't been fully explored, we had a bit of a Spiders meta for a bit, but people kind of gave up on it. But in my opinion, if A Drive has anything to say about it, which we know that he does, we haven't heard the last from Spiders.
I really hope we do. I'm a little bit scared of spiders. But outside of this, definitely we are speed running they can never add the word might to any card in the game of Elestrals ever again.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I would love for a Thunder Spider, that's absolutely killer. Damn. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Spark Might?
Dynamite is what I'm thinking.
Would that? Yeah. Although I feel like it's kind of giving fire, but we already have one of those.
Yeah, we can say that's going to be some nitroglycerin up in the deck, but I don't want to add fuel to the flame on that one. Smell Tongue's already too much of a bomb. I'm worried about.
Yeah, no way we got nitroglycerin might before we got a Poseidon Searcher. That's crazy.
Oh no. We're inventing cards that even Connecticut's never heard of.
No. And we are getting ready here to go into round 2, and production is speeding through. Like, don't let them continue yapping, please. We've got to get into round 2, and we have some spice lined up for you all. I cannot wait to see what this is about to be. Both of our casters going into this round 2 are undefeated so far, both 1-0, and I can't wait to see why that is, personally.
Yeah, I think that if I had to guess based off of our suspicious minds here at Elestrals HQ, oh wow, it's going to be a day and a half for some of these strategies. And in these early rounds, we typically will see some more off-the-wall strategies, don't get me wrong. But just as likely as players will make these deep runs with things that we have just never seen before. Obviously, I mentioned Smell Tongue in our fire repertoire, but even Dimax making this with the bear list a few tournaments ago, and this one's going to be crazy. As our round 2 kicks off here between Tom and Higo Set inside of our Elestrals Premier today. Let's see what they're cooking.
Very excited. I don't know if we know who's going first here. It looks like Higo Set will be going first.
That would be a Gigaflora, champion of Demeter, coming down here.
No way, we're about to get Moss Station champion of Demeter out in round 2.
Hey,
so you cannot keep getting away with this.
Eagle got one, I'll get the other one. We have a Giraflora. Fun guide next, true. Giraflora coming in here from Higo Set off the search of the Gigaflora. This is such a cool resource loop from the Earth strategy. And as more champions of Demeter do get added to the game, this strategy just ages like a fine wine.
Well, and I think that we've all agreed that 2-5 is an incredible stat line, which is why Fun Guide Champion of Artemis is also quite a viable card. But of course, we are now looking at Giraflora, Champion of Demeter here, which, as you mentioned, was searched off of that Gigaflora. We are looking at our options here, curious to see the kind of build, because we talked about Earth a little bit and how it's not quite sorted out right now. There are so many tools that it has, so many different things. As we do see that the Giraflora come down, and we have the effect going to be going into the underworld, grabbing back that Gigaflora, as you said, this resource loop that we're starting here. Higo setting 1, and I imagine we will be passing over to Tom.
Yeah, Tom here on the draw as we are working through our technical difficulties here, trying to restage this camera. Card down here cast from Tom as well, looking at a Gorgon's Gaze being cast upon it.
We will never know.
Surely threatening this Gigaflora. I can't believe that was the first 7 1-drop Elestral. Incredible. And we have I think this is a Solar Burst coming in here. This is going to be Solar versus our Gigaflora champion. We're going to send to the Underworld 2-drop Solar. I imagine that's the Leonite coming in here, destroying the Giraflora. Very important to do to start off with. You cannot let that card maintain advantage much longer. And similarly, putting back those foretells in such a way that Tom can get some advantage later. Swinging in for, or passing back to Higo Set here after setting 1. I don't know if Champions of Demeter deck can particularly push through this sort of strategy, but we'll have to check and see.
Hey, all I'm saying is if we can win the Stadium War, that Moss Station you predicted under Stadium is kind of insane if you can get it to stick.
Yeah, that's kind of the difficulty here, I think, between this matchup between Earth v Solar. It's actually very surprising. You know, previously I would say you have to watch out for your foretelling, and the Solar Burst are going to be something that's kind of look out for. But you're right, the stadiums are pretty huge. Yes, the Moss Station is going to be enormous under Fully Forest, but you also have to keep an eye out for the Nova Core, so you're able to drop down and utilize the Temple of the Sun to absolutely gain advantage there.
And I think on this, while we are looking at the beginnings of this clash, this interesting matchup that we haven't really seen much of, those of you over on Twitch, by the way, are going to have to get your predictions in. Let us know who you think can come out on top in this Earth v Solar, this Champions of Demeter versus Champions of Apollo. Possibly we might see a few of those. Who's going to reign supreme here?
We're working currently through our technical difficulties here, so do bear with us. The Solar versus Earth matchup, I think, is so interesting to me. Partially because it's both a question of value. How can I keep my opponent off of their maximum value? And also, how can I stop them from dropping their big bombs? For something like Earth, we have some considerations for things like Centaur, even. Shout outs to Helen on this one. And obviously, we've seen before Solar have things like the Celestial come in, which both very formidable forces that can just lock down and shut down games. Between the two of them, though, currently Solar's gotten a lot more love with things like the Solar Burst, the Corvus Shines, very strong cards individually for this strategy.
I think that this Champions of Demeter strategy is going to just get stronger and stronger, though. As we continue to get more Champions of Demeter, more targets for that Gigaflora to search out, more things that we can target. You know that I love my girl Demeter. I am certainly partial to that strategy, so I've got to root for her. And I think that those roots are indeed deep and will continue to grow and flourish as time goes on.
I'm surprised you didn't have the Stellar ready for that one. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for a little bit of the hair behind the ear and little Stellar action there.
You know, I never have her too far behind, and she's never too far from my Stellar Poseidon. Yeah, just trying to, just in case.
You got to keep them close. You have to be stopped. These two plus the Moose. Are you sure we need the Artemis in this house? They cannot contain that much Stellar luck.
I'm just waiting to pull my third Divine Pack. I think that's just kind of where I'm at. It's been like a week since I last pulled a Divine Pack. It's like TikTok, when's the next one?
Oh my god, that is the really funny one. It's so incredible to see consistently too, that it's like number one. I think it was on Twitter of all places that the first Divine Pack has hit the box opening, and then a second Divine Pack of all things. No, I don't think we need a third in here. Are you kidding me? Save some for the rest of us.
I want you to know that like over the course of like a week and a half, my Elestrals polls went Divine Pack, same night, box topper, Stellar, then a little bit later, another Divine Pack, and then X of 10. So never before have I had this kind of luck in Elestrals, and I gotta say, man, it feels good. Ooh, it's so fun opening packs.
Oh my god. Well, your luck, I do hope that it continues, as those cards truly are beautiful. We're going to continue this match here between Higoset and Tom. Seeing the luck on their side. Tom setting a second card down here before passing back to Higoset. A Champion Plucky coming down. That was Gorgon's Gazed before. To stop the search of the Lyre of Apollo. Another Gigaflora here coming in to search on their Champion of Demeter. A crab here could be crazy.
Ooh, let's see. And that looks like exactly what Higoset has gone and grabbed. You cannot keep getting away with this, by the way.
It's a little dangerous, though. And this is kind of the weird part, is that a Lyre of Apollo or any sort of swapping attack shenanigans will meet this crab's end. Though very strong, maybe the idea from Higoset here is we're going to Gorgon's Gaze this Plucky to enable this crab's 4 attack to be able to be the largest on the board. Old school or new Plucky, though, Champion Apollo, we haven't really seen in quite some time. A card that was experimented with inside of Firestorm. The new Solar strategy has kind of omitted this card recently.
Yeah, Plucky being sort of only paired with, I believe it was, what was the other? It was like a general Champion Apollo deck that utilized the Lyre. Yeah, it felt very, very strong actually for a little bit, but just never quite had the conversion. But we actually see, is that my girl Demeter?
That is your girl Demeter coming down.
Girl Demeter? Okay, so that is certainly going to enable this Mostation effect. We see the Earth coming from the underworld, the 2 spirits, because Mostation does in fact have the largest attack on the board.
You are the largest crab in the club. Not a whole lot can stop you here. And Tom is thinking now, post-attack declaration, of how to handle this 3-spirit crab. No back row set from Higo, and the Plucky goes down. That's 2 damage.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that it feels so bad because yes, this is a card that is now essentially a 3-drop, but it only cost Higo set 1 from the original cast and then 1 disenchant from Demeter. As we have another Plucky Champion of Apollo coming out.
Wow. And that's going to kind of rain on the parade of this Moss Station. That Plucky Lyre Apollo to swap the attack and defense of the Plucky, making it a 5 attack body now, can easily contest this Moss Station. That's a little bit difficult too, because now you have a lot of these spirits that you previously wanted to keep on board. Something even for, like you said previously, Ascension fodder, or even for use of runes and counter runes, now just goes down to this Plucky search. And I could not have guessed this at all. And if you can or would like to predict with us here on the cast, the Twitch predictions are now live over on twitch.tv/Elestrals, and let us know if you think Solar is going to take this one, or is Earth gonna quake. There's a lot of Earth spirits for this deck. Wait a minute, I'm not used to this.
Yeah, that is interesting. I do wonder with this new Solar strategy. Apparently, we're back in the kitchen looking at Solar. I wonder if we're going to have the return of the Exaltus Champion of Apollo. That was a play that I felt was so strong for a while there, especially with Solar wanting to get into these bigger bodies. And could be interesting to see here as well as we go a little bit more into the Champions of Apollo.
Well, speaking of the champions as a whole, that's that stellar champion of Dionysus Sproutier. This Sprouter is looking quite nice, nexusing 1 off the Demeter to search for either Dionysus Madness or Champion Dionysus.
And we have possibly a Gorgon's Gaze. We're checking all of them. One of these is Gorgon's, surely. I know I said it. It's this one. Yes, there we go. And poor little Sprouter. Although, hey, 2/5, pretty good stat line.
As we've seen before with cards, I'm forgetting the name of what we've said so far that have good stat line of 2/5. Astrap, it's definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have the Giraflora champ who we've seen. A lot of people are saying Fun Guide, Champion of Artemis. Also, in addition to that, many people have been saying that. And I'm really curious with the Sprouter. Are we possibly looking at Centaur?
Oh, absolutely. If I had to guess, an Ascension you have to Gorgon's Gaze this Sprouter now. You let this Sprouter search either the Centaur or even the they say Timber, and you things can get out of hand pretty quickly. The 2/5 defense line or stat line is also really nice to sit for an extra turn. You now have to spend extra resources to deal with it, and I think if potentially you already had that Centaur in hand, next turn can get very explosive.
I mean, and that is something that we've seen now each turn, is that Moss Station set up for a potential Ascension, and now we have Sprouter setting up for a potential Ascension. Demeter is still on the board. We have that Nexus effect there available, so we could see it again, even if it's just a matter of searching it out.
Yeah, I think it's not long for this field, though, as the Glimbat comes down here, expending 1, gonna go for this Temple of the Sun, and I think that's gonna signal out a Nova Core, but instead I see a Cypermall coming in here.
So we are really, really cooking with the unsung heroes of Solar here. And it's kind of cool to see. We're simply using this Temple of the Sun as a stat booster.
There's the Golden Fleece coming down here. Plays that I haven't seen, yet my bones are still shuddering from Bo from Dallas. Speaking of Moonrise here, you were completely right. We are firmly back in it with a little bit of Firestorm spice.
Higo Set is saying, I haven't seen this card in years. I'm going to be looking this up right now on the Elestrals Play Network /cards.
Yeah, I'm going to collect out Elestrals just real fast. 1 quick minute. It's a classic case of, what does I do?
And listen, if that hadn't been so firmly burned into my memory, shout out Bo, I would also be be doing a search here, but in fact, we saw enough shenanigans with this Cypher Mall and that Golden Fleece that I'm quite familiar.
Yeah, I think this is so funny to watch. And again, this more iconic cards coming down here from Elestrals history. Sprouter's coming down, and the Temple of the Sun is a key card for boosting up these Elestrals. The current stat lines for them, I believe, are 5-4 from this Cypher Mall, making it a very, very large contender and a very good defensive body that's not being able to be destroyed to start with that Golden Fleece. And then a 6-4 on this Plucky, I believe, if my math is correct.
However, we have that Gigaflora effect coming off again and going in and grabbing a second crab. Has hit the stream, Mason. And we are going in here and going to be possibly doing some shenanigans.
Not the Mostanigans.
No.
This crab being boosted by the Demeter, making it tying with, and a Foley Forest coming down here. There's that big change of scenery that we were hoping for from the previous rounds. Boosting up this Moss Station now to firmly have the largest attack in the room. And once again, we are the biggest crab in this club, and you cannot stop this crab onslaught. Moss Station again to attach, and this is going to be a 8 attack crab.
Let's go! This is incredible because not only is its attack stat crazy, but thank you, Foley Forest. We also have a pretty good defense stat too, so Tom's gonna have a lot to contend with.
Yeah, and I think a Shield of Achilles coming down here to bounce the crab back and send all those spirits back to the underworld. One of the nice things about the Moss Station champion of Demeter is that it's a very low spirit investment for a pretty decent amount of return. The Shield of Achilles, yes, does get rid of those spirits from the underworld, but those spirits were already spent in the first place. So you're not too sad as opposed to maybe losing out on like a larger ascension line. And look at your spirit count here. Higo is at 7 to Tom's 8.
7 to 8, but also Tom has set up what is about to be a really wide board here, considering that we're probably going to have our normal cast. Although, hold up. Okay, never mind. We did not. We're crabbing again. We have gone crabbing once more. And surely Tom cannot keep pulling counter runes out to deal with these things. We are still under Foley Forest. Oh my goodness. A card is being reached for and possibly considered flipping.
And it's a... Whoa, Guardian of Light here come down to heal 2 spirits and negate the attack. You still have to deal with this crab as an 8 body. And once again, the biggest crab in this club cannot be stopped. And like you said, there might not be a counter rune subsequent turns to stop the onslaught. And now that Higo has a foothold, potentially an ascension play can come down here. A second crab could be really interesting. No back row consistently from Higo here. I am so confused. This is such a change of pace from last time where the Ivory deck was just not able to keep up. Whereas now, I think you're still in a very decent position for Higo.
We do see the Lyre of Apollo coming out here. However, but unless we see a Temple of the Sun, I don't know what these little guys are going to be doing in the face of a very big crab.
Yeah, 8 attack with it's a 5 defender on this little crab booty. And that's going to be enough even if you're swapping. But another Temple of the Sun coming down to get rid of the Foley Forest, that will do it.
Yep.
And that will allow Tom to get over this crab. Foley Forest getting got here as well.
Unfortunate. I mean, as you mentioned, we haven't seen any back row, but Higo, I mean, still not out of options. With 2 spirits left, obviously we are limited, but that Demeter's still on board. If we can deal with this Temple of the Sun, there are still some potential options.
Yeah, set back row as an Ambrosia and another crab would probably be just the way to go. And we have the Gigaflora, expending 1 to add from the hand, from the deck to the hand. There's another crab and 1 spirit left. That's all you really need Earthwise to make this work.
All right, and again, you're still...
Just a small correction here. Temple of the Sun, that was an extra Cyprimal that came down.
Okay.
Previously put into the zone where that temple was at. That is, gotta get my eyes checked just a little bit. Like, seeing the solar glare on these glasses.
That's okay. But with this Fulloy Forest here, actually, this is an incredible position, even better than we had previously thought.
1 set back row 2, and now the spirits can be used off of this Moss Station to be used for that back row if that's anything like a shield or a Gorgon's Gaze.
And as we know, we've already only been through 1 Temple of the Sun, so potentially another Temple of the Sun coming out here could be huge. But barring that, this crab is quite difficult to deal with. But we have Apollo coming out, going to be foretelling us into a brighter future, hopefully.
Oh, and there's that Champion Exaltos, like you were saying, plus a Solar Burst and another Apollo. Champion Exaltos is a very nice card to slap down here. In some ways, that can help kind of facilitate some defenses against this extremely hard to deal with offensive threat. Here's the crazy part. We were out of it for so long. Low spirit count coming down from Higo. But if this Moss Station can get to or can stick around, then
I think
that would be game.
Scoop.
Oh wow. That's a scoop down. I imagine the play there was seeing the Solar Burst, expending to draw for the Solar Burst off of the Foretell from Apollo. You know that you're hitting at least 1 with that Exaltos, and that crab can go down there. Well, nice and simple and easy there. Not a lot of math to do with that crab.
No. Hey, you know what? We were talking about this just before. Crab under Fulloy Forest, if you can win that Stadium War, you kind of got this game, because what do you do? Especially with this more low to the ground solar strategy. Really cool to see Champ Exaltus coming back. Really cool to see Champ Plucky coming back. Hopefully they can shine a bit more in this next game. As a solar aficionado yourself, what would you do if you were Tom going into this next one? How would you adjust your game plan? Are you just hoping to see Temple of the Sun, or is there more to it?
No, I think that more removal is kind of the way to go here. So definitely more Temples of the Sun to help combat the Stadium Wars with something like the Fully Forest, but even maybe try to capitalize on some Nova Cores. That's something that I do think missing from that last game was utilizing just the massive amounts of removal that Solar has available to deal with the Moss Stations, to deal with the large defense bodies of the 2/5s Giraflora. And I think that is how I see this going down, is potentially sliding into those larger stadium packages that we know we can search out with Glimbat. So we have a consistent way of doing it and contesting. As a Demeter fan, and as Demeter yourself, tell me about the Champion of Demeter deck. What kind of side deck are we looking for this one?
Well, you know, while we talk about Champion of Demeter, I am looking at a different COD, the Champions of Dionysus. I think I would love to see that expanded upon more actually in this list. I would love to see that Centaur come down. We saw the Sprouter. It has me wondering, do we have the Centaur in there somewhere? There were so many turns where it's like, oh yeah, he's setting up for an ascension into something big, probably. Sure, yeah, it's gonna happen. And I would love to see that. I would love to see this deck go tall, because I mean, looking at Tom's list, aside from some cool shenanigans with the Lyre, some cool shenanigans with Temple of the Sun, there really aren't a lot of big bodies. And if you can get something big established and are able to protect it, then that might be curtains.
Yeah, I think the big one too could potentially be on the play here for Higo, the choice to go first, setting up that Sprouter. Like I mentioned previously, if that can stick around, if there's no Solar Burst, potentially no even the Nova Cores to get around, then we'll see that 3-drop Ascension come down really fast. Again, big change of pace from the Earth decks in previous past, but the Moss Station's holding that down too. Mm-hmm. That sort of pressure put on is almost exactly what Higo needed to close out that game, just a little bit too late there. as the Solar Burst comes down. And the Gigaflora going to start off just like the last game, searching out a champion of Demeter.
Okay, so going to be going in, possibly going for that Giraflora turn 1 again, like we saw last game. There it is, the Giraflora coming out. And that 2-5 stat line, I mean, if Tom hadn't been able to immediately address it with a Solar Burst last game, that probably would have stuck around for a good long while.
The 2-5 stat line is nothing to scoff at, as that's going to come down here. It provided an amazing defensive wall, so much similar to strategies we've seen before, like Fungi Champion of Artemis. And setting 2 back row now, finally, some defensive play from Higo. Let's see if Tom has a response here. Again, a Solar Burst would be a perfect response here. Otherwise, Neblio even could help get over this this big giraffe.
Okay, and instead, we are going to be going for the Champ Lucky. Higo set looking at those back rows saying, do I want to Gorgons this? I think that does kind of telegraph a Gorgons, possibly.
Yeah, on some level, I think it might be even worth it, because that Lyre of Apollo and a Plucky's kind of attack swap stats here does make this kind of tricky. Even though it would be a 5 attacker, the Lyre of Apollo would be boosting up its attack to even just being out. So the Giraflora being a 2 defender, a 5/2, a stat previously only seen by Lumaroos. That's no champion of Artemis Fungi anymore. That is a liability on the board.
Well, we will see here. We actually have, it looks like, is that a temple?
That is a temple coming down.
All right.
To Glimbat Expend to search.
Okay, there we go. So we have the temple coming out. Tom saying, I am not going to be losing the Stadium War this time.
Now, holding that in hand for just the right moment is definitely the way to go. And since no course here could be killer. And we're going to cast out the Lyre of Apollo here. Plucky to heal 1 back from the Underworld.
And if we're attaching to the Plucky, we will probably see that temple come out. But as you mentioned, if it's attached to the Giraflora, that could be a really interesting play. Although you are setting yourself up to, if those back row are real, then dealing with a 5 attacking Giraflora next turn. So I think that is, in fact, attached to the Plucky. Here comes the temple. And we are now able to hit right over this poor little baby giraffe.
Yeah, we have the 2-set back row from Tom as Giraflora gets threatened. A Shield of Achilles could be pretty good here from Higo. Even Tsunami could be threatening, as the Plucky's defense could be very easily dealt with by some things like the Crab, as we've seen before. But we now have the Gorgon's Gaze coming down here. Already in the back row, do you think that would have been worth it to do on the cast and the search for the Lyre?
I mean, I am curious. I think that depends on what Higo has in hand right now. They may be working with information that we don't have. It might have been worth Tom going and expending those resources, getting rid of one of those Lyres, spending the extra spirits. We have the Demeter coming out, although with those 2 back row set, I think that's risky. Possibly worth deploying that Gorgons earlier and simply not allowing any of those shenanigans to have happened in the first place. But who's to say? There goes the Gigaflora again, going to be going in, searching out possibly a Crab.
Yeah, Crab here would be a perfect follow-up to help and deal with this Plucky. I think you're just big enough to get over it and also still do some damage. Even contesting the 2 back row is nice. As long as you can stick this Giraflora, you can always threaten the Ascension into the Gigaflora. And if that Moss Station goes down, or if Moss Station can go to the Underworld, Gigaflora can always bring it back with some attack boosting. I think we're going to be searching for another Gigaflora from the deck with the Gigaflora.
Which maybe we are, in fact, going to be seeing a hard ascension into this Gigaflora, as you mentioned. Which we will see here imminently. Hopefully.
We have a pretty rare time to see this even early, but it's such a strong play. I do like the idea here, but we have an Equilinx coming in down here. That's the full art Equilinx. Haven't seen this card in ages. Nexusing 1/1 onto the...
Thinking. We are thinking about it.
actually pretty important here. The Gigaflora here could be susceptible to removal, and the Lynx is definitely getting answered by a counter rune of some sort. Trying to think of how you want to spend these spirits, and in some ways it doesn't really matter, as the Moss Station can always add it back later. But Equilynx is so strong here, going to be able to target a rune to destroy. This is exactly what Higo needs.
Yep, and curious what we will be targeting here. My favorite is always Equilynx effect to Nexus. Yeah, Nexus is okay.
Most terrifying words, and I think Tom is also saying, yeah, Nexus was
That's
fine.
exactly what that conversation was. The Nexus is fine.
Nexus casters. As Equilynx here gets stopped by this Gorgon's Gaze, effectively you're trading that 1-for-1 value anyways. You just might not take the extra damage. And potentially what Higo was weighing the options for, if there was a Gorgon's, Equilynx gets stopped, at least you have the extra spirits on board to do something with, for maybe another Nexus. We'll have to see. You are still getting rid of one back row. Giraflora here adding back the Gigaflora off of its effects.
I mean, hey, one way or another, Equilynx is going to snipe a back row. Okay, whether you get value out of it or not is up to you. And I would love to see Equilynx stick around. I gotta say, seeing Equilynx Demeter on board, it does my heart good. I don't know about you, but it just, something about it.
Yeah, let's see. We have Pluckies, which is Divine Searcher, we'll call it that. We have old school at least. We have Cybermaul, Equilynx, Demeter. This is looking very much like base set. And if I know how the Earth versus Solar matchup goes, then I do think Higo, you have an uphill battle if I see Cybermaul come down here. Hopefully no Helioliths. That's maybe the one big key difference. I haven't seen Bo's Wrath be put upon the board yet.
And I mean, hey, if Higo set continues to establish this wide board, if he continues to be able to defend it and keep these cards around, again, we might just come down to, are we going to see a Foloi Forest? And that brings up listen, where's our Foloi Forest searcher?
Oh, Jolden's right there. No, absolutely. Soon, I'm sure. New Rumma Gem. The bring back 4/4 Rumma Gem. Wait a minute.
Ooh.
This is beautiful. You're perfectly right. This is exactly the type of card that Earth needs. A 5/5 Rumma Gem even. Let's go even higher.
Oh, stop cooking. Although, you know what? That's kind of evil. I love it, actually. Maybe they should let us do that.
This game is kind of hinging on these stadium wars. It's kind of a great back and forth to realize that, never mind, Heliolith does come down here, and I really should keep these predictions off.
Actually.
Yeah. 5/5
said
and
you
Heliolith.
called. And we are going to see this bounce effect. Probably, yeah. Okay.
Back onto the Giraflora, getting rid of those spirits and sending them to the underworld, while also now a 7 body on this Heliolith is very hard to contest. The Equilynx is not long for this world if this back row has to protect it now. And a Solar Burst from Tom. Really trying to ensure everything goes.
Yeah, not taking any chances with possibly Tsunami or whatever it may be that could protect here. There goes the Champ Corvishine. Going to be just what Tom needed to get rid of that Equilynx. Oh, good night, sweet Lynx.
This is going to be a lot of damage here, and the Solar Burst off the top is a little bit crucial. I still think you had enough time and room to play around with it. I don't know if they needed to fire that off just now, but maybe you're just trying to close out that spirit gap as soon as possible, make this really uncomfortable for Higo.
Uncomfortable is right. We are now getting into the part of the game where, yes, we have some Elestrals left to be played, but you have to be really smart about it, and things have to go really right for you at this point. Otherwise, these final gambits, Shadow Gambit, they might not pay off.
No, I can definitely see this match not go down to a coin flip here. It's going to take some finagling from Higo on these crabs, I think, to manage these spirits and get back into the board. it's so interesting to see how both of these decks play so differently with spirits on board. One much more offensively versus I feel like Tom's deck has been playing a lot more defensively, being able to remove these cards, to stop plays, to use Cyper Maul and the Golden Fleece to protect itself. This is Artifact Solar is kind of one that has passed me by for Celestlio and the Big Lions. Did you think that we were going to see this today?
I did not. Out of all of the things that I thought people were going to be cooking on, this was not one, because it really seemed like we had landed on a solar brew that had every answer that could get out of every situation. But I mean, we were just talking about it earlier. There was a bit of a disruption in the fine-tuned machine with the banning of Rise from the Ashes. So Tom said, you know what? It's time to take another little look-see and figure out solar again. And I mean, at this point, we are 1-0 for the day, have won the first game in round 2. It's looking pretty good. I don't know. It seems to be performing well.
Yeah, undefeated even, some would say. Demeter's going to be buffing up this Moss Station here to now have it tied with this Heliolith, which is important as it does trigger its effect to add those spirits from the underworld back. Fully Forest here would be the hinge point, but maybe just having enough spirits to play on board and contest the Plucky is enough.
And remember, casters, if it meets it, it beats it. That's an old adage that I have heard. With a lot of these cards now saying if it has the biggest stat on the field of whatever, shout out Moss Station, shout out Giraflora. That's what you're looking for. A wise caster once told me that.
Oh, and a wise caster indeed, as the biggest crab in this club will try to wreak havoc upon Tom's 13 spirit deck. And it does make me curious here as this Plucky does go down.
Oh.
And now leaving up this big Heliolith body, this back row has to be something crazy, or else we are now back in the state to where we are dealing with battling these crabs consistently.
And with only 5 spirits left, I mean, if it's a shield that doesn't leave us much room after dealing with this Heliolith, but also kind of just enough. So again, it might come down to if this crab can get the work done, then Ego Set might have it, but we'll see.
Yeah, Crabble Roan here trying to get the job done for Higo. And I think there's a few ways to do it, but Shield, Alter could be pretty killer as well. Though, I have to wonder, where are these Nova Cores? Where are the more Solar Burst? Tom here going over this hand that has to be huge. And I imagine maybe a consideration here is to play even a little more defensively.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, speaking of Supernova, Solar Burst would be great to see here. And Tom kind of thumbing through their options. We're at a bit of a point where, I mean, looking at the spirit count, Tom has all the advantage in the world, but also this could slip away very quickly. We're simply going to put another spirit under the Heliolith. Under Temple, now we are able to hit over, and the back row was not real.
Ooh, and you take no damage if you're Higo here, so just the crab eating up that attack. And Heliolith under an 8/8 body is some sort of a solar phenomenon. This is gonna go down to the wire. That I did not think was gonna happen. Surely I thought Higo was gonna have the play there with the counter rune set, but a Nectar of the Gods coming in here to dig into more answers. Maybe an Earthquake would be just what Higo needs.
Yeah, let's see if this Nectar of the Gods is in fact going to be the giver of the answers that we need. And we do still have this Demeter on board here. And, I mean, with all resources gone into this Heliolith, you're right. If we can simply deal with it, then we're kind of back into a more even feeling game state.
Yeah, one crab can still turn this game around. Though, again, in my experience between the Earth and Solar matchups, I don't know about your advice, but for mine, as Ambrosia comes down here, is good luck, babe.
I think that Ambrosia is a bit of good luck. Hopefully that came off of the Nectar of the Gods, because that feels great. That means it's free. Okay, now we have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit more to play with here, and have closed the gap even just a bit more. And oh, okay.
Gigaflora coming down here to expend a search and
Yep.
get out the Moss Station here. And like we said, one crab is all it can take. Demeter can buff it up to a 7. Fully Forest here would be the difference maker.
That's probably what we were looking for with that nectar. If I were a betting woman, I do live here in Vegas, but I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know if I'm taking the gambit on that one. I think that if you... This Fully Forest is kind of the point that this matters. But we have a Sprouter coming down here playing so defensively from Higo.
Okay. Sprouter, we have the Nexus. Possibly we have another Nexus is fine conversation happening right now.
Ooh,
there
we
we go.
might. I have a question for you. Do you think we don't even have that conversation? Do you think that, yeah, Nexus is fine, doesn't come out? Because do you want the extra spirits on the Sprouter?
I mean, I think that you have to take the gamble that Higo does not have the Fully Forest, because honestly, at that point, if Higo did, that would have been such an incredible mind game of like, I'm going to make this play first and then drop the Fully Forest. But in fact, that is not the case. And we are now going back over to Tom's side, going to be casting out the Apollo, and we see the Champ Corvishine coming out, meaning we are going to be digging into this deck with this Foretell.
The extra cards off the top here to see there's the Nova Core and a
and
Cypremol
Cypremol.
and another Helios and an Exaltos. This was
Heavens to Betsy.
yeah, talk about a gamble and hitting it big. I'm seeing a lot of solar out of that Foretell, and all those options seem great. Even if this Heliolith does get answered here, Tom can just pick up another one off the bat, ascend over the Corvishine. Could even go for the Nova Core here. Like you were mentioning previously, Solar's got a lot of great tools for the casters. I don't think it's ever counted out, and even the spirit count here is so equal. And then again, what can Higo do to save this little Sprouter?
Well, I've had a glimpse into the future, and it's not looking bright if you're Higo set, but it's kind of blinding for Tom, honestly, as this is, oh man, I gotta say, that Foretell, every single card was like, whoa, whoa, stop, whoa, no, stop doing that. Because of course, it was just the endless Foretell that would never end. And now we have paid for an Ambrosia off of that Champ Corvishine, which is interesting. And evened up that spirit count that was even now has been a little bit addressed.
So curious to know this play. You know, we have, as the Sprouter goes down here, and this back row still might not even be enough. Man, this game
just still have an option. Like Higo set has not scooped. We are not, even after seeing that Foretell. Does that mean that Higo set has something brewing in hand? Do we have the forest and we're just waiting for the right moment to deploy it? Very curious about this.
Yeah, I don't know about what's brewing back there. I'm going to brew up some more coffee here to wake up for this game. It's so back and forth and changing like a kaleidoscope, truly. And that is... we are now back on 4 to 7 spirits. It's not even that crazy of a difference. And I think we still have the Moss Station coming down here. That is, again, one of the big pivot points of this deck is, can this Moss stick?
In defense!
Ooh.
So I guess we're just trying to prevent damage. Can we get, well, no, we have passed. It was a set 2 or set an additional 1. I don't know what that other back row is at this point. It may be a Dionysus's Madness, because there hasn't, well, I really cannot figure it out. But we have another Foretell. There is the Cypremol, grabbing that.
Yeah, and Tom looking to just solidify the game, I think, with something like the Cypremol. If not, then you have a lot of options here with the hand that we think it is. And it's the Cypremol coming down, getting that Golden Fleece, and being able to protect itself would be huge, meaning you can stick that body. on the board, and a Pandora's box going to try and stop this Cypher Maul from casting out this Golden Fleece.
That's what has been said. Okay.
Does not remove the Cypher Maul, and that's still a 5 body to deal with, as 2 more cards come off of the top of the deck, milling off the Pandora's box.
Well, I think that by the time this Heliolith hits over Moss Station and Cypher Maul attacks for 1, I think we are done here for round 2.
Yeah, and then while lights out for Higo, that's lights on for Tom. The sun is shining right for Solar there. Inside of the showcase. Both decks, ones that like to keep spirits on the board and play just so differently. Earth had its little bit of an onslaught, and I did not think that Earth was out of that at any point in time. That's the crazy part about the Crab deck that I've noticed recently, is that at any point in time, you can just say, yeah, I'm just going to stick a body. Let me get spirits back on the board. Can you hit over it? Cool. If not, then great. I'm going to keep on pressuring. And that was really interesting to see for so long with that deck.
I think so much of that matchup came down to the stadium that we were talking about. The fact that Temple of the Sun showed up kind of towards the beginning of the game and we never saw Floy Forest come out. I think that was huge. And the fact that Heliolith just was never able to be addressed. And despite seeing technically more back row than we saw last game, none of it really being live it's a bit tricky. And really cool to see the Champions of Apollo coming out. Shocked that the Exaltus champ that we saw, at least through the foretells, it was there, never showed its face or toes.
I would really hope not on that one. Those talons are quite sharp with a 6 attack body coming down with all the foretelling that can be done inside of that strategy. And while the 6 attack is big, we got to see those Moss Stations reach into such large numbers under the Foley Forest. And I'm expecting to see some more cookery on this deck too. And again, congratulations to Tom for taking the second round, continuing to go undefeated 2 rounds in with Solar and with Artifact Solar, a strategy that we haven't seen really fleshed out in quite some time. And it's not quite done for the Crabs yet. It's a long day of Elestrals that we have ahead of us, and I'm excited to see more Earth Enchanting action. I don't know about you, Kay, but I'll be sure to watch that from the backseat as we transition over to Eagle. Jacob coming back on the desk with Kay for our round 3. Stick around for all the exciting Elestrals action. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. That was a quick little break from a crazy round 2. I was just listening to you guys in the background, just having a blast breaking it down. So excited that Swole got to see that Moustachian from his predictions. Oh, man. And now I'm back. This is going to be fun. I can't wait to see what's in store for round 3. Maybe we'll see one of your predictions.
Hey, maybe. I mean, there was a world where we were looking at Earth deck. We could have seen Dionysus's Chalice.
Yeah.
You know, it could have happened. There were a couple times there that Burn could have been an excellent effect. I'm just saying. Earth casters, maybe take a look. You're all looking at Hopperoo. If Hopperoo's good, then Poison Nectar Dionysus's Chalice is good too. Okay? That's my only point.
I like that. Hopperoo poke. Flip up not madness, sorry. Chalice, burn for 2 more.
That's basically Eruption.
Yeah. Which, honestly, I love that you put the prediction, and I love that we now have that Shattered Stars artwork. I was working to get the reverse holos from Lifestream, and then I saw that right after I just grabbed the final 2 reverse holos I need. I'm like, well, guess I don't need these because I'm just using the Shattered Stars ones.
Now, I was so excited about both of the Dionysus's Chalice variants. Shout out Mounds, who absolutely killed it with the art. And I mean, honestly, Celebration, it really was such a celebration, and so many different gorgeous arts and things to see. I didn't get any of my serialized, but I was lucky enough to get at least one of each of the reverse stellars, which was kind of crazy. So I'm very pleased with my celebration.
I am too. I pulled the reverse stellar Drataya Escape from Tartarus and immediately thought of Wirtz because he's the first one. Absolutely, it's a great card. I love how it looks.
And I was so happy to see Drataya, in fact, escape from Tartarus and rejoin us.
Thank goodness. It spent some time down there. It's great to have it back. And we have the new Drataya now as well. That's also awesome to see. Also, the reverse stellar for that one looks amazing. I think it's a reverse stellar. Or is it a serialized? Might actually be serialized. I'm misremembering. Regardless, it looks great.
And Latagon being one of those decks that has been so represented over the Lifestream meta, I think because Earth feels familiar to a lot of people. There are a lot of different things, as we've talked about multiple times. We really just haven't figured out which direction it wants to go. Possibly, hey, unlimiting of Equilinks could be a conversation to be had. I think Earth is ready. I think the meta can take it. I think we're ready for the return of the Queen, but that's just my opinion. And you know that I love Earth. I am an Earth and Lunar caster at heart, and I love to see it shine.
Speaking of Earth and Lunar, it's been awesome to see Titan show up as well.
Oh.
That's pretty much the epitome of Earth and Lunar.
Yeah, and Titan is one of those decks that I think always performs well. And people don't always look at it because at this point it's a couple sets old, and I think that it's only gotten better with age as it's gotten more resources, as we've gotten more bugs.
Yes.
I think that it gets better and better. And I believe it was Sunflower who actually took it to top 16 in Kissimmee, which was really, really cool to see. And hopefully more Titan.
I think that's right. And it's been so interesting to see all the different Titan stuff. It seems like they're leaning more towards a suppression style of list, and that makes a lot of sense. If you suppress something, cast Argbud, and if it doesn't get interrupted by a Gorgon's Gaze or a Pandora's Box, you just search the Champ Spectaris. There's your body to ascend to Arvarm. Arvarm gets you another search. Find another one, bring it out. There's your Titan.
I mean, listen, not to keep talking about Fun God Champion of Artemis, but you know, suppression is one of those mechanics that when it was introduced, people weren't playing around with it too much. Even we got Spectaris in Daybreak, and people were like, I guess. And then there was a moment where they realized, oh, it directly counters Galaxy. And then we started to see it everywhere. And then, of course, as Lunar came out in full force in Moonrise, and we've continued to get more and more support for Lunar and for suppression mechanics, now we're seeing people main decking Dense Fog, things like that. Artemis is actually being played, and people are saying, oh, actually the fact that the suppression lingers from the Artemis effect is kind of crazy, and being able to lock things down. So I think that there is a lot of cooking still to do with Lunar as well.
I agree, and I like your prediction of Fun Guide because I think it's a really cool step into helping some of these more niche strategies, because when I originally saw the Fun Guide Bronto Wisp from, I believe it was Daybreak where it originally came out, it's like that's a really cool concept, redirecting attacks, trying to distract. However, it felt like the deck was just missing a little something.
Yeah.
Because it didn't really have the best stat totals either. But this new Fun Guide having that 5 defense stat really helps it kind of stick out and have something else going for it to help get that strategy kind of propped up.
Yeah, and the thing about Lunar and what we've seen people sort of working with is that Lunar really wants to play a protect the castle kind of game.
Yes.
You want to get out these big bodies. You want to be nexusing with Comalis. You want to be rising from the shadows and ascending into big drop Elestrals that then possibly lock your opponent out, win the game. They can't do anything about it. And a really good way to do that is saying you actually just can't attack it. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And especially with, as we said, Rise from the Shadows, there's so many cool Lunar tech cards that I'm looking at and saying, who let them print this? You know, there's so much support there. And I think that it's similar, in my opinion, to where Fire was a couple sets ago, where you say it has so many different mechanics and there's just something missing. And then you got Champ Valkyries and it all came together. And people were playing Fire artifacts and to great effect, actually, and are continuing to cook with it.
Yeah, there is, and we see a ton of that stuff actually pop up for Lunar continually. You'll occasionally see Leica Void still pop up. You mentioned the Spectres earlier. That's just a good card in general. And we have some diehard casters that are constantly trying to make Posthumous work. Like, there's just so much there. And when I look through everything, got to show that off. That's gorgeous.
I didn't even mention it this time. I didn't bring it up. Listen, that was all Eagle.
That was all me.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous card. But yeah, it just feels like Lunar's got a lot going for it, and it's been thrown into other elements. And it's just like, hey, Lunar did get its time to shine during Moonrise, which was great to see, but it would also be really cool to see it kind of show up again, either in this format or maybe the next one.
I mean, we've already seen that we're going to get more Lunar phases, at least one more Lunar phase, so maybe there are other Lunar phases that they want to print, and then maybe those, they can make Foxes crazy. And then Volclip's champion of Artemis, or whoever the next Lunar Divine will be, it will be time. That will be her time.
When I look at the Volclips line, I think it's so cool. And the Lunar phases, the new ones come out, they feel so good. I feel like all that's missing is just a more modern Volclips and, not Voldusk, Volumbra. That was the middle stage. Just a little something more on those two cards. And that deck is going to be so cool.
I think that, honestly, the biggest change to Volumbra, listen, I have been in my, connecting the red yarn. If Volumbra could be from hand or deck, I think that would do a lot for it. I'm just saying. Listen, maybe revisit it. Or, Fox Champ. The Fox Champ line, I think, is also what I'm holding out hope for.
So many great possibilities. And that's what's awesome with Elestrals, especially since we're getting these retrains. And it doesn't necessarily need to be titled either. Like, some cards obviously work better when they're titled. Look at the Funglow and Brontoglow. They're not even champs, but they have a title.
True.
So just so many possibilities. I think it makes it so fun, kind of theory crafting. Like, what could a deck get to rejuvenate it, revitalize it, and just bring it to the forefront where I'm like, I can actually play this and feel good.
Well, I know that you, more so than I think anyone in the Elestrals world, are deep in the data, are deep in observing the patterns and seeing all of these things happen. Are people going back to previous sets and finding these cards, as we've talked about, and sort of cooking with older things? Are you noticing that as a pattern more?
So the first month of tournaments is very much the new stuff. What can we do with the new stuff? But it was pulling a lot of old stuff out, which I really like to see. For the new Divine Focus decks, the Aphrodite stuff and the Dionysus stuff, usually is pulling older cards to round out the deck list, and that makes sense. You've got really the core of what you're trying to do with those decks printed in Lifestream. But then you have other decks such as, I think Celestial Foretell is the best example of this, where it's really using a lot of the older cards, but pulling in a few new cards that just breathe new life into it So overall, I think it's a great balance. And from looking over the deck list from this tournament, we're actually seeing some older stuff show back up. And that also makes sense. People have had time to test all the new stuff. Now let's see what kind of old stuff gets rejuvenated. It might still be good that we haven't given the time of day yet. And I think Morfrost is probably the best example, as we saw from the last premiere.
Well, if we look back at previous sets and patterns, if there's anything that I know from Elestrals, it's that whenever we have our final Lifestream tournament, you can only believe that a Daybreak box topper is going to be winning that tournament. People are constantly going back to Daybreak and saying, wait a minute. Look at this box topper here. Maybe Chronodile's crazy. Hey, maybe Celestio's crazy.
Celestio, well, it hasn't won a tournament yet, to my recollection. I think it's been in a couple finals, but hasn't won the whole thing.
Cobalt Sanderson.
But was that this format, or was that a previous format?
No, that was the final tournament of Moonrise.
That's right. Oh, that was a fun one. And then we're seeing all the Rise plays, and then Rise to 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And listen, I have a message from the Elestrals PR team, and I would like to formally announce that Cobalt Sanderson was not single-handedly responsible for the limitation at the time of Rise from the Ashes. It was just simply a coincidence of time and a good showcase of why it happened in the first place. Thank you so much.
I can confirm that is indeed true.
But we are actually now looking at setting up for round 3. I'm taking a look at what we're looking at here. We again have casters who have performed quite well in person, but haven't been seen too much in our online tournaments. So really cool to see more people showing out in here and making good runs of it.
Yes, we'll have Gaussian Elimination versus Lakes. Oh gosh, I'm terrible at pronunciation. How would you pronounce that? I don't want to butcher it.
I think that Gaussian, I think you probably...
No, the second name. I know Gaussian's correct.
Oh, I think Lakes is probably good.
Lakes, we'll just go with Lakes. I got a bachelor's in mathematics. Yeah. Gaussian Elimination is a mathematics term. I'm confident I got that one correct. But yes, versus Lakes.
Versus Lakes, Chrysaura, or Chrysora. Oh, okay.
Chrysora. Okay, got it. So Lakes Chrysora. Thank you to our producer.
Shout out.
Yes.
Shout out Chrysora. There we go. Okay, cool. Now that we have that all sorted, and we are getting ready for this, we used to get some information about like these are the kinds of decks, but now our lovely production team just says, and we just have to be along for the ride with all of you. So I will say, with that, as we go into each round, for those of you who are watching over on Twitch, we have predictions for each round that go up, and these insane matchups, things that maybe we've never seen before. It's your opportunity to weigh in and say, oh, actually, you know what? This is what I think will be. I'm going to get my prediction in here. And yeah, very cool. Lots of cool stuff happening over on Twitch, and possibly some polls happening at some point. I don't know. You could maybe influence the stream yourself, but more on that later.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the decks, but I'm not pulling them back up because I don't remember what they're on, because I just want to be surprised. It's so much fun just being like, oh yeah, that's what they're on, and being just blown away. We've seen 2 amazing matchups so far. I'm excited for this one. They both are 2-0, so we've got 2 casters well on their way to making top cut, but there's still a lot of tournament left to go before they can get there.
That's always the fun part of these early rounds, is you can see some of these off-the-wall strategies that sometimes we might not see in the end. Sometimes we do. Sometimes they take the whole thing, I'm just saying. But the beginning matches are always some of my favorites, because not only am I half awake and it feels like a dream because I'm watching someone play Typhlant and it's like, come again? But also we get to see cards that we don't normally get to.
Yes, and we got confirmation Lakes will be going first. So I'm curious to see what we might get a hint at what they're playing right away. And shout out to the fact that Ash Rabbit has fallen off, not to knock on that card, but it gives us usually more information what players are on versus, oh, Rabbit, set, pass. Yeah,
that's very true. And we will be getting into that here right now as we're going into round 3. And you're right, we do tend to get, actually, a lot of information from that first play. And let's see how Lakes decides to start us off.
Yeah, we'll see if there is a mulligan. It looks like Lakes is not mulliganing. And yeah, water? Oh, just an expend to drop. Well, okay. I guess we're not getting too much information.
No, that does not tell us too much, but we see a set.
Now it's on to Gaussian's turn. We'll see what they are on. Maybe we'll get more information from them. And a Narpoon. Are we got to see some Blizz? Like, this could be so many Frost stuff. The thing is, I say Blizz tricks. It could be more Frost. You could be searching in not Typhline, the Catarant. That's the Frost version.
Baby. Yes, I love the new little loafing Typhlant that we have. Oh, okay, or Catarant. See, now I'm doing it. And we in fact do have more Frost. We have the Lichen form. Going to be pitching that. There we go. And we are starting our More Frost engine.
Ooh, so is this going to be the More Frost Iwoolly deck that we saw Caleb pilot to a first place finish last time? Unfortunately, it's a little blurry. I can't make out what those are.
My guess would be probably Chimera and maybe Bat, but I cannot see.
That would be standard, because those are probably the two best ads. One feeds into the other. I guess we'll just have to wait till next turn to find out. We see a set 2 and pass, and maybe now finally we'll see what Lakes is on. The water has me excited to see what it is.
And, okay. So the water was a fake out. Oh, are we expending to draw once more the Swolax special, and he's not even here?
Can't say I'm too surprised from here. Narpoon's not that... Wait, oh no, Narpoon probably attacked. That's what that was. Or no, did he draw? Maybe he drawed.
I am not sure. we will certainly see as Lakes continues their turn here. And okay, so there we go. We see an Earth. Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Shout out the actual process of the game. Okay, Cypron, champion of Dionysus in defense here. We see the effect going off. Going to be going in, barring a Gorgon's Gaze and searching out... or a Pandora's box.
That's cool. That's a main deck Pandora's box and milling the Cyanectar and the Gorgon's Gaze on Lake's side. Very great way to stop just the Cypron going off, finding that Dionysus, and to start threatening the Chimera that will come out.
Okay.
Or, whoa, what? Is that PTA? But what is... I'm trying to tell what that artwork is. That's not...
It looks like a bat. Some kind, or it might be the Chimera. It might be more Frost Chimera. The
It is. Oh, and it's a Terror Disc card. Okay, I've not actually seen that artwork.
Yup.
Okay.
I saw the wings. It was like, wait a minute. No, that is in fact the Chimera art.
I was thinking Soul, but I'm like, that can't be it. But yeah, we got Chimera pitch Terror to be able to draw a card, clearly setting up for some powerful bat plays on subsequent turns to bring back the Terror. And but with the PTA, can't hit over the Cypron, that 4 defense being really annoying, and then PTA just get rid of that Chimera. No subsequent draws. You're going to need another discard outlet to be able to trigger bat.
We have 2 back row once more from Gaussian Elimination here. Going to be eliminating any card, I think, or thing that Lakes is trying to do over here. But despite one getting milled, we do have another Cyanectar, and going to be going in and getting another PTA, which does make it quite annoying for Gaussian Elimination, who is wanting to set up a wide board. That is what Morfrost likes to do. But if Lakes is able to just deal with everything, keep clearing things, they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, but Gorgon's Gaze just saying, nope, I do not want to face another PTA, and that makes sense. Morfrost is rather low to the ground, being PTA can be highly impactful and efficient at keeping it at bay. But now I'm starting to wonder on Lake's side, we've seen a Core of Dionysus. This is a package that can easily be splashed into a plethora of decks. So this might not actually be queuing us into what the main strategy of the deck is.
I wonder if we're looking at a Latagon list. We've seen those floating around all over, and that would be more of a Dionysus-specific centric strategy. But you're right; these are cards that they are becoming staples, certainly.
Yep.
And Scorpio form coming out here.
Scorpio pitch bat.
The bat, yep.
That is
Morfrost doing Morfrost things.
Bring back Terror, or even bring back Chimera. I think both are valid options here, though. I'm trying to think, with Terror, you drop the Cyan Nectar down to 1, and it does look like bringing back the Terror to start just dropping the opponent's attack stat and just kind of pressuring them that way.
That's one of the things that makes Morfrost so good, right? Is it has so many different options to answer and so many different things that allow it to deal with different options, especially when you have things splashed into Morfrost to say, well, these are the few weaknesses that I've found in my gameplay style, so I am going to put in Iwoli. I'm going to put in whatever it may be, and now you just can't deal with anything now. And Lakes without any back row is just kind of leaving the game open.
This is a really powerful position for Gaussian to be in because the side prong probably has 0 defense thanks to the Scorpio, meaning any of them can attack over it. And then because of the Terror, the Cyan Nectar is only at 3 attack, meaning Harpoon can hit over it.
Ooh.
Very effective board clear.
Yep, and that is exactly what we are looking at there. So there goes both the Cyan Nectar and the side prong. Lakes now, hey, you know what? When you've got nothing, you've got everything. We can start a brand new strategy. You're up in spirits. Yes, this is a very scary wide board we're looking at, but hey, you know what? All we need is, another side prong.
Oh, into a Gorgon's
the immediate Gorgon. Pandora's Gorgons. That is what Lakes has been dealing with so far this game, which, I mean, what do you do when your opponent just sees all of those cards?
Shout out to the main deck Pandora's box as well. That's been more commonly showing up in the side deck. But I've been thinking more and more, there's merit to just running the main deck. And here we see a send Scorpio into a Cryovern by the looks of it. It looks like the Stellar Cryovern. And that's very scary because you could see a Cryo Scorch next turn.
I mean, we were just talking about Morfrost being good because you can splash any of these tech cards into it, Cryovern being one of them. Sometimes just the stats on Cryovern are enough, and we don't always see the Cryo Scorch, but it would be very, very cool. We saw lists with, I believe it was the Majursa champ that also had Cryo Scorch in it in the last format, which was really cool. But who's to say? Go Cryo Scorch, you know?
And this play makes sense. Without another Scorpio, it's really hard to get over the side prong. Terror notably only drops the attack of opposing Elestrals, not their defense, and doesn't have a Morfrost that gets particularly big. So this is going to be put Lake in a very interesting position, especially since Gaussian still has 1 back row. But as we've seen plenty of times, that's a fire. Hold on, that's a Fire Spirit. What is Lake's on that requires a Fire Spirit?
Cryo Scorch?
That would be an interesting breed. That would be an interesting blend, but unfortunately, not enough Frost Spirits. I wonder if it might be. I could think Fire Artifacts.
Oh, Lakes. Yeah, I thought you saw one from Gaussian.
No,
I was like, well, I mean, I'm saying. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if it's just to protect from eruption. We've seen people kind of teching in that kind of stuff. I've been seeing a lot more magnetic force field in the sideboard. As people have been playing a lot more Krakatuga Burn stuff. Ooh, Earthquake coming out here.
Very solid. And I'm wondering if keeping Lakes off the Dionysus has just been really hindering his game plan, because from if Lakes is on specifically the Lotigan stuff, really needs that Dionysus to daze the Drataya, or is it Enrage? Daze or Enrage the Drataya to ascend. I'm flipping it all in my head now.
Yeah, it's Enrage.
Right.
You have to enrage it, and then later on comes out also enraged. It's very cool. And when it's enraged, then you get the effect. That was a deck that I was very excited about going into this meta, so I played with it quite a bit. Yeah, Lakes, unfortunately, they just have not been able to catch a break with the back row from Gaussian elimination. And that Earthquake was a good shout, because with those side prongs being dealt with, those were probably 2 of the biggest ways to deal with the bigger bodies. And unless we are on the 3 and we happen to see the 3rd, we might be in some trouble.
Yeah, the interesting here is, it looks like it's pulling in some Fire Artifact stuff. That's pretty cool. And
Oh.
Lakes definitely is not out of it. Gaussian's at 7 spirits, so put another Pandora's box.
All right.
Oh my gosh! Oh, the bait! That's crazy. Okay.
We already had the Hephaestus. Okay, you know what? That was Lake's revenge. That is what I just saw from them right there. Is they said, hey, I know you've got some more nonsense back there. I can sense that there has been a lot of tomfoolery, and Tom was in the last round. So that's enough.
That's so good. Just bait it out, and it's just like, psych, and I now get my artifact search. And the spirits
and you wasted 2 spirits and another Pandora's box. That's awesome.
And, I mean, while Gaussian's been in control the entire game, Gaussian's never been that far ahead. Look at the spirit difference, 5 to 3. And that 3's staying because Volcarius is going to get you that spirit from your underworld to cast the torch. And then you can just run over the terror and just tell Gaussian, figure out a way to deal with this. You don't really have an ideal setup with Narpoon. Narpoon's just a search.
Yeah, and you're right. We're back to,
Still get the foretell.
That's true. Let's see.
He ends up
foretelling. Although that would have been on the
it?
attack declaration.
So he
I
might have
don't know.
actually cast it before the attack declaration to prevent the foretell. There is a chance that was done.
Although, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there is a window there when trying to go into battle phase, just flip it face up. Though, that being said, Lakes does get to a chance to take an action back in main phase. And it looks like there's some questioning going on there.
I guess on when the activation happened, possibly. Hey,
Actually.
Altar of Stars would be crazy here.
Yeah. I haven't been keeping track of the back row. I think one of them has been set. The one closest to the Underworld was set a turn prior, so that could be live. It looks like it just passes over to Gaussian's turn. Is that a draw? Yes.
And with the 2 back row set, hopefully that does mean that we can see some motion here for Lakes. I think it's tough whenever you are consistently met with answers for everything you try to do, including a cryoscort or cryoblast on the brain. There we go, cryoblast coming out, and depending on our back row here, I mean, there's not much that answers all of this that we've got going on.
And I don't know if you use the effect there. I mean, that's such a tough position, especially with the Water Elestral. Oh, and Ambrosia.
Oh, just adding to it.
Like, Lakes needs a tsunami here, but it looks like he just
Lakes is scooping here. Yeah. Even the tsunami. I mean, with the Narpoon, I mean, you're paying 1 for the tsunami, 1 in damage, and at that point, you only have 1 to work with. And what are you really going to be playing there?
Yeah.
So. It is rough, obviously, when your opponent has answers for every single thing you do. The what we see, Pandora's, double Gorgons, the 4th Pandora's that Lakes was expertly able to be like mind games.
Yep.
I actually have the Hephaestus, which was really cool gameplay to see, and really speaks to Lakes' ability as a caster. Gaussian elimination, able to stay in control that entire game, and showing us a pretty good representation of why he is in fact here 2-0 in round 3.
Yeah, that really shows how low to the ground Frostex can play and maintain, because that was just really the answers there were crazy. But at the same time, without each of those answers, Lakes probably could have swung the game in their favor very, very quickly. Though that cryoblast was just insult to injury.
The Ambrosia is what got me.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right, I'll scoop. Okay, yeah, that's enough. Don't even add those spirits back. Don't, do me a favor, don't, okay? Thank you. At that point.
Yeah. I wonder what Lakes sides in to help just kind of weather the storm of Gorgon's Gaze, Pandora's Box, because finding that Dionysus seems very, very key for that deck. But at the same time, I'm thinking, other than Chimera and Cryovern, none of Gaussian's Elestrals actually hit that 5 attack threshold for the Side-Prong effect to matter.
Yeah, and I think that, like, with Morfrost, it is so effect dependent, that even if we have some dense fog to put in there, even if we have, I mean, Pandora's box from Lakeside could be great to prevent the going into the deck searching. Being able to stop the engine from starting in the first place is one of the most effective ways of hindering it. So we will see. We had some siding happen there, and we will be going into game 2. Lakes going first here.
Hopefully trying to make some ground here, having lost game 1. Hopefully has a turn 1 play as well. And a Smoltuga. Ooh, okay.
So we might have done a bit of a deck transformation here, unless this is just going in and getting, okay, possibly the Valkyrie's Champ.
You could just be trying to run a good number of good opening plays. You've got Valkyries or the side prong to search to the Divines, and then Smoltuga is just kind of a backup. If you don't see either of those, at least you can go grab your Valkyries. So now you are susceptible to the Gorgon's Gaze and the Pandora's Box at this turn.
Yep, we do see 2 sets. So there goes Lycan. We are going to be pitching. Oh, go, 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 go.
Revenge.
Show it to me. I mean, hey, that immediate grab for the card, it made me think. So we see that Chimera form, and there is that as well.
We're just trying to get out the board real quick, though. That Smoltuga will contest that Chimera form. 5 defense, really hard to get over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another Lycan form.
Okay, so we are really more frosting.
Yeah. So you grab Terra, maybe another Chimera.
I mean, at this point, it's just getting luxurious. Okay, yeah, so that's the other Chimera and Scorpio.
Oh, Scorpio. Okay, that also makes sense. I wonder if there's a bat form in hand. But Scorpio specifically here makes sense. Contest the Smoltuga to be able to hit over it, and then you can save Chimera for next turn to try to contest a potential Valkyries, though not necessarily the best way to contest it. I guess you could do here Scorpio, pitch something else. If the Scorpio goes down, pitch to get Scorpio back or something like that.
We did have the bat grab from that first Lycan form, so we might just be seeing bat things. But there goes the poison-tipped arrow on
Chimera.
On the Chimera. Oh, okay, so we are actually pitching Scorpio.
I had to double check here. Scorpio just triggers on cast, so next turn can go Chimera, pitch bat, bring back Scorpio, and just make a big push. And actually, it doesn't sound too bad. You got a 5 attacker. Oh, okay.
The Earthquake, okay, coming out aggressively, dealing with that Smoltuga. Gaussian elimination, probably knowing that based on the low to ground strategy, maybe having the information in hand, saying, I'm not going to be able to deal with this turtle for a long time, and it is worth it to me to just fire this off now.
Also means that when they bring back the Scorpio form, it can be saved for something like a side prong. So I think that makes sense. You don't necessarily need to hold your Earthquake. And then at least you can get in some damage, as you called out. Lake's going the Valkyries. Will it get Gorgon's Gates or... Nope, doesn't look like it gets counted. So we'll actually get the search this time.
Let's go! Gaussian elimination probably saying, yeah, I know you have it in hand. I know you're going to do this to me again. I'm saving this card. By golly.
I have a feeling it's a tsunami. That's what my gut says.
Yeah, that or we already have the Cryoblast in hand, and it no, it just does not matter.
True. Cryoblast, go reestablish a board with Chimera plus Bat. I could see it.
Mm-hmm. There was a while, I remember. Cryoblast was the best card in the game.
Shout out to Zeus plus Cryoblast being a crazy combo. Haven't seen that in forever.
Yeah. And then we got into tricky situations where it was like, okay, we also have Galaxy, how does Whale, Arrow, Snowflake, question mark? And yeah, it was incredible conversations that we get to have here in Elestrals.
So many judge calls. I believe Lake's grabbed the Torch of Hestia. That's usually the common play. Oh, no.
Poison
Are we
Tunic.
going to see Wasp Ivy? That would make sense.
I mean, it's Earth. It's Fire Earth.
Oh, please, give me the Wasp Ivy. It's been on, like, the fringes, but I've been wanting to see more and more. Like, we've seen Loud again. We've seen Centaur stuff. When does Wasp Ivy start showing up?
I'm hoping it's now. I think that would be Really, really cool. Or, it's Earth Fire. We could have Wasp Ivy, Wasp Spire. We could get really, really greedy and just have it be wasps.
You called it. There's the Cryoblast. And Lakes
Yep.
did not empower the Volcaris, which I think is actually, never mind. Didn't grab the torch. So never mind. Didn't have the torch too. Empower.
And we have Poison Tunic. And so with that, it's making me think maybe it doesn't super matter. Maybe Lakes is saying, yeah, Small Tuga was there to set up for Volcaries, who was there to set up for this, who was there to set up for this. It's all part of the plan, and it's all coming together.
I like
But
that.
we have the Chimera form coming out here, pitching.
Bat, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Bat.
I really like that sequence of plays that are saying, I don't need to go for a torch. You played Cryoblast last turn. Let me just set up for a subsequent play.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And now we've got 2 5s on the board here, and this is looking pretty intimidating.
I'm just saying, you want to know what those don't answer? A Wasp Ivy.
Wait, true, but you know what does answer Wasp Ivy? Cryoblast!
Ooh.
Uh-oh!
That's interesting. It's like, all right, on Gaussian's side, you see the Poison Tunic. Ooh, and a Tsunami, that's nice. You see the Poison Tunic. That could potentially be setting up for a Wasp Ivy play. Does he have another Cryoblast in hand, and that's why it was fine just Cryoblasting that Volcaris?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Or, maybe Wasp Ivy did not even enter Gaussian's mind there. We see another Small Tuga going to be... Oh, but that's Small Tuga Champ. Okay. And that means we have the artifact to reveal.
But going to search for another one is... Well, that makes sense. You want to grab...
The Eruption.
No!
Grabbing the Eruption from the search thanks to the effect of the Small Tuga Champ. We know that Poison Tunic is in hand. I think we might be looking at a Krakatuga.
What I really want to see is this is Krakatuga Wasp Ivy. That'd be crazy.
Stop cooking. Too many chefs in the kitchen. This is some dubious food.
But getting out the Krakatuga is crazy here because now Lakes will be able to burn Gaussian for 6, putting them at 5 spirits and popping one of their Elestrals. Or really any of their cards. And it looks like, throwing an attack, that means can threaten both Chimera this turn. Though, that face down, if the call is at Tsunami, this is great. If it's Shield, not so much.
No, but after we have the full effect of burn, paying for that shield is really going to hurt.
That is very true. And actually, I haven't checked the card stats. Now I'm kind of curious to see what shield is looking like, because that's been one I've been wanting to keep an eye on.
Okay, so we see there was the effect, and now we have the eruption coming out here.
That's a lot of damage.
Uh-huh. And now we're going to target and destroy a card, so...
Target the back row?
Oh, we're going to...
I think they did call the back row.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah.
I called the Tsunami, though.
You did?
And then hit over one of the Chimera. That's interesting. So that tells me one of the back row must be live to protect this Krakatuga.
Mm-hmm. And now we are really back in the game here. As long as, like you said, that back row is real. I mean, even just this Chimera form threatens Krakatuga.
Yes. Okay. I'm really curious. One thing I've always been curious is how players determine like shield versus PTA when you've got that sort of question. Like, what do they expect from the format? Because I get the easy answers. I have the data, but that's always the question that pops up in my mind. Because if shield isn't very big here, putting a Ascension in attack position is rather safe play.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. But I'll save that for later. Focusing back in on the game, let's see what Gaussian does to try to threaten this Krakatuga, because it's still a fairly close game, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, a Tsunami from Lakeside here could just protect everything.
Yeah.
We see I believe that's a bat being pitched here with the Chimera effect. And we're going to go in, draw a...
Debating between Scorpio and probably something else, but do they have enough Morphrost in hand to fuel it? Nope, ultimately decides to go
Chimera.
Yup.
I wonder if this is going to be water enchanted to play around.
Doesn't look like it. It looks like it's still frost.
Yeah, it looks like frost, meaning that, I mean, Tsunami is a huge value here.
Yeah. We'll see if it is actually that, because one Tsunami's been seen, but the second one isn't necessarily uncommon either. Oh, this is a tense position to be in.
I mean, Gaussian cannot afford to go into this next turn without having dealt with Krakatuga, because Krakatuga effect, I mean, that puts Gaussian on next to nothing.
Ascend Cryovern.
Oh.
Okay. Does that get the water enchant? I did not see. It looks like it is a water enchant.
Yep. Okay, so that does, in fact, and I didn't know if that was a scoop. We reached for it, but I think Lakes is waiting it out.
We could have something here. 6 spirits is still plenty to do.
Well, I don't know what deals with both of these. Unless Lakes just says, I'm fine with letting this go down and I have an answer for next turn, which has kind of been the play. You know, honestly, that's how Lakes has been playing this entire time. And they are in an excellent position still. If
they have the Latigan, that could be a really powerful play here.
We have barely enough to do it.
Yes. That's true. You don't really get the Ambrosia if it goes down.
No.
That's a bit dicey position here. I think what does it? Wait, hold on. Wasp Ivy.
Wait, true. We do have that Poison Tunic in hand.
Wasp Ivy could be kind of fun here. So if I'm thinking about this correctly, Poison Tunic onto specifically Chimera. That only burns 3. Now you need to go through the... Well, no, not necessarily. You don't necessarily need to go for the Cryovern. Because if you can burn for 3, it's stuck at 7 with no spirits to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, but with, I mean, this Cryovern is and honestly, the Morfrost Chimera being, I think, the card that made Morfrost even crazier.
Oh, expend a draw. That means they're digging for answers. And it's a scoop.
No, all right.
Ooh, a Kinleo, though.
This is a really, really cool build from Lakes. And I mean, hey, we do see the Cyanectar there. I mean, who's to say? Could be some cool sauce. I would love to see the deck list and the sideboard, honestly, because I think that there were a lot of changes on Lake's side between games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'll have to be checking that out later. But Gaussian Elimination takes it 2-0 in round 3 and will be moving on to round 4, still undefeated, with making a great path to getting into Top Cut. But of course, for Lakes, that is only their first loss, so they can still crawl back with a really cool deck that has been popping up. One did sneak into top 8 in the last premiere, and you destroyed me when I just looked over and saw that you had your dog.
Yeah, she was wondering if there were any neck ruffs in that list. I was actually just wondering.
We did see one.
Did we see any fire puppies? Yeah.
Sorry, not neck ruff. We saw Kinleo.
We saw Kinleo, which, you know, don't tell her that. She might get a little. But yes, I do have a co-commentator here with me today, and I'm not talking about Eagle. She has been excited to see all that action. And really, really cool decks that we saw from both of our casters. I mean, Morfrost is something that we certainly expected going into today.
Absolutely, and it was really cool seeing that. And that didn't look to be the Iwooly build. There was a chance there's still Iwooly in there, we just didn't see it, but looked like it was kind of harkening back to the days of the Cryovern Morfrost, or Cryofrost, I think was the name a lot of the community members used for that deck. Seems like Instant still competes. You've got the great upgrade with Chimera, which has done so much for Morfrost, and just ramp into a 7 attacker, or just hard ascend to a 7 attacker. Seems like it's doing the job.
I'm very curious if we do have the Cryo Squirts in there, just to like clean up, possibly do some burn. I think, did we see Fire Spirits from Gaussian? I know we saw them obviously from Lakes, but I would be curious about that. But I mean, we've seen Cryo Rhino, we've seen Cryo Scorch being just placed into all kinds of frost strategies, and yeah, now with Morfrost again. But I really liked Lake's Brew, specifically this sort of earth-fire combo, fire artifacts with some Champion of Dionysus stuff with the Cyprong, the Cyanectar, and then going into game 2, we're saying maybe Waspivy, but then there was a Krakatuga on the board, which it's like, I mean, if you're already playing Volcaries and Hephaestus, yeah, sure, why not?
Here's a crazy thought. That game could have gone potentially differently if instead of targeting the back row, targeted one of the Elestrals with the Krakatuga effect. Just say, I think it's a Tsunami. We're going to destroy the Elestral with the effect, attack over the other Elestral. Now you need like exactly Cryoling, and even then, one body, one back row to deal with it.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, did we see what that set back row was from Lakes that had been held for so long? Obviously, at the point that it would have been flipped, there was nothing that could have answered a Water Enchanted Cryovern and a Chimera. But yeah, I'm very curious because I think that game could have gone multiple different directions, and possibly even if the Smoltuga stuff was deployed a little bit later, where the burn mint game could have been interesting. But on that, what have you been thinking about these different Smoltuga, Krakatuga builds that we've seen? Do you think that we've figured out this strategy? Do you think it's still evolving? What's your opinion on it?
I think the core of it has been solidified. Pretty straightforward stuff. You just have Smoltuga, you need an artifact in hand, and you just ascend Krakatuga. Seems pretty good. If you have your Hephaestus, as you saw in this last game, you can search out Eruption if you already have an artifact, or search out the artifact if you already have Eruption. So a lot of versatility there. And then once you get the Krakatuga, just burn. Pretty simple stuff. What doesn't seem to be figured out is what is the best way to support it, because that's a very small package. What other stuff can you do that feels really good, that plays the best into the meta? But I'm also not too surprised. I think that's a really difficult thing to figure out when the meta keeps changing so much. I mean, just from today alone, Lockagon after the banlets kind of dipped. It shot right back up. So kind of hard to make those predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is so cool, the like 2-turn combo. We see a lot of 1-turn combos going on right now, but as you mentioned, with the Smoltuga, a lot of times, kind of like we saw, obviously we had to, get into it a little bit, but you have the Volcaries, then you get Hephaestus, and Hephaestus search artifact, and the next turn you do Smoltuga. Smoltuga allows you to search the invoke from the Hephaestus. You grab Eruption, you reveal the artifact from hand from the previous turn, and then you get Krakatuga, and then you start burning. Yeah. I think personally, and I mentioned this a little bit ago, but I think that the difference maker for this combo, because you said it's such a small engine and it can fit into a greater deck that supports it, I think that this should be played the way that Eruption tends to be played. All right, she's got a lot of opinions about this. She said, actually, let me weigh in on this one, Mom. I got it from here. But I think that it's as opposed to a start of the game combo like we see, I think it's an end game. I think that Eruption wants to be the deciding factor that wins you the game. You want to burn someone out. And while it feels great to open the combo and do all of that, I think that Krakatuga on its own, the 4 attack stat is just not enough. And obviously 9 defense, pretty solid if you can sit there. But unfortunately, you don't want to play that way with Krakatuga.
That's another interesting. I think it's real easy to say if Lakes had just thrown into defense and just sat on it. If it survived a turn, get another 2 burn if there's 2 Fire Spirits still in the Spirit deck. But I think the challenge with that is you risk Chimera, discard Bat, bring back Scorpio, drop the defense for 0, and it's answered. Yeah. So I do think it was correct to go on the offense there, even though it left you more susceptible. And that just shows how versatile Warfrost is. And why it was a bit of a tough matchup, it seems like, though an extra Eruption could have helped, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had been able to use double Eruption, then, it probably was game. But, I'm curious what other things can support it. Obviously, you're looking at either a water or a fire deck. This time we were looking at an earth deck, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But
It might also just been a bit of a bad matchup for the supporting pieces that Lakes decide to bring. Very low to the ground. It seemed like it was very geared to deal with big pushes or big boards from Celestlio Fortel and Lakagon combo with that the Cyprom, but not necessarily the low to the ground stuff that and swarm stuff that Morfrost can enable. That's kind of the impression I was getting. It felt like it was because it was so low to the ground, had a bunch of easy, efficient removal options. The deck just kind of struggled. It was almost like Morfrost was beating it at its own game.
or hear me out. We need to go back to Daybreak, and we need listen, Argo. Okay. And we just need to start doing Argo plays with Krakatuga. All right.
Ooh, here's another idea. If you are against a deck that can outgrind you in the early game and make it hard for you to set up late game Krakatuga plays, just throw in Champion Krakatuga. That way your Smoltuga can be used as an early game aggro tool, which I'm totally not biased because I played a draft event at Kissimmee and got like 2 Smoltuga and Krakatuga and 3 artifacts and just kept saying, hey, in a single turn, I get an 8 attacker, deal with it.
I mean, listen, people are so stuck on base set Krakatuga. Maybe you're right. Maybe Krakatuga Champ should be given a little bit of a look. Who's the star?
Maybe. Or maybe I'm just cooking too much and need to step out of the kitchen.
I think that, honestly, I think cooking is exactly what Krakatuga needs, because Morfrost is one of those lists that I think it's been cooked and cooked and cooked and cooked. And we see, I mean, even just deck to deck, there are so many different variations of Morfrost. And you know what? Why not turtles? Why not turtles?
More turtles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Next, Vesuvatuga. We're coming for you next. Okay.
There we go.
We're gonna figure it out.
Well, in wrapping up that match, it actually went very quickly. I don't know if I'm just hallucinating because I was so locked into that match, but I felt like it went very quick.
Yeah, we did have the 2-0 from Gaussian there, and I think that is how it tends to go with Morfrost. I'm so sorry, snowballs. And you set up this whiteboard. You have answers to everything. No one can play anything because, like we saw, attack or defense, there's going to be an answer, whether it be Scorpio or whether it be something huge coming down. And that is just how it goes. And we mentioned possibly being able to stop the engine at the beginning, going in with the Pandora's box, being able to say, I'm actually just not going to let you start setting this up, and I'm going to get ahead of you here. But that's not how it went. Poison Tipped Arrow was a good shout. It was a good attempt, a good start, but it didn't quite get us there.
Yeah, so much to think about from that game. Just crazy stuff. And this one, I also like how this one's a bit more, I'm trying to think of a good word to describe it. There isn't some crazy explosive plays per se, just some really tense back and forth. I don't know, that just feels good. A little bit of a variety throughout the third, oh gosh, it's only round 3. The 3 rounds that we've seen so far.
I mean, I think even just looking back at that game 1, right? We talked about it. You saw from Gaussian's side having the Pandora's box, Gorgons, Pandora's box. Being able to stop 2 Cyprongs, an Ignector, and then an attempt at stopping the Valkyries. But you had Hephaestus in hand anyways, so Lakes was able to say, ha ha ha. But regardless, when you have a game start that way, where it's not until game 4 that you can, or round 4, oh my god, turn 4, there we go, that you can even start playing the game, it makes it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, for sure. But hey, that's the only Lakes' first loss, so could definitely come back. And I want to see that because I really am curious how that deck fares, because from that game it really to me felt like it was struggling to maintain, but that's again such a small number of games that we observed. I have to say clearly was dominating a bit more if they're 2-0 heading into this round.
Yeah, I think honestly probably what is doing that is the big switch up going into game 2. Saying, oh, you've now prepped for this sort of champ Dionysus list that I have presented you with all of these sort of low to the ground, I just have answers for the things that you're doing kind of strategy. And now, Rakatuga.
Yep.
Did you prepare for that? Probably not. You fool, you know?
Yes. But of course, we still have quite a few more events for the Lifestream format. We're not even quite halfway. But let's kind of discuss what we've got coming up in future weeks. So if you're not able to compete today, plenty of more options.
Yep. Our next one being December 6th, which registration is already open. So be sure to get in now. We have December 20th, and then going into January 3rd. We have the rest of our year of Elestrals planned out here. So be sure to fill your 2025 with as much Elestrals as possible.
Yes. And of course, we're coming up on Worlds. And so you want to get your qualifier points right now. You don't want to find out when Worlds is and realize, oh, shoot, I should have been grinding way sooner to make sure I can qualify. So definitely, if you can, try to register via these tournaments, get your qualifier points, get into Worlds, and get excited for that.
I mean, right now we have a handful of casters who are only a top 32 away from qualifying. We have people who have just been sticking it out, doing consistently well, and will be qualifying for Worlds. But I mean, then we have on the opposite side of the spectrum here on our global leaderboard, Bean Soldier with basically double the QP of even the next closest caster. Shout out Bo. And we have so many casters here qualified for Worlds, and I can't wait. I hope we get some information about that soon.
Same here. And if I remember correctly, there are 25 casters right now qualifying for Worlds. If I can get that fact check, that'd be great. But just looking at this chart here for the 16, these are all very recognizable names, which is amazing to see. Of course, plenty of them have 1 hour premier events to get, or even in-person events. Shout out to Evo Vamp for winning Kiss Me. But a lot of them have also just kind of racked up points across the season, maybe not getting top 8, even top 8 in these webcam tournaments, but going to a bunch of other tournaments just to rack them up. You don't have to be necessarily winning all of them. You just need to grind these tournaments and just rack them up. Eventually, you'll get there.
Exactly. And like you said, I mean, even a top 32 placement is going to be getting you points here. And those add up over time. If you're going to in-person events, if you're playing on these online tournaments, you will be getting your QP, and hopefully we'll be seeing you there as well. And we have our qualifier point breakdown here. So if you are unaware, as we mentioned, even if you place top 32, you're getting 20. That adds up over time, because on the other end of the spectrum, the amount that you need to qualify, 250 QP, is what our first place champion is going to be getting, immediately qualifying for Worlds, no questions asked. And everywhere in between, granting you a certain amount of QP as well.
Yes, and I saw in the last row I did confirm 25 casters have made that 250 points needed to qualify for Worlds. And I'm sure there's plenty more that are inching ever closer and just need to keep grinding out these tournaments and get just every few points that they can. And plenty of opportunities to do it, just need to get in top 32. And, that's not the craziest thing to be able to do in these tournaments.
And, hey, I don't know about you, but I've been looking at that top 16 slot and saying, I need me a foamy. Ooh, not only would some QP be nice, but I need a foamy. That reverse stellar, she's gorgeous.
Tell me about it. I love Stellar Foamy. I've got all the Founders promos. I got one signed by Dan on top of it. Ooh. And I just picked myself up the Reverse Stellar Foamy Champion of Aphrodite from from Lifestream. I finally got my hands on that one. And I just want to continue to expand my Stellar Foamy army. Even got the Tsunamis. And fun fact, that is my favorite Stellar Foamy because it's the one that have his mouth open, just looking all derpy and it's stellar, and I love it.
I don't think I even noticed that we had foamy on that art. That's something that I love about all of the Elestrals cards, is there are hidden little things in all of the art. Sometimes even Elestrals that haven't even been revealed yet have been printed on art that it's like, oh, wait a minute. A couple sets later, who was that? Back on that card?
Yup.
I know you.
Yup. It's so much fun just to see all the different little teasers, such as Starbit was on Coastal Lift's artwork. So that was a fun tease in Daybreak for a Moonrise Elestral. So it's definitely recommend going back and checking out all the artworks, because maybe you might get a little spoiler.
Yeah, we're gonna have people with their magnifying glasses going through everything and being like, okay, I think this is the arm of a new Elestral. It kind of looks like this, but I actually think it's a completely new one. And I want to hear all of the cooking that you do on this. Anyone who is willing to dive into the madness, please keep me informed. I gotta know.
Just ignore me if I'm just see that and just think to myself, that's literally a speck of dirt. But I love the enthusiasm.
No. Listen, you got to have a little whimsy about it, okay?
Yes,
you got to have a little bit of belief in magic, all right? Anything could happen in the world of Elestrals. We're always saying that, actually.
Absolutely. Man, I wonder what we're in store for next. Because we've got round 4 coming up. And we've already seen some crazy stuff. So
yeah, we are now about halfway through our at least Swiss rounds for the day. And things are shaping up as we continue to get later and later into the day. We're going to be seeing higher and higher caliber of casters. K casting clashes with casters, yeah. Oh my goodness. But our casters here fighting for their tournament lives, fighting for top cut, trying to get there. And I personally cannot wait to see what our casters have cooked up today.
Me too. And we've got an exciting announcement actually. For the next round, the community actually gets to decide what match we get to watch. So the vote's still being set up. It will be over on Twitch. So if you want to go vote, head over to Twitch now. And when it goes live, you'll be able to immediately vote. And this is really cool to see. Like, for the first time, you all get to choose the match we get to watch next. So we're putting our full faith in you that you choose an amazing match that Swole will actually be back on the mic, that him and I will be able to commentate.
Oh wait, I don't get to do the community match? Wait a minute. Okay, fine, choose something, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll at least be voting for something that I want to watch. Yes. You two have to cast together, because you know what? Actually, this is a really dangerous thing, because chaos has been put into our hands, viewers. Over on Twitch, we have the ability, through polls, through democracy, in Elestrals, we can make chaos happen, and we can possibly make Swole and Eagle lose their minds. That's my goal, personally.
Please, I want to lose my mind. Just make it so that I'm broken the rest of this tournament run. We'll get to the finals, and it'll be the most epic finals ever, and I'm just going to be sitting there just like, I still can't forget round 4. Like, I'm supposed to be focused on this, but round 4. Guys, round 4.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the community feature match. Our community sure did feature a match. Catch me saying that. I'm always saying that, actually. And especially today.
We might also be able to get some more predictions in from you, myself, and Swole, because so far we've only seen the Typhlant and the Mostachian. Still got to see Poison Nectar. We could have seen that last match, actually. Dionysus, Burn. Could have done that. Though.
It was an Earth deck that then burned, so kind of, where are my glasses? I think actually, maybe, no, I don't know about that. But hey, I'm still holding out hope that we will see Fun Guide in finals. Sorry, I couldn't even commit to that one, but I can dream. I'm planting the seeds in our casters' minds, and they're saying, maybe I should look at Fun Guide.
Yeah. Hey, if we get Fun Guide in finals, that'd be insane. I swear, if you spoke that into existence for today, round 4 community, it's going to be great, obviously. But no, the finals will what's break me if that's the case.
Hey, listen, if I can say, Bo, please cook on foxes, and then she can take it to semifinals, we can get Fun Guide there too, okay?
Yes, and if not this premiere, maybe next premiere, maybe the last premiere of Lifestream. We never know what we're going to get, but that's still a while away. We'll see. We can cook later. We can figure out a plan at some point if we don't see Fun Guide today.
Yes, there is in fact plenty of time. And I need to tell Kirby that, because she seems to be in quite a rush. She's like, actually, if we could real quick follow the wisps outside, that would be great.
Yeah, understandable. Man, it's crazy to think it's already 1:15 Eastern time, and I'm like, man, it's lunchtime. but also there's so many good games.
Ooh, are these our predictions? Or our community choices?
Yeah, maybe. I'm waiting for confirmation that they are presented on screen, because sometimes we see stuff
true.
you all don't. I'm not entirely sure.
Me
but
when I'm hallucinating, yeah.
It is
So,
live.
okay, these are our choices. Okay, anyone here viewing, you have the choice. We could either look at Celestlio Fortel,
Ooh.
Hermes, or Dionysus, which I'm just saying maybe Dionysus gives us one of the best opportunities to see Dionysus's Chalice, the Poison Nectar card. So, you know, not me trying to buy votes, but listen, head over to Twitch, vote in the poll. You have the power to decide what we see next.
Yes. Oh, see, this is fun. Okay, we got less than 5 minutes votes, so definitely head over there now. But now that you're saying Dionysus for Chalice, Findust fits into Dionysus as an Earth deck. You just ascend your Earth guy into Findust, you get a Hibufin. That also works for Hermes. So, like, I could win with either one, potentially.
That is true. And, you know, Hermes is one of those lists that has been really cool to see. People still cooking with. I've been playing with it a little bit. And I got to say, Champ Aviolith, I don't think that they should have let him use that. Like, I actually... I remember reading it and being like, no, it doesn't work that way. And actually, in fact, it does work that way. You can just heal 4. You're just allowed to do that.
Just heal 4. Crazy card. What I've loved to see from Hermes is I see people just teching Falcane to carry on Falcane, nuke the back row. I'm like, that's really cool. The deck has way more versatility than I initially gave it credit for. And to the point where in First Room I was like, I don't understand this deck. But then I picked up one of the lists of one of the top 8 carry-off players the Hermes players from last Premier, and started playing that. I'm like, okay, no, this is so cool. This is a really neat deck.
Yeah, and Hermes Trickery, I feel like we haven't gotten to see it too much on streams here, but it's a card that is so cool to me, and when it works, you can do some trickery. It aptly named, in my opinion. But Falcane, that's been my queen since base set. She was my favorite Elestral for the longest time. Still one of my favorites. Catch me having her on my team in Elestrals Awakened, okay?
Yes.
And you know what? Also, shout out Soren Plays for one of the coolest things that's ever happened is on my birthday, Soren Plays won a premiere with Falcane, and I was like, that was for me.
It's great. If you haven't done so already, head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals to vote. Got 2 minutes left in this poll. Do you want Celestlio Fortel? Do you want to see the madness of one of the best performing decks so far in the Lifestream format that kind of was low representation but slowly built up? Or are you wanting some more craziness with Hermes, some trickery at play? Do you want a little of that in your round 4? Or maybe you just want some Dionysus, just some crazy madness and some chalices being thrown around here, there, and everywhere. Because everyone gets a chalice, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's what Dionysus is all about. And some of those chalices might even contain poison nectar. And then some of our predictions might come true. So I'm just saying, head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals. Check it out. Vote in the poll. There's probably like 1 minute left. This is your chance to affect the broadcast, to see what you want to see, or to help your girl out, because both of my co-commentators have gotten their predictions. I'm just saying, I need a win. I need a win, and you can help that happen.
Or you can deny it. Your choice.
Yeah, or if you're like, man, this girl has been yapping all day. Celestlio Fortel, good luck. And you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like in this last minute, we haven't really talked about Celestlio Fortel enough. But that's because that deck has been really locked in. But at the same time, I really want to commentate a Celestlio Fortel game. I haven't gotten to do that yet. And just see all the crazy Fortels, Celestlio just destroying boards, and some fun just Winjin, Tornadin, now deal with an 8 attacker when you just dealt with my big lion. Just all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's been cool to see Solar today looking so different. Like, oh, Solar, I didn't recognize you. Goodness gracious. With some Champions of Apollo coming in, a more of a low to the ground strategy. But yeah, you're right. Celestlio Fortel. I've not heard from the big lion today. And You know? We could. I think that means that the poll is done. I don't know if we're going to get the answers now or if we're all going to have to wait until we come back for the next round to figure out what it's going to be, what ended up winning. I can't see, so we'll find out.
I can't see either. I'm at the complete whim of the producer here to let us know. The results are in. What is it?
Drum roll, please, everyone in attendance. That's
beat me to it.
Not a good, like a drum. Ooh,
Hermes.
Easily Hermes. Okay, Celestio Fortel, get out of here. 8%. We are done with you. Okay. All right. Hermes is the winner. So we're going to see, in fact, possibly some trickery.
Yeah, might be some of that afoot. And there's a chance I might actually get my prediction for the Fin Dust. Because, again, that fits in so well. You got Earth. Wind,
you could just play it.
I literally saw someone do that.
Just do it, yeah. Hey.
That's great. Or, hey, there's a chance maybe they just splash in P-Gust plus Tornado, just because if I draw the Foul Cane, oh well, Hermes dump carry on, send Foul Cane anyway.
I mean, hey, many people are saying that now that there is no Hurricane, Tornado value, stocks are up, okay? That means P-Gust, stocks are up, which means... Swole can't keep getting away with this. Cannot believe this.
Whew, man, I'm excited now. Like, I feel like when we do, I was about to say, about time for a break, right? And we are going to go on break. I need to just take a quick breather, maybe scarf down some food, and then get ready for Hermes. Like, I'm excited.
Yeah, we were going to be going to a quick break, and when we come back, we will be seeing your choice for our community feature match. And we will see you in just a little bit.
Yes.
And welcome back to our round 4 of our November 15th, 2025 Elestrals Webcam Premier Tournament for Lifestream. Eagle, it's good to be back with y'all. What a crazy last round. I was not expecting, well, half expecting. I know I always said it before, there's always one Krakatuga. And Lake Chrysor did kind of a crazy job with that, showcasing how powerful that strategy can be. And just coming up a little bit short on it, I know that the Krakatuga deck is pretty decent. However, maybe couldn't quite ice out Morfrost and Cryover.
No, couldn't. But here on here on screen now, didn't catch that this wasn't on screen quite yet. We've got the Swiss rankings as of right now, and we've got 9 casters undefeated at current. Quite a few who we've actually seen on the stream so far today. Gaussian from last round, and I believe Elestrals was the round 2 feature match.
That's right. Yeah, Tom up there at number 6. Speaking of 6, as a number 2 slot, and Ji Lee at third. Bo and there. Y Rebellion, previous Hermes player as well. Hello. Little Bob Fish for 7th. Julian, previous champion, taking the 8th slot. Kryber, Sanguine Star, coming in at 9 and 10. Cobalt Sanderson. Hey, there's the crowd player at 11. It's I Plushie for 12. Rezout for 13th. Lake Chrysor, we just saw take up the last feature match for at 14th. And Simple Rick and Dry holding down for 15 and 16. A lot of these names are very scary. And I think a few world qualifiers as well inside the midst.
I'd like to say Kryber's another Hermes player. And the reason I'm thinking about that is because we're confirmed to be watching a match with Hermes this round based on the community vote over on Twitch. So I'm wondering if it'll be Kryber. Maybe it could be Y Rebellion, since, again, I'm pretty sure they were the 2 top aiding Hermes players from the last premiere.
Yeah, if I remember right, Kryber is kind of an interesting caster historically. So picking these sort of still strong strategies, but in the wind variation, I think is typically Kryber's bread and butter. I believe it was, I called it Duck Duck Ghost, like a Phosphocell and into Tornadgen deck. Very interesting brew that I loved seeing put together. And I want to say that was Kryber. I could definitely be wrong there, but holy. As well, we do see Tom up here in the top rankings we saw in the previous rounds, and Lake Chrysor is still holding up for this. We have a few returning casters that we've seen so far continue to do well and showcase off some great Elestrals. I think this is very interesting. 6 is someone I haven't heard in a long time, actually. Previous things playing Zeus and the Thunder strategies for a little bit, and previously undefeated at Dallas, the Dallas Open inside of the Swiss rounds on BlueStacks. And Bo, of course, holding it up there, time champion. I'm curious to see what this Hermes looks like. That community poll had me sweating just a little bit because it's been a while since I've had to look at Dionysus.
Yeah, I'm happy that it is the Hermes because I played it somewhat recently, so I kind of know generally what it tries to do. But there's always, with that deck, a little something extra. There's just those few deck slots extra from the main Hermes stuff. Just throwing some really interesting stuff. So I'm really curious to see who our caster that's on it is actually, what they're actually utilizing those slots.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the different bread and butter of the Hermes list. That's initially you would like to think that it's just very straightforward with the Spinosax, even again the champion Avioliths, but because of the prevalence of how much toolbox traditionally that Wind does carry, I'm also curious too what kind of spicy tech are our casters rocking up with today. Love to see that champion Finn does. I think that'd be quite the good callback, and you'd be 2 for 2 on your predictions there. I don't know as far as we could see a Hermes deck with our P-Gust, but I'll gladly take that too.
Yeah, that one to me is a bit more of a stretch. However, I don't think it's the most preposterous thing we could see because, again, if you end up drawing your Falcon, you always have that backup option of just dumping Carry On, bring it back, and then Ascend.
Yeah, and outside of this too, a lot of these casters today are I'll imagine we're going to see some of these names inside the later rounds for sure. As stacked these tournaments can get, we do see these consistent toppers and these consistent players playing a lot of these strategies. And once again, one of my eyes that I have on is that 4th slot Bo. Because Bo is known to cook up some crazy lists after brewing and brewing for weeks and weeks. And it is kind of crazy because even the Morfrost deck playing a very similar strategy to the previous champion, Caleb, that deck plays and operates almost completely differently. And I know from the Kissimmee collection from the Penthouse crew, people like Rybot and Adam playing a very similar type of strategy where it's like low to the ground is the way to go versus these big high roll strategies. What's your take on that? Do you think that the safer option for going for more consistency is there, or do you think our game plans are the way of the future?
Personally, I hope game plans are the way of the future, but I like that we're seeing a blend there, that it's not just game plans steamrolling everything. And that kind of dynamic is, I think, some of what I've been observing in some of these matches where some low to the ground decks start competing with each other and one clearly comes out on top, even though maybe they could be really good against these high roll decks. But then how are these high roll decks facing off against each other? Like, there's so many different dynamics at play that just make this so much fun to cast and analyze.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the prevalence of like Lockgon, for example. Very simple, very straightforward in terms of what it can do, but the way players are accomplishing these double Lockgons or establishing this sort of control kind of does vary a little bit. But it's, again, this big setup and payoff to where you can maybe take a couple turns to, wait for your Tad Puffs and for your Aphrodites to really set in. Something previously inside of Elestrals that we did see were some sort of game plans or strategies come together, even things like Pharaohgeist, even to Hard Ascend. We had like Chronodile was always a pretty big one to have these sort of strategies that can turbo out into the larger 3-drop Elestrals. But now, even things like Hermes, for example, does get into its power plays significantly faster than before.
Yes.
And speaking of that too, our round 4 of Swiss is going to be Kryber versus Xsys inside of this matchup. And Kryber's top 4 at a regional, a top 64 at Cards HQ Store Open, so one of the previous events in Atlanta. And then Xsys as a regional champion, actually, is who we're dealing with here. And that's kind of crazy to think about.
That is. I have a feeling Kryber's going to be the one on the Hermes list, since I'm pretty sure they were on it a previous time. I'm really curious to see how their list has continued to grow and evolve to this developing meta.
Yeah, it could be kind of crazy to see a Hermes v Hermes is also a very interesting mirror match. Because I feel like that one is obviously seeing Hermes first or seeing Hermes early is a big power play that you can set up for the rest of your deck. But does that also mean that you are potentially leaving yourself vulnerable to using more spirits? You are consistently upping your opponent advantage, but you are also consistently down from your opponent in spirits.
Really like that kind of back and forth where the spirits just add such an interesting layer that you have to respect. Like, you can't just say, I'm going to throw all my spirits out and ignore whatever my spirit deck is at and try to win that way. And you can't just say, I'm going to reserve all my spirits, because then you could just get steamrolled anyway.
And that's one also, too, a lot of these decks that have interesting spirit management-wise. And Hermes is definitely one of them, right?
Yes.
We have this deck that uses its spirits on the board predominantly. It just likes to load up those Hermes and really get after it. Cards like Divine Blessing and, of course, the new Champ Aviolith are key cards in the strategy to continuously make sure you can send Wind Elestrals to the Underworld. Things like the Champ Carry-Off, which can help destroy cards. Carry On for some Ascension. And if I know anything about Kryber getting the top 8 previously, I'm hoping that we can see some big showcase of that. I am curious, once again, kind of like you mentioned previously, what's the sauce here? What's on top of it? Or is this as straightforward as it gets? We enter into our round 4 here, both casters undefeated going into this round 3-0.
Speaking of them being a tour regional champ, you got the playmat right there showing that off. Looking great. And I don't think we've gotten confirmation on who's going first, so we'll have to see what's going on with that.
Yeah, but casters are both deciding if they're going to keep their hand. Looks like we have Sis going first here. On the play for a Spectaris.
Solid start. Just kind of says, hey, if you try any Afro shenanigans, you'll have to attack with the Magnaros, not the Afros, or something like that. And a set as well. So Kryber, a pretty standard start. We'll see what Kryber has in response here.
Yeah, I like this sort of kind of slow play from Sis to start. You know, a Spectaris isn't anything particularly flashy, but it is a pretty nice offensive and defensive wall, like you were mentioning previously. The suppression is very powerful. Nectar of the Gods to draw Kryber 2 here. Nectar of the Gods, I don't think that's at least from what I understand, not extremely common in Hermes, but maybe it's to dig into your divines like we have here.
Yeah.
Hermes for 4.
Might be 3, but I think it's 4.
Yeah, there it is for 4, sending the 2 to the Underworld, potentially looking to Pandora's Box or responsible for the Pandora's Box. Does Sis have it?
Doesn't look like it. Also, when I realized through my own testing that you could Pandora's Box Hermes, I'm like, oh, thank goodness. It'd be crazy if this could just kind of go completely uncontested.
This is going to sound really bad, and I'll take this. I'll have this interesting spoiler case after mentioning that our Twitch predictions are live over on twitch.tv/Elestrals, the same exact place that you went to vote for this match. Go over to there and let us know if you think that Hermes, the voted community favorite for this matchup, will take this one, or this Spectaris deck and the Spectaris lead from Sis going to take it. I learned that Pandora's Box stops Hermes after Kissimmee. And I'm not proud of learning that.
Yeah.
That's it's really funny to see. We were testing previously and I was like, wait, Pandora's does what? Normally that card says stop Winjin, as far as I know.
Yep. Shout out to Kryber on this play here, just really utilizing the Nog to great effect to get 2 extra spirits in Underworld so they can send the Aviolith, get those 4 spirits immediately back onto their Hermes, and just throw out a Hopperu. Who cares about Spectres when you can just ignore it and then dig for Earth cards?
Yeah, Kay mentioned this point previously about Hopperu being able to consistently get in for a little bit of chip damage and start applying pressure in kind of like an innocuous way. And because also the Foretell for a, massive Foretell, adding an Earth card when it does damage, you have the option here, Flex, to either add the Spine Nymph, which we see that Kryber go for, to add a Hermes, or could even add the Dionysus.
Opting for the Spine Nymph. I guess that makes sense. And looked like they stacked the Dionysus back on top, so they just get access to that anyway. So, all right. And we see, is that a foe? I'm really struggling to see what that artwork is.
Yeah, it looks like this is a champion of Dionysus.
The Drataya? I think it's
Drataya from the Shattered Stars.
Yeah. I was going foamy. I'm like, no, it's not foamy. It looks Earth. But we see the Dionysus, so we're going to get the Drataya likely Daze to send into the Latigan, and we get
a Madness coming out here to counter Daze the Enrage here.
I love this. This is kind of the back and forth of Daze and Enrage that I've really wanted to see, and it's so cool to see this play out exactly here. You enrage your Drataya to ascend it. Nope, it is now dazed because it's now overridden.
Yeah, and what's so funny about this is that we have many such cases of this where initially Dionysus Madness reads crazy. And it's this card that allows for a lot of different counterplay and different ways to play around like Tsunami, or like you were saying previously, the Stage and Raise mechanic. But it did fall out of favor pretty quickly after the first couple sets. Now that we're deeper into the meta, maybe it's coming back on swing to help contest some of these low-to-the-ground strategies like Morfrost.
True. We see it back on Kryber's side, just got poked by the Spectaris, but now is digging through the deck to send something with Hermes. We'll see what it is. I'm guessing it's probably something to just start aggressing. We see the Carry On. If we see the Falcon, that'd be pretty cool.
Hard Ascend into the Falcon and destroy the runes on the board. Getting rid of Dionysus would be very helpful here, because if Kryber does not have an answer to this Drataya, then I think Sis can easily go into this Latagon and see what we can do here. But Battle of the Bugs so far, we have Spine Nymph and the Carry On coming down against the Spectaris even, which again, this thing's gonna be sticking around for a long time.
True. Honestly, I could see it, because it puts Exus in a position of you can potentially negate this Hermes search, which of course then turns off additional dump for something, maybe a Spinosect play, but then that would actually leave Carry On open attack over the Drataya, because it has 3 attack, 2 defense, but instead just lets it go through to grab the Hermes. There's going to be a lot of pressure here in a moment.
Yeah, and check this play here from Kryber. So It's actually a really interesting line to go for this carry on first and fire off the first Hermes for the carry on. The idea here is that you're checking if Sis has a Gorgon's Gaze in the back. Maybe they're afraid of an Ascension into the Hard Ascension Spinosect or something worse, and you want to bait out the Gorgon's Gaze on that. So then you say, okay, cool, that's fine. Here's my Spy Nymph for second Hermes. Hermes gets it anyways. So now Kryber, after dropping the Spy Nymph, says, do you have Gorgon's Gaze now? And now we're potentially going to be trying to check for another Gorgon's Gaze. Though holding this, do you think it's worth holding the Hermes? Well, clearly not. But
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think so. And because double Hermes puts up a ton of pressure and versatility within the deck itself. I think that's one of the strengths of it is, one, that carry on to kind of bait it out, but then immediately being able to say, all right, I'm going to kind of pressure you to pick and choose what you want to negate, and what do you think I'm going to do? What do you think I have to still do? It's just a ton of stuff that your opponent just kind of has to navigate.
Yeah, and it's such a difficult position too, I think, if you're Sis, because here we have the Nexus onto the Spy Nymph. Got to go in and disenchant to ascend into another Spinosect from deck. And even if this gets stopped by a Gorgon's Gaze or otherwise, this carry-on can still contest the bigger threat, which is the Taya.
It's going to be a huge swing. I wonder, potentially with what Exodus could do with their deck, just say, all right, do your big play, put on a ton of pressure, and here's what I can do to actually answer it. Like, you've done it all. Now I do my counterplay. Deal with this.
Yeah, we have the Spinosect effect bouncing back the Spectaris to the hand as Kryber's going to go on the offensive now after setting 2. The carry-on swinging in first, checking for potentially a shield. And if you're Sis here, I think this shield can come in and will. That's going to bounce the Spinosect back to the hand. That's still a very expensive play.
Yeah.
Now trying to even out the spirits from Kryber's 10 to Ziss's now 11.
And this next turn, Kryber still got plays lined up, because by bouncing it to hand, if there's another carry-on in deck, Hermes dump, still throw in the Spinosect. That's not even the only play that can be made there as well.
Spectaris 2 is still a pretty big threat. You might just be able to run out, first turn magic and go for the Spectaris, try to swing over carry-on, or try to elicit a response. And that's still pretty good enough. The kind of scary part about the Hermes list is because, as we were mentioning previously, the spirit management is so finicky. You don't really have a lot of room to just say, I'm going to use this Gorgon's Gaze on the Spectaris. Yeah. I'm going to use this shield here. I'm going to use PTA. So it might be a good answer.
I think it is a Viscerus.
Oh.
And we see a PTA come out. So notably can still trade with the carry-on. 3 attack to 3 attack. See if the Exodus decides to do that. What I was going to call out here is kind of showing how the Hermes deck has some great plays to answer boards, but against some of these lower strategies, it actually feels pretty good, because normally Hermes is quite expensive to deal with big plays. It feels really great into big boards. Against smaller boards, doesn't feel as great.
Yeah, there's kind of a limited amount of things you can do, even into something like this, but a 2 defense Viscerus, I don't really think it's enough. I do like the Viscerus play here, and trying to crash I think is pretty decent, but at this point you are maybe thinning the deck out a little bit to lose this bug. And that's a little scary.
There's no back row to protect it either. So I think you're just throwing it out there to make sure to try to limit what Kryber can actually do on their next turn.
Yeah, anything with the 2 above, I think at that point you just, you go for the Hermes here, go for another carry-on. Carry-on can now contest and swing over, and once again we're back into the same position. But maybe drawing the carry-on is the difference maker. From playing Hermes myself, the one couple of times that I'm like, I really need to see a carry-on in my deck here. Can I just shuffle this back real quick? Just real quick.
Yeah. Shuffler would be very nice. I'm wondering here with Hermes, might just be a good time to dump Aviolith instead and heal up on some spirits to make sure you can continue to play.
Yeah, the flex option is super nice. That's one of the reasons why, and I agree with Kay on this one. How did Dan let this one go? No, this card is beautiful. It's actually a really cool thing that allows for a lot of skill expression into the deck like Hermes, which already has a lot of different lines. Like you're mentioning here, here's the Champ Aviolith. Champ Aviolith being able to heal 4 wind spirits when it's sent to the underworld based off a Hermes effect or from the field gives it a lot of utility. And the decision to enchant to the Hermes or heal, looks like we're going to go for the heal on Kryber's side, it is so cool. Do you go for a late game push? Do you have to have the resources? Or do you just say, I'll take the raw spirit advantage?
I mean, both, depending on the situation, can be very, very good. I think we're seeing that here. And are you just playing out another Aviolith? Yeah.
I think so. Whoa, and a attack position Aviolith. Do we have a boost coming in?
That could be cool. So that was their normal cast. Really cool, these new versions of the Liths, if you got your respective Divine, could just play themselves out. But like even just, I don't know, maybe they're teching a Island of Aeolia. That could be pretty cool, but it doesn't look like it. What do we got here?
Whoa, that was a flash of trickery. That is going to be for some shenanigans. I love that there. We're going to go ahead and go for another Hermes to send to the Underworld.
Hermes.
Potentially a carry off here would be crazy, but there's the carry on.
I think with no back row, I think that does make sense. It's just the most spirit efficient way to deal with this Viserys.
Yeah, and it looks like here we have the other set back row. Kryber's debating on holding this here. I think we did see it was a flash trickery, which is so versatile in this position. Yes, you kept your Hermes up for something like that. Your Aviolith might be safe, and you can combo off with Aviolith into the other Aviolith, heal back 4, and still have enough for a defensive body, or hit the next turn if Sis cannot deal with it. That's 4 damage represented.
Also, Kryber also has the Spinosect in the... Oh no, the Spinosect wouldn't be properly enchanted, but it could be a defensive body. That the Aviolith can't be too. I talked myself out of it. It's just Aviolith, swap Aviolith. If it was a Spinosect on board, being able to swap between Spinosects to bounce is really cool as well.
I'm a big fan here too of, and here as we have again the other Drataya. With this amount of bugs and this amount of Spectaris that I've seen so far, do you think we could be potentially facing an Titan mixed with Latagon?
That would be really cool. Especially in this matchup, if Kryber's just throwing out Carrion to kind of bait Gorgon's gaze, just being able to say, oh, cool, thank you. I bring out Ardvarum, destroy your Carrion, get to my End Titan.
Yeah, wait a minute, you're right, because it destroys bug card on the field, right?
Or really, the Ardvarum can just destroy anything. Any bug Elestral. Actually, I don't know if it's card, but I know bug Elestral can destroy the opponents, which is really neat. Just get a huge tempo swing.
Oh, and there's the Latagon coming in. I am curious to know if back row is double set trickery from Kryber.
Yeah, I was hoping for another Madness because that was a cool play, but yeah, I'm curious about that. It's Latagon does contest this well with that 8 attack. It's almost like the Spinosect would feel a bit better here.
Yeah, Spinosect could be kind of nice. I don't know if we have the Earth Spirits to really enable this effectiveness, but I do think you're right on maybe like a subsequent play. Let's say Kryber makes us out alive and we have spirits to spend, then enchant something with an Earth Spirit. Now you have set up for a big body, and the return is kind of the magic of Hermes, is a lot of different ways to cast this. Kryber, I think, mulling over if this is worth it.
Yeah. Well, you go Battle Step, Trickery, eat the 2 because you're healing 4 anyway. Yeah,
I think so. And now you have a defense position. You're going to be healing up 8 here if that's going to be if that's going to be real. Whoa,
that's crazy. And Kryber still has the Spinosect actually in hand with a carry on board to just descend and bounce the Latagon back anyway. Yeah, no back row from Sis. This has been a consistent theme so far when inside of these games, is that we've seen strategies that do hang on quite tightly, even with no back row, which is so interesting to see. As a boomer myself, I'm like, no, you need 15 counter runes in your deck. Yep. What are you doing, young guns? This is not the way. This is not how I taught you. I always catch my inclination want to play more back row, because I'm like, back row is so crucial, but I'm also playing fairly low to the ground decks where back row does feel especially good to compete with the big stuff. Yeah, well, and like we saw with the Typhland game earlier, no, I can imagine keeping that control for those future plays is huge. And this carry-on, kind of like you mentioned previously, is definitely future-proofed right now. Hard ascend into the Spinosect is real. Oh yeah, and then reloading the Hermes, like Kryber's in such a commanding position. Spirits up on Spirits. Hermes loaded up to be able to mill more stuff. Got the Spinosect in hand to hard ascend like we're seeing here. Spinosect in, ascend into, put the Latagon back into the hand.
Spinosect can now swing in for 2, and that's just enough chip damage here. And Kryber's back in such a commanding position. 11 spirits up is crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, are there ways with 2 carry-on down? I think that most Hermes decks usually run 2 carry-ons, so likely not being able to mill another one. But we'll see. Maybe on the 3rd one, just getting a 3rd chip damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here how Sis makes it out of this game to deal with. Well, there's the
other way to push damage on board.
Yeah, you go for a second trickery.
Oh, true. Though, oh yeah, there's still one. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Just go hidden, trickery, tag out, hidden for the rest of the damage. Yeah, this might just be game here.
I think so. Let's see here with second trickery, reaching for the back row. Or just saying, I'm going to do 4, leave you on 1. Good for me. I was trying to think of how Sis could do this with 3 spirits left, but now I am going to have to say, I don't know how Sis does this with 1 spirit on the Dionysus and 1 spirit in the spirit deck.
Yeah, that might be good just to pass, get some potentially additional information. Especially since you're probably safe. Oh yeah, and a scoop anyway. So That is it for game 1. Kryber takes it. I feel like showed off all the great Hermes plays that is available to that deck.
So cool. It's such again, it has all the tools necessary, and it has a lot of great lines, kind of similar again to what Kay was saying about Solar, about Locagon, but some of these key strategies that we've known and to perform. And this deck was around back in Firestorm. There hasn't been a lot of new things introduced outside of maybe the new Aviolith to finally give it some flexibility to allow players to play a little more risky with these spirits. What I find fun about that last game specifically is we do get to see the wide showcase of the Hermes deck. Everything under the sun I can think of, besides maybe double trickery plays, we ended up seeing. From Sis there, what are you hoping to see from their deck? We saw some low to the ground and some Latagon, but what can you say about that? What do you know about these Earth cards?
Seem very standard Latagan. Just your big play is your Latagan to pressure. Otherwise, you just keep really low to the ground. You got some really efficient answers to kind of keep pressuring. Maybe see some more Cypremals to just be able to challenge the Spinosects. But what I've been wanting to see is just more Wasp Ivy. I feel like that could be really cool. I don't know if we'll see it. Might just be a standard low to the ground Dionysus Latagan deck. But just give me a little, or even a Centaurba could be really cool. Just say, oh, that's cool. You're kind of playing more of that mid-level Hermes stuff. Centaurba, what are you going to do?
We have to stop the Wasp Ivy agenda. I think it was crazy. But though to be fair, every solution can be solved with more Wasp Ivy. That's kind of what I'm learning today. It's kind of like the apples pie thing. I think that Wasp Ivy definitely could help as it kind of break down some of these spirit differentials, right? The burn damage from the Wasp Ivy deck typically is enough to help do incremental to a deck like Hermes, which is nice. Even the Ascension play, something like the Centaurba list that we saw before, can maybe ascend over the Latagon. And again, flexibility for Antitan. This deck does have the bug spirits, the bug Elestrals, and the spirits to play these things, and like you said, to counter the carry-on.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, come on, bring in Ardbud, Ardvarm, and Antitan from the side into the main, and just say, I am going to eat your Spinosects and carry-ons for lunch.
Yeah, oh, then the Spinosect too. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. On an open board, that's going to be ridiculous. And if I remember right, does Ardvarm target?
Believe so. And that leaves some more fun trickery plays. Just everything comes back to trickery in Hermes.
Yeah, what a cool matchup. This is a lot of theory crafting can go into this, and I am hopeful to see Sis be able to get their strategy come to fruition. The Hermes deck is no slouch and can take over extremely fast, so maybe there's some stuff to stop in the meantime.
We'll see. I still think it'd just be so crazy if we literally see the play Ardvarm target either just one of the insectoids on the Hermes side, and then just see trickery and just say, nope, your Ardvarm's just not going to do anything.
They'll always have it. All right, we're going to go ahead here into game 2 of our round 4. And our Hermes list against Kryber is currently up 1. Let's see how this responds into this game 2. We saw a Spectaris in the previous, and we have down that's a Synector. It's the new champion Synector to search out the Poison Tipped Arrow.
That is very strong. Is that? Yeah, I think that is Poison Tipped Arrow.
It is the Artemis Poison Tipped Arrows.
Oh,
It's the
is
titled
it?
form for suppression, which
Cool.
means
Wasp Ivy?
if a quick Wasp Ivy or and Titan. You know what's funny is that you're right. That's a quick cast for an invoke on the Wasp Ivy too. That still works with the Frostfall version.
True. Honestly, it could go either way. It could go Wasp Ivy and Titan. As long as I see one of those, I'm just going to be so happy because both of them just would put on a ton of pressure.
Kryber here, reaching for the Spirit Deck. Are we loading up for a Hermes even?
We'll see. Also, shout out to Synector as the most repped card last event. Just very good cast, find PTA, very strong. But we see a Hopperoo come out to just try to dig for some cards. Hey, that's an Insectoid. Come on. Hard farm.
Yeah, Synector, Champion of Dionysus is kind of is a very funny card to me because in a lot of ways reminds me a little bit of Rabbit, where
Yes.
if you squint hard enough, this bug kind of looks like a mammal. And despite how psychotic that sounds, previously before Rabbit was trying to dig for more counter runes, dig for more Elestrals that you needed. And while you aren't quite shaping your hand the same way, functionally, this card is a great thing to keep up tempo and one of the best starters. But Hopperoo, not a bad option to hop over the Synector into the Spirit Deck.
I've been loving Hopperoo. It's nice to have a card because Hopperoo to me also feels kind of like a Rabbit analog, just because of the top 3 to add one. But I like that it does it differently. It's refreshing.
Yeah, it's along with the hopping too. I can see the similarities. But I was talking to Wirtz about this, and this card to me, as another Synector comes down, searching out the OG PTA, Hopperoo to me is a lot like Rummagem in a lot of these Earthless, where Rummagem is a direct search, but Hopperoo getting the spirit damage and then potentially finding something is just a little bit safer, and that 4 defense is pretty wild.
Yes. Bit better stat than Rummagem overall, but not a pinpoint search. I mean, it just adds to these consistency cards they like to throw down just to do a little something, set yourself up for later games. I like that it's no longer just Rabbit or Smoltuga and Rummagem.
Yeah, we have 4 back row here from Sis, and this is a very controlling position now compared to last game, which we had no counter runes at all. I think there's no cards in hand though, so I'm saying everything's out on the table. Might as well deal with it. We know there's several PTAs back there, including the Artemis one.
Yeah, I was about to say, one of those is a bluff. But hey, there's no Hurricane, so you're not worried about losing it.
See, and this is the time where I'm saying, you know what? Maybe Hurricane is still fine. We have a Spine Nymph coming down here to search for Hermes, potentially.
See, do we see Pandora's Box, Gorgon's Gaze? Ooh. I'm still holding out hope. We just see that Arvarum. That's an Insectoid. I'm just going to keep calling out. These are all Insectoids.
Yeah, I think it's still risky here. We might even see it on the following turns because Kryber has to deal with both Synector, which could just be Ascension fodder. The problem here too is that you're not necessarily safe if you do go into a Spinosect. Spinosect bounce one of the Synectors, and then you try to swing on the other ones, you get shielded. Even a PTA doesn't feel great. So these Synectors have built up quite the defense.
Even offensively with the titled PTA, just being able to still drop stuff by 2 to try to more proactively run over stuff. Here just looks like set 3 pass, just kind of buying some time because these Synectors can't hit over the Spine Nymph without a little assistance from another card.
Yeah, and I imagine that PTA might be saved for suppression and then maybe special casting even Champ Spectaris, the new card to kind of help with it. And I like Kryber's defensive position here too, to kind of note, is saying I don't necessarily need to jump into anything right now. I can wait and maybe cause Sis to respond in such a way.
And let's see, is that a Nekroth?
I think it is an Nekroth. Oh my god, wait, were you right? Is this Wasp Ivy? That's a burn card.
That would be funny. Hey, that's an answer to Spine Nymph, 5 attack. And I really like seeing these 5 attackers in Dionysus because their cards don't natively hit 5 attack, which means that 4 defenders, which a lot of these searches are actually quite potent. And we see a madness to just kind of shut down that Nekroth. But regardless, still gotta deal with that Nekroth next turn or else it's going to be able to attack yet again and run stuff.
Yeah, and that's kind of the weird part about this too, that you baited out one back row, and so you're effectively doing the job of the Latagon right, with this Necrof. And you do also, if you did not side out of your Jotaya engine, now you have one less madness to worry about.
Yep.
And so that's very powerful. And still, 4 back row, unmoving.
Yes. Man, this is something I've noticed as I've continued to test Lifestream, that it feels like stats aren't as potent, hence why 5s aren't as much of a thing. But what feels really good is with these more game plan decks, you've been able to balance it out with those stat totals, where now a lot of times where 4 kind of felt like a little too not enough, they felt way more relevant. Like 4 defenses felt way more relevant, and the Spine into the Cyanectors feel really great, and it still gives 5s like a little slot to kind of come back and try to push some. I love the dynamic.
Yeah, and speaking of the 4s here, we have a Cyprong coming in to get out a Dionysus. This is Dionysus Hermes. I guess it's Walking Earthquake. It kind of makes a lot of sense, and this is the perfect use case taking care of this Necrof. Just like you were saying, though, the 3s and 4s of the Lifestream meta have started to really take shape and be these nice utility pieces that have, like you mentioned, just enough attack or just enough defense to facilitate those slots of the 5s. And I think that's incredibly important. This is a perfect showcasing of that, where Cyprong can now take care of this Necrof, given, I guess, there's no Organ's Gaze. And this is going to be interesting. I didn't think I was going to see Dionysus inside of Hermes.
We did see it off of the Hopperu Foretell last game. I believe
right.
It was in hand. It just never actually came up. So now we actually get to see this side of the deck.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. As the Earth Wind kind of like marrying together, leave it to Kryber to mix these two, and yeah, it's definitely invoking Phosphocell into Tornadjan for me here.
Yes,
a little more synergistic on some level.
Lets the Necrof go. I would have loved to see just a Madness flipped up, but I guess you also don't really want to Enrage. So Kryber putting Cyprong in attack. Oh, not that would have mattered, because Enrage would have swapped it to attack, but still. It's just kind of one of those things where it's just kind of saying, no, if you enrage me, I still attack over something, or crash at least.
Ooh, and here's a Specteris coming down. This low to the ground is seemingly the way to go here between a 5 body and now this kind of pseudo 5 body. Cannot be hit by the Cyprong, and I think this is going to try to, say, crash.
Yeah, I mean, if you've used your Cyanector, you don't need it anymore. That makes sense, because the Spectres need to get over the Spine.
Yeah, and you can temporarily stop this with like a shield or potentially even another Madness. And I think there it is.
Yep.
And the secondary effect of Madness here to re-enchant from the Underworld onto the Dionysus now comes up. That's pretty rare that I see that.
I know, free negate. That's just, this is the perfect example why I love that 5 stats still have a place, but aren't as dominant. And you just see it here. It just makes the game feel fresh and so much more dynamic.
And now we have this, the Specteris being sent to defense is now also huge, because you don't have to deal with this 5 attacker for something to get like your Spinosex. And now you have a few other cards I think that can contest this. I think the Carrion is the big one I'm noticing as a free cast that Hermes can still employ down. Much slower change of pace from these strategies now. I think Kryber is trying to pick apart the back row as best as possible, but is also using a lot of spirits to do so.
It looks like Kryber has successfully Kryber has not been successful at picking apart Exodus's back row, but the opposite has been true. Exodus has been very great at picking apart Kryber's back row. So at some point, Kryber's just going to have to start doing Hermes stuff.
And I wonder what point in time are we going to see the poison-tipped arrow, the Artemis version, come in. But Pandora's box to stop the Hermes.
And let's see what's milled. Gorgon's Gaze, and it looks like a Cyprong. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So opting for the more low to the ground stuff inside of Kryber's list here. Down to 8 spirits to this is 14. Kind of insane.
It's crazy. Just saying, you're not going to be able to get much advantage on me because your deck is always going to be a little more expensive than mine.
Yeah. Now here. It's such a tricky position if you're Kryber. The one set back row has to be something real, or else I think this might be the turn where Assist does go off.
Yeah. And Exis just got potentially some crazy plays. We know of the Lotigun. We're seeing a normal ascent from Kryber. Is it going to be into a Spinosect? It is. We can bounce something back, but does that feel great? I don't think it really does.
No, because I think if you're hitting up a Gorgon's Gaze here, then Spectaris can just crash for pretty minimal damage. And I think that's an Altar of Stars to Nexus. I don't know if I love this. Spinosec does not target.
Is it a altar? I didn't quite see it.
It looked like an altar. Yep. No, I don't think so. PTA, Poison to Darrow.
Yeah.
There we go. I was like, altar? I haven't seen that card in years. That's right. The light is tripping me up here. I was like, I'm pretty sure I saw purple in there somewhere.
And then you got the Full Art Spirit as well. But that's being so far up on spirits, that feels like such a great play because now the board is wide open with only one back row for Exodus to just start trying to put enough pressure to close out this game. Kreiber is very low on spirits right now.
Yeah, again, such an interesting change of pace of control from the last one, where nothing super explosive from Sis, and maybe just playing a general 5s kind of low to the ground, big beater strategy. And that's the way to go. We just didn't quite see that yet. We have Ladegon in the back as well, and a Psy Nectar coming down to just maintain control.
Makes sense. Search out a PTA. Though I said that Spirit's low, it's actually not as low as I thought it was, because still gotta take into account that Dionysus has 2 spirits. I believe Hermes still also has 2 spirits. So we're actually pretty even. In spirits, it's just Exodus has got complete control of the board.
Yeah, and even if you're able to establish like an Aviolith champion here, Poison to Darrow is probably the best thing against that if you're Sis, but that doesn't feel great allowing Kreiber to heal and stay in this game for longer, being able to search out more answers. And when you're only going Psy Nectar into maybe even Necruffs every single turn, the question's always going to be, what's the ticking clock? What does Kreiber have cooking?
Yeah, I think we're seeing kind of that turning point here where in the early game that grind felt really good, but at some point you just kind of have to turn the corner and start ramping up that damage to close out the game and really put pressure. Because I think Exodus has been great about keeping pressure off, not necessarily been putting pressure on Kreiber.
And even now we have the Hermes coming down, going to send to the Underworld a Wind card. I imagine this is going to be a carry-on for an Ascension. If not, then Aviolith's going to go in here to heal back, to say I'm going to take a couple turns to gain some resources, then we're going to go from there.
The heal engine with Aviolith is just crazy for Hermes, and I think that's really, I could see that being the determining factor for Kreiber being able to draw out this kind of grind game that X has been engaging in and come out the victor from it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the interesting part, is that on some level, the Hermes deck doesn't necessarily love to trade 1-for-1 value and be in these simplified board states, especially because it typically likes to go low on spirits. But I think if you are just trying to get a foothold into this match now with 3 back row, you have to just cast out something.
Yeah, this is very interesting, because maybe the Dionysus package just complements that so well. What you're saying, like, you don't really like to stay low to the ground, but the Dionysus package that you're running inside Hermes says, if we have to go a bit low to the ground, I have stuff I can do.
It looks like we have a Dionysus to daze the Psy Nectar, kind of taking it slow here, and just saying that I'm going to take not a lot of damage, you're going to burn yourself, we can wait this one out.
Is that really the best play? Because Psy Nectar would trigger there, because Psy Nectar is just when the Psy Nectar becomes dazed, you can search your deck. But
yeah,
maybe just saying you've already gone through all of them.
Oh, maybe, or potentially this is a missed timing from Zis to say, yeah, I'm going to search here. Which maybe there is just no more PTAs. You're playing the one spread of the new Artemis version.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm pretty sure they've been through 3 PTA already. They've played out so many Psy Nectar.
Yeah, that's true. They definitely have searched, I think, 2 of them so far. And then we have the Foretell, we have a Spine Nymph, we have the Spinosect, and a Carrion. I think adding the Spinosect to hand to potentially threaten an Ascension over this Hopperoo the next turn.
That makes sense. It just says immediate pressure, big guy, have to answer it, or you preemptively Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the Ascension. I still get my normal cast. Spine Nymph is probably a bit too slow here, despite having more long-term potential, but I think Kreiber just recognizes I'm at the point of the game, I don't want to necessarily play it much longer. I just want to try to close it out.
And the more and more this deck does go on some level, it is a very nice mid-range type of strategy, as a side prong of Ziss's own comes in and can now threaten this Haparu.
Yeah, 4 attack. Ooh, but a Gorgon's Gaze.
Probably for the best. Again, evening out these spirits from Kryber, 7-7 now, and the board is now in Ziss's favor once again. High counter rune count, and we know one of them back there is the, well, it's an Ambrosia, means one more bluff in the back row.
That's crazy. Exis just said, I'm just going to bluff this. It might have been warping Kryber's plays all along.
Yeah, and that's one thing so interesting about, I think, a post-Hurricane meta, is that Hurricane previously, before we even punish these sort of things and say, you know, you should hold your stuff for when you need it. But now, as a Dionysus comes down, gonna daze the Cynector.
If he did the Cynector here to search, then that was definitely, assuming we're right that Kryber's Dionysus dazed the Cynector. Oh, it was to Enrage to undo the daze.
Yeah, Enrage to undo the daze, and also can play around potential things like Tsunami or even Altar of Stars, I guess, if you're Kryber.
Oh, okay, I got it now. Because the side prong was Gorgon's Gaze, the Cynector needed to attack to make sure Kryber wasn't on a body for the Spinosect. Mm-hmm. That's what that was. That's good. Now what does Kryber do?
Yeah, this is now difficult because Hermes doesn't want to help, or doesn't want to spend, 4 spirits even, 2 or 3 spirits to try and get into a bigger body. We have a Wind Enchanted side prong in defense position. Like you were talking about, 4 defense might be enough.
Yeah. Madness here would be kind of funny from X's side just to get switch to attack and Crasher Slime, but nope, we do get PTA'd.
Yeah, Poison Tadero here is definitely the way. Committing to that defense body in this position is so dangerous because now you can just threaten a 3rd body on the board and just swing in for more damage.
I will say, though, at that point for Kryber, the Misenchant made sense. It just kind of forces a card out of X's hand, and what I think what you have to do here. So many Cyanectors. Not the ones that get you into Wasp Ivy, though.
Yeah, the last card here, the last one was PTA. This 3rd and final set card was also PTA. It's the Artemis's Arrow PTA, which I hope that Kryber would remember, because really funny to think I'm sitting there like, oh my god, I hope that's not a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah.
So I have 3 directly to Kryber, and that's going to put Kryber back down to 5. This is a very difficult position, but Ziss is also only on 2 spirits.
Makes you wonder if grabbing off the Haparu Foretell the Spinosect was not the correct play, and it should have been the Spy Nymph, but it looks like Kryber might be actually out of Earth Spirits. That might be the issue, and why Kryber chose to grab the Spinosect instead.
Yeah, let's see if this actually held onto any Lunar Spirits for this Poison-Tipped Arrow, because that would help seal the deal here, as Kryber goes down to 5 spirits and a Wind Enchanted Spy Nymph.
What do we see here? What is that?
It looks like it looks like an Earthquake. I've never seen that card cast before.
Just end it there. Where the spirit count wasn't completely accurate, but I guess if you're at that low spirits, what can you really do to come back?
Yeah, you'd have to use a spirit off of the board of the Elestral, probably either taking another Cynector or the side prong outright. And whoa, okay, low to the ground strategy. We saw Necruff in that last one. What's up with that?
Yeah, I may just be a 5 to put on some pressure, that extra spirit of damage. Hey, I love it. Just kind of disrupts how all these decks, a lot of their beginning pieces are 4s. Just kind of throw in saying, no, we're not just sitting here watching each other set up. I'm actually going to start putting some pressure on you.
Yeah, and also kind of curious as well, are we seeing Dionysus' Chalice inside of the side deck? And, this being a Dionysus deck, and with a Necruff, a heavier burn engine, maybe Kay was right, and we do see the Dionysus Chalice, and that's the extra additional piece of burn.
I hope so. I really want Kay to get her prediction. And this is the time to, we have a Lotigan deck. Where is the Chalices, though? It seems like the Cyanectors were really just there to search PTA, so I'm not sure their Chalice might actually be in that list.
Yeah, I guess for a if you're heavy on the Synectar list, a potential option to side into it is maybe just as far as it goes. Maybe they don't bring it into like a practical matchup. It's just a big in-case thing for like Blizzstrix or something that doesn't care about spirits. Now that was kind of a good showcase as to where a lot of these Earth cards now taking the slot of these big low to the ground strategies, whereas previously a lot of decks were the sort of low to the ground effort. Earth has really taken its stance as a slower tempo-based style strategy, very similar to how we saw it inside of Base Set and Frostfall and Daybreak. So I'm curious to see if they can close it out, though. We're going into game 3 of this match, and Kryber still has, surprisingly, as what I thought was me Hermes walking with it, an uphill battle.
I'm just going to point out the poll was a bit misleading because, sure, we got Hermes, like the poll voted, but we also got Dionysus ×2.
Yeah, no, the real winner out of this one is everyone who voted for Hermes, lost, and then got Dionysus anyways.
We'll see. Kryber will be going first, so can start Samp right away. Just a way to get Hermes out immediately. Dump an Aviolith setup could be a very strong start before Exodus can even set a Pandora's box to interrupt it.
Yeah, and uninterrupted Spine Nymph is also kind of a good play here, as having Hermes uninterrupted is huge. A Gorgon's Gaze on a Spine Nymph can sometimes be the round ender.
Yes. Just sets up, and we'll see. Oh, Earth Spirit, that's a good start. Spine Nymph, okay. There we go. Kryber has to be feeling good, and that was an open hand. No mulligans either.
Yeah, I think if you're a Hermes list and you see Hermes or Spine Nymph, you keep it on the spot. Might be minimal counter runes or might be no counter runes, but we've seen that kind of pay off for these strategies. Otherwise, you definitely want to see it. And you have Nog here in the back to
perfect
to draw into 2.
I love seeing Nog C play like the games. We've got some decks that really like to see it, and it doesn't feel like you are the 2 spirits you go down matters significantly in the long run compared to just being able to find 2 new cards.
Yeah, and it's sometimes too for these like sort of combo-esque strategies. Even if you're drawing into your Spinosect, you're drawing into some of the 2-drops that aren't amazing. If it's Aviolith, you can cast it as you were to be a normal Elestral. And then Spinosect, for so many Ascensions that you're doing it in this deck period, Nog can be pretty good for just drawing you into any sort of piece that you need.
Not to bring up my bias towards Ivory again, but we see there are more decks that actually have that dynamic as well. And just the Typhlin's the perfect embodiment of it. If Nog just gets water in your underworld to bring back with Typhlant. And that's not the only example. That's just my brain's so pilled on Ivory that's the first thing that comes to my head.
Yeah, and the idea too that you can use those spirits in that Ivory list to the different water spirits you're nexusing or re-enchanting with Typhlant to pay for those invoke runes. Makes it all the worthwhile. And 2-set back row from Kryber, a setup Hermes, a Spine Nymph. This is a very strong start for the Hermes list, but a Spectaris that we've seen before also could be pretty killer.
Or the Nekruff. Love me some
Nekruff too.
Speaking of which, Nekruff, let's go.
Oh god, we are back in base set once again. I was talking about how my old bones are creaking, and this does make my old bones smile. Nekruff is such a great card. And I think that in this position too, putting Kryber on, keep on expending spirits, I'm gonna burn you. It worked out last time really well.
Guessing a Madness, but again, I like how this forces Madness out, so you have a higher probability of the Drataya going through in the later in the game. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, and no back row from Sis here, and that is gonna be the green light for Kryber to really go off. One thing that's kind of dangerous is if you let this Hermes list take an inch, it's definitely gonna take a mile.
Yes, and that a carry off?
I believe it is. It looks like the OG carry off.
Looks like a full art of some sort. I'm trying to make it out. That's still very strong play. Yeah, new champ carry off. It must be one of the full arts. That is a very strong play. Just get rid of the Nekruff here and just kind of push in. There's something I was thinking that off of what you had said here. Oh, that's what it was. I hope what we see next turn from Exodus is that they purposely didn't set anything to get Kryber to commit, and then throws down a whole back row and just says, well, you already committed all your big stuff, so have fun running to shields. Or not PTAs, but shields.
And Champ Aviolith coming down off the second Hermes here to heal back some spirits, which at this point, with 11 down to 19, I think from Sis, this is going to be a very funny game of spirit management, the other small game inside of Elestrals.
Funny enough, just showing that Hermes can kind of play not necessarily low to the ground, but in such a way that is comparable to low to the ground. Committed nothing but a spine to board and just said, all right, just pop something without committing Elestral to board, heal without committing Elestral to board.
And some extra pressure here from Kryber on the Champ Carry-On to just do a little bit of chip damage as we go. And with not a lot of time left inside of the round, this is going to be very tricky, both literally and figuratively for Kryber, as, again, this is where the Hermes tends to struggle, is these low spirit counts.
Yeah, only 10 spirits, but we'll say, definitely still has plenty of tricks in their pocket to try to grab back on board, but is it enough to really swing the game in their favor? Can Exus just outlast? And we see a Cyanectar come out. We'll see what PTA has grabbed this time around.
It was going to be OG Poison Tipped Arrow.
All right.
Which makes a little bit of sense. I think that at this point, you're trying to just establish control and apply pressure when necessary.
Yep.
And I think the Spine Nymph is okay and safe for now, but Cyanectar can easily challenge his carry-on.
Makes me wonder if, especially if that back row is trickery, if would have been better to set up a Spinosect preemptively, even though the bounce wouldn't have done anything, but you kind of outpaced the Poison Tipped Arrow, and now you've got potential trickery plays for follow-up.
And we see a Cyanectar swing into this carry-on, and leaving the Spine Nymph out here. There's a lot of things now Kryber has the ability to do. If this is a trickery set, and if the back row is in fact PTA, then we have the ability here to Nexus after ascend into a Spinosect and even dodge a PTA or Gorgons or whatever could be set back there from Zis.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Tornado. Oh.
Whoa. Saying I'm not about to mess with it. You will have to mess with my large bug on the board. Tornado has been a card that I think is so interesting as a tech option for some of these win strategies. You know, previously I think it was Wire Belling getting hit with that from Mace of Hearts and bouncing back a 7 Spirit Hermes.
That's 7 Spirit Hermes sounds crazy.
Very
wild. Doable though. But we just see more Aviolith Gaming just kind of heal up, and now Kryber can just freely establish whatever they want without any worry of background, do whatever they want. Just a very powerful position to be in, and that's why I really like how Tornado can come up. Also, the only thing that was missing from that play was just a P-Gust. Just saying.
P-Gust, Tornado, where are you at? I believe Kryber, you're playing one just for me. I know it. Spinosect coming in here. I think that's going to be the send off of the second Hermes. And now we are kind of in business. We have a setup for a bunch of big bodies here to push for damage when needed. And Spinosect now can go into the second, or Spinoff can go into the second Spinosect, which can bounce back the Cyanectar to hand. I don't know if you necessarily need or want to do that, though. What do you think?
That's tough. It's a trickery play. I guess decides to do it, just saying I need to put on damage and pressure right now. But that's tough. Can bring out the PTA again. My thought is that if that back row is trickery, then sure, Spinosect can. It's sure you can dodge stuff, but then you might just run into a PTA anyway.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I'm kind of noticing here is that Kryber being so low on 9. It's a couple counter runes away, and you are taking damage of your sis, so you're closing that gap slowly, but I think will soon run into the scenario where those 4 spirits from Aethelith are probably the only ones that you'll have. Alternatively, if we are onto the lower the ground strategy, this can sit here at a high spirit count and just apply pressure, given that we have the options for it.
Here's this. Do you feel fine just trying to crash a Necrof into this? Sure, you're taking 3, but you get 3 spirits off the, or just taking 2, but you're getting 3 spirits off the board and dealing an opponent 1.
I think so. I think that you can set up for, and I think it's not a bad option, as a Drataya.
Oh.
There's a Cypron coming in. No, it's Cypron.
Oh, that is
Cypron coming in to deal the Spy Nymph. This is going to be very interesting. It does target, so a Trickery into Trickery here would be another Hermes bread and butter.
Just dodge it, bounce it back to hand. Though, that does... This is where it's interesting. The bounce, great for tempo, but if you are having to play the longer game, that doesn't feel great because now your opponent gets another chance to reuse it. But we'll see here.
Earth Spirit coming in here with Dionysus. Going to be looking to enchant the Dionysus with another Earth Spirit, potentially 3, just 2. And going to daze the Cyprong, and the Cyprong effect activates here. This could definitely eat a Gorgon's Gaze, or alternatively just destroy this the Spinosect.
You're a Kryber, you really don't want to lose the Spinosect here. You're committed quite a bit into it. Was it? Well, you've lost 3 spirits just to get this out on board, 2 from the Hermes, 1 from the Disenchant.
And we've got, I think they're checking deck count even, or is that Underworld count? Underworld count, which, well, these players taking their time to decide. We have a Dense Fog coming in.
Makes sense. Also, good thing to note, time has been called in the round. So I think that might have been a pause to just kind of check in on stuff to make sure that they know exactly where they're set when they play out these next 3 turns.
Yep, and so this looks like it's turn 0 from the play. So a Tornado of their own! We've seen it once before, and that's going to be used against Hermes again to bounce back. That thing was loaded up with 4 spirits.
That's crazy. And the other thing is, sure, you can say, oh, well, you just recast Hermes, but that deck is so tight on spirits that a lot of the time you're juggling spirits between it, not necessarily having a ton of extra, but chaining Trickery by the looks of it.
Seeing Trickery and seeing what we can grab. The most beneficial might actually be the Champ Aviolith here, just to hang on for a couple more turns. Use those 2 Wind Spirits underneath it for this defense position body.
Yeah, especially with the Cyclone attack, you can proactively trigger it if you're trying to play for spirits as a win condition here.
And if you're... I'm trying to remember what all is in Kryber's Underworld to bring off of this, and I think the only good options here are there's Champ Aviolith, and maybe even the other Spinosect. But now both of those back row do go, one from the Tornado back to hand, and then the Hermes Trickery to the Underworld.
That's a lot. And then here, Exus still hasn't even used their normal cast to be able to do something. So we'll see what they have. And I think there are... Exus has the advantage in spirits. 10 in spirit deck, 2 on board, to Kryber's 8 in spirit deck, 2 on board. So maybe at Exus, you just kind of sit there.
Yeah, you playing the slow waiting game worked out last time, and Kryber is in very difficult position as the Champ Aviolith. As long as it leaves the board, that's great, but if this has an answer afterwards, or potentially even out the spirits after you've healed that, I think will be the difference maker here. And being a 1 attack and 7 defense is kind of nice because Cyprong doesn't natively deal with it, but I'm trying to think of what in the deck would.
Hardison Latigan.
Yeah, Latigan does work for this, and it's funny to think that you can, in some ways, get around this Dazed and Enraged to ensure that this kind of goes off. The Aviolith 2 being so small is potentially going to be very tricky, especially if another Necrof can come down.
Yeah. I wonder if there's also a line where you just proactively trigger your Aviolith, just crash, because you gain a net 2 spirits off of it.
I don't think that's a bad option, not at all. You're closing the gap on spirits, and you also are setting up for, again, another Trickery. But I imagine that Kryber is playing this one a little bit safer and a little bit slower because of not having a lot of room to play with. But one spirit might be enough. Going to expend to draw here from Kryber.
Set one pass, and I guess that makes sense. Play it slow, see what Exis does on their turn, because Kryber does get the final turn here and can just pretty much at that point it's up to them to figure out what line of play they need to take to find a way to win this, which it looks like it's going to come down to spirits.
And I think that's an eruption of all cards. So we are playing a burn deck. Wait, you might be right on this, Ross Spivey. 3 spirits gone from Kryber. Oh no.
Oh, there's always a chance that was just sided in because Exis figured they were going to time and just said, well, if we're going to time, I'm going to play the card that lets me win it in time.
That's true. And also, if you are Kryber, you are now in a position to even try to crash. And now this is saying, I'm not going to let you crash. Put this in defense position. That 4 defense, like you mentioned, coming in handy.
Yeah, what can Kryber do? Because even Aviolith Heal puts back up to 7, which is 1 spirit too little to tie, too little to just straight up win in time. But is there a way? I don't know if there really is a way from this position.
Yeah, you ascend over here into a Spy Nymph and Aviolith effect, Spy Nymph effect. Grab a Hermes, Aviolith to heal back 4 spirits, putting Kryber back at 6 into the spirit deck.
Whoa.
And then Hermes can come out here for, I don't know if you load it up, but you might be able to do too.
You might be going a little too hard in there. The Aviolith should not trigger here since it was ascended over.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well,
but
those spirits are back, and this Hermes is coming in.
Just trying to think, because I think everything you do is it costs you more than the spirits you would take off of Exis.
Yeah, and even then, this is turn 3, so it's the final turn for Kryber, trying to figure out how many spirits to heal back up, and Kryber going up back to 9 now, using one of the spirits from the Spy Nymph back into grabbing some wind spirits into the underworld, and that's going to be 9 plus the 2 on board. That's 11 spirits total for Kryber.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Aviolith does trigger. I thought it said destroy. It's when it leaves the field. So you were right. So yeah. Oh, dang. That was better than I thought.
Yeah, double, a little bit stronger Ambrosia on it, and that's kind of, again, the neat part about Hermes is one of the big power players is a defensive card that buys you a little more time, and I think this is a pass back from Kryber into Z, and that's gonna be it. I think Kryber takes this one inside of time with more spirits.
Yeah, just by 1 spirit. Kryber, if y'all don't know time rules, once you get past, there's 3 turns. By the end of that turn, if no winner is declared, you check number of spirits between the field and the spirit deck, and Kryber was able to heal up to 11 spirits between spirit deck and board to X's 10.
That's crazy. Ooh. Well, and the eruption, you would think, is going to be the difference maker there with the extra little bit of chip damage and burn, which I thought that was over at that point. I was saying, eruption, my brain is Pavloved into thinking that means the game is over.
Oh, it just really shows how much Kryber knows that deck. I mean, if I was in that position, considering I completely missed that Aviolith didn't state destroy, it just says sent to your underworld from your field. That's a huge difference, and that was a super heads up play there. And the Ambrosian hand on top of that to negate, or to not negate, but cancel out the damage the eruption had done.
Yeah, and I think this is something that, and maybe not necessarily in the best way possible saying this, Hermes does go super low inside of spirits. We saw this pretty consistently, that Kryber was constantly playing, inch forward, go back, inch forward, go back, and kind of this game of inches, taking it until you can establish a position where you're in control and you can activate these trickeries. You can use Spinosex to bounce, using your Aviolith to do damage or to heal. And so Hermes, especially in that last match, showcasing that it has just a bunch of tools to put its foot on the gas or to stomp the brake when necessary. And very scary in a couple positions there. And not even to say little of Sis there, who showed off this low to the ground strategy with a few burn elements in it, with Necroth even.
Yeah, I just get the sense that there's something there. Maybe it just needs either it was just not the match for Exodus, or maybe it just needs a bit more time and refinement the list does. It's going to be interesting to see because we got plenty more premieres and we might see that list come up again.
Yeah, and I guess I want to say congratulations to Kryber for taking that one, and also an excellent showcasing from Sis on this sort of earth-fire strategy. Wasp Ivy soon, surely. And before we head into the next round, of course, with more Elestrals actions, don't go anywhere. Plenty more Elestrals to play and to see. We'll be right back after a short break. And yay, casters, and welcome back to round 5 of our Elestrals November 15th, 2025 premiere. I'm joined once again, and welcome back, Kaylin, to the desk here. How are you feeling after that last one? Hermes back into the circle here. That was crazy.
Hermes was really cool to see, and also I think that Poison Nectar Dionysus' Chalice could have been a big difference maker in that Earth deck. I'm just saying.
I agree. It's funny to think that the one time that I think that your predictions could have come up here probably could have been there. The Dionysus Chalice inside of the Burn Dionysus list with Necruff, with Eruptions, that we even could have seen Fungi with the fire as a kind of way to have a defensive wall setup.
Okay, maybe you're cooking a little too much, but you know, I don't know about that. But thank you. That's very generous of you, and I appreciate that you're being a generous co-host right now. But no, I think the Poison Nectar Dionysus Chalice would have been great.
I agree. And Hermes, the community voted for this last round. How do you think that went off? Kryber definitely showcasing why they got top 8 in the last premiere.
I mean, we said get ready for some trickery, and that is absolutely what we saw. I think that it was cool to be able to see just every facet of this deck pop off and all of the different things that it wants to do happen. I was talking about it before, but it's like, I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of trickery go off. There have been times where it could have been great, but Hermes wasn't enchanted, or they didn't have it or whatever. But, you know, all the stars aligned and we were able to see it happen. And I think that it was great. How are you feeling after watching and commentating that?
Well, honestly, I am still so surprised that Hermes has not had more representation and also more success. I think that from Kryber showcasing off the Champ Aviolith plays, the Spinosect lines, and of course, like you mentioned, Trickery, I am both delighted to see that this deck still got it. And it's effectively a Firestorm list with this a little bit of extra sugar on top. But I think I'm also curious to see what this list from Sis was and this low to the ground strategy with Burn. I didn't expect to see Necruff yet. And I thought we were going to see, shout out to Eagle in this one, to see Wasp Ivy. That I thought was way more likely than Necruff.
I mean, hey, Eagle has been asking for Wasp Ivy all day. And I think is maybe seeing Wasp Ivy's on the wall, and it's like, maybe Eagle's onto something here. Maybe we need to revisit it. I know that, I mean, hey, we're talking about Wasps. Wasp Fire is another one of those cards that I've heard people say, maybe could be crazy. I don't know. Maybe we need to cook with it a little bit.
No, you've been talking to Shady too much. That's a shady card and a half if I've ever seen one. That is a shady
who
agenda.
brought it up. Yeah.
I knew it. Elestrals Season 2 cannot keep on getting away with it.
Yeah, that was from a conversation with Shady Penguin, in fact, and it's just been in my head ever since. The man is cooking some dubious lists. I will tell you all that now, and there is no way that you're going to guess any of them. He would go into times where he's like, what if you do this, into this, into this? And I'm just like, I have only heard such utterings from PK Sparks before. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful to witness.
I wonder if there is some sort of terminal disease that transferred inside of Elestrals Season 2 between me and PK and Shady all caught the bug, and the bug being bad decks. I mean, good decks. I mean, burn decks? No, none of these are good saves. Wasp Ivy, many such cases and many such people are talking about it, not just Shady.
Yeah, totally. That's not the only person I've heard it from.
Incredible. But as we get into round 5, we have some of these off-meta picks, some of these unexpected variables inside of the formula for this tournament. We started to see people start to tighten up a little bit, play a little more of our known factors. We have not quite heard from the Celestlio, not quite. We did see Solar a little bit. Lakagon as well as something that we've been somewhat missing from the fray. How do you think these decks are performing or doing?
I think that they're performing very well. My guess would be that as we go later in the day, we will probably hear more from those casters, just based on cursory glimpses that I've taken and from some of the casters who I know are doing well today. But that's just my guess. What do you think?
I hope that Brontiglow is up there. I know I'm sliding in Brontiglow and just kind of completely skirting past these other decks that I mentioned earlier. But I have yet to see this deck top. But also, why not today? We're getting closer into Lifestream's life cycle, and I feel like it's right there, right for the taking.
I swear it topped like 2 tournaments ago or something. But maybe I'm making that up to be nice to you. I don't know.
We were so close, and we were so far gone. Again, this deck and like a lot of other ones seem to have a lot of these good matchups, a lot of great tools at their disposal, and something that you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the best decks in the room are ones that have the tools necessary for their caster to succeed. And so far, that's still been the theme, regardless of if it's Neckgruff, Dionysus Burn, or if it's even Fun Guide Turbo. Looks like as we're setting up for round 5 here, we have Ari versus LOL Bobfish.
I'm always saying that, yeah.
Tell us about these players.
Well, Ari is someone who not only do we know, but based on their playmat that we'll be seeing in a little bit, was a 3rd place finisher at the Dallas Open, the first ever in-person event for Elestrals. And LOL Bobfish is another in-person player. We've been seeing a lot of those today coming in here and performing super well. Apparently 3rd place at a regional and top 24 at the Cards HQ Store Open. So very excited to see what these casters are doing. I believe that they are both undefeated at this point, or maybe, I'm not totally sure. I don't think we have records yet, but 3-1, there we go. So these casters are 3-1 at this point in the day. This could be the difference maker. This match specifically could be the difference between I'm going to top cut and I am going to have to hope that I have really good matchups and really good tiebreakers to make it to top cut.
Yeah, it's such a tight kind of system here, especially for casters like Ari, who we know to be on decks like Pantera historically. And I don't know if this is going to be a repeat of that, but one of our kind of favorite community one tricks, so to speak, maybe can make magic happen with it, and that'd be incredible. Or does Pantera not see a top since Daybreak? Maybe.
Hey, you know what? It could happen, and I will have you know, Pantera Moonrise was when Ari got 3rd with it. So at least Moonrise, and I know that Ari, member of the Penthouse, is one of those groups that they have a very specific type of deck that they like to build. And Ari seems to be a bit of the outlier in that I feel like with these Penthouse lists, we see, like with Bo, often likes to play low to the ground strategies. These like, I'm just going to give you a threat every single turn. I'm going to answer something every turn, and I'm going to be setting back row. And it is just going to be such fast gameplay. And I'm going to have flexibility in this gameplay to be able to answer whatever you want to do. Ari, Pent best deck, quote Ari, every year since Pent existed, I think, is not necessarily on that low to the ground strategy.
Yeah, and I can foresee a Galaxair in the future. I know Ari is somewhat in tune with that card too. I'm kind of chuckling a little bit because, like you're mentioning with these low to the ground strategies, if I see a Galaxair inside of Lifestream format, I have to wonder, what are we doing? Lock on turboed up, Celestial in there. We're supposed to be off of this card. The whales can't keep on getting away with it.
Whoa. Listen, just got a gorgeous X of 10 in celebration. People are talking about her. She is the moment. I don't want to hear this anymore from you, Swole. This is hateful rhetoric.
Wait, X of 10? That sounds familiar. I don't know where I've heard that number before.
I don't know. You might not have ever heard of them. Oh, okay. As we immediately switch off of the screen. Fair enough. Production. Oh, brother. We'll not look at this again. And we're going to be getting into round 5, Ari versus LOL Bobfish. Cannot wait to see what we're playing here.
Smoltuga, base set Smoltuga come down from Ari. Unless that can search a wind card, I think we might be seeing some fire action from Ari. And though, lo and behold, you're teching in a couple wind spirits just for your Hydrakes.
I mean, hey, sometimes you don't need it to be properly enchanted, okay?
Yeah, Pantera, the best water Elestral in the game. And we have a Volcarious champion coming in here from the search off of the Smoltuga and setting 1 from Ari, passing over to Bobfish as, let's see what they are on for the cast. This is that store regional mat, by the way. That's a gorgeous Latagon.
Ooh, that's what that's from? Okay. We need to get on our store regionals here in Vegas, apparently.
And hop on myself just a little bit. Set 1 from Bobfish to start off and kind of mulling over what's the play. Potentially looking to get aggressive here. I imagine the idea is, do I want to try and fire off a combo early or play it slow? And we have a champion of Aphrodite Foamy.
Yeah, so we are going to be going in, searching out the Aphrodite.
Aphrodite coming in here. Gorgeous full art on this one too. And I think we now have a question of where are our previous known factors. And here's one of them. Locagon, presumably, is such a strong strategy right now. And what I love about a Foamy lead is you can kind of take it a little slow and gather resources up. And here's that other, is it the reverse Stellar Foamies?
Yes, as someone who's pulled 2 God packs, where in fact the reverse Stellar Foamy is in there. Yeah, that is what that is. And
I got set up.
Listen, they wouldn't let me show my Exipton. I had to find something else to talk about. I had to find another segue in there. Woo!
Yeah, we're going to flip over to the transition screen. It's going to come back to us. Quick flash for the reverse Stellars and the Exipton, and then back into the... Volcari's coming down here to search out Ephesus from the deck. And I think now we can see what's cooking. Fire Artifacts could be a very, kind of like you were saying with Penthouse and their historic type of decks they like to run. Is this the new flavor of this is our low to the ground strategy?
I mean, it has become that, right? Because Volcaries makes it so efficient, being able to pay for these artifacts, which historically have been so expensive from spirits in the underworld. And I'll be interested to see how Fire Artifacts matches up against Aphrodite, which, by the way, if any of you watching have thoughts on that, predictions, the Twitch prediction is live. So if you would like to vote, make your prediction there, let us know. Okay, so we have the Torch of Hestia coming out here and attaching to the Volcaries.
Yeah, it's going to make it... Going to go on the offensive with a attack position small Tuga. This is my favorite Elestral in the game, specifically attack small Tuga. It's now enchanted with the Torch of Hestia, making a 4, which I do kind of like this.
Interesting. The Torch is on the small Tuga. Listen, I think that it should be a rule in the game that it has to be below the Elestral that it is on, but that's just me. We have the Foretell coming off of that Torch, and there goes the Foamy.
Yeah, the idea here of spreading around the Spirit Advantage is kind of nice. I think Ari is saying, hey, I don't want to put too many eggs in one basket, and I want to maybe try to bounce between these two evenly statted Elestrals as much as possible. To Eagle's point last round, a 4 attacker and 4 defensor can do quite a bit.
However, when you're looking at a Tad Puff, which has now been special cast, and Foamy being pitched to go search a 2-cost water Elestral, what could that be? I don't know. We'll find out imminently.
Yeah, Tad Puff saying, can I come over here and can I cast myself here and stare at you like this?
Yeah, Tad Puff saying, when you say Locagon, champion of Aphrodite, could it be Locagon, champion of Aphrodite and Tad Puff, please?
Hey, casters, we're about to go into Locagon.
We're locking in.
No way. Lock-on at Champion Aphrodite is going to be popped out of the deck here. There's always a hope it's a Caprigal or some sort of Oistillery even.
Always fun. I have seen Oistillery teched in, possibly for the mirror match, which has been fun to see. But I haven't actually seen it pop off. I've just observed the power of Locagon. Maybe that back row is something crazy. Who's to say?
Yeah, 1 Gorgon's Gaze here does stop this, and we do have another search off of the Hephaestus to get into maybe a 6 body to allow the Volcaries to hit over this. I saw Ari reaching for it. It's like, it's happening. But no, okay. We are simply going in and grabbing the other Locagon. It looks like base Locagon. The glare is right on it. But yeah,
okay,
that is Frostfall Locagon, my beloved. This thing is so cool. The Stellar is probably one of my favorite Stellars in the game. That sort of red sea dragon. Shoutouts to Elestrals Awakened, by the way, in the background of a lot of the shots. It's in the pre-alpha, actually. That's the crazy part.
Don't worry. Locagon is in the pre-alpha. And we now have 2 of them on the board. It's possibly a lockdown But we'll see. Oh, that was a set eruption. Oh,
Whoa!
oh, no way.
Plain burn in this economy?
And exactly this matchup and setting it as a bluff.
That's crazy. I don't know if I like that. Now, to be fair, going into a matchup and you're not sure it being Lockagon makes sense to set a bluff back there. But Lockagon does get pretty low in spirits. That eruption could have come in pretty mega handy. But I don't think that Bobfish has the amount of spirits left. No, they do. For the other Lockagon to hit over the small tube, and now it's a board wipe.
Mm-hmm. And Ari is left with just a Hephaestus on board, which is not nothing, but when you're looking at two Lockagons, one of them being pretty strong, as you mentioned, because of those spirits in the underworld, is getting a little bit scary here. That is so unfortunate because that eruption, like you said, could have been huge. That could have been game-winning. We see the disenchant from the Hephaestus going in, searching out, a Lyre of Apollo.
Uh-oh. Is there a teched Heliolith in our future? Has bows influenced the rest of the penthouse? Is this bow speaking through Ari's body and also winning this tournament?
I mean, attaching to one of the locks could be interesting. And yeah, the Heliolith coming out, bouncing one. Okay, it looks like that's exactly what we are going to be looking at. I imagine the base Lockagon.
Yeah, I think so. And like you said, lining it up with that in true New Rules fashion. And there's Heliolith coming in here.
Ooh. Here we go. We are going to start bouncing.
Bouncing on it in such a way that returns a Lockagon to the hand. And this
Or
Heliolith
goes back row or Aphrodite? Question mark?
No,
So
it
many
returns an
options, yeah.
Elestral to hand.
Oh, okay, there we go. And we are going for the champ Lockagon.
I would love for Heliolith to be able to bounce anything, but as its Stratai on its shoulder is instructing, go for the champ Lockagon.
Okay, we do have one back row set. Ari, I swear if it's another eruption, we're gonna have a conversation.
It's a Pantera.
Judge? I think Ari is the only person who actually has expressed permission to be able to do that.
It looks like the background might be real here, and we have a Gorgon's Gaze coming in to target the Lockagon, just to kind of get a little bit of advantage off, as an Earthquake coming in to target the Heliolith to destroy, trying to get some sort of value off of those Heliolith spirits. I think this is probably a fine play, but as we were mentioning previously, Bobfish's spirit count goes now down to 8, which, and with this Magneros into the Aphoros down to potentially 6, an eruption would have been real nice right about now.
I mean, hey, you kept that eruption in hand. You could top deck a second one. We got ourselves a game, you know? Especially if you have a Poison Nectar Dionysus's Chalice somewhere in the list there too. I don't know.
Knowing Penthouse and knowing Ari, we've seen they are playing probably one copy of a bunch of cards that's like, I'll just see this during my tournament run and it'll work. So I don't doubt one Dionysus, one Cyprong, one Dionysus Chalice.
I mean, look at the rainbow of spirits we have in the underworld right now. I think you're exactly right that we have just seen sort of a Skittles of cards going on here. And with these Magneros and the Aphoros and Lockagon here, just going to be taking damage now. Okay. So now we're looking at 2 5s and a Lyred Lockagon. And here comes Cyanectar. Okay, listen.
Listen him.
Poison Nectar Dionysus's Chalice. We're going all in on burn. Right? Surely.
Ooh, no suppression here, which for the Poison Tipped Arrow, the new Artemis's version is it's not too bad for suppressing, let's say, the Lockagon here to go against its attack. It's probably going to go on the Aphoros to make these things much more manageable, 3 and 4. And Cyanectar, backed up by something, could be kind of scary, but is this going to be enough?
Well, we're swinging. We're we're just a tiny little bug, and yet.
And Aphros going down here. Magneros and this Lock-On that could. 3 set backer from Bobfish, who are in still a pretty decent position. And you have the option here, I think, to even use Aphrodite to thin out the deck a little more. A second Aphros coming in from the hand and has hit the board. And now you have ample time, Spirits, and I think all the wits in the world to ascend into another champ Lockagon. That's going to heal, and we're going to start the Lockagon Papagon. This is surely going to be a Lock-A-Gon.
Yeah, we're getting it hot like Papagons, you know?
Okay, well, that was a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
Looks like that's going to be game 1 to Bobfish as Ari scoops it up there with their low to the ground strategy. What an interesting display of spirits on Ari's side. I am curious to know what this deck looks like composition-wise. If you are Ari, someone who is pented out of their mind, but you see Eruption, you see Liar, you see Psynectar, what are you doing? What are you siding in and out?
Well, I can tell you one thing I'm not doing, and that is setting Eruption next game. I think Ari probably learned a hard lesson in this first game. But I think that one of the most common, if not the most common, side deck card, Spoiled Fruit, great to tech in for Lockagon, as you're able to stop the heal effect for the untitled form Lockagon and all of that. I think that there are plenty of options. Honestly, burn is not a bad idea here. Going into a burn strategy, punishing the fact that this is such an expensive deck. At the end, Bobfish was down to 4 spirits. If you save up your eruptions, I mean, that's game.
That's true. And one thing that I am curious to know if you're Bobfish is, do you play more conservatively if that's the case? You see Eruption, you see some of the trickier options from Ari. Are you now reserving that combo? Are you saying, I'm not going to fire this off too early, and instead I'm going to try and trade value back and forth and force Ari to be on the back foot with low enough spirits to where maybe those eruptions are burning a hole in the hand?
Yeah, I think that that's a definite possibility. But then if you are playing that way, you're playing into Spoiled Fruit. So I think that you could have a tricky position to put Bobfish into and saying, you've got to play one way or another, and I have ways to punish both. So potentially side deck coming in and really helping. I mean, based on just the variety of spirits that we saw, I feel like there is an infinite possibility for things that could be coming in from the sideboard. There was lunar, solar, water, fire. We see anything else? Probably, earth. We saw earth.
If I had to guess, and this is maybe a long shot, this could be Penthouse Extraordinaire MG1's doing. MG1 previously, I think, top 8'd with every single spirit in the game used in some capacity. So maybe the Penthouse crew are going for a run with it was a spin the wheel scenario. A couple weeks ago, everyone's like, okay, Bo, you're picking a deck, we're all gonna run it. Okay, Adam, your turn. Now this turn it was MG1. MG1's like, ooh, me. And everyone's like, no, we're not doing 8 spirits. No, but it'll be really this time around.
No,
MG1's
only 6 different kinds this time. Only 6.
Yeah, but maybe 2 in the side. Maybe 2 in the side.
Don't worry, you can deck them in. It's great. We want magnetic force field. Yeah.
It looks like as we're going into game 2 here, Ari's gonna be taking the play, maybe trying to showcase off a little more of what this deck is truly made of this Skittles power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, will we taste the rainbow, or are we going to have to pack it up, Skittles Squad? This game will determine that. And it looks like, Mulligan.
With 2 Luminape.
Okay, all right, double solar. Are we giving up on Helios? Has Helios been removed?
Ooh, that's a good call, potentially. Or this is just a normal solar list, and we're just getting a little too lost in the sauce, and we're getting baited by the eruptions.
Normal solar list is such a controversial statement, I think, at this point. Because what does that even mean? And also, based on what we've seen, I don't think that's passable.
Do you even think there's fire spirits in enough fire spirits to play the eruptions? That's what I'm curious about.
I mean, surely. Unless it really is just a full bluff eruption. Not only was it a bluff set, we're not even playing... No, I think that we did, in fact, see enough fire spirits to... Okay, never mind. That would be funny, though. If you terrify your opponent into playing around eruption that you can't even afford.
Yeah, you can't even cast. Who would ever do that?
Yeah, eruptionless. Yeah, who can say? And we see Cyanectar coming out here, grabbing a poison-tipped arrow, which turn one feels great, especially against a Lockagon. Will be able to take out anything that might be attempting to rise from the depths here.
I think much like the silent treatment, it's called Eruptless Shun.
Okay. Anyways, Bobfish coming out here. I'm so sick of this co-commentator. You cannot keep getting away with it.
Poison tipped arrow coming in here, and Aphrodite is going to come in here and save this board state for Bobfish, allowing some extra fish to be added to the hand. Another Aphros here is honestly very nice. You normal cast this first Aphros, takes out the PTA, and you can still contest the Cyanectar with a 5 body. Is pretty killer, and this is one of those things we mentioned before as low to the ground strategies kind of shift and change. 5s and this sort of I'm going to bring out a lot of bodies at once wide boards do dominate these sort of 1-for-1 value trades.
That could be an interesting shift. I mean, going into this for Bobfish to have done. In your opinion, do you think that this was worth the PTA, or do you think it was worth maybe holding and figuring out what could be coming down the pipeline?
No, I do think that there on some level it is worth it to hold this this PTA, right? You might want to hold it for a Lockagon potentially, or like the OG Lockagon, just to make sure it goes away. Alternatively, Ari might be putting Bobfish on Better Habit and saying, yeah, if you have Aphrodite, that sounds great. But for now, I think that this is going to be a board clear of some level, and now Ari's on the back foot. Though, do what you can, and if Ari's deck is running these artifacts, I think you have no problem trying to get over this 4-body.
So we have seen Solar, Earth, Water, and Fire spirits coming from Ari just in this first 2 turns. Just want to point that out. And Lavalith coming out here. Okay, we Lavalith. And what are we going to be blowing up here?
Lavalith is pretty good. Maybe targeting the Aphrodite here just to make sure we're off of the Lockdown combo. As a Gorgon's Gaze comes in here, that's the classic trying to save our Aphrodite for future turns. Thinking about what spirits to expend here from Bobfish. It's very interesting. Maybe a low water count at this point.
Oh, yeah, very possibly. And I mean, at this point, possibly if we're not going to be doing Magneros, might need to look at some Thunder Spirits here. Especially with one of the Aphros already dealt with. Okay.
Yeah, and Lavalith is still going to be kind of a pain to deal with 2-set back row. Even if you do establish your Lockagon down, Ari can still contest the Champ Lockagon even with this 6-attack body. Aphros on the play here from the Aphrodite Search. Special cast into an Ascension could be the way to go.
Yeah, let's see about this one. And we do have 2 back row set from Ari here. Hopefully, neither of those eruption. Hopefully one of them something that can deal with, you absolutely called it, a hard ascend into base Lockagon, actually taking advantage of all of those water spirits in the underworld currently.
Yeah, there's an idea here that maybe you are just trying to swing over this Lavalith. An Ambrosia here could be killer to try and chip apart the board just to heal back some water spirits. Ari's going to think and go fire off Poison Tipped Arrow. kind of talked about previously, the hit on the OG Lockagon is definitely worth it.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, considering just a little bit ago you said, yes, I think that maybe saving it for OG Lockagon would be good. Wow. It's almost like you know what you're talking about.
As if foretold. But we have an Ambrosia coming down here, going to heal back 2 Earth Spirits and a Water Spirit, just enough to pop this Lava Lith. After popping a Lith, go ahead and try to swing in for some damage, and Ari's got to pay this out. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and fortunately, we are taking care of the Lockagon, so at least there's that. You are left with an Aphoros to contend with, still with Aphrodite on board. But we will see here. Having to go for the Aphrodite to get the other Aphoros for Ascension fodder there was a bit rough, as they couldn't go in and get the other Lockagon while the one was on board. But we don't know what Bobfish has in hand.
Ari cast down here with
Water.
a Champ Galaxy.
Okay. Yeah, that would do it. That does in fact, except when it doesn't deal with the Aphoros, we are met with a shield. But that does mean, and it does give potential to bring it back next turn. That is the problem with shielding Elestrals like Galaxy, where it's like, actually, I'm just getting double value out of this, and I took care of a back row.
Yeah, and that's kind of the double edge of some of these low to the ground strategies like this is, yes, you are going into, you are more susceptible to things like Shield of Achilles or PTA, but you are also getting a lot of spirit trade value as a Peliquarius comes down here from Bobfish to search out some more combos. There's an Aphoros. That is the Constellation Aphoros, I believe.
Yeah, I think that is OG Aphoros.
That is the 2/4 body, and back we're on a true fish deck. I should not be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and yeah, thanks to the champ Aphoros, we are now looking at 2/5s. It does work that way.
Oh, is that Gambit? It's Gambit!
What? Let's go. Okay, Ari told me back in Kissimmee that if he was ever on cast, that he was going to Aura Farm with Gambit, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Come on, let's go. Odds?
I think odds is tails. Yep, heal back 1. Such a risky play, but oh my god, that's going to be it. Ari says, all right, that was my last chance.
Oh,
going out on a roll, and I can respect it. What a beautiful full art too.
Yeah. Hey, actually, you know what? Community poll. What is your favorite Gambit art? There are so many to choose from at this point that I am so curious what your favorite is.
Gambit's kind of cool. Oh, absolutely. I think this is the tablet one for me. I used to really like the full art. Don't get me wrong. The Stellar's also kind of neat, but it's got to be the tablet art. Tablet art's super cool. The gold is crazy.
Mm-hmm. The tablet art is great, and I love that there's a bit more like contrast on it, and it's in person the like rainbow sort of the little where it's etched really pops, and it's beautiful. Gotta be one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. What about you? What's your Gambit take there?
I think I'm still on the full art. I think that the full art just, it speaks to me. I like that one a lot. And I love the Gambit play. I think that even we could have gone Gambit sooner, and that maybe the audacity would have paid off.
I agree. Regardless, though, what a match. I think it was so interesting to see this low to the ground strategy shape up against Lockagon. And Lockagon being one of the big boogeymen of the format. We know that this deck is solid. We know that it's got plays. We know that it's got explosive as well, can play low to the ground. And this playing the Aphoros Fish version, almost pioneered by Penthouse in some capacity, showcases off why it's still got the sauce. Ari, though, putting off a good showcase with the multi-spirit Skittles deck. And this deck playing lava, we saw at least 4 or 5 different spirit types. It's a lot and very hard to manage.
Certainly. And I think that Bobfish going into this game too, we were kind of talking about what changes can Ari make. And Bobfish probably thinking about that as well, completely changed the game plan, went with this more low to the ground fish strategy that isn't so easily punished when you know that it doesn't really matter if I'm getting out 2 drops and big bodies and all this stuff. I don't need to be going this hard when I'm looking at possibly Eruption, when I'm looking at possibly, I mean, if you're playing Lockagon, you know people are citing in the poison fruit and everything, but it's interesting to see the adjustments, and Bobfish played that really well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. It's also a big difference in, like you said, playing around the spoiled fruit. That's one thing talking to Lockagon players is not only changing up your composition of your deck physically, but also your play style to play around those cards. And so congratulations to Bobfish for taking that round. And also thank you to Ari for showcasing off Gambit of all things. And where there's a will, there's a way, as long as there's a heads, I guess. And odds there is not what you love to see, but I don't think I've seen Gambit in tournament play yet. So, kudos.
Yeah, the only time was actually Ari. During the Kiss Me match, was not able to play it because he simply said, well, I had a card that could win, and so I chose to play that instead. But at the end did slam down the Gambit. So this has actually been many, many weeks in the making. And on all of that, I think that an interesting conversation around the Lockagon deck that honestly, if anything, if there were any doubts after seeing Julian playing this list, that this is a good showcase of, oh, is it just kind of an easy to pilot deck? Does it play itself? Do you not have to think about it? Is it a low skill expression deck? But we've seen time and time again that that's in fact quite the opposite. And that's the difference maker between Lockagon players who are going to do well and consistently perform well, and maybe the ones who sink a little bit,
It's definitely sink or swim, I'll say that. And one thing too is that we did see Lockagon convert into the top 8, but not nearly to the numbers that we've seen in its representation. Before, when we had a Hurricane format, Hurricane and Chariot Ride, 2 cards that really did help facilitate this sort of combo strategy, it is good to showcase and still see that, yeah, this list still got it. So I think you're absolutely right there, and that's the perfect assessment of the list.
And I wish that we could have seen a little bit more of Ari's list. This is where I yearn for the in-person events, where afterwards you can go up to people and be like, what was going on? Tell me, what was the sauce there? What was happening? Or even the interviews where it's like, okay, so this play, what was going through your head? What was going on? And I truly yearn for that experience in each one, and I think it's so fun. But instead, our job is to simply guess and fill in the gaps, or sometimes make up silly little narratives that maybe aren't true. Like, oh, actually, yeah, there was for sure Poison Nectar Dionysus' Chalice in that list. Oh,
and Funguide was there as well. I saw Funguide. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. I even saw P-Gust, actually. I heard Wind and I saw P-Gust.
Yeah, I have seen P-Gust and Funguide in the same room.
Yeah. And it was not pretty, actually. It was horrendous. Both got by Lockagon and Gambit. Gambit was there for some reason.
Yeah, and you were there? And you were there? Yeah.
No, I think it speaks to kind of what you were saying previously about the later rounds here, as we're getting into kind of our later bits of this Elestrals Premier. We will start to see these top strategies and top players alike, both in Lockagon and of course someone like Ari, both perform well and also sometimes just not really hit it that big. Can you imagine though, Gambit going off for some reason?
Don't say for some reason. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I guess half a reason. What are the odds?
Yeah. Come on, just flip heads.
It's really just that simple.
Which, I mean, hey, with the composition of that deck, I think it fits thematically. Like, you will just draw the cards you need. You will just flip the heads you need. Simple. No,
absolutely. And outside of those percentages, I think we have some data compiled from today's tournament to talk about and showcase. Shouts to Eagle in this one. Eagle would have loved to see some of these. Inside of our rounds today, we have our Swiss rounds broken down in Lockagon being our number 1 represented deck from this tournament, compared to Solar from I think our previous one. Celestial Foretell holding up the front end 2 right behind Lockagon as our second most represented deck. Latagon is still right there, still a strategy that is kicking around and is a favorite to some. I Will Morfrost, the previous winning list, does get a spotlight here, as well as Morfrost itself. So maybe even Caleb and Bo's influence showcasing. And once again, it's always there. There's Krakatuga Burn.
I think that this makes a lot of sense. And it is funny that we're exactly split, exactly tied on the 2 different Morfrost builds. You have 5 people on each of them, 7.1% of our casters. One that I am genuinely very curious about and want to hear your opinion, Leaderboard. This has consistently been a deck that has been around, that has been highly represented in the top 3, I think, ever since Kissimmee. But we really haven't seen a lot of placements from it. We haven't seen, I mean, it's been in Top Cut, but doesn't tend to perform into the finals. What's your opinion?
This is an interesting case of, as I put on my Professor Swillax glasses and voice, this is a very interesting case I think we have here of the Leaderboard being a tried and true strategy that is just good enough with most scenarios. It's one of the better all-arounder decks. I can't necessarily say it has a bad matchup into really anything. It has tools for almost every single event and every single player it can ever come across. And if you are a player that can really jive with this list, then that's amazing. You'll probably do very well. But the big key is that its high ceiling is a little bit lower than the other decks. Things like Lockgun, things like Celestio, even Iwooly and Morfrost can both match its pace and low to the ground, but also can sometimes high roll a little bit, shout outs to Gambit, and showcase off these wider boards, these bigger Elestrals. And so when Leaderboard, a card that is seemingly crazy inside of formats like Moonrise and Firestorm come up, that's amazing. But how can it contest against Lockgun, against a large woolly mammoth? And that's kind of, I think, what's kind of holding it back from being this mainstay best deck of the format. But would you rather play something that is, exciting and very flashy, or something that's going to get the job done that's always been there? I don't know. That's kind of the key question.
We also have been talking about it a bit, but I don't think that Earth has been solved yet. There are a few different builds that I've seen. One of them, which has been referred to as Zombie Fruits, which has a Rise from the Shadows, often accompanied by Pharaohgeist, which apparently does come up in these matchups with the Leaderboard. It does address that high ceiling a little bit, but a lot of things have to go right for you in order for that to happen. Whereas I think that with these other decks, those consistency pieces, those abilities to answer any and all threats are much more prevalent in things like Celestio and Lockgun, even in Morfrost, in my opinion. I think that Krakatuga Burn here, I want it to be good. I really want to see it perform. I think it's just one of those that we haven't seen be as consistent as it needs to be a real contender.
Yeah, and that's kind of similar to what you're saying with the Lockgun deck. Krakatuga Burn, there's always going to be one. A lot of things have to go right for this deck to really shine. But what a cool list, and very similar. It has a lot of these sort of elements of the low to the ground consistency that we see. Maybe it's just not to the extent. As well, speaking of these exciting runes and Elestrals, we have a look at the top Elestrals and runes in this tournament that we took a look at previously in the broadcast. But for this tournament here, here's our top represented Elestrals. Kaylin, what stands out to you here?
Okay, well, Cyanectar, who was previously the #1 most represented little guy, has now been special ascended over by a Tadpuff. We've never seen this happen this way. Tadpuff is here, and I mean, this is just Lockgun City. It really does go to show how many people are playing this deck. Dratogla, Champion of Aphrodite, being represented is fun to see, as that's one that isn't always included, but I do love. I also think that it's cool that we see Brummelings here. We see the Infrostics, obviously being representation from the Frost builds. Lavalith always hanging on. We do Lavalith, and somehow always manages to be represented in these top 12. Is there anything particularly notable to you here?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Lavalith is pretty much the only standout, as well as the Infrostics, but I think Lavalith being up at the higher end versus it being the last card represented on this previous top 12 is kind of the indication to me that a lot of players are just playing the one of Lavalith and saying, similar to Ari, I'll see it when I see it, and it's going to perform as well as it can. Hopperoo still holding it down, Cyprong still holding it down. Rummelings also being in the top contenders here does point to, once again, what we saw with that double split Morfrost strategy like you were mentioning earlier. Glimbat also, well, you know, I love to see you, but I just know you're here because Novacore is not at 3 in most people's lists.
Yeah, this one is interesting because, I mean, in the solar lists, what else is played at 3 consistently? Surely there are things other than Glimbat, right? Which doesn't even get played. Poor Glimbat just gets pitched to the underworld.
Yeah, maybe it's just a way to search the runes to help combat these stadium wars we saw with the massive meta threat that is Crabs. But the Tadpuff here is very interesting. Lockgun City, you're absolutely correct. Look at the wave of blue up top with the little green Psynectar in sandwich in the middle.
He's holding it down, and I think that makes a lot of sense because today we have seen Psynectar represented in not just Earth decks. It is just a good consistency piece. It's a great card to open with, especially if you're going first, get yourself a PTA, and have your opponent already start on a back foot. So Psynectar being here makes a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense as the number 1 represented little guy too, but as we saw, special ascended over by this Tadpuff.
Yeah, and taking a look here too at the side deck cards and runes that we have on the top 12 today. Here's our runes represented. A lot of the main deck staples that we know and love: Gorgon's Gaze, Poison Tadera, Ambrosia, Shield of Achilles, Nectar of the Gods, Tsunami, Vanis Madness, Rest on Your Laurels, Dense Fog, Aphrodite, and Pandora's Box. I don't think I'm really forgetting any on here, but any standouts to you? I think I have one glaring one, but I want to hear from you first, Kay. What do you think about this list?
I think that Resting on Your Laurels being here is interesting. This is one that has been just, people have been debating like, oh, is it a side deck card? Is it a main deck card? Is it good? Is it bad? I think that it makes a lot of sense now that we have a lot of decks that go wide, like Morfrost, decks that can very quickly get out of hand, like Lockagon. Really cool to see Dense Fog here. I think that someone was talking about earlier, someone who's really wise and probably pretty also, saying that Suppression is something that people are playing around with a little bit more now. And Dense Fog being in the main decks, possibly opening up a pathway for, oh gosh, I don't know, suppression strategies. Fun Guide, Champion of Artemis comes to mind is one of those that a lot of people are talking about. But what about you? You said that there are some glaring ones here. I'm curious what your opinion there is.
Oh, really only one glaring one, but I guess we can talk about Resting on Your Laurels particularly, because you are right. This one is a card that previously was maybe theoried to be really good in a format where there's a bunch of Divine Runes out, similar to how Lavalith was highly represented. But for me, it's actually Earthquake. I don't know how anyone's fitting the Earth Spirits into their list to actually cast this card. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that just gets cited out for resting in the first place. It's kind of insane to me to see that card in the top anyways, when it is technically, I guess, the best side deck card in existence. Nectar of the Gods is, I think, a big one for me, but it would make sense for Lockagon to be in here. That Nectar of the Gods is one of the big consistency pieces. And of course, I think we did see it inside of Kryber's Hermes list. So maybe more decks are on the fact they need to see their pieces come together. But no surprise here, too. 100% of the casters are on Gorgon's Gaze. And that's your big winner from today's runes.
It's the greatest card in the game. It makes a lot of sense. And Poison Tipped Arrow being so highly represented is also interesting to me, probably linked to the resurgence of it being linked to Psynectar and its popularity and the access to it as well. Which we were talking about those side deck cards, and this is very interesting to me. Now, I have gotten to go first on all of these, but I want to hear your initial thoughts on these side deck warriors here.
Oh, absolutely. Monsoon of Ares and Tornado. Huge glaring ones from me on this one. I have seen Tornado being played in decks that aren't even really wind strategies. And so holding down at the bottom end there, kind of similar to the Lavalith that we saw previously, is just maybe something that players are teching in for the back row removal. And a lot of strategies do have some sort of wind synergy. And Monsoon of Urus is also one that pairs well with Lockagon and a few other low-to-the-ground strategies as more cards need to be suppressed, similar to Dense Fog, like someone very wise and very pretty was saying, that suppression is in fact good. And so Monsoon can sometimes kick it. And this is a kind of a big difference from the previous tournament, though. Much less representation for side deck spirits. We don't see Owloon. We don't really see Leviathan here. We only see the Floor Mine and Cryoblast, two of the great Caped Crusaders, holding it down in the side deck wars. Then that's what I'm noticing here. Pandora's Box, what's up with that?
I think that is PK Sparks at work here. It is funny to see how Pandora's Box is now not only becoming a side deck staple, which is where it started out, but then people have been saying, hey, you know, actually the games that I have Pandora's Box, really great. I think I'm going to put this in my main deck, but you do still have decks that you want to have it in the side. I think that Cryoblast is one of those runes that has been up and down in terms of how people feel about it, hot and cold, if you will. But right now, I think it's a great card, and especially if you're already natively playing Frost, it does make a lot of sense to have it in the side deck as opposed to the main deck, because of course, if you are playing against a Frost strategy, it's just kind of dead in the hand. So being able to go into it in games 2 or 3 is definitely helpful.
Yeah, and I think it is so interesting to see the different diversity pop in here. Of course, as Lakagon becomes the most represented deck in today's tournament, a lot of the cards inside of the main and the side do tend to lend themselves very well to that type of strategy. Conversely, when Solar was maybe the most represented deck, you have a lot more cards that are even side decked against that deck, which is so many in the varied range of that being. Kind of see now the decrease in some of that variety just a little bit. But as things tighten up inside of the later tournaments inside of a format, this should make a little bit of sense.
And I mean, with this, I think that side decks in general are kind of a divisive topic, right? A lot of people rock up with no side deck and they say, nah, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to play what I'm going to play. A lot of people are of the belief that it's going to make or break your tournament run. So if you're a new caster, if you're coming in and you're not quite sure how to make a side deck, the things that you should be teching and things that can help against certain matchups, this is a great bit of data for you to start with and to say, oh, okay, I see what other people are doing. I see what cards can help me out and figure out which things to teching against which matchups, that kind of thing. And yeah.
No, absolutely. And again, if I am at all looking to check out and see what cards I need to take in and out of my side decks, well, I don't know if I can do that inside of our casual tournaments because those are best of ones, but hey, I can at least check and see if the main deck is solid. And that's where a lot of my theory came in for a long time, was just getting with the community, playing in these casual events, and checking out if anything works out from there. And if you would like to join in too on these casual events, we have some coming up here on Tuesdays, November 18th, 25th, and December 2nd. It's a great way to get involved in the community. Joining the Discord is always a great ideas for decks, for different strategies that you might want to look at, both practice and also refine. These are great events to do so. So hop on and join us for some clashing.
And important to note also that these are all going to give you opportunities to practice before the next Premier event. We have 3 webcam events that if you want to get practice in, those are all available to you. The Premier event coming up on December 6th. So start getting your practice in now. Registration is open if you've been watching today. And if you are like, oh, hey, this looks like a great time, I would love to cast out a Cyan Nectar and go find a poison-tipped arrow. I know I find myself thinking that and looking at that registration open now with a little bit of lustfulness in my eye. And hopefully we will see some of you there.
Yeah, I think I'm staring at those events and those tournaments saying, where is Fun Guide and how can I make Fun Guide work? I heard Fun Guide is the new bee's knees, not the Cyan Nectar knees, of course, it's a little bit poison. But how can I take follow the wisps, which is essentially just like Full Moon if you squint at it, and bring it to a top Premier? That's what I'm thinking here.
Mm-hmm. I do think that yes, you're probably right there. And I think a lot of casters are after the excellent points that have been made today on behalf of Fun Guide and Lunar, that they're going to be looking a little bit more at the Lunar element. And I can't wait to see how that goes at the next Premier event.
Oh no, not Voldusk 2.0. Well, we did get in the new lunar phase full moon, and once again, those Shattered Stars pulls have been really good to us. I don't know about you, but I think for me and my purposes, I don't think it can get any better than sometimes those full arts. I think they're quite beautiful. I'm blanking on if anything's better than those cards.
Let's see.
Y'all tell me out here.
Lunar full art Shattered Stars. Lunar full art Shattered Stars. You know, that gives me a lot to think about. And I think I'm going to need some time. And with that, I think that we'll go to a bit of a break here, and I'll contemplate this conundrum that you've presented to me. And when we come back, hopefully I will have some conclusive answers for all of you. We will be back, and we'll see you for round 6. Hello, casters, and welcome back. We are getting ready for round 6 of today's premier event. I am once again joined by Eagle. How are you feeling today, Eagle?
I'm feeling great. Another amazing round that we just witnessed, and we're getting into like the weeds of things. We're seeing, depending on what matchup we get, we're seeing the people that are like X and 1 or even undefeated, and it's a really tense but also exciting round. We see kind of what the top performing stuff are.
We finally had, with the last round, Lockagon rear its, I'm not going to say ugly, she is a gorgeous creature, head there, and finally pop up. We knew that it had to be lurking somewhere. Amazing that we went so many rounds without seeing Lockagon, considering how heavily represented it is.
It's crazy to see because Lockagon had been one of the most represented decks for the first few major events, then took a nosedive after, I shouldn't say nosedive, but it definitely fell off once the most recent ban list took in effect. But I think last Premier with that top 8 finish showed that the deck can still play even without Helios and Hurricane. And I think that's represented here where everyone's like, oh, it can still play? Okay, I'm bringing it. And now it's the most represented deck.
I think it just took a little bit of cooking for people to say, well, this was pretty heavily dependent on Helios, on background removal, on making sure that I could get these big plays out, and people testing and, cooking, doing whatever they needed to do there, and coming back and saying, actually, it's still crazy. It is still an excellent deck. And that's where we are today.
And I love how many different variations we're seeing. There's the pure, I kind of call it the pure combo version, where there's no Aphros, no other stuff. You're just trying to get out your Lockagon and beat the opponent. And even in the absence of Helios and Hurricane, there are still cards that kind of serve a very similar purpose, but aren't as overwhelming as those two cards. Soulmates within Archetype is a great example. If you can get out your second Lockagon, your opponent tries to spoiled fruit it. Well, nope, I get to bring it right back and actually get to pop something because the Lockagon was cast. And the second one I've been seeing is Chains of Prometheus, which is really nice to see that underrated Frostfall card finally seeing some more play.
I think that Chains is such an interesting card because it's the only card that says no to just any counter rune. And we saw it a while there when we were doing Argo battles, and people were simply saying like, Argo, no, I'm going to Argo your Argo, and then it's like, I'm actually going to know your Argo to my Argo with this Chains of Prometheus. And it was an incredible bit of interaction that we were able to see for a while there. But Chain's one of those things that now that more people are playing Fire, we've seen a good amount of it today. It just fits in the deck, and I think is an excellent answer.
I do too. And that's not even like wow, I just completely lost my train of thought there. It's not it's not the only thing we're seeing from Lock-On as well. We still see decks trying to weave in Aphros lines. And probably my favorite one, and one that has been seen less and less, but still is there sometimes, is Aphros Nexus stuff. And I love Aphros Nexus. So to see just that 3 of base set Aphros, 3 champ Aphros, I'm going to draw 2 and get 2 5 attackers. I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we did just see in that last round, we saw the original Aphros come out, and we didn't get to see a lot of Nexus stuff. It was mainly just there to be another 5. But like you said, it gets the effect of Aphros. It gets to be a 5 attacker, which is huge, especially in a meta where a lot of people are saying maybe these low to the ground strategies are pretty good. And you see so many more Frost decks running around, which most of them, outside of exactly Chimera, struggle a little bit to get past that 5 stat line.
Yeah, definitely a great kind of more low to the ground play, so you're not fully committing to the spirit intensive top end. Though I say spirit intensive, it's only spirit intensive if you don't get heals.
Just draw the cards that you need. We've been saying this all day, and it is really the answer is just draw the things you need.
Yes. I'm really curious to see what we end up seeing in round 6 and round 7. I think it will give us a good idea of what's been competing well. Lockagon may be the most represented, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's some of the best performing. As we continually see from top 8s, we see someone make their way in there with expected decks such as Lockagon and the Celestial Foretell deck. But we see plenty of just kind of one-off decks. Last Premier's champion, Caleb, perfect example with that Iwooly Moorfrost Brew. And then I'm trying to think the rest. I think we had 2 Locagon victories, so it's definitely proven itself. But in past formats, we have seen other ones slip in as well and take the top slot, and it looks like this format is showing signs that that is still also possible.
I would be curious to see how today is going to turn out. Looking at our casters, we have a lot of very interesting decks performing well, and we have only a couple casters who are still undefeated. So a lot of X and 1 casters who for the rest of today are going to be playing as hard as they can, fighting for their lives, trying to stay in the running for top cut, and we will see how that goes.
We're down to the wire here. Final 2 rounds. This is, for a lot of people, their make or break time to see if they can get into top 8. I'm just excited. Like, these past few tournaments, I've loved seeing the top 8 breakdowns. Just being able to look at them and say, wow, even though we see what looks to be some of the same decks, whenever I look at the actual deck list, they have their differences. It just tells me there's so much more to explore and learn about this format. And even just seeing the Swiss breakdown, while we still see some of the expected stuff, we still see some new stuff popping in. So it just means there's more excitement to come, which is a great place to be in, being about halfway through this tournament season.
I think it's so interesting getting to cast with you because you have such a unique perspective on things. I mean, unlike anyone else who gets to cast here, because you are so entrenched in the data. You are constantly seeing the trends and the numbers and all of that. And I feel like when you are casting, I can see all of that information just constantly running, and you being like, okay, what can I pull here? Oh yes, this. And it's great. I love your insights and everything that you have to say and your observations into things. Like you said, when you look at our previous top 8, it seems like we had a lot of very similar lists, but in fact, each of them performed very differently and functioned very differently. And we're seeing that today. We have an exact equal split of sort of the Caleb build of Moorfrost that we saw and the Bow build of Moorfrost that we saw in Top Cut. And it is very interesting.
Oh, it is. And I don't want to give away too much because, of course, we're still mid-tournament. I was looking through those lists. And while it is true the Iwooly Moorfrost deck is more kind of locked in deck, kind of how the Blizztrix self-mill list has been. Like the list is exactly what you would expect to be with a few minor changes. The Moorfrost section is actually where there's a lot of variation. Usually when you see those kind of archetype names, it's sort of a catch-all, not really like a locked-in list. And that's exactly what Moorfrost is. We actually saw, I think, a good example of that in the round 3 match. It was round 3 where we saw Moorfrost on one side of the board. I'm trying to remember who was playing it. I think it wasn't Kryber. Can't remember who was on it off the top of my head. But we saw signs of a potential Cryo Scorch.
Ah, yes.
And that's what I think is so much fun.
Yeah, I do want to know if they were actually on the Cryo Scorch, as Cryo Vern ended up being enough to take care of things. That 7 stat line was all they needed in that particular instance, which, I mean, we have seen people do, which actually, we didn't even see Cryoling. Hold on.
Yeah, they always hard ascended the Cryo Vern, which is kind of funny.
No, that's very interesting. I would love to take a look at that and see, was it just Cryovern? Did we have the baby that helps get into it? Do we have Cryoscorch?
They had to have had it. But actually, I've got an interesting question off that. So I'm saying there is, in those general archetype names like Moorfrost, there's some variation in there. What would you like to see paired with Moorfrost?
Ooh. Oh, that's fun. Okay. One of my favorite Frost cards, and by favorite, I mean, it's a bit of a love-hate relationship because I tried to play it, didn't work for me, got bodied by it, have seen it body people, and it feels so strong when it works, is Rhinosect. And that package, because we haven't really heard much from Rhinosect ever since the Cryo Rhino shenanigans that we saw. Shout out Sir Tractor.
That was great.
Who topped with that one. And I think that was the most dominant performance in a top cut that I've ever seen. Like, I think that there was a semifinal match that went like 5 minutes. That's how insane that deck played. And I mean, hey, if we're looking at Cryovern, if we're looking at Cryoscorch, maybe Rhinosect could be a cool one to look at too.
Rhinosect was always a fun one to me because its output was direct. I think, not that I have it proven, but the theory and what I was observing was that its output directly correlated to the number of Rhinosect you had in hand to special cast.
Yeah.
So you could have a game where it ends like in 5 minutes because you just go, okay, my Rhinymph resolves, Rhinosect, deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. And it is just that easy. If you have the cards turn in one turn, then yeah, no, that's it.
Yep, pretty much. It's so much fun, and I've got a wealth of it. I was even saying before we hopped back on that I had an interesting breakdown to keep it real simple. Pretty much what I was wanting to see was which elements are showing up the most in the tournament. And it's so fascinating to see. Unsurprisingly, water, Bakugan, most represented deck. Tsunami, very common card. We're seeing a ton of Earth. That makes sense because we're in Lifestream format. Earth got a major support wave. Also, unsurprisingly, Frost was also a highly represented element. Again, we saw the more Frost, so a lot of core. We can see that in the decks that were shown as well. And then also Solar, Celestial Foretell. Makes sense. What I found even more interesting was that there's pretty much a 4 element split. You got those 4, this tournament's all focused around these 4 elements. Then we've got, you can see the fringes are more lunar, wind, fire, and thunder, because those are, without trying to get too complicated, essentially what I'm seeing with these elements are that they are below, if everything was equal, they're kind of below that average.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it makes a lot of sense to see water and earth represented because that is what Lifestream is. And last format, we did see a lot of fire, a little bit of wind. It's cool to see wind hanging on from Firestorm with the Hermes things mostly unchanged. Although I do think that the Aviolith edition is huge. I think that is a big difference maker because it is such an expensive deck. And yes, before they were playing a lot of the Divine Healing to try and make the Hermes work, but now just being able to have that in a body on the board represented that you can get with Hermes is incredible. A searchable Ambrosia, essentially.
Way better than that. No, that card is insane, especially since I just realized rereading it. Oh, it just needs to be sent from board to Underworld, so I can ascend over that. Oh my gosh. I will say, though, I think what most surprised me about this tournament was how hard Thunder fell off. Because a Thunderstorm was quite represented. It was one of the top 4 most represented elements, previous ones. Now, it's at the bottom of the bunch. Wind and Fire, which have been the bottom 2, are beating it out. So, I don't know. Maybe people just have lost faith in Thunder for right now.
Well, I mean, it is one of the elements that we could be seeing it in a future set get a lot more support, hopefully. We've seen, what did we say? Fire, wind, water, and earth. So, the other 4 elements, hopefully we can see some representation. Hopefully we can see Thunder come back a little bit. Honestly, I know that this was Earth's format, but I think that it needs just a little bit more. We need more Champions of Demeter. We need a few more pieces to unlock some of the Earth decks that are going on.
I agree with that. I think you were the one who called out Unlimited Equalinks as maybe the way to get those, give them that little extra bump. That's something that I'm also personally very curious how that would perform. Would that be the case?
Actually, this is very funny. We have our casters for round 6. It's like I spoke him into existence. We are going to be having Sir Tractor, shout out Cryo Rhino, versus Y Rebellion. Sir Tractor is someone who we have seen here quite a bit, winning the premiere, like I said, with Cryo Rhino. Two times, I believe, has won 2 premieres. And has it been in plenty of top cuts.
Oh, yeah.
And Y Rebellion, also a caster who we see quite a lot, and apparently was a runner-up at a regional. So very exciting.
They are both 4-1, so definitely looking to win this. just to make sure that they can maximize their odds of getting into top 8. Because I believe, I can't remember the exact breakdown off the top of my head, but as long as they remain X and 1, they should be good. So definitely looking to win this one.
Yeah, I know that only a couple X and 2s usually end up making it to top cut. So this really is the point of your run where you need to be very careful. And if you are going to lose, you need to lose the right games. And those tiebreakers are super important. But I cannot wait for this. I'm very excited to see. I really love seeing what Sir Tractor has been cooking up. I feel like he's always a little bit ahead of things before they become trends, and then they're decks that you see everywhere. So I don't know if we're going to see him on a unique brew or if he's simply on one of these commonly represented decks. Can't wait.
Yeah. And we got a reminder of what decks that Sir Tractor actually won the 2 premieres with. One was from April 26th, so that would have been Moonrise format. Yeah, I believe, that'd be Moonrise format. And that was the Cryosect deck, or Cryo Rhino. Yeah. 2 names there. And then another one on June 21st, which should have been Firestorm at that point, winning with Track King.
Oh, right, the Track King list. Yeah, okay. So this should be very exciting.
Yes,
I can't wait.
So stoked. And even Why Rebellion, I'm really curious, or why... Okay, it is Why Rebellion. I just realized, wait, the name really tripped me up because there's no vowel between the R and the B. But they are definitely known for, I always think back to, I should really double check this if it was the last premiere, they were on the Hermes deck, and that was super exciting to see. I can easily pull it up. I've got the data right here. What am I doing? I keep saying it. I might as well validate myself. That is, so I'm really curious to see what they end up bringing, since I'm pretty sure they like to bring some really, really cool decks.
Ooh, okay. And it looks like we are getting ready to go into this round. Ooh. Sir Tractor versus Y Rebellion. Sir Tractor is going to be starting us off, so we will get here into round 6 imminently. I cannot wait. This is going to be an incredible clash.
And now we get to learn who those casters on, up until they just expend to draw and we have to wait another turn.
I know. Okay.
Let's see.
We have both of our casters debating if we're going to have mulligans going on here, checking out these hands. We saw a little bit of a hand bleed there. I was like, what do you got? What do you have in there?
Unfortunately, I didn't catch it. Looks like they're mulliganing, though, and it's 2 Frost.
Ooh, no way. Are we about to... Are we going to see Rhino Sect? Come on, Sir Tractor. I know you've been cooking with the bug.
Also, I just want to shout out Sir Tractor's playmat. Gotta love that original Kickstarter Circle the Sky playmat.
Ooh, Circle the Sky, a card that I think that's the one PK Sparks has shouted out as that's the next card that's going to be crazy after his success with Pandora's Box. Classic.
I know I've had, literally in this tournament run, I've thought to myself, what's additional ways that they could get spirits on board to deal damage? Circle the Sky.
Oh, okay. Actually, while we were looking at Sir Tractor, we did miss a mulligan from Y Rebellion, and those look like wind spirits. It looks like maybe you were right, and he might be on a very similar list to last time, so we'll see.
Yep, I did verify he was on a Hermes self-mill list, but those, a Tadflow. Just starting off, this could be a plethora of Frost decks, but going straight into the Iwooly Champion of Kione, that gorgeous Stellar, I believe that is from the tournament packs, Narpoon, Snowlit, I can't see the other one, and the Brummalinks.
Okay, so we have multiple hits here. At this point, Sir Tractor's like, which ones to pick? Are we going all of them?
I can't tell what the other one is. I see a Brummalinks, I just can't, Brummalinks, no, and I can't tell what that final one is. Oh, it's I think it's a Brummalinks as well.
A different Brummalinks art. Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell, but we will see.
No, it's the Asprowl, the Stellar Asprowl.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember if... Okay, I was about to say, there's some weird ruling, like if you don't have it on the board, you needed something. I can't remember what that was for, but it doesn't apply here. So yeah, great sequencing there. We're finished resolving the Iwooly effect to bring that back. which then gives the Snowlet on board to then ascend immediately into the Asprowl.
Yeah, and we get the Blizzard Whiteout from the effect of the Brummelinks. This is an insane turn 1. I am just saying that now. There are 2 drops. We've gotten the effect of the Brummelinks. We have a Blizzard Whiteout. We're going,
and the Blizztrix!
We hit the Blizztrix turn 1! Oh my god! Oh!
Didn't even need to hit the use the Asprowl effect. That was off of the Snowlet, which did trigger before the ascension occurred.
I want to know the conversation that's happening right now between Stir Tractor and Y Rebellion. Because what do you even do? We have a 3, 2, and 1 drop. That's kind of satisfying. That's kind of cute. But holy macaroni! We have a Blitztrix on the board right now.
Oh, that was an epic turn 1. And now I'm really curious, what does Y Rebellion do to come back from that?
Well, we've been saying Wind has all this utility, so let's see it. Oh, going with something in defense here. Absolutely indiscernible.
I can't make that one out. Also, I was just remembering about this. Can't say I'm too... I knew Subtractor was hunting down those Premier Pack spirits, so getting to show them off for this tournament is awesome. It is Hermes.
Okay, so we went in and we grabbed a Hermes, and we see the effect of the Hermes going. Okay, so it was Spine Imp. So we had the Spine Imp effect to go and grab the Hermes. That makes some sense. And there goes the Spinosect. Okay, hey, you know what? Bouncing things back to hand could be an option, although, of course, if they bounce that Blizztrix back, that could be simply just an ascend over the Iwoli next turn if we really want to.
Yeah, here, I'm trying to figure out what's best to bounce, because Blizztrix obviously the biggest threat, but the Iwoli here is also a huge threat, because you use the effect first and then can just ascend that Blizztrix, as you mentioned.
Yep, okay, so here we go. There is the Spinosect coming out, and the effect here. Okay, so we are going to be bouncing the Blizztrix back to hand, and if there isn't some kind of removal option, there's no back row being set. I mean, Sir Tractor could just... Okay, no, we do see back row. There we go. 2, actually. So maybe something to deal with this board. We have started to pick it apart. Spinosect in attack, going to be dealing with that Brummelinks here. So now only an Iwoli remains.
Hear me out.
Okay.
As soon as possible, flip on the opponent's turn, flip up Trickery to bounce the Iwoli back to hand.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Wait, do we see it?
It doesn't look like Trickery to me. It's a 2 cost.
Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the other play. Like, that was probably the more obvious play, but I think it'd be so cool just to say, all right, you drew your card. Immediate time I can respond, flip up Trickery, destroy my Spinosect, cast the other Spinosect from my board, bounce that back to hand, be good to go. Oh, but the whiteout.
Oh, okay. So there's that whiteout that was searced from the Brummelinks going
and another Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh! Okay.
That being said, that is 2 Gorgon's Gaze out of Y Rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
And look how low the spirit count is after that exchange.
Yeah, we have chewed through back row here and going to simply be casting out a Catarant in loaf position, which means that we're going milling again. Okay, so the Cedar Soar hit. Oh my god.
I also love how you said loaf position.
That's what he's doing.
It really is someone with 2 cats that it is the loaf position. It really is.
Mm-hmm. That was the first thing I thought when I saw it. I was like, oh, there's no way I'm seeing a baby elephant loaf right now. That's incredible.
Okay, so casting out the Cedar Soar milled by the
yikes.
I want to say Snowlet. It is not Snow, it's Catarant, and then pass back over to Y Rebellion. Let's see how they will proceed to try to pick apart this board even more. And we see just a Aviolith, sure.
Aviolith, okay. I mean, currently nothing on the board can hit over Aviolith in attack position. We do know that BlueStacks is in hand.
Yeah, that Gorgon's Gaze is also really strong. White Rebellion probably wishes they had another one to stall that out a bit more, especially
Just
with no
get the
trickery.
third. I mean, if we do see trickery, then we're in a position to be able to do exactly what you were talking about, to get the effect of it again. However, we need to be able to deal with both the Cedar Soar and this Eye Woolly this turn.
Yeah, that's the problem, because here, if it was just the Eye Woolly, use Hermes' effect, send Carry Off, destroy it, and you're probably in a pretty good position. But now it doesn't really matter because both opponents got 2 targets to ascend, neither of which you can really deal with.
Okay, so White Rebellion choosing to protect the castle here. Spinosect having, I mean, a pretty decent-sized defense stat, same actually as the Aviolith, both with their 7 defense, saying, okay, well, you are going to have to ascend over one of these if you want to be able to hit me. Possibly that back row is able to deal with the BlueStacks. I don't know if we're looking at a poison-tipped arrow or what.
What was that? And another Cedar Soar. Oh my gosh.
Goodness. I mean, there is a world where Y Rebellion can just get Sir Tractor on low enough spirits and not give him any opportunity to hit through these defensive walls. And I mean, could win that way if we can deal with this BlueStacks.
Yeah, all hinges on BlueStacks, but even then, they have adequate back row to deal with it. We'll have to see.
I would hope so. Well, here we go. There goes the BlueStacks properly enchanted. Are we going to flip this back row now? Or are we going to wait for the cost of the effect?
Yeah. Your Wire Rebellion, I think you're hoping that you got another Gorgon's Case here, or else you're in for a world of hurt. I'm really just trying to dig through what can this deck have to answer such a wide board such as this, especially since they don't really have many big Elestrals to go into.
Okay. Oh, and it's something. That is
another
a card.
Gorgon's
No
Case.
way! Okay, so we saw the 3 Elestrals being added back to the deck from the Underworld, and then the Gorgon's Gaze on the effect, but we are still going to be milling. But also, I mean, what are you even hoping to hit outside of Eye Woolly at this point?
Yeah, you don't really have much here. Also, crazy, Wire Rebellion saw all 3 Gorgon's Gaze.
I mean, hey, if we want to talk statistics, Y Rebellion was due those 3 Gorgon's Gaze after that turn 1 that Sir Tractor has had in the subsequent mills ever since. This has been an insane game from Sir Tractor.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with ways to kind of cheat out that final 3 points of damage. I'm just not seeing it. The only thing I could see happening is you go ascend Aviolith into Pantera, use Hermes' effect, send Spinosect to get extra spirits on the Pantera to blitz over.
Wait, let's go. We're seeing an ascension into.
Oh,
Is that a? I think it's a.
It's an Earth Celestial.
Yeah, it's. Is it Spinif? It's a bit hard to see.
So,
yeah.
Stellar Spinif. Yep, that makes sense. You get the heal 4. You get to go into mill. Oh, you get to search Hermes.
Yeah. We're grabbing a second Hermes.
Yeah. You can,
allowing us to do possibly 2 shenanigans. We could go and get another Aviolith if we want to heal a little bit, or we could start doing Spinosect nonsense, or even possibly, I guess a special cast of a Carrion isn't going to do much for us at this point in the game, especially with our normal cast having been used to ascend a Spinosect over an Aviolith champ.
Yeah, that Spinif can disenchant to ascend to bounce BlueStacks again. But how are you dealing with the 2 Elestrals that can immediately ascend into it?
I think you just have to hope that. Okay.
Wait, I see a line. I don't know if there's enough spirits.
Okay, talk to me.
The line I see is bounce Blitztricks, Hermes dump carry off, deal with the Eye Woolly, second
Okay.
Hermes in hand, dump another carry off, deal with the Cedar Soar. Oh, but PTA.
I didn't even see that there was a card set. Back row in Blitztricks? What are we doing?
Okay,
What are these kids doing with these newfangled Blitztricks lists that play back row? I never.
Yeah.
Hold on. If there's enough spirits for the carry-off play, then Why Rebellion should just be able to win it from here.
Yes. Oh.
Is there?
Okay,
If
there's the
this-
second Hermes.
If the spirit count is right, that should work. 6 spirits left. Both carry-offs would need to expend 2 spirits each. That's exactly 6 spirits.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing something. I'm like sitting here thinking, am I missing something?
I mean, yeah, if we do that and just swing,
This
there
is a nail
might
biter.
there might be okay, Aviolith. So we're
okay.
healing. So there goes the Aviolith, and we are going to be enchanting or getting 3 spirits, possibly 2.
Yep,
Okay, so
that makes
we are
sense.
going to the Hermes. Okay, and Hermes
Carry
getting it. That's okay. So there's the
Carry
carry off, and now we are just left with the Cedar Soar. Okay,
Does Why Rebellion have Earthquake in hand? Hold on.
if there are exactly 2 Earth spirits left.
Oh man. Because here's the thing, right now, PTA expends out and Search Action still just Ascend Blitztricks.
Oh yeah, we have to deal with the Cedar Soar. So there goes the PTA.
Interesting. Spy Rebellion only won 1 carry off, so that was never a play to make.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, unless Y Rebellion has a way to deal with this Blitztricks going into next turn, saying, "Oh."
It is a
Okay.
misenchanted Blitztricks, so it had to attack over. So it
Yup.
wasn't able to end the game. And
Oh,
what is the...
Hopperoo? Is it Hopperoo?
It is Hopperoo! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, so Y Rebellion takes game 1 in a nail biter. Oh my gosh.
Listen, let's go Hopperoo. That's basically Earthquake.
It's better than Earthquake. You just say, I don't care what you have on board. Take a damage.
No, listen, I need an art of a little Hopperoo in front of a big Blitztricks and just being like, oh, getting around it because incredible. Oh, what clash. Okay. So back to the beginning. Back to that turn 1 from Sir Tractor. Game 1, we see. Okay. So we started out. What did we even start out with? How did we do this? Because then all of a sudden there was an Eye Woolly, there was Brummelinks, there was Snowlit into Asprowl, and then Asprowl, which wasn't even the Asprowl effect, it was still the Snowlit effect, by the way, into Blitztricks on turn 1. Oh my goodness.
These were 2 very different kinds of chaos. One was slot machines chaos into something crazy, and the other one was, okay, I see all that stuff you're doing. Thank you for doing all that. Here's a Hopperoo.
Yeah, literally. Oh, that's neat. Anyways, 3 Gorgon's Gaze and a Hopperoo.
I forgot about the 3 Gorgon's Gaze.
All 3 Gorgon's Gazes, 2 of them.
Insane.
Because it just kept going, because then we went over to Y Rebellion. We had Spinosect things happening, and then we were left with only the Catarant or the Eye Woolly, which then Y Rebellion knew was going to be ascended over. So then we had the preemptive Gorgon's Gaze, to which Sir Tractor used Blizzard Whiteout, to which we had a second Gorgon's Gaze. And
One game.
listen, we're still yapping about this, and we're probably getting ready to go into game 2, and I still haven't processed game 1.
Gosh. Our brains are already fried.
Man. Oh, and then we hit like 2 Cedar Soar also. That also happened.
I'm just going to point out this is what you see when players are 4-1. This is what you get.
Uh-huh. And speaking of, they're somehow allowing Sir Tractor to go first again after everything that happened the last time that happened. I know, listen, if Y Rebellion has more Hopperoos in the side deck, they are being main decked immediately. But Sir Tractor going to be starting us off here.
I'm just curious. Sir Tractor went first last time, got this huge board setup, and ended up not mattering. So what is the plan to do differently this time? But I think there's also an argument to be made that don't necessarily need to do anything different. It just didn't line up. Like, you met with 3 Gorgon's Gaze, and then also did Binagora Stealth. Yeah, well.
We double Cedar Soar off of Catarant.
Hey, at least only one of them can be milled. It's some reprieve. However, that also means that next turn, that Catarant is guaranteed to hit off of its Foretell.
Oh my goodness gracious. And now we're threatening an Ascension over the Cedar Soar too at any moment. And 2 back row!
What was I telling you kids about playing back row and Blitztrix? Why, I never!
Oh my goodness.
Not as crazy of a board, but honestly, probably not too bad because now there's less to pick apart. It cost only 3 spirits this time around. Now we're seeing an immediate Hermes from Y Rebellion. We'll see what the mill is, considering there was nothing on board. Might just be an Aviolift to maintain on spirits.
Yeah, possibly set something up that nothing currently on board is threatening being able to hit over. Could also be good if we have one, in hand, the Hermes being activated, allowing the cast for that. But instead, we are Pandora's boxing the Hermes. And I can't believe we're about to see some mill action from the not Blitztrix player.
Was Hermes and Arresting on your laurels? Or is that a Gorgon's Gaze? I really can. No, it's not a Gorgon's Gaze. The artworks are the tournament packs. I can't make out what that other mill is.
Yeah, the glare makes it a little bit difficult, but it is not a card that will be coming into play.
Nope. Ooh,
it was a full art Resting on Your Laurels. Oh, that would have been huge here. Okay, but a carry-on coming here.
And
simply
pass.
just, set to and pass.
I guess gets you a body out on board to threaten Ascension's next turn. Not amazing, but there are worse things that could have been happening there. All right.
Oh, yeah, there's
Cedar Soar. Just building a forest on the board. Just a stellar forest.
I love the Stellar Cedar Soar. It is so beautiful. It does commit crimes, though. And that's okay.
Very much so. So, not as much of a crime as hitting the ivory here. Curious what Sir Tractor has in hand, because any Ascension here just goes crazy.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, here goes the second Cedar Soar. These are interesting in this matchup because, yes, Wind does have a lot of removal options, but it doesn't have anything that I can think of that natively hits over a Cedar Soar. And so these effects that you want to be saving for the big threats, the Blitztrix, the Eye Woolly, you're having to now say, ooh, I kind of have to deal with Cedar Soar, or I just let them get low enough on spirits that I Hopperoo again.
Ooh, Narpoon. Honestly, I like this from Sir Tractor, not committing as much to board as in spirits as last game, but still putting up a ton of pressure, and that's a poison-tipped arrow on the Narpoon. However, it's still a lot of damage potentially coming Y Rebellion's way. Just Carry On does not hold down the board whatsoever.
No, he's doing his best. He's just a little guy. Which,
yeah, if I'm Y Rebellion, I'm hoping to have a Tsunami here. Tsunami does protect against this board.
That's true, and that might be exactly why the PTA on the Narpoon was so important, because that is the only thing that then could not be answered by the Tsunami.
Yeah. I think your Wire Rebellion, you're not feeling too bad here because so far Sir Tractor hasn't had any big explosive plays. So you're kind of free. There's the Tsunami.
There we go. Yeah.
Kind of free just to
enough.
use this board position to try to start chipping away, kind of being like, all right, if I can't get through all of it, at least it doesn't seem like you got a Blizztrix in hand, or an Aspral, or an Iwoly in hand.
Yeah, you're too ivory pilled today. You got your round one, okay? Come on.
The funny thing is, I was trying all round one not to say Iwoly, because I was ready to say Iwoly more times than I can count.
And just as soon as you trained your brain out of that, now you're back here.
Yep, exactly. I kind of missed why the Carrion went to Underworld. Oh, because it switches to defense and Harpoon can still hit over it. Okay, so it isn't maintaining a body on board.
Yeah, but it at least minimizes the defense and it removes the Harpoon. So, I mean, all in all, not terrible for Y Rebellion, especially given the fact that we are still pretty up on spirits, all things considered.
Yep.
Sir Tractor hasn't established any huge threats. Still very much a manageable position, considering we were in unmanageable positions and still managed them. But that was an expend to draw, it looks like.
I'm curious to see what Y Rebellion is digging for using the Hermes here. Also want to call that Sir Tractor did search Champ Brummelinks off of the Harpoon, so we'll be able to go grab Stadium or Blizzards for next turn. And it looks like it is I'm guessing it's a Carrion?
I think it's the Stellar Carrion. Yeah.
Both these casters have their decks blinked out. It's awesome to see. Yeah. It's Carrion.
Okay, so we see the Carrion special. Oh, maybe that was not an expend to draw.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just damage.
Oh, that was probably the PTA payout.
Oh, true.
And to carry off. Oh, that's a gorgeous one. Hey, and that contests
Misenchanted. That's an Earth Spirit underneath it.
Ooh, okay. And then the PTA coming out here. I'm guessing what the goal was with that was to be able to set up trickery plays to tag out into Spinosex, just because that's a bit more valuable than just being able to shuffle back in an Elestral.
Well, and the stat line would have allowed to hit over the Cedar Soar with the PTA.
That's fully forced there, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Many things are happening. Okay, so we were still able. That is why it was Earth Enchanted. Full Forest allowed us through PTA to then still hit over the Cedar Soar. We have cleared all but one Cedar Soar at this point, and we have one back row set, and Full Forest still active. So that means we have other threats on the way. One of them being Hopperoo.
Fully Forest play there, like, I understand it felt necessary, but it feels kind of bad, specifically because of this. I think you would rather have held it to be able to get rid of Stadium, but I can understand wanting to just chip away at the board, but it almost makes me wonder if that wasn't worth it because the Cedar Soars were not threatening too much, but at the same time, you know that you struggle to hit over these.
Yeah, now these Cedar Soars are very much threats, as they are +2 from that Stadium rune, and we are going to be taking 3 spirits of damage here.
Guessing it's not Tsunami in the back. Taking 3. We'll see. It's still fairly close in spirits, so maybe can swing, but expending to draw and scooping. Okay, just clearly did not have a way to come back. Probably didn't have a Hermes. I think Hermes and Spineth were your ways to come back, but just didn't have it.
Well, we are going to be going into a game 3 here, and that went very differently, which is so interesting because looking at that first game, Sir Tractor did much better in terms of the mills and the luck on this luck-based deck in game 1. But now, going into game 2, didn't really see any big explosive turns, didn't really see big hits outside of exactly the Cedar Soars, and yet that was the game that Sir Tractor took the win from.
Looks like that Pandora's box on the initial Hermes mill did a lot to just kind of hinder Y Rebellion to be able to establish even more. And it's very interesting to see that, but I think it makes sense because from everything I've seen from the carry-off deck, it's very good at punishing the opponent for committing a ton of spirits into plays, but Sir Tractor just wasn't doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder if, like you said, I think why Rebellion needed to see Hermes, needed to see Spinosect. We have gotten to see a lot of really beautiful stellar cards. I think that is
Yes.
always a win for us getting to watch. Yeah, just didn't have it this game, despite the fact that I would say that game 2 went worse for both of our casters. It just went worse enough for Y Rebellion.
Yes. Yeah. And it makes me wonder, what are we going to see from game 3? It seems like we're getting to see a bunch of just various different kind of games that can unfold, which honestly, it feels great. It's like, okay, we can have like a really hype game 1, a very tense and slower, it wasn't even slower, but more grindy game 2. So what are we in for game 3?
Honestly, I think that calling back to the mill from the Pandora's box, that resting on your laurels was actually a huge hit, as that's a card that actually would have probably cleaned things up enough for Y Rebellion to have a pretty solid go of it. But we actually see a double mulligan going on here, both from Sir Tractor and Y Rebellion. So basically no one mulliganed, if you really think about it.
Everyone's just 2 spirits closer to losing. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And Y Rebellion is going to be starting us off going first.
Yes. Nobly just 2 Lycris on Y Rebellion's side, 2 Frost on Sir Tractor's side feels appropriate.
Yeah, it does feel like, yes, we're playing correct Elestrals.
So we'll see. Do either of them have to mulligan again? I mean, for Y Rebellion, it's very clear, just trying to find a way to get to Hermes. That's how that deck works.
All right, so let's see this new hand. Hopefully, yeah, serving him better, getting us into Hermes, getting us into all of those combos. And looks like our casters are keeping, if I were to guess.
That are still deciding. We'll see once Y Rebellion throws down a card. Calling out either Hermes or Spinum. Most likely.
I mean, pretty solid start overall. And,
That works too.
Yeah, okay, so going to be going in and getting a poison-tipped arrow, which, I mean, hey, that's actually huge, depending on how this next turn for Sir Tractor goes.
Oh, definitely. Just say whatever you try to establish, just one of those guys. Nope. And then it should really help this deck pick apart the rest of the whatever board Sir Tractor builds.
And I mean, we've talked about it before, but the 4 stat line is not nothing. I mean, obviously, when you're looking at a deck that can all of a sudden have a 3-drop, it is kind of, David and Goliath-esque. But hey, if they don't hit, then this little baby sticks around.
Yeah, and depending on what happens on Sir Tractor's side, Cyanectar can be a pseudo 6 attacker because of that PTA. And here's the perfect scenario where it will be a pseudo 6 attacker.
So looks like we're holding. Oh, never mind. I was say holding on to the PTA.
I feel like this is the best time to PTA because PTAing Snowlit and the Catarant always seem very risky because if your opponent hits off of them, that PTA was for nothing.
Yeah, you definitely have to save it until you get the big hits off of them. But yeah, the Narpoon feels fine, and keeping the board clear, being able to establish your own, also feels good for Y Rebellion.
Yeah, just get your setup for next turn on Sir Tractor's side. Like, it's just slow early game grind. Y Rebellion definitely taking the lead a little bit here, just a better board presence, but not by an insane amount that Blizztrick's Self-Mill can not come back. Oh, Blizztrick's Self-Mill can easily swing it back in their favor.
And we see 2 back roasts set, and the payout for the PTA there. So Narpoon goes down, and we go on back to Y Rebellion.
See what play they got. Board's clear, so I think for Y Rebellion, you just kind of want to set up your defenses. I don't know if you really want to do too much offensive craziness. I mean, this deck has always struck me as more reactive. Bounce from Spinosect, destruction from carry off. So I think you just maybe hold, may set up some that looks like the Spinem Stellar. Yeah, just set up Spinem, set up for some whatever follow-up plays you need to answer the board. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, grabbing the Hermes as well, which is huge. As we said, that is the biggest piece that we were missing in the last game at the end of the game. And so getting it established now, hopefully not into a Pandora's box, would be great. Here we go.
We'll see.
Does not look like an immediate flip, so I'm thinking we're safe, at least for now, from the Pandora's box.
Makes sense. Send the Aviolith. Don't necessarily need to set up anything too crazy. Also, I just want to say, I'm a little sad. We've seen 2 Hermes games, and I think we've only seen 1 Hermes Trickery flipped. I think there was one in the previous match that we saw.
Hermes Trickery is one of those cards that when you see it, you can't use it, and when you need it, you don't see it. At least from my experience. But when it works, it's really crazy. Oh, okay, so all of those went on to the Hermes. All of the 4 spirits from the Aviolith.
Makes sense. Just say, hey, my Hermes going to be doing stuff. If you want to get rid of it, you're going to have to use one of your effects to destroy it.
It would be crazy if we go right into BlueStacks, get rid of that Hermes.
Yeah. So I don't know. Getting rid of the back row might be the better play, but who knows? We'll have to see how this develops. Seeing the Brummelinks over the Catarant app, just not wanting to necessarily commit into Hermes shenanigans. I think this makes sense, though. You can still contest these 2 guys with the Brummelinks plus Stadium and try to check if Y Rebellion has some answers, or at least force more out of them.
Sure, and seeing this like almost slow, measured gameplay style from a BlizzTrix caster is just very interesting. And just saying, yeah, I'm going to set up all the pieces that I need. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to put up my Stadium rune. Everything feels great.
We're not playing BlizzTrix anymore. We're just playing the Brummelinks Blizzard beats.
When are we going to get a counter Stadium rune? Wait a minute. A Stadium rune you can set. That's what we've been missing. Let us do it.
Oh, that would be crazy considering it was made very clear early on. You can't set Stadium runes.
Yeah, but that one you can as a treat.
That'd be cool. Just kind of like, surprise, Stadium rune.
Yeah. I think with stadiums being more represented and getting to the point where if you win the Stadium War, then you can oftentimes win the game. I don't know. It could be a cool tech option. Maybe it's Barabas. Hey, you know what? Maybe we haven't been talking enough about Barabas.
I will say there is a Barabas deck today.
No way.
Like, focusing back on this game here, the Spy Nymph was let go. Or as we're going too far and so many plays have been made. A Spy Nymph was... The Brummelinks attacked over the Spy Nymph, but Y Rebellion let that go because, well, there was another Spy Nymph in hand anyway. So that was pretty cool to see, though, sending the Aviolith. So still playing it rather slow, which is kind of cool to see. Not feeling too threatened by this Brummelinks. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, both of our casters playing very, very slow here. After such quick games 1 and 2.
What is that card? I couldn't see it.
I was too busy yapping. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I think it was another Hermes from the search. That's probably what it was. Oh, yeah. So that makes sense. I was thinking, do you not want to go up into Spinasect here? Just throw out a Spina, hope your opponent can't answer it. But if you have a second Hermes, that's perfectly fine.
Yep. In fact, we are seeing second Hermes. Here we go, going back into the deck and grabbing.
There's the Spinasect.
The Spinosect.
I hope that's that card's Trickery. I just want to see Trickery.
Ooh.
Trickery could be nasty here because since it doesn't target, Blizzard Whiteout shouldn't be a card that's able to assist here, but just being able, as Sir Tractor starts going for the mills, to just tag out into
Pandora's
the Spinosect. Oh, on the Ascension instead. Okay, just kind of force some additional resources out of the opponent. Makes sense.
Okay. And we see, Dense Fog and,
Trickery!
Hey! Oh, he heard us talking about him, and there he is in the underworld.
No Trickery plays as of yet. Okay.
But a second back row set, so the odds of one of those being Trickery has just gone up exponentially.
Yeah, this isn't the best position for Trickery plays. You really want to be up in that Spinosect, which, interesting seeing that Pandora's Box held for that mill, but it did get additional resources out of Y Rebellion, just kind of whittling them down. Now we see the Catarant come out here. Maybe I guess this is where Sir Tractor says, all right, now's my time. Now I go for the big play. Now I overwhelm.
Yeah, unless we have a Gorgon's Gaze. Shout out game 1. Let's see.
Dense Fog.
Okay,
That's another.
Hey, that's just as effective. You know, I have heard that suppression is actually really good in the current meta. Makes me want to look at some other cards that deal with suppression. Wonder what those could be. Anyways, that's crazy. So here we go.
Shout out to Julian. I've seen in his decks consistently running Monsoon these past in historic premieres. There's your suppression. But here, I really like it because there's been an uptick on active effects on 1 costs, which one of the reasons I think Dense Fog really struggled was because the best 1 costs historically have had on cast, which suppression doesn't really deal with. And you had other good ways to answer the ones where it would be effective. So being able to do it, having more active effects just makes Dense Fog just better by proxy because it essentially can act as a Gorgon's Gaze. At least the negate part. But here, it looks like it was attacked over the Spine Imp, passed back to Wire Rebellion, who is using the Hermes effect to mill. I'm really curious to see what ends up getting hit here. And it's just the carry off, I guess, just saying, nope, I don't want you milling stuff. Get that Cateran out of here.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Cateran is gone. I mean, keeping Sir Tractor off of what the only card that can ramp us up into anything else that we've seen from Sir Tractor makes a lot of sense, because we can't hit the Snowlet, we can't hit a second Catarant. Sir Tractor is going to start running out of resources to go big.
I will say, Sir Tractor's still at 11 spirits, so plenty of room to start ascending. But we've got, just playing out, there we go. Yeah, just playing out the Aviolith here, just wanting to get more spirits back. That makes sense. Just another slow play. Brummelinks can't get hit over it. Even with a re-enchant, Brummelinks can't hit over it. I think that just pretty much tells Sir Tractor, unless you've got a rune effect to deal with this Aviolith, you're going to need to try to mill and start ascending.
And looks like, okay, we are just going in defense position, just protecting the castle a little bit here. Even under that stadium, Brummelinks can't deal with Aviolith right now. And, okay, we are going to see something possibly.
Is that Infrostix? I think it was an Infrostix to bring back the Catarant.
Okay, yep, here we go. That was one of the most represented Elestrals that we saw on our top 12 Elestrals. So that makes a lot of sense.
Let's see, because now Catarant for the Foretell and Frostix. Can't tell.
Oh, I see an Iwoli.
Oh yeah, that is the Stellar Iwoli. About to pop off here. It is big enough to hit over the Aviolith thanks to Stadium. And let's see what the mill is.
Stadium.
And Frostix, Snowlet, another Iwoli, and Blizzard. So 2 hits there, and gets to keep on milling.
Yeah, we are about to continue doing this. Those 2 back row, save us 2 back row. What are you? We're just wondering. No pressure. We're just curious.
Oh, and there's the Blizztrix, but no Asprowl on board to be able to ascend. Though, guess what Sir Tractor hasn't done yet?
What?
Hasn't used his normal action. So
No way.
could just ascend.
Asprowl from hand.
Yo.
No way! Okay, Asprowl from hand. Let's go milling. Again, for the 3rd time. It's crazy that it's happened thrice.
The thing is, Sir Tractor doesn't even need to. Just sit here and keep just hitting the opponent, because Iwoli and Asprowl hits over stuff. Yup, and the Cyanector's just a road bump. So...
Oh no. You took me to bump.
In defense position, it's just a bump.
Oh, what was that? Did we hit something? Yeah, I don't... Oh. Don't worry, honey. I think it was just a Cyanector. Nothing to worry about. Okay. Well, so...
Speaking of bumps, we got the Aviolith as well. Apparently just a little bump with the Stadium up. But hey, it's healing 4, so Wire Rebellion has a chance to load up either Spirit Deck or one of the 2 Hermes that they have. Though notably 2 Spine Imp are gone, so I'm curious to see what he can do to kind of reestablish a board presence. Sir Tractor also still have 4 spirits, playing it very smartly to not die to that Hopperoo again.
Was there a trickery that I was unaware of? Was I too busy doing a bit and I missed a trickery?
No.
Okay, no, this is paying out. Okay,
Yeah.
I was like, there are 2 spirits that look like they're where the aviolith was.
Yeah,
Okay.
they moved on to World and were thus valid targets to be able
Yeah.
to play it out. And what? Oh, 3 for damage. That makes sense.
Okay. So this got scary real quick. Why Rebellion only at 6 spirits, Sir Tractor at 4. I mean, if we can survive this next turn, if we can get Sir Tractor low enough, Hopperoo from the top ropes.
How can you force it?
I think that Sir Tractor, fool me once, Hopperoo me once. You're not going to do it again. I probably will just sit here at a safe spirit count. But we will see.
I'm just trying to think of the craziest place to get the damage you need. Oh, and I
scoop?
think Why Rebellion just scooped here, meaning
Yeah.
Sir Tractor
Whoa.
wins it with BlizzTrick's self-mill. That was a crazy game, and what really stood out to me was it seemed like Sir Tractor saw what happened in game 1, which, granted, he went first, had no clue what Why Rebellion was on, but saw the outcome there and course corrected in games 2 and 3 to not play as aggressively to ensure that they were not left open to just random lethals such as like a Hopperoo.
I think that also important to point out, those back row set from Sir Tractor, double shield Gorgons. So even if we did see some motion from Y Rebellion, I think that it was just insurmountable at that point. The amount of Elestrals represented on board, the amount of defense behind them to back them up, to be able to stop a Spinosect, whatever it may be, from getting the effects and getting rid of the threats. Yeah, it's that was exactly, weirdly, what BlizzTrick's Self-Mill wants to do, despite the fact that it was a very slow and steady game from the beginning.
Yeah, and since BlizzTrick is able to kind of put up that more slow pressure, it does put a deck like that wants to punish the opponent for committing so much what Hermes seems like they want to do in an interesting position, because it's just said, all right, cool, I'll just play a bit slower. And it really goes to show, while it feels like the big explosive plays were dominating last month, your Lockagons, your Celestleo Foretells, your BlizzTrick Self-Mills, seems like there's still merit to just stay low to the ground and just kind of keep on poking and putting on little pressure here and there.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's what we saw in game 1 with Hopperoo for game. With just the most explosions, laser shows, fireworks happening, and then you just saying, "Ah," and the whole thing falling down and winning game 1. That genuinely, game 1, I think might, I mean, we're not even in Top Cut yet, but that might be the game of the day. That is incredible. And I'm still not over it, genuinely, even though we're now 2 games past.
Yeah, I still feel like I'm processing that one. Like, Why Rebellion must have just seen, oh, if I just get Sir Tractor to commit a few more spirits, this funny little mantis guy can just hop right over them and just say, I win. It's just the funniest mental image.
Yeah, it really was just think.
Pretty much. But this might not be the last we've seen of Why Rebellion. They're X and 2. As long as they can win the next round, they still got a chance to make it into top 8.
And Why Rebellion is expertly playing this Hermes strategy, which I think that this is probably one of the hardest to navigate and hardest to pilot decks that we have. There are just so many different lines. There's so many different ways to answer things, and being aware of all of those lines at all times, and also knowing how to get there, when to deploy Aviolith, when to heal spirits to Hermes versus when to heal them back to your spirit deck. There's so many things. Carry off versus Spinosect. And we saw a lot of that going on in these games, and it's very clear why both of these casters came into this game X and 1.
Oh, for sure. And Sir Tractor, just one step closer to that top 8, and win next round, definitely making top 8. Even if he loses, still has at least a chance to make it in. So pressure's not off, but definitely in a more favorable position than, well, most of the tournament. I say that fully realizing that only 8 people can make it, so obviously much more favorable position than a majority of the casters today.
Yeah, and if I had a nickel for every time I saw Sir Tractor being an absolute menace with a frost deck, I'd have 2 nickels, which, isn't a lot, but oh my goodness.
Not nothing.
Someone take frost away from this man, please.
Here's the thing. We're so deep into this tournament now with these 2 casters. They have to be, well, not that they have to be, they are guaranteed caster or qualifier points for Worlds already. So they're not walking away from this tournament with nothing. Like, they're getting stuff from their incredible performance. At this point, it's more of a question of, okay, well, how much further can I go and how much more can I get from getting further?
Exactly. And we have so many casters on the precipice right now. Every single tournament that we have new people qualifying for Worlds. And that's so exciting. It's finally starting to shape up, and we're seeing more and more people, and it's like, okay, this is what Worlds is going to look like, and I cannot wait. Go ahead.
I say it really helps it settle in, because early on it was like, okay, got 1 or 2, a handful of casters, okay, cool, but that's not enough to make a tournament. Now we're at 25 before this tournament concludes. And it's like, all right, now we're starting to build a tournament.
If we could somehow split Bean Soldier into 5 different casters at this point, I think that's actually interesting. Based on the number of accrued qualifier points, that might be the next thing we need to look into.
I don't even want to think about how many potential Worlds qualifiers that Bean Soldier has just denied with the absolute amount of points he's grinded up. But shout outs to him. It is truly incredible, his consistency in performance.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show. You see a lot of the same names. You see a lot of the same people performing well. And there are reasons for it. But also, we see new names all the time. We see people coming in from regional tournaments who play mostly in person and say, you know what, I'm going to try out a Premier and see how I do. And they end up having an incredible run.
Yeah, it's... I'm in the point now where I'm like, what do I say next? Because I'm still just trying to process. Say. Go for it.
I got something to say. So there was a Barabas player today? Let's talk about that. I want to know who out here said, you know what? I've always wanted to be a stadium. And they made that dream come true, and I think that's beautiful. And that caster, Albert Einstein, they're 6-0. Yeah. Anyways,
that would be amazing if that actually was the case. I don't want to see, because obviously not going to give too much away. Hope that's last premiere. That's not what I'm looking for. But maybe give a little tease about what that deck is trying to do.
Me being like, data guy, tell me about Barabas, please. I gotta know.
Let's see. It's this caster. Not there. There it is. Yeah, I was looking at it. It's like, it's just a straight up Barabas list. You've got
let's go
enough Barabibs to get Barabog and into Barabas.
My goats. Let's go. Now, excuse me, are you stadium presenting right now, or how should we address you? Wow, beautiful.
Really cool list. I don't want to spoil too much since they are still in the tournament, so I don't want to give away stuff that would that'll hurt them. But yeah, really cool to see.
Imagine you just having a normal run-of-the-mill tournament run, and all of a sudden this guy pops up, and then he's a stadium. What do you even do, You're just having a normal one, and then there's a guy who's also a stadium.
Just saying, you're all dazed and unable to do anything. Have fun. I will say, though, I feel a little bad for Barabas, because he's eaten the worst of the fact that this is a water earth set. Since that's what he works against. Because during water and earth are the 2 most represented elements. It's rough for him.
Listen, he's going to have the run of his life one of these days where it's just like, whoa,
yes.
whoa, just like dodging every single water and earth. and it's just like frost deck, fire artifacts, and it's going to be incredible. Okay, it will happen.
Hey, next set is going to be some combination of thunder, solar, lunar, or frost, considering we've got the other 4 elements. So if the trend holds, so either of those sets could be Barboss this time. Just say, hey, I see what's going on here. The 2 elements, you're now the highest usage rate. And I thrive off of that.
Yeah, I see what you're doing over there. I don't really care about it, to be honest.
I just lay back and you all are dazed at my sheer gloriousness.
I mean, that's kind of how I feel anytime I think about Barboss. And thank you so much for entertaining this brief journey into discussing the fact that someone here is playing Barboss. Shout out to that caster. Hey, yes. You know what? If anyone is watching here at home, don't let anyone tell you that you can't roll up to a tournament with a Barboss or whatever it is you want to play, Foxes, or whatever it is you want to play, Fun Guide, or what.
You just have to give Kay what she wants. See the cards that she has predictions for.
That's the secret.
Yes. But with that, we're going to go into a short break, and Swole will be swapping in for Kay for our final round of Swiss, where we get to see some make or break games before top 8. So stay tuned for that.
delay there. Welcome back to round 7 of our Elestrals November 15th, 2025 premiere. We were getting confirmation the final games are wrapping up. I wasn't quite sure if we had dropped the exciting action from the last round into this one. Truly in shock for BlueStacks and Hermes. Two decks with a lot of motion in them. Walk me through what we saw there. Jacob, that was incredible.
Oh, crazy game 1. We just saw BlueStacks do what BlueStacks can sometimes do and just spit out a board on turn 1, just to end up going so low on spirits that Hopper was able to end it. But to Sir Tractor's credit, completely course corrected game 2 and 3 and decided to stay lower to the ground, utilizing Brummelink's Finding Stadium to just kind of whittle down Wire Rebellion's Hermes deck. And then when it's time to kind of close out the game, just bring out those big guns when Wire Rebellion's just kind of burnt out.
I think we see those key side deck cards also come into play there with Pandora's Box stopping the Hermes really early, allowing, kind of like you were saying, Sir Tractor to gain foothold there in the snow and start climbing up that mountain. Yep. And that BlueStacks onslaught too. The double Cedar Soar Foretell off the start for that game 3, kind of being able to accrue value there is so important, especially because Hermes, while having very explosive turns, you do have to have a lot of setup to help really break boards. Hermes, though, also shown off a good showcase, and Wire Rebellion is no slouch to this top 8 at the previous premiere. So trying to make another deep run with this deck. Both casters 4-1 into this round. We had now going on Sir Tractor 5-1 with this one, and I've been following up on some of our casters that we've been seeing across this tournament, and one that I wanted to say that's been really interesting is so far, and I think I can say this, Leonite Artifact going into this round is currently 5-1. Can you believe it?
It's crazy to think we might get to see it again. That's so exciting.
It's so cool. What an interesting strategy, and it kind of showcases off. We've seen a lot of things today, and we keep on saying that we might see some of these strategies go the distance. And while that still remains true, sometimes I'm still shocked to say this list cooks. And so, absolutely incredible. This is going to be the final round for the tournament. This is going to help solidify us into our top 8 rounds and into potentially our finalists and our winner for today's tournament. We've seen a lot of great strategies, some unknown, some known quantities. Going into this last round, what do you think we're expecting?
I don't know what to expect, and that's just because our fabulous producer somehow pulls the craziest stuff out. I'm trying to, I need a little more time to think about it. So while I think about either what I would like to see or what I think I would see, what are you hoping to see?
Oh, honestly, I'm still waiting for P-Gust. I got Crab in here, and Crab's already off my checklist. I need some wind action going on. But, and alternatively, it was a lot of fun, too, to have the Twitch viewers over on twitch.tv/Elestrals vote on our list watching this. However, also really curious to know on some of the storylines for this event. If you do not know as well, going into this round 7, Bo, previous 2-time IRL champion, Dallas and Cards HQ, is undefeated in this tournament. Previously, we saw them before checking in with the top players in the 4th round, going 3-0 earlier. Now it's 6-0 undefeated, which is also kind of crazy to me, considering that top list is, and those top players in round 6 are stacked.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. We got a graphic here. That's even better. Yeah, Bo undefeated, which is amazing to see. Question is, what is Bo on? I think last time Bo was on Morphrost, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and check this out too. So we have previous champions and top players such as Bo, 6. Early we saw a Sis sister come in here with 6 or 5-1. Kryber we have holding down for our Hermes at 5-1. Sir Tractor we just saw. Julian as well, previous champion, decent shirt. Magnetonics, that's the Leonite Artifact deck that we were talking about previously, holding down the number 8 slot of Del Ocho. We got Wire Rebellion coming in here. Adam, Gaussian Elimination too, which I think we saw in a previous round as well. Greasy, Bob Fish coming in here, holding it for the Aphoros Lockagon deck. It's always Locktober somewhere. Cobalt, and I can only imagine being a brew that the Australians are trying to wreak havoc on. Rayan at a 15th and 7 Shadow at 16th. Pulling down here into our round 6. These players will be determining out our top cut into for this tournament. And there's some heavy hitters on this list.
Oh, yeah. All of them are up for grabs here. And I love seeing a list of... Most of these names are more or less familiar, but there's some more than others. And it's really great to see just a good blend of new people that we're not as familiar with, but also plenty that we are.
Yeah, and I cannot stress enough, too, that while all these players... Well, only some of these players, we'll be moving on to our top 8. We'll probably see some familiar names here and a little bit also be qualifying for these Worlds points. And it's one thing to note is that not only do top 8 get to play it out for the incredible prizing, but top 16 do get this marbled foamy, which was absolutely gorgeous and intensely beautiful. In addition to these Worlds qualifying points for going towards people who maybe haven't qualified yet. Top 32 for today do walk away with that 20 qualifying points in this top 16 list. A lot of names that we might even see pass this round. That marble foamy, once again, is insane. While Lockdown we haven't seen a ton of yet, the one top represented deck of today, that's going to go great in some people's decks. Top 8, 50 World qualifying points, and a Pandora's box to slap on top of those Premier packs too. 4th place, 75 with Premier packs and a booster box of Lifestream. 2nd place, walking away with the 125. The Bridesmaid as well gets the 2 boxes of the Lifestream set. And of course, our champion for today, an instant ticket into Worlds, 250 qualifying points, trying to catch up to Bean Soldier, 2 boxes of Lifestream, the championship Foamy, and the championship Centarbor, along with that uncut sheet. Lots on the line here outside of an amazing title of an Elestrals champion.
I find it so funny to say trying to catch up to Bean Soldier. I don't even know if there's a chance that might not even be possible anymore, which is kind of crazy to think.
No, I mean, Josh is definitely taking a nap today, from what I understand. You know, it's like, where is Bean Soldier trying to make more history on today? And no, I think you're absolutely right. And if Takei's comment of they're splitting Josh into 5 different casters, I think that not only would be incredibly hard to do, I don't think the science is quite there yet at Elestrals HQ. I do think that if that were true, I think our top 5 slots for the Worlds qualifying and our top 5 casters on the leaderboard would be, how do I split Bean Soldier grammatically 5 ways? B-E-Ean Soldier. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm stretching that out just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, we could just say, all right, 1st place, Bean Soldier. 2nd place, Bean Soldier. 3rd place, Bean Soldier. 4th place, Bean Soldier. 5th place, Bean Soldier. 6th place. All right, we can say a different name.
Absolutely. Well, and again, some of these casters trying to catch up there as well, but Bo is not too far behind either, trying to make this really deep run. 6-0 is quite incredible, and I love seeing some familiar names inside of that top 16. So any of these decks that I know we've seen so far, along with some of these newcomers that we have not quite seen, I would be more than happy to watch whatever they're cooking up.
Yeah. I'm still thinking what I want to see in this final round of Swiss. We've seen Celestia Fortel, and we've seen Locagon, so we kind of got those covered. We've seen some Lotigans, so we got that covered. We've seen Hermes, so we got that covered. I feel like crazy pick would be Hiboof, just because I want to see the Thin Dust. I'm trying to think of what we could realistically see. I think we've kind of covered all our bases for some of the most common decks.
Well, and even for the most common decks, I think the big thing for me is gonna be the players as we get into this round.
Yes.
You know, that's kind of the big one. And like I said, I think most of the casters in the tournament today, I've loved watching so far. This has been probably Lifestream in general has been a meta of surprises, not only inside of its ban list and then post ban list, but every single time I feel like in either casting these tournaments or playing to the Lifestream meta, I'm always like, we can do this. This is a thing we can do. I don't have to just like set a back row, go Viscerous pass. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I've absolutely loved it. As I've said in the first round, I've just been cooking with Ivory stuff and just being like, I can do that. But it's not just exclusive to that, but I think it's also a testament to the depth that exists right now in Elestrals. The fact that I'm still just like, all right, I want to keep testing this Ivory deck. I want to see what else I can find with it. How can I optimize it? Part of that's probably just limited time as some of us have more time than others, but I still think that in general, even without the time limitation factor, there's still a lot more depth to a lot of things that you can kind of keep digging into to keep things fresh and interesting.
Yeah, keep cooking. Now, I know that y'all looked at Barabas and talked about that a little bit last round at the end here. Is there anything that's catching your eye specifically that you're like, I did not think I was going to see this today in the stats?
Ooh, actually, let me pull up my handy dandy little sheet. Also, I did check. You have 2 chances of seeing a P-Gust.
2 chances of P-Gust? Hey, we'll take that. And, for the amount of fun guides here, I'll make up for one of them.
There you go. Okay, let me see. What do we have here that I was a bit surprised to see that is cool? Actually, I wanted to see more Mostachian. That's the first thing that caught my eye. I know that it wasn't one round, but it wasn't one round I was commenting, and I've just been intrigued by this deck. The kind of play pattern. I've already kind of talked about Mostachian, how much I love that. But what I haven't mentioned is how I think it's so interesting that Gigaflor is the searcher for the deck, and you just kind of pitch it from hand, kind of like Foamy, but instead of it being for any 2-cost water, it's just for Champs of Demeter. And that, while right now the pool is so limited, that can only get better and better, and that's another interesting part I find with that deck.
Yeah, right now, looking at something like Cobalt's list from the last tournament, that's what really piqued my eye. And for me personally, I've been cooking with that and trying to see how can we refine that down. And the crazy part is it's such an innocuous deck, right? The crabs themselves are a big highlight. And it's almost like having back in Frostfall, I believe it was with Frigicub and these Nexus banks. You're like, I'm Nexusing, I'm having spirits on the board to play with. And like we've seen before in our previous rounds for our features, you can have 1 Earth Spirit left, and that could just be enough. As long as your crab can get over something and declare the attack, now you have plenty of spirits to play with and can even potentially threaten more damage later. So given that the deck can find something, I think it's very interesting that we can do this. But like you said, not enough time in the day. There's, over 100 cards inside of the Lifestream set, and there's I don't think there's over 100 hours I have in a single day to go for that,
As much as I wish had all that time. But I'm definitely going to be building up a Mostachian deck myself just to try out. I like just trying them out to see the general vibe and feel of those decks, even if I'm not looking to refine them to such a degree as yourself, as you've also been competing for Worlds, and all these other casters just kind of competing for Worlds.
Yeah, and I think as we are going into this round 7, we have a very funny confirmation about who we should be seeing inside of this last round of Swiss. And if I can quote our producer here, shout outs to production and shout outs to everyone watching at home, by the way. You know him, you love him. It's everyone's favorite Lockagon caster. I think I can only have one guess who that is. Eagle, do you mind doing the honors?
Man, this is a tough one. No, actually, it's the one who has the Lockagon tattoo. It's definitely Julian. It's definitely
Julian.
Our first Lifestream Premier champion. What? No, you can't do that. Okay, we've been bamboozled. Or no,
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
there's no way.
No.
There we go.
It's
Cobalt. No way.
It's Cobalt.
Round 7, we have Julian versus 6 here. 6 previous undefeated top 16 at the Dallas Open, and top 64 at Kissimmee. Julian, of course, we know to be the Lockagon person, the mark of the beast, and 7 premier tops and a 2-time champion.
Can we just say how crazy this 7 premier tops? That just shows how much Julian shows up and can perform. And sure, only two of them are premier champions, but I think it's easy to get caught up in those and not understand how insane it is to have 7 tops. That's still a ton of work.
Yeah, and it is it's day in, day out, knowing your strategy and playing your cards right. Along with having a pretty big crew, the Atlanta Ash Rabbits, excuse me, do show up. I remember playing in Kissimmee and seeing quite a bit of them.
Oh yeah.
And it's great to see the representation for these sort of crews, these sort of groups and collectives playing Elestrals out there. It's very inspiring to see. Support your local scenes if you can, by the way. for Julian, I'm sure that's great practice place against some of the best players inside of the game, period. More than familiar with Kayla.exe and as well as Kier, who I do know go to and play with Julian quite a bit. So yeah, 7 Premier Tops is insane, but when you're playing against names like that on the regular, that makes sense.
For sure. And that's one thing that I've learned as I've learned more about the competitive scene is we can see a preview, and I think that's the Atlanta Ash Rabbits jersey being shown off.
That's right. Yeah, shout outs to them on this one. It's man, I love the fact they rock up with the coordinated merch. It's funny, I think Kissimmee, one of my rounds, I was playing against what I thought to be a mirror match of Solar until I saw Hum Burst come down. I'm like, you must be the legendary Millmaster Mike. Great to meet you, and please don't kick my butt.
That is hilarious. And I don't think we've gone over who Julian will be facing. We got so caught up on this tease. It's actually going to be against Six, who maybe doesn't have as many accolades as Julian, but still has some impressive ones. 1 Premier Top 8, Top 16 at Dallas, Top 64 at Kissimmee. Definitely a player not to underestimate.
Yeah, Six is actually really scary. I know every time that I've faced Six in tournament recently, they were rocking up with some sort of Zeus Thunder list, or Chrysor and Thunder back in Firestorm format. And seeing a name like this and hearing undefeated at one of the largest and most prestigious Elestrals Opens, definitely a very skilled player, and I'm happy to see them do well so far. And I'm happy to see Julian too face off. This is going to be incredible. I'm looking forward to some good Elestrals.
Let's see it. The big question is always, is Julian actually on Lockagon? Always the question.
It is the last time they're on Chronodial main. So
yeah,
you're right. This is Crabs. We're getting Cobalt switched.
Right. Oh gosh. And then Julian's deck names, he's got some great ones as well. I think he's totally said like, oh yeah, this is Lockagon, and it was something completely different. Also, he's got his little companion there. I don't know if you guys caught underneath his arm. I think his cat's in his lap, so he's got the companion buff.
Oh yeah, that's a little shoebox coming in there. It's funny. I remember a story from Dallas as a mulligan coming down here. Afterwards, we were talking after the event, and I think as the story goes, it was Julian's deck name was "I'm not cheating, don't check me," and then someone else put, "No, Julian is cheating, check their deck." So silly. God dang.
It's hilarious. Also, see, Julian is so well known for playing water. The thing is, you see 2 water expend, probably on water, right? But I feel like Julian could get away with running 2 water in any one of their decks, expend those 2 if he has 2 mulligan, and just throw someone completely off.
Yeah, and this is my question here previously. Is 6 on Frost? And it looks like so. We have a Morfrost Chimera, pitching a Morfrost Chimera, draw a card, very strong start.
Yes.
If anything, this record also showing a 5-1 from 6 is pretty clear that while Thunder might have been part of their eye previously, maybe Frost is just always their calling. Undefeated on BlueStacks in Dallas and now on Morfrost, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty strong start. Just kind of say, hey, deal with the 5 body and a back row. Also, just real quick aside for Kay, she's getting her Baraboss. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, there's Baraboss right there on the gorgeous mat with the Magneros coming in here, searching this Aphoros. This is interesting. Previously, insight here on from the disc golf course is that Magneros and the Aphoros was previously slimmed down in the deck to play more of the Dratagua champion engine. So I'm curious to see what the rationale here is for on Magneros.
Julian definitely trying out something different. The winning list was the first, what I call the pure combo Lockagon, where it's just all in on, I'm playing Lockagon, I'm going to get out my Lockagon, and that's how I'm going to win the game. 3-3 line of both, and it was also on a lot of ways to kind of stave off opponent's back row. But here, just kind of going for more of a maybe mid-range style lock-on list, just having an early game with the Aphros. And Nog also in the list, which I think has been pretty common for Julian.
Yeah, and Nectar of the Gods here in the beautiful full art as well is such a great staple to see come back here. I think we talked about this previously, a lot of decks trying to find some more of those consistency pieces. And for the small cost of 2 spirits, yeah, you can take that down. 3 sets from Julian, it's crazy.
Whew. Question is, does he try to trade with the Chimera? Just crash the Magneros in? I think it's terrible.
I think so.
Makes sense.
Yeah, there's a possibility for an Aphrodite play next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Aphros is still a 4 attacker. That's still super solid, especially having seen the other Chimera pitch. So don't have to worry about a 5 attacker being run out and have to use that back row. Kind of puts it on 6 to have something to do. And oh, I love that artwork. The stained glass looks so good.
Oh, wow. You know, it's funny. I would not expect a Nectar of the Gods here.
No.
Down from Morfrost, and maybe I need to study up a little more on... And Frostix coming in here to revive from the underworld this Chimera. I was going to say, a little tricky if there's not a Chimera, but that'll do it.
Yeah. It also makes me wonder, is this going to be on the Cryoling stuff? Because just accelerating Frost into your Underworld with Cryoling doesn't sound too bad here.
Yeah, and it'll give out a larger package to help deal with, if this is truly Lock-It-Gone, some of those higher stat lines. As a 5 is pretty nice, but not always great. Poison Tipped Arrow coming in from Julian to stay off here. Do you think that Julian could have held that longer?
I'm curious if he really seems to want to protect that Aphros. That'd be either that's the reason to do it, or just, actually doesn't matter anyway. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with that when it forced the Blizzard Whiteout out of 6.
Yeah, and the effect of the Morfrost Chimera to pitch the bat form and protecting itself, Blizzard Whiteout has been a nice tech card we've been seeing from the Frost decks, been able to play around things like Gorgon's Gaze, like Poison Tipped Arrow, and some of these other niche cards, Lock-It-Gone even. And targeting protection against these big bodies is really nice. We see a bat pitched to also bring back Morfrost Chimera effect again, I believe, after setting a card.
Might not have another Morfrost in hand for it.
Yeah. This is interesting.
Yeah, this really makes me wonder, just kind of getting a bit ahead here. I believe Shield has been dropping for PTA because the bigger explosive decks, Shield just kind of gets popped. But we're seeing more low to the ground gameplay. Does Shield start making its way back in here just as a more efficient way to kind of handle these low to the ground boards?
Brummelinx is huge here. A Tsunami would be crazy to save Julian, but even then, dealing with a wide board like this, Brummelinx impact here is very nice.
Yeah, just make them all even bigger. Though, I wonder if you're 6, you hold the Mountains of Reyes. There's probably not much of a reason to, because I don't think Lock-On decks usually run Atlantis.
Yeah, there was, I know from Kissimmee, I think it was Evo Vamp. It's either side decked Atlantis just in case, and was pretty formidable. I think they're on a larger whale package at that point too. And there's a Tsunami coming down here to help protect from this avalanche, so to speak.
Tsunami versus Avalanche. Tsunami wins.
Yeah, everyone mill 3 and 6 and mill 5.
Let's see, we're going to see an Aphrodite come down to just start setting up the pieces, and it's I love that reverse stellar. Champ Foamy to search out the Aphrodite. Let's see if that back row is live to stop it. And it is. It's the Gorgon's Gaze.
Gaze. You know, this is also kind of crazy position from Julian, because what are the odds that there is an Aphrodite in hand already?
True. Oh, and you called it. So Foamy is still a valid target for Aphrodite here to be able to start search out another Foamy to then start searching out your 2 costs, which in this case is most likely going to be Lock-It-Gone, but hey, I wouldn't put it past Julian to pull out something crazy. Maybe we'll see a Nomo Dial into Chrono Dial.
Yeah, Aphoros here to help clear the board, I think, is a pretty good choice. You can special cast this out, have 2 5s on the board, no more back row from 6, take care of the Chimeras, and now you don't have to deal with the 2 6s, which, you know, shout out to the namesake. And you're back into a pretty commanding position. Tsunami back in it as a very strong counter rune.
I keep forgetting to check the spirit counts. Both casters, I mean, Julian's still up at 11. That's a formidable amount. 6 down to 8, just kind of showing how quickly the Elestrals right now goes through their spirits. No more of this slow burn at the upper end of the spirits. Usually just blaze through the first 10 spirits, and then you slow down once you get to the second 10. It seems to be the pattern I'm seeing.
Especially for Lock-It-Gone. We saw previously that maybe even Eruption could threaten it. And so Julian, I think, playing very conservatively and trying to get something off. I wouldn't doubt, though, that if that Gorgon's Gaze didn't stop that Foamy, that we would have seen probably last turn Lock-Guns come down and try to really squeeze it out.
For sure. And that's the scary part about this deck is with the Afros here, you can choose to be a little more low to the ground, a fish, spirit, light, or just go for a big burst play. And the call out on playing around Eruption, I think, makes a lot of sense because the Krakatoa Burn deck, while not a lot in representation, did do quite well performance-wise at that event.
And 6 is now in a pretty tough position. One back row set can be really nice, but now has to deal with 2 5s and this Foamy and still 2 back row, and I think it's an expended draw.
Just having to dig for some answers.
What could we really do here? I guess maybe Cryoblast, if it's mained, could be the way to help chip apart this board. But swing on the Foamy here, and if you're Julian, Gorgon's Gaze stop the attack. That's pretty decent, keeping the body on board and also keeping the Aphrodite play alive.
Yeah, let's see. Searching out. I'm guessing it's to go grab a Foamy to search Lockagon. Why not at this point? Your opponent's at 6 spirits, you can start pressuring your opponent a ton.
Yeah, the one card in the back has to be Gorgon's Gaze, and even then, this is such a commanding position. Look at the wide board. One thing consistently, and I don't know if this is like something that is measurable or if it's just a vibe at the moment for Lifestream, is that the wide boards seem to be really taking control.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to analyze to see how the wide board decks are going against the more single cast. But we do see that Lockagon here, and going through the spirits, I guess, to isolate the water ones to heal back since, well, Julian's probably about to be healing a ton.
Yeah, an Ambrosian hand, I think, would be able to seal it a little bit. And there it is. There's the full art Ambrosia.
Yep. And also that makes sense because I just realized that's actually Frostfall Lockagon, not Champ Lockagon. And that makes sense to want to track the spirits because that directly impacts how big this Lockagon is, though opting to pop instead of keep it super big, but that makes sense from this position.
Oh, and that's the Blizzard Whiteout there, which that does make this a lot easier. Potentially could have, the same thing, I guess, if you're 6, there's no real reason to chain that to the activation of targeting maybe the Brummelinks. But there might have been an argument to get rid of the Mountains of Boreas, do you think?
I think so, because that would mean if you successfully get rid of Mountains of Boreas, which Blizzard Whiteout doesn't protect against, all your guys threaten the Brummelinks.
Yeah, and I think at that point you're low on your Morphrost Chimeras, and so yeah, there's Lycan form to try and get some sort of game plan going here.
Is it enough though? I mean, the spirits are fairly low, but when you're facing down a big lock on, not quite sure how big, but it was at least bigger than 6 attack, it was 7 or more. And then 2 5 attackers. It's a bit tough.
6 in, looking in the deck, hoping there are more Frost in there to get him out of this position. Trying to think with 4 spirits left, what couple card combination can really do it here? And it'd have to be something like Cryoblast into Cryoblast to get rid of the fish, and then some hit over this Lockagon. And a bomb could do it. Morphrost, a bomb form protecting something like that. At this point, the Underworld has to be stacked with Morphrost.
Yeah, interesting here. Scorpio and Chimera. It makes me wonder if there's a bat in hand, just with no discards to trigger it.
Yeah, go for Scorpio, target the Lockagon, discard with the bat, bring back a Chimera, could be the play.
Oh, going for the Chimera.
And it's poison
PTA'd. Oh, this looks like it's Julian's game to win. Been in control of this the entire time.
Yeah, and it's so deceptive too. There was a big push turn earlier from 6 as the Morphrost bat form comes in. That was a double Morphrost Chimera, Mountains of Boreas with the Brummelinks, and that seemed like it was a very commanding position.
Very much so. Bringing out, and I did call the bat in hand, bring out another Chimera. What's this Chimera really threaten here?
Yeah, it's still a 6 underneath, so unless that Lockagon is a nice and small 5, then no, this is still very, very tight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it guaranteed that Lockagon's at least 7 attack since it attacked over the Brummelinks last turn. Or it would be 6 attack.
Yeah.
4. Yeah, so it's at least 6 attack.
Looking to maybe trade then with this one. You know, also very interesting, we didn't see the second discard with the Scorpio in hand from 6, not trying to dig into the deck for anything.
Man, Yeah, not even like an Ambrosia. I feel like an Ambrosia would be helpful here, but I guess Spirits with nothing to use them for isn't the most beneficial at this time.
Yeah.
Oh
kinda
no,
wait your turn.
Gorgon's Gaze.
Interesting. Okay, and then that means the next one would have to just sit there. A 3 attack body or a 4 attack body can't trade with anything, and there's the payout for the Poison Tadero. 6 on 2 spirits, Julian on 3. This might be game 1. Let's see how this plays out.
Spin from Aphrodite just to go in and grab something. I mean, at this point, just grab probably anything. Oop, there you go. Love that artwork. Julian, of course, has the 2 full art Lockagons, but here, just being able to ascend into it, trigger its effect to heal, pop that. And yeah, that's it for game 1. Julian takes it on Lockagon versus 6's Morphrosts. I'm really curious to see how 6 tries to come back from that.
Yeah, if you're 6, what do you think you're side decking into this? Like Swirled Fruit's number 1. I'd say that's probably the biggest one, especially for a low to the ground strategy like this. Do you think that we'll see Dense Fogs or any sort of like suppression mechanics pop in?
That would be beneficial. I don't know if you want to run Spectres in Morphrost because you kind of want to get your Morphrost stuff going, but Dense Fog is like a good middle ground. Just kind of handle those Afroses so your Chimeras can attack over. That seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we also saw Caleb utilize in the previous tournament was using Dense Fogs against Lockagon or Solar players to kind of just buy one turn that you need, and then the next turn explode off with something like an Ice Age. It's definitely a play we saw in the finals, which I'm also curious to know, does 6 play a card like Ice Age, do you think?
Yeah, that would have been very handy against Julian if we still need to get the 2 spirits on board, but just to get the 2 spirits on board and then Ice Age, clear it all. That could be pretty strong, especially if you can follow it with like an Enfrostix to immediately set up board.
Yeah, and we do know that that'd be a really nice follow-up, right? Like the Enfrostix going early might have been better served later when you have the tools to break apart the Lockagon board after Julian's established it. But one thing to note about Julian too, and one thing I've noticed about their playstyle is that Lockagon is not coming down until Julian absolutely has to. And that's kind of the beauty, I think, of this deck and Julian. Like we were talking about earlier, players kind of merging with their decks in a lot of ways. Julian being able to focus in when to turn on the Jets, I think has been the consistent theme for great success with this strategy. And very similar with other casters too. I think you see that a lot inside of the top players and top decks is, here's my place to start, and when it's safe, here comes the gas. We're stepping off the brakes, we're turning it all the way up, we're really cooking.
Yeah, I think it's probably a skill that Julian honed, or might just come naturally to him, that I think serviced him well when he was on like that heal control deck from a few formats ago.
Yeah. Oh
Very
god, I forgot about heal control.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to the supposed best format of all time. You have no idea how many times I hear that in a given day of like, I miss Daybreak heal control. I'm like, do you miss that?
It was a really neat deck for the time, but I think we're all happy that the game's a little faster paced at this point.
Yeah, I'm like, are you not entertained? Like this.
Do you really want to just see Quackle heal 3 removal spell to just take care of your guy?
Well, hold on now. If Quackle's the best card in the game, I don't know. That sounds pretty good to me.
Fair enough. Gotta love that little duck.
That's right. That's my Elestrals Awakened pick right there. That's my starter. That's my spirit champion right there. Going into game 2 here for Julian versus 6. We're ready to go. 6 going first again, and Julian representing our Ash Rabbits here. 6, I think, on the Chicago Eddies, by the way, at that back card is anything to say about it.
Very true.
Yeah, shout out to the Go.
Ooh, what is 6 going to start out with? Because this will be... I'm really curious to see what 6 ends up doing to try to make a comeback in this game. And what is... Julian's writing something down.
Yeah, keeping notes like I'm in this notebook here. I think Nectar of the Gods coming in to draw from 6. And like you said, maybe can load into a Cryovern side deck too. That could have been nice for dealing with the larger bodies.
Yeah, but... Ooh, Chimera. Morphrost just always seem to open their Chimeras. Feels really good. Pitch Chimera again. I'm getting deja vu.
Wait a minute. This deck looks familiar. And again, the setup might work a better time if there's another Enfrostix in the hand. One set back row, passing over to Julian. It's a fairly innocuous board, but it worked before.
We see what Julian does. Load to ground last time. Just starting off with a Foamy. Okay. Seems pretty good to me. Is that back row live? Could have Pandora's box to just shut Julian off of that engine entirely.
Yeah, I like the idea here that Julian might also just say, better have it. And that's a poison tipped arrow getting rid of this foamy. That's going to be pretty big.
Yeah, though Julian still gets to grab. I think Julian's showing bomb deck was just 2 Aphrodite's Lockagon. That's funny. Still gets access to the Aphrodite, can still use Aphrodite to search out another copy of Foamy, but just won't have the base to be able to ascend immediately next turn without something like a Tad Puff.
Yeah, and that might just be the tempo swing that 6 needs here. That's something that I'm really curious about, because as the Morfrost deck does like to do, if it can control space this way, we could see a turnaround for 6 even just this early. A couple spirits here and there I know Julian is probably very comfortable with taking, but Morfrost can get very scary.
Yeah, just set up a wide board before Julian can and just attempt to run over. Yeah, Julian not having the lower end with the Afro stuff is going to be really interesting to see how this game goes in juxtaposition to the first one.
Let's see if Julian has 2 set back row in there, really laying it on heavy. And luckily, I think this is one of those cases where even if those set back row aren't necessarily much, it could be A Gorgons and like an Ambrosia. The fact that last game, Julian was able to set so many active back row might put 6 in the headspace of these are real and I do need to respect it.
For sure. And we'll see PTA paid out, Foamy gone. We'll see what 6 has in store for Julian on his turn. Got another discard from the Chimera, though looking to start with another Nog. Just getting all the draw.
The gods here is crazy. This is a couple spirits deep, and the hand is pretty big. I can only imagine these are Elestrals, though. Maybe against Lockdown, you don't want to necessarily set everything just in case, but this is this actually might be scary. Pitching a Scorpio. Oh, that's not a bad form.
Interesting. Just trying to dig for something potentially. It's not like you need to necessarily establish something too crazy. You just need to continue to build out your board here and pressure Julian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I can go ahead and normal cast here. That is a Cryolink. Hey, you called it.
Interesting. That I wonder, would that be better saved for later? Is it better just to tempo it out and just put on some aggression?
Yeah, I think so. This is I can kind of agree. This is a very sensitive board state. Good for the Water Enchant, classic for Cryoverns back in the day. But at the same time, we know that Julian is running these PTAs. A shield could be pretty big here. And that Cryovern could be Cryogon.
You know, I have a feeling that there's probably like an Enfrostix in hand, which might help 6 feel a bit more better about throwing out one of the higher attack answers to stuff Julian could play before Julian's even played them.
And that's an Enfrostix too to bring back Cryo. Oh, you're going for double Cryovern here.
6 is just not letting Julian get any ground, just saying, I'm going to set the pace of the game. It's going to be your job to try to pick apart my board. That I'm really curious to see how this ends up playing out.
Yeah, 6 over here saying I'm going to cast 2 7s. That's crazy. This is what's better than 2 5s the last time is this. If this is backed up by a Boreas as well, that is something that Julian's going to really have to work for.
For sure. I'm a little sad to see both them Water Chant, even though that's 100% the correct play, because it just means no Cryo Scorch. Just because I want to see Cryo Scorch, it's definitely not the correct play here. The Water Spears are 100% the correct play, but who knows? Maybe re-enchant Frost Cryo Scorch in a later turn.
Yeah, go Cryo Scorch. I think this is... Shouts to PK. This one, I have been seeing some players, usually on the second one, go for one of the 2 options. And that way, you know, you have the flex to bait out the Tsunamis. But you're right, like in a Morfrost deck too, you might be able to say, okay, I'm fine with you discarding. I'm fine with discarding my hand because now I get this big bad dragon that can destroy runes.
Yeah. Very
scary though. And 6 down to 9 spirits already.
I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate because 2 Ambrosia just came out. Maybe the spirit count has been fully updated, but I think that's the other part of the hand was just 2 Ambrosia.
Yeah, and there's a Tsunami coming in here and taking 4 spirits down after those 2 Water Enchanted Cryoverns. You were absolutely right. That seemed the right play here. Down to 11 spirits for Julian.
I find it interesting that Julian opted to Tsunami there to only... because it didn't save any spirits. maybe just to build up water in Underworld, or maybe really wants that Chimera in defense to be able to hit over it. So we'll have to wait and see on his turn.
Yeah. Oh, and we have a Dratagwa coming out here. You're right. I'm maybe just the one incremental spirit was enough, but it's Drat Summer, baby, and we're looking for something.
It has to be Tadpuff, right? Because we know Julian already has the Lockagon.
Yeah, I think so.
By a turn.
Definitely Tadpuff, and which again leads me to question the Tsunami play for this Morfrost Chimera.
Oh, and a Gorgon's Gaze.
Ooh, pretty big.
Because that's being played on the Aphrodite effect, not even the next. Oh, to prevent Julian from grabbing a Lockagon. Has to grab a Chautauqua now. Got it.
Yep. Which I think is, like you said, we already know they have the Lockdown in hand, so this might be just delaying one more turn. But with this amount of pressure from 6, pretty decent board state that I am not 100% certain Julian can deal with now that Julian's not doing the combo, like you were saying, the true pure combo, I believe so.
So it's chance Julian sided out into pure combo here and got rid of the Afro stuff. I also wouldn't be too surprised with Julian. Probably has everything in hand and just wanted to bait a Gorgon's Gaze to then just clap back on the next turn.
You're so right. The amount of times that this caster sits here and is like, sure, I'll take 1 billion damage. No problem. I'm going to write on my little whiteboard card. No problem. And then has like 3 spirits left. Goes like Ambrosia, Lock, swing. And it just clears house is crazy. 3rd Cryoling!
Just run the 3rd Cryovern? It's kind of crazy.
No way there's a...
Please be Frost Enchanted. Please be Frost Enchanted.
Mr. President, a 3rd Cryoburn has hit the game state.
Ooh, that one came from hand, though. I'm gonna call that came from hand, so not deck. That was really much too much here.
What kind of sitcom is this? 3 Cryoverns and a baby? Like, this is... This is wild. And Julian's like, sure, I'll take all the damage.
What does Julian got? Because there's the potential for a Cry Scorch next turn. I want to see the Cry Scorch.
This is ridiculous. Well, and now too, if you're 6, well, if you're Julian, we'll go on the mindset of the champion first. You do have to deal with the Cryoverns, yes, but now you're right. There's a Frost Enchanted Cryovern, meaning that you have, like, is that the one you deal with? Or deal with the 2 7s? How do I deal with this wide board and also stop the big dragon from coming out the next turn? Which we will see touchdown. You're 100% right.
Oh, that's what that was. It took me a second to realize that set card was the Aphrodite.
Oh God, I still can't believe it. This is crazy. Old school Lockdown getting searched there. And
no, took it back.
Our new school.
Yup. But what does Julian have to stave off this board? Because he used his normal action.
There it is. It's a double Ambrosia. The prophecy. Stop casting.
Oh my gosh. Well, is that enough? Because that puts Julian up to 7 spirits?
6 or 7, yeah.
I think Julian was at 2, went down to 1, and only had to pull 1, so 1, 6. Yes, it should be 7? We'll see. I mean, gets out of Cryo Scorch range, but being dropped down to 1 off of a Cryo Scorch still hurts.
Let's see 6. All I need to see is the point of the card.
Oh.
Saying discard or resting on your laurels. That's fine with me. Ascend. There it is. Oh, the ghost of Bean Soldier comes back to haunt us. 6 on the Frost deck, wielding not just 1, not just 2, but 3 Cryoverns and a stellar Cryoscorch, the magnificent and of course the mythical. I can't believe they've hit the Lockagon.
That's crazy. Destroy all runes. Like, even if it's a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent Cryoscorch from doing anything, which it is, Julian's what? 5 spirits. Takes 3, is down to 2. That's not enough.
This is absurd what I'm witnessing right now. Yes, how can one Dratagwa hold off this massive onslaught? Is that a lunar? Yeah, okay. Julian scoops up from there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The writing was on the wall.
I realized after I said that Chimera can attack over, so that's down to 1 spirit. Reenchant on the Crowburn, yeah, that's 0 spirits. That's effectively game as well.
I'm completely shocked by that one. We were talking about previously what could 6 do to potentially, keep Julian at bay, right? And you mentioned before potential Cryoling and Cryoscorch engine in this for Morfrost. They're playing the Nectar of the Gods to load up the Underworld. From Julian's side, do you think we're going to see any surprises like that?
I don't know. Because looking at that game, I think it was heavily in 6's favor, especially with that Gorgon's Gaze in the back row at the very end. However, without that Gorgon's Gaze, it seemed like Julian was just a turn off from being able to really establish his board and pick apart 6's board. So I'm wondering if it just might be as simple as it just didn't line up for Julian this game, but that play, the actual setup there wasn't a losing position for him, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's also key. You mentioned before, I wouldn't be surprised if Julian's holding those key cards for those key moments and trying to say, I can come back from this position. We've seen Julian break apart full iWooly and BlizzTrix boards together with almost no effort possible. And from 6's side, I'm surprised. Shout out to Nelly on this one. It's getting hot in her, and I didn't think Frost would be turning up the heat today, but here we are. I don't know. Maybe going second, you have something else you can dig into, but that was pretty massive.
Yeah, the more I keep thinking about it as well, I was saying, I don't know if it's right to commit, because if Julian can answer it, but that might actually just be the way to say, if you have it, you have it. So I'm just going to try to hit you before you have it. And that's I think exactly what we saw that game was. The Cryoverns just hit before Julian had it, and then the Gorgon's Gaze just said, yeah, you need to now take another turn, which I think really just sealed it for 6 there.
Yeah, and as we're going into this game 3, this is Julian's first time to go first inside of this series. And as you mentioned before, the true Lakagon combo with the Dratagua is very strong at establishing that ideal board state of getting Tadpuffs, getting Lakagons. And if Julian can start Dratagua Aphrodite here, that's very threatening.
Every time I watch Julian play this deck, it just makes me want to try it out. Still on my list. So it's just so cool. I know I can never play it as masterfully as Julian plays. At least going to be fun. Looks like we see a mulligan from 6. I mean, I feel like it operates like a lot of the Divine decks that we've been commenting. Hermes, for example. If you don't see Hermes or your Spinem, you just mulligan until you find it. Wouldn't be surprised if for Morfrost deck, it's kind of the same for like Chimera and Lycan. Yeah,
that's Chimera Lycan, alternatively, loading up the Underworld for those Cryolings. It's kind of the classic. And is 6 playing Morfrost? Or not Morfrost, Moralith by any means. An extra 6 body to play off that Brumalinx. Even then, potentially going second, are you looking for more forms of removal? Is maybe what I'm seeing. And that's another mulligan.
Ooh. I mean, if you can just set up multiple Cryovern like last time and now don't need to find the Nogs to set up the spirits, seems pretty good having to double mulligan. Just kind of gets what you want to do active from the get-go.
Yeah, you might as well. The other consideration here from Julian is potentially Pandora's Box here, right? Like stop the Cryolings for a turn, pop them when needed with Lakagons in the next turn, don't have to deal with them anymore, and potentially even can mill those Cryoverns and Cryoscorches off the top. Could be nice. Yeah, but let's see. I think that's a keeper from 6, it seems like.
Yup. And Julian starting with Magnaros again, so we see the Afro stuff back in deck. I am curious if Julian sided those out last game or if just didn't see them.
That, honestly, that could be a pretty good call. Maybe main decking them to start and then side decking into the Dratagua package just to kind of see the flex option as available. Maybe assuming that the Morfrost strategy wouldn't be able to turn on the Jets quite as fast.
Yeah, I could also see going first, being able to establish a board like this feels really good, but going second, just kind of setting up Lakagon and getting that set up. The cards in hand you need ASAP might feel a bit better, even though you are susceptible to Pandora's Box and Gorgon's Gaze.
Right here, too, we see Julian's Spirits at 15 to 6's 16, which is funny considering the 2 mulligans already started, and Julian's like, I'll spend as many spirits as I need and want to.
Very nice board just to say, hey, look, I've got 2 5s. Deal with it. And Nectar of the Gods to boot. I do like the sequencing on this, because I know a lot of times they say, well, why don't you just draw first? But you want to get your searches out, because now you've got these cards that you'd prefer to search out of your deck, meaning you're more likely to draw the cards that you can't search, such as your back row. So I love the sequencing there.
The guarantees are always really nice, and especially too that, you might be able to start with a quote-unquote slightly better starter, or maybe going into slightly better counter rune or defensive setup, but 100% agree. Going into your Aphros and Aphrodite to deck then, perfect option here. And now 6 after 2 mulligans is up in spirits.
Yep. I also like to call out 6 did the exact same thing in either both previous games, or at least one of them, utilizing the Morphrosts first to thin the deck and then playing the Nectar of the Gods afterwards. So both, you can truly tell these are 2 top tier casters, because something simple like that, they don't sequence it incorrectly unless they're really struggling.
We have the Mounts Boreas coming in here, and there's Chimera.
Chimera. Oh, that's a great start.
Looking at Deja Vu, do we see PTA?
Doesn't look like
Looks
it.
fine.
But 6 attackers just immediately to contest them, and a bat on top of it. But
Ooh,
I don't
but
think there's...
no setup.
Yeah. Probably the only Morphrost in hand.
Yeah, maybe that's a little bit rough. Maybe 6 was hoping to see... This also could be a partial read here. First couple hands could have even been those triple Cryoverns burning a hole.
True. Still, though, can just attack over the Aphros, and now the Magnus is just a little 3 attacker. But with another Aphros in hand, he'll go right back up. But Julian's still going to need a little something more to be able to hit over that Chimera, considering... And Foamy actually does that very, very well.
And there it is, and this is the lock-on situation, and I'm not quite sure how these Morphrosts are going to handle it. You can special cast the Aphros, effectively like a Tadpuff-esque card, and
anyway.
Oh, whoa! Hey, speak of the El Diablo Aqua, and he will appear. We have Tadpuff coming in here, going to ascend into the Locagon in defense position, and just in case playing on Gorgon's Gaze, and can't get hit over by the 6 Chimera.
Makes sense. I think once you get that Locagon on board, you're not too worried about having to out aggro the deck. You just have your board set up, and especially when you have 2 bodies on board and you can easily search out the other one you're missing if one gets outed with the Aphrodite, it really leaves you in such a commanding position and flexible to not necessarily need to overextend in terms of offense. But a Gorgon's Gaze coming out, preventing Locagon from being able to special cast out another one.
Yeah, and that's still going to be very hard for 6 to deal with, considering that they'll now have to effectively drop their double Cryovern setup like they did last time to really contest this board. And the Mounts Boreas is really the MVP here, keeping this Morphrost Chimera alive.
Yeah, without that, just Crash Magnaros and Julian will be sitting even better. We'll see. Passing back over to 6. Let's see what 6 can do, because, I mean, hey, Cryovern can hit over Locagon.
There's Nectar of the Gods, and we're getting down to our kind of close spirit counts here. Kind of like you were saying, normally this is where the game really begins, when both players are down in 10 below spirits.
I'm really curious to see what 6 has coming out knocked for more extra pieces. Do we see a Cryo Wing? I feel like, just from what we've seen, that's the most obvious way to try to start answering this board. Ooh. Oh, if you're 6, you're wishing you had that in the opposite order.
Yeah, that Scorpio form might have been the draw for turn, or draw off the Chimera the last time. And still a normal cast to be had. Do we even see an Enfrostix like similarly? This is a Cryoling.
Step 1, get Cryoling.
Yeah. Step 2, don't get Gorgon's Gazed.
Yup.
Or Pandora's.
Let's see. Step 2 complete. Step 3, Water Enchant Cryovern. Yep.
There we go. Coming out here, the Cryovern on top as an 8 attacker because of the Boreas, which is really sweet. If I'm Julian, possibility of sighting out of those tsunamis just in case, by the way. That's not out of the realm of possibility. But then also, does 6 have an Enfrostix to back this up?
Yeah. Because they're still... back row could still easily be something to stave off this a single Cryover, and really you probably want the double setup just to feel really good. We'll see though. Reach for spirit. Oh, putting it back down. Ambrosia, okay.
Okay, Ambrosia coming in here, healing back a couple more spirits just to kind of pad the options, and we're back up to our 8-10 count. Surely something else has to happen here, or else I think we are about to see Julian's counter runes take hold and Locagon pop off the next turn. Aphrodite's soulmates here also might be pretty funny.
Oh no, my Aphros. Psych.
I'm still here. And looks like it's going to be a combat into swing. Oh, the lockdown goes down.
Ooh. Julian, I believe, has a second one in hand for next turn anyway, but letting the... Oh, there we go.
There's soulmates.
There's the body for for Ascend into Champ Locagon next turn, and then Aphrodite's up to search out. Well, I'm pretty sure Julian has both Champ and Frostfall Locagon in hand anyway.
Yeah, am I mistaken? Does Aphrodite or Aphrodite soulmates use spirits from the underworld?
I don't believe it does. I think you do have to use from Spirit deck.
Yeah, I could be wrong here, but if it is from the Spirit deck, then that makes a lot of sense. And again, Julian would know way more than me. This card eludes me sometimes.
You special cast. You only just you have to use spirits from Spirit deck. You just special cast the Elestral from the underworld.
Okay, I'm thinking of Rise from the Ashes. A Rise from the Ashes pilled here.
Yeah, so many different ones to keep track of. But Locagon here, and then no background 6's side, so get to go into Frostfall Locagon, heal one from Champ Locagon's effect since it was cast, and then just use Frostfall Locagon to pop. Standard Locagon combo stuff, and Julian looks to be back in control. I'm not sure how many water are in Underworld, considering Julian's at 5. Probably quite a few. Well,
there's the Ambrosia to pop. I would imagine this Mountain's Embrace would just have been a thorn inside of Julian's side. But this is very dangerous for 6. The lock-on champ in defense is very interesting from Julian, as you really could have applied a lot of pressure here.
Yeah. My only thought is Julian wants to play a bit more defensively with this, to just say, not give 6 an easy way to out both Locagons and keep up pressure, since he can't win this turn, most likely.
Yeah, there's a possibility of, like, I guess, Enfrostics with some sort of Brummelings play that gets you another Boreas, and you have a world where the OG Lockgun can't hit over. That's very much a signaling to maybe no counter runes either from Julian's side.
Yeah, did go after the mountains, so that's really powerful because Julian can search out yet another Aphros, cast it, and then just has a full board. Doesn't even need to swing a Locagon over it, but actually opts for the Locagon. I think overall that makes sense. I think Julian's main prerogative here is just ensure that he can keep Locagons on board to keep 6 in check.
Yeah, and that's going to be a swing over combat for the Lock-On OG into Chimera, and then 1 from the Magneros, just a little bit of chip damage. And now 6 is staring down this big, wide board with, I believe, 1 set back row from Julian. This is where Ice Age would come in clutch if there's any sort of way to do that.
I haven't seen Ice Age yet. I'd love to see it here, actually. Just surprise, running Kione, Ice Age.
Yeah, Kione get back, Cryo Vern. Hope that's not a Gorgons in the back. So I've got some confirmation of the water spirits coming in here. 9 attack, a nice little sword coming in here from Julian. Thank you for the visual representation, visual learner, by the way.
Love to see it. That's
Very
so
helpful.
cute. That's so cute. I love it. All right. Let's see from
Nice.
6. 9 attack block. I love seeing Frostfall Locagon, that gorgeous full art in abundance.
It's really nice. You know, what's funny is I think the Stellar in itself from Shattered Stars, that was the Exo-10 of one of those months. Well, there's Cryoling. That's step 1. We have step 1 done.
Step 2. I don't even know. You probably War Enchant just to be safe. Yep. Okay. Can't hit over either Locagon, so we need a little something else here.
Yeah, step 3 might be, unless there's a secret step 3 that is specifically Mountains of Boreas, number 2. and an Enfrostix, which that is a lot of spirit investment to try and out this board, which you have to have a properly enchanted Cryovern to crash.
Looks like, yeah, just taking out the Magnus. Looks like 6 doesn't really have anything else. Is this going to be it? Because, what, here... Yeah, just cast a Lockagon, heal 1, pop it. There's the 6 spirits you need to close it out, effectively.
Yep. Yeah, there it is. No back row from 6-2 is pretty killer. More Frost, again, being able to take in that second one was kind of crazy. And but Julian showcasing as to why Lockagon still has its Locktober somewhere.
Yep, even though it's November.
That's right.
It's always Locktober wherever Julian is.
Is Movember more Frost November? Or is that where we were supposed to be in? Or Julian's taking us back a month.
Hey, I won't oppose. October was a great month.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be it. I mean, Julian just very powerful board position sustaining. That was a great end to our Swiss rounds. Going to a game 3 there. Morphoth showing that it can actually compete with Lockagon, though, to take a win. And that was really exciting to see.
Yeah, going down to the absolute wire there, that was a true nail biter. I was really curious. I'm like, if Julian can establish his Lockagons and really gain pressure, I think 6 could easily have done triple dragons once again, which was crazy to see in that game too. That was such a cool play into a Cryo Scorch, which the card that keeps on giving, Frostfall, is aged like fine wine. Julian once again showcasing as to why 7 Premier Tops and 2 championships, or two wins, 2 Premier wins under their belt. Kind of terrifying in very serious ways.
Yes.
But congratulations to Julian for taking it on this round 7. And also, you know, this is a great job from 6-2, making it all the way to 5-1 with this strategy too is crazy.
Yeah, and for Julian, that should secure a top 8 placement. Though I think for wow, I'm already forgetting the opponent's name. Why is it relieving me?
6,
that's right. I think for 6, unfortunately, that does push them out of top cut.
Yeah, we should see that kind of shape out here into our last round. Some of the best casters here wrapping up as we should get confirmation at some point in time of who is going to be moving on to the best of the best of today's tournament, which has so far been absolutely insane. Not only have I've seen some of the, well, I'll say some of the wackiest plays and decks that I've seen yet so far in Elestrals, but stuff like that usually is something that gets me very excited of the best players in the world competing at such a high level. So could watch their technical plays, when and where they fire off key combos and certain cards. It always wakes me up in the morning, and it's daybreak somewhere, and I'm here for it.
Same here. And by the looks of it, interesting enough, no one ended up undefeated this Swiss round. Someone did take a game off of Bo in this final round, but still, like 6-1 record, incredible.
Oh, I think that's more dangerous than anything. Losers bracket Bo is even more scary. Because now with Bo on the Bo going not top seed Bo, I'll say that is scary, and you don't want to see Bo rock up with any sort of thing to prove. That is terrifying words to me.
I think that's true for a lot of people. Like, I think I even had a tournament where I got all the way undefeated in Swiss and then lost in the final round and then came back and won the whole thing. Because I was like, no, I'm out for vengeance. And it was against the person I lost to in that final round of Swiss on top of that. So if that's the repeat for Bo, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And facing off against Sir Tractor in that last one too. I know y'all witnessed Sir Tractor's previous run. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen the Tractor cook. And back on Frost too. No slouch at all. It feels like, and this is, I'm sure we'll get some data here shortly. I know you're probably already looking through and parsing out the data. The decks that we have going into this, once again, are going to be, it seems like it's snowing somewhere. And
yeah, I need to check this. You say this, I'm like, hold on. What do we know so far? Because I'm just impatient. I don't want
no worries at all. Listen, I yet to speak and say, no, we definitely have Fungi, Champion of Artemis in the top cut for sure. It's already solidified. And then later on to be like, Swole, that's ridiculous. You also don't have P-Gus. There, no P-Gus, no alphas, no shinies. Ridiculous.
I'm trying to make sure. So far we've got, the leaderboard shows 4. I should probably refresh, but we know Julian is definitely in there, so 5. From what I'm seeing, it's looking pretty good. Quite a diverse showing. I'm going to hold off until we get the full bracket, though, just to make sure I am not wrong. But so far, I do not see a repeated deck in the 5 that I do know are guaranteed. But it is a little frosty. Won't deny that.
No, sub-zero temperatures always scare me. I don't know what it is, but when I'm checking the temperature outside and it's these decks, no, that's a format and a half. I don't know if I can prepare for that.
Yeah, actually, hold on. I think I was wrong with 6. I think I saw something wrong. I thought I saw there that of Julian and 6, only one of them would make it into. I see. I think it was more on Julian's side. If they didn't win this one, they wouldn't have made it. Their opponent win rate was a little too low, but 6 is actually quite high. So I think 6 might actually be able to make it in there. Should probably actually check if the round's done.
Final game wrapping up here for our round 7 of the Celestials Premier, the final round of Swiss, and we'll have top cut bracket and some top cut confirmation here shortly. I cannot wait to see what we deep dive into. Eagle, I don't know about you, but I don't know if we can go to a quick break and come back and we'll showcase everyone what we have going on.
Sounds good. Well, UNK will be doing that because I'll be taking a step back for this first round, but I'm excited.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We have the top cut confirmation and what we will be seeing, potentially even take home the gold here for this webcam premiere tournament here shortly. We're back. And welcome back to our November 15th, 2025 webcam premiere for this Elestrals Lifestream tournament. I'm joined once again by the effervescent K Cray. K, we had Cryoscorch drop down. I'm sure you have some feelings about that one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. They can keep getting away with it. Shout out to Lestriad Season 2 and PK Sparks, Cryoscorch's biggest fan.
Absolutely. Well, and of course, Panzer doesn't even come anywhere close from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
The last game was pretty crazy. Don't get me wrong. 2 casters at top of their game, 6 previously undefeated at Dallas, and Julian, again, 7-time topper and 2-time champion previously. Kind of crazy. We do have confirmation of our top 8 bracket as well, and I'm sure we'll see some familiar names like that. This is pretty exciting. Kaylin, who are we seeing in this top 8 today?
Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, first of all, we are seeing a few familiar names, even just from games that we've seen on stream today. Gaussian Elimination being on stream earlier. Bo, of course, in Top Cut, classic. We have Kryber and Julian both making it. And Why Rebellion? And this was one that I believe that you and Jacob commentated. Sis?
Yeah, Sis is, it escapes me what Sis is on currently, but we did see Sis play against, I believe it was Kryber earlier.
Okay, so we actually, I think that we have seen all of these casters in top 8 except for Bo. Following at the end here with Sir Tractor and 6. So this is super exciting. A lot of familiar names, a lot of incredible casters here. Do you have any thoughts, since most of their decks at this point are known quantities to us? Are there any that you are particularly excited about seeing here?
Well, I don't know if I'm not particularly. I'm excited to see what Bo is cooking, because all day I've been hearing Bo is undefeated, and typically when that happens, the Penthouse crew and Bo are showing up with something fierce, something unique, something that can only be constructed by the mind of one Qus to his shortest, and I think that's super exciting. I cannot wait to watch that match. What I will say though is when I'm a little bit sad to hear is that P-Gust, and I'm sorry to tell you this, Kay, Fungi, no Fungi champion of Artemis inside of the top 8 from my understanding, not looking at these players and the things we've seen today.
Check their lists. Are we sure? Did we look in the side?
In the side, we checked it twice, and even in some cases, thrice. I don't think even the Colossus himself could find the Fungi present for this holiday season.
Well, clearly an oversight from all of our casters, but I will be rooting for them all regardless.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I think out of today, too, I think Jacob is missing out on that Fin Dust, which I'd love to see. We got to see some cool stuff here. And Dionysus Chalice, still to be seen. I'll hold my breath on that one a little bit, because there could be some spicy tech out there. But I will say so far that, unfortunately, while there are 0 Fungides inside of top 8, there were at least 11 Fungide bits mentioned from someone on the couch today. And on top of this too, not even compared to actually, could you do me a favor real quick? Could you tell me what the number is on that X of 10 real quick?
5.
So many Moose mentions.
Look at all those 5s, baby. Let's go. Shout out Moose.
I'm not going crazy today, and I heard one thing once, and I've been like, there's patterns here everywhere. No red yarn, but there is a blue Sharpie that is currently bleeding on my second monitor. Don't ask me about it. You keep that
away from my Moose, all right?
It's already blue. It'll blend right in.
Hey, you know what? If you have a regular full art posture Moose, give me that Sharpie. I'll cook for you.
No, hey, absolutely. I got a Cryoscorch and an orange Sharpie for you too, if you want to cook with that.
I love arts and crafts.
Yeah, there we go. So, I'm sad to say no Fungi, but I'm excited for some insane Elestrals action from some of the most insane casters that I've ever seen. Important to note, too, no undefeateds going into this top 8. Sir Tractor did happen to beat Bo in that last round.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, not even Bo, because the last I checked, Bo was completely undefeated, but let's go. Sir Tractor. Okay. Ooh, listen. I've said this once already, but if I had a nickel for every time Sir Tractor was being an absolute menace with Frost, I would have 2 nickels. And we might have 2 nickels for every time Sir Tractor was a menace with Frost and then won.
Which
So-
the last time I heard was Cryo Rhino, if I remember right, was their last premier win with this. And similarly, we know Bo to be familiar with the Frost element, bringing to a semifinals against Kale.exe, more Frost last time I saw that, which is pretty cool itself. And I don't know if Penthouses want to repeat decks though, and the same with Bo. Do you think Bo is cooking with that, or do you think this is something unique?
Well, I know that Bo has been cooking with a few things, right? Obviously, the Morphrost that we just saw. There was a while that Bo's cooking on an Aphoros type list that was not just like Aphoros Magneros, but it was also the draw engine Aphoros and gaining advantage and all of that. For a while, oh gosh, what was it? Bo was cooking on boxes. Bo was cooking on Volclips, and that was really neat. A lot. Don't take out the Sharpie. Don't take out the Sharpie in the notebook.
No, there's nothing
Please,
here.
no, I can change. I can be different. I can change.
Yeah. No, you're fine. No, continue. So Bo was cooking with some obscure deck that is hold on, it's gonna take me a while to do and replicate this many tally marks for Voldust match, and I really shouldn't be waving this Sharpie around my monitors real quick. It's after what just happened.
Yeah. Hey. You know what? It's fine. I'm actually feeling really chill about all of the potential lists and plushies represented behind me right now. Oh my god. Onlit. Shout out Monster Moose. What?
Oh,
Anyways,
all right. Where's my? I threw it over there.
Anyways, Swillax, let's lock in here. So, Bo's list. What are you thinking?
No way she hit me with the let's wrap. I'm not sure. I think that Bo is a consistent caster who I know to be cooking. I'm always excited to see what insanity that Bo is playing with, because this is something that is consistent across all of her decks, is that, like, you know, this will work and I can prove it. No matter how wacky this seems and no matter how strange it might be, in the hands of a caster like Bo, the mythical, cast on Earthquake off of Necklace Harmonia in like one foul swoop kind of shenanigans. That's the caster that I know Bo to be. Goss and Elimination. I know that we previously spectated one of their rounds before. Do you recall anything about that match earlier in the premiere stream today? What insights can you tell me about their list and about their deck? And I think this one is really funny because, if I'm right, this one might be.
Good luck, Gaga.
You know, Eagle is our stats.
Eagle is our resident data machine, and we just go, hey Eagle, could you tell us real information while we do silly bits and you keep us grounded in actual information?
Yeah, I'll tally down how many times that we misspeak and say Lockagon when it's really Morphrost. Morphrost for our Goss and Elimination. And again, Bo is more than familiar with that strategy. Do you think that gives Bo a leg up here, or do you think that Gossin can maybe surprise Bo a little bit?
I mean, I think it depends on the build of Morphrost, right? Because that's been something we've been talking about all day today, is that all of these Morphrost strategies operate so differently, and there are so many different things that you can splash into them. That being said, the best way to learn how to play against a deck is to play the deck and become really good at it, because you always know what you would not want to see if it was you. And honing those weapons to your advantage is definitely something that I think that Bo would not be above doing.
Yeah, I think a caster's judgment is normally, I'll say this, sometimes very skewed. Sometimes you go into a game and you're like, if I were me, I would be scared absolutely spiritless out of this. Earth spiritless, in fact. But otherwise, you're saying to yourself, yeah, this will happen 100% of the time. Josh, I believe it whenever you are putting down a 12 spirit Frigicub and a 7 spirit a Shiverroar on the board. That'll happen every single time. This deck's crazy.
What? Honestly, yes, correct. And then someone else tries to do it, and they're like, "What?
Like, how did you do this board state like this?"
But anyway, so yes, we at this point, as we've mentioned, we know that we are familiar with every other caster except for Bo at this point in the tournament. I know that previous Bo brews also that I forgot, Torchin. That was the Cards HQ. We did see Torchin today, which is kind of cool. And and then of course solar. And I wonder when Bo is going to say, I think it's time for me to return to solar.
Cyber Maul is speaking like the Green Goblin mask and coming out through the deck box. Absolutely. I would be curious to know too. I'm also still wondering, does Bo still run the one of rabbit just because it's the champ rabbit? That was the consistent theme for a while, is rabbit in the deck playing the first place rabbit. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. Turn 1 usually also on top of that.
Wild.
Every time. Yeah, I'm not sure. And looking back on all of the other casters that we have today, there isn't anyone who I'm like, oh yeah, distinct advantage. Of course, we have Julian, who I think out of everyone here, except for maybe Sir Tractor and Bo, actually we have some pretty, as I start talking, I'm like, wait a minute, we have some incredibly decorated casters in here.
Insanely.
Yeah, so you can't count anyone out, and these matchups should be very, very interesting.
Yeah. Does this format so far, after a day's casting, before we get into our top cut here, make you excited to hop on and play some Elestrals yourself? Are you saying that the best intuition a caster can have is her own? And as a 9th place finisher before, and a pioneer of scrap, they call her the scrap mother for a reason. Do you think that this format, what's your take on this so far?
Well, I can say that I have been playing this format because it has been so fun. It has been so exciting. And there's so many different strategies. Every time I see, I remember after watching you play Solar, I was like, let me play your deck. I need to play that list, because I had been watching it all day from the contingency of you who are playing it. And it's just like, yeah, I need to get on that. And there are so many different lists that inspire that for me. Why am I wanting to play Morfrost? What's going on? Why do I want to try a Morfrost list?
No, I think that I heard before that Krakatsuga Burn was on the radar, and I will say the Solar list might have worked too much. You picked up the Swolax gene of, wow, Krakatsuga Burn, I see Fire Spirits, and I'm like, let's go Smeltone. So we're going to have to rein it back a little bit. Check your spirit deck. If it doesn't have Earth Spirits, I have bad news for you, and it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I'm playing Latagon?
No, still too late. No, you can play Earthless Latagon.
Okay.
Wait,
Huge.
That's the Josh talking.
Yeah. Okay. So I've been talking to you too much. You've been talking to Josh too much.
Yeah.
It's just a circle of
Kirby's
casters who
driving
need
the
to.
RV.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. We do have confirmation that we can share our feature match for top 8. Yeah. I'm sorry. Are you getting a message there?
No, I think that, well, outside of tuning into any channel on the web, both YouTube and Twitch, Kaylin, what's our current message here from production?
Okay. I am meant to ask a question, and that is, are you ready for a Morfrost party?
Yo! Wait, not a snowball fight. Bo on Morfrost once. Oh my god.
Wow.
No way.
Here in Vegas? Who could have thunk it?
Yeah, here in no, actually, this is terrifying for me in Texas. That's going to freeze over our energy supply. Oh god, they're everywhere.
So I think that we may have some confirmation of what Bo is playing today. As Bo versus Gaussian is going to be our top 8 match. I think that we're fighting Frost with Frost.
That was incredible. Shouts production, by the way, and a huge thank you for everything running so smoothly, and for giving us some moments like that too. Don't everyone just. Oh my god, incredible.
And
Holy.
on that, wow, I kind of want to go build a snowman. I sure hope it doesn't turn into a terrifying monster. Let's get into top 8.
Well, we'll see.
Bo is going to be starting us off first here, and let's go.
We're going to start with looks like potentially a mulligan, not the perfect hand that Bo was hoping to sculpt out of this ice deck, so to speak. And if you're Gaussian elimination here, and potentially even having word that Bo might be on Frost, then I'm sure this playstyle is going to be a little bit different. Curious on the composition of Bo's deck for the counterplay against the mirror match, considering that it was a pretty highly represented deck inside of the tournament today.
Definitely. I mean, okay, Indus coming out immediately. And we're expending the Frost Spirit, going in, grabbing Lycan Form.
You know, not to steal your bit at all, but this is a play I haven't seen in years. I can't quite do that right. No, Morfrost Indus form is such an interesting start. Typically, we don't see a lot of Morfrost decks outside of Bo's really use this type of lead. Very deceptively powerful into the set back row, and also the ability to send two to the underworld for setups for things like Chimera and Bat Form.
Well, we have Chimera there, and as well as Lycan Form coming out, and going to be passing over to Gaussian elimination, no back row. And okay, so we are starting out with a Narcoon, probably going and grabbing Lycan Form, I had to guess.
Yeah, Lycan Form into potential setup for Chimera and the usual Morfrost combo we've been seeing so far. While I do like the lead of the Morfrost Indus form, which I'm pretty sure is supposed to be a sculpture of Eddie on some level, by the way. All the Morfrosts are different types of Elestrals. Who's Chimera? Or is that just a mix?
Kind of Cypher-Molly? Wait a minute.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. Did Bo just go from Cypher-Mall to Cypher-Mall?
Oh, no. Not evil Bo theory.
No.
No, the sun will come out tomorrow.
Surely.
Sure. Oh, no, not Temple. All right, so we have Morfrost, Chimera, and Bat Form being searched off of this Lycan pitch, and as Spirits being slung around from Gaussian elimination side, do we see some back row?
I mean, do you want to set back row if you know you're going to be attacking into this Indus?
I think so. Maybe you just say, sure, you can pop this rune, and that's gonna be Pandora's box. Might have been really helpful actually to keep that, but not the worst thing to lose.
I mean, yeah, it could have been nice to hold on for a turn, get rid of the Indus, figure that out. Kione coming out here.
Ooh,
we're going to be getting back possibly that Chimera form.
Yeah, I think so. That setup from the Indus to grab Lycan form for some more value here, which does lead into that Chimera form you're mentioning, just more from the, I guess, deck thinning side of things. Maybe this makes a little more sense. And potentially can utilize that Chimera form inside of the underworld now to gain back some advantage. Terraform seems to be the search in the Bat Form here.
Yep. Okay, so we are just going in and getting every imaginable Morfrost here and casting out the Chimera form, pitching Bat, and here comes the other Chimera. So we got there in the end, probably in a better way than I would have done it. So you know what, though? So right, so true.
No, Morfrost Master, Kalen Creighton over here. This is, I think this is such an interesting line from Bo, especially after not setting any counter runes the first turn. I'm really curious to know why. Like, maybe it's a psychology thing of saying, like, I just have a Morfrost Indus, like, here's your play. Conversely, maybe those are off the draws of the Chimeras, and that start was all Elestrals.
I mean, you might be right that it was like, I mean, I'm not going to do anything to stop you from hitting into my Indus. And in fact, if I can get rid of one of your back row, then this is great, because next turn I'm going to start cooking. Kione coming down from Gaussian elimination.
You might see a similar play here to grabbing this Lycan form, unless there's already some, Lycan form there off the underworld. Pitching that to expend one and search.
Bo saying, hey, wouldn't it have been nice if you had been able to do this?
and main decking Pandoras from both of these casters, by the way.
I believe that Bo was doing that last tournament. I mean, you would be the one to ask, but...
No, that's terrifying for me. I could never do that to another caster. I know how bad that feels.
You were commentating.
That's what you mean. Oh, yeah. No. I thought you were talking about the Tornagians that got stopped consistently. The most terrifying nightmare is is this 2-sentence phrase. It's affect Winjin. It's chain Pandoras.
Yeah. No, I would never bring that up.
No, never.
I mean, I don't know. After the notebook incident, we're going to have a conversation about it.
Nicholas Sparks wrote a very beautiful book and co-authored a movie that was also. I don't need to defend Ryan Gosling's all-timer to you. That's ridiculous.
So there are plays happening while we're doing this. It is a bit difficult to see, but I know that that is a Chimera form, and that's maybe Scorpio, based on the shape. That
is Scorpio. Going to go ahead and pitch and try and go to end step and expend 2 to destroy one of the Chimeras here. Not opting to trade with the other one for value as a Narpoon comes down here from Bo, and a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Narpoon surge.
Okay. And we are going to be Kione-ing again, going ahead and continuing this engine. It just keeps going. There goes the Lichen form again. We are pitching once again and going in and getting 2 more Frost forms. There is Bat and Bat. Oh.
Double Bat form here from Bo is interesting, as was there only 1 bat that was in circulation so far. I could have sworn I've seen another one since, but the spirit count here too, pretty low, as some fast actions coming down here. One of them, Bo, being 7 spirits, and this 8 count from Gas and Elimination is kind of insane.
Yeah, this is... I feel like I just blinked and we were at this point of the game. And okay, so there goes a Terraform as well.
Yeah, this will help insulate some of these Chimeras from any sort of other targeting protection. And also minusing the attack stat of each Elestral by the amount of Frost Spirits on that more Frost. So now Bo can kind of walk this down and re-enchant the Terraform if they choose.
Mm-hmm. And Gaussian Elimination, completely empty board here. Not able to build that wide presence like Bo has.
Yeah, what do you think the importance of going first here is for Bo and establishing this kind of pace?
Well, I think that depends on how Bo answers this Cryoling. Obviously, being able to do the thing first is better here. But also, I think there was a lot of merit to saying, I'm going to hold back this Pandora's box. I think that was maybe one of the bigger moments.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of a time in which the Pandora's box, especially late game here, trying to stop those multiple bats, even the second Lichen, I think could have been pretty big here.
Mm-hmm.
We do see Water Enchanted Cryovern come in here. And Bo's response, if we can see it, I imagine maybe a PTA.
Yeah. That is exactly what it is. Putting this Cryovern down to a 5, which means best we can hope is simply Crash with a Chimera.
Well, and I think the Terraform minusing it by an additional 1, meaning that this Cryovern is a 4.
Okay, Crash with a Narpoon.
Yeah. No, listen, I'm with you. The math is kind of crazy, but the fact that Bo is setting up for this play to ensure the protection of the Chimeras at all cost is kind of bonkers. And there might be an argument even to swing onto the Terraform just to say, I don't want to deal with the stat modification.
Sure. As we see the disenchant from the Kione going, possibly grabbing the Lichen form again, attempting to establish some sort of board presence here, knowing going into this next turn that you're going to be losing this Cryovern.
Yeah, and Bo puts Bo down to pretty low spirits as well. Gaussian Elimination looking to an additional card of their spirit deck. Curious to know. It's an Earthquake.
Oh. On the Terraform, maybe? Or one of the Chimeras?
Ooh, targeting protection from the Terraform. Coming in clutch here, discarding the Morfrost Lichen form to protect one of the Chimeras. I imagine that was right.
Okay, so Morfrost as an engine can just do everything. I think that's every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, it has answers for it has answers for that. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, for that too? Okay.
Yeah, back in the day, this was a really cute anti-Zeus setup. You'd say like, yeah, you want to Zeus down my Elestral? Yeah, sure, I'll Terraform here. But there's nothing really worthwhile to pitch off of this stuff. It'd be like a bomb and potentially could set up for an Ascension over it. But now with Bat Form and Chimera really opening up the floodgates here, the Avalanche can really come down.
Ooh, and Terraform coming back, and an Ambrosia. You were pointing out that low spirit count, but in fact, we are going to be addressing that right now.
Yeah, and Bo didn't actually pay out this poison-tipped arrow because there wasn't a bomb, of course.
Oh. Okay. Saving our spirits, possibly?
Yeah, I think that the SOS signal was not for saving, but instead for saving our spirits for the swing onto this Cryover, and for Bo taking game 1 of this top 8 match against Gotham Elimination. This Morfrost party is off to a cold start, and temperatures dropping by the moment. You were saying earlier the Morfrost engine has all the tools necessary to do pretty much whatever it needs to. What does that look like siding, though? What kind of tools do you think are missing from Gosson's side?
Well, we already saw the main deck Pandora's boxes, so those are definitely valuable. I think that going first here, you were talking about that earlier in this match, could be a big deciding factor, more so than having necessarily the tech cards. Although it does, I think, highlight the fact that Bo is clearly on a more extensive Morfrost package, whereas Gaussian Elimination seems to have sort of the central good stuff Morfrost, and then, bumped up by having the Cryoling, Cryover, and things. So, I'm not really sure as what do you do when you're faced with a caster who has everything,
Well, and if you're Bo's side as well, I'm sure that, like you were saying previously, knowing all the silver bullets to tech in here is probably what they're looking for, right? The idea of knowing how to play this deck inside and out, showcase off in that last game. What cards are going to be those auto includes, and I'm not sure if Gaussian is on things like a bomb either, which could be also a nice one spirit efficient swing for them. But yeah, seemingly both casters having the decks to give them all the tools, and Bo is currently building a big old house of ice with that, a big old igloo.
Yeah. I know certainly one thing that I will be citing out is exactly Cryoblast, if that's in the deck, in the main deck. So could offer up some space for other counter runes, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm excited to see how Gaussian decides to play this going first. Are we going to simply see a standard playback of the Lycan Chimera Bat, all of that? Or are we going... No way! Wow!
Oh, the timing for the transition was crazy.
We're going to be getting into game 2 of top 8.
I cannot believe that. Thrown off once again by the most insane bit. That was incredible.
I loved that. That was magical and beautiful. Oh my goodness. But we still have some Elestrals to play here. We're not just goofing around up here, despite appearances.
This notebook was very serious. Gaussian Elimination starting off with a Morfrost Lycan form to pitch and add into the hand. I imagine a Chimera Bat would be the way to go.
Hey, maybe just getting started first. That's the ticket.
And one thing I actually have not seen come down yet is something like a Morlith, which used to be like a mainstay staple inside of Frost decks, and especially inside of Morfrost. We see Indus and Chimera coming in from Gaussian.
Oh, okay, the Indus. All right. So we do have a little bit more tech here. I don't know if that was a side deck option or if simply we are going different directions. And hey, you know what? I love saying, you know what? Let me see that playbook. That looked pretty good. I think I might try that myself, actually. Making it pretty difficult for Bo to both set a back row and get rid of this Indus form.
Yeah, and sending to the Underworld, again, a Terraform, and I think I missed the other card there. I don't know if you saw that. Potentially even a Scorpio form from the back on the Morfrost Indus forms send. honestly, a very similar setup, and you're 100% right. And once again, setting a back row that could be anything. 2 from Gaussian. I imagine 1 is still Pandora's box.
And that would be huge here. I mean, starting this whole snowball from even rolling down the hill in the first place. Oh, okay. There goes the lichen form.
Yeah, off to the races already. And here, now the countermeasure, here is a Chimera and Bat form to try to put on a little bit of pressure. If you're Bo, Bo likes to play a little bit risky every now and again. You might even say that there could be no counter rune set here. Just take the tempo loss slightly and swing over this Indus and say, yeah, you're not getting any back row today.
I think that I agree with that. Although, okay, so on the pitch.
On the cast.
Oh, okay.
Like.
Okay. Because we saw the Indus go.
Yeah. Looks like Bo was playing a little fast there, and the response timing for that is to make sure the Chimera form was suppressed before it could discard. Because the discard is cost to draw a card there. So potentially not wanting to have the Underworld set up for any sort of future play.
Okay. That makes sense. And I mean, Bo is one of those casters that it's like, oh, you better play fun. Oh, yep. You better cast that quick. We're already 15 steps ahead.
Bo does remind me of a chess player in which that, every single move from start 1 up until maybe turn 15 is already mapped out based off of a billion board states that Bo has already seen a trillion times. And no wonder, too, considering that at the rate of play, both these casters, we're not that deep into the round, and already seems like so much has happened.
Yeah, we've got double bat going on here as well. And you're right. I mean, the fact that, we actually do see the back row set from Bo. I don't know if that means we have some kind of suppression, if we have dense fog to be able to get rid of the effect of the Indus, and we don't necessarily care. Or if we're going to deploy that back row before even attempting to swing into it.
Yeah, even then, this Indus form coming down from Bo is also really scary, considering that Gaussian Elimination before had pretty low counter runes in the previous game, and now sticking a large body and an Indus means that you have effectively Elestral removal and rune removal already on deck.
And did we not see a normal cast from Gaussian Elimination that last turn?
No, I think that was an expend to draw even.
That's so interesting. Okay, we see a second Gorgon's Gaze coming out here.
Yeah, and that's the normal cast, or a special cast, pitch the Chimera. Now we're going to go ahead and go for the Lichen form effect here to pitch and search for 2 more Frost and hold off here. Looks like the players just confirming some Underworlds or Spirits, it looks like. Okay. Scorpio and Bat form from the search.
There we go. At this point, I think that almost every Morfrost form we've seen from Bo this game.
Yeah, I think utilizing at least one of every single card. It's kind of this utility toolbox that makes sense for when you need to drop a bomb or when you need to drop Indus. And Terror seems to be the only one I can tell in multiple copies, but even then, that could be one that is this play. And this is a very similar game state that we saw last time. This was scary last.
And with only one little Indus, I mean, there goes the back row, but let's see how much we even care about that. Oh,
Gorgon's Gaze.
I mean, that's a pretty good hit, but so is swinging for 3 now.
Yeah, and this is going to start to get out of hand pretty quickly. I don't know if Morfrost has the ability to really crack this board effectively. It does in some ways, but you're going to be trading down Elestrals pretty fast, and the Terraform on the other side does mean that your building board is going to be slightly less effective offensively against Bo's snowmen.
We do know that Gaussian had at some point a Terraform of their own and said we were just bringing out a Chimera. There goes the pitch of bat, the draw, and let's see what we're bringing back here.
I imagine on some level it could even be terraform to try and even out this this attack math.
Okay, so there we go. I knew it was in there. And he has returned. Playing fields are a little bit more even, but also, you know, at what point do you just lose the snowball race?
No, this snow party might get melted soon. I think you're right. We have a Chimera crash hit into the terraform, and now terraform potentially crashing into, or hitting over, excuse me, the Indus form. And this is looking a lot more manageable for Gaussen now.
Okay, yeah, a lot less of a threat. These 2 Chimera form, but I mean, 13 spirits to 8 from Gaussian here. That is a significant enough difference. And a bomb.
Ooh. Bomb's been pretty big here, and that's going to be able to handle this board, doing just, again, incremental chip damage now. And like mentioning previously, holding that a bomb for those key moments. And a second one is in the underworld. So not a crazy feat to imagine there is a bomb reenchant coming down as a cryoling gets cast out into the board.
Okay, do we see a Gorgon's Gaze? Do we see anything here?
Looks like it's gonna be Cryovern coming in here, and water enchanted, or it looks like it's like properly enchanted here on Frost.
Okay, maybe we're gonna be going Cryo Scorch.
Ooh, and Poison Tipped Arrow, bringing this thing down to A5.
Ooh, okay. I mean, descending into Cryo Scorch would get around that.
And that's going to be a concession from Gaussian. I think seeing the writing on the wall, there's no way to effectively trade and crash and not take damage. No Ambrosia's in sight. Bo takes that one 2-0 in the More Frost party.
2-0 and wrapping it up pretty quickly. That was in fact a More Frost snow party. And what do you think? I mean, those decks were so similar. What was the difference maker there?
I think a lot of it has to do with combinations of cards, right? Like, typically speaking, whenever we're seeing More Frost not necessarily underperform, but not perform as well as a different More Frost play, it's typically just saying, I didn't see this specific sequence this way, right? Alternatively, you know, not seeing key cards like Kione or Frostics, even if that's a consideration, to help continue and stretch out some of those boards. What we saw from Bo's side there was a lot of the board building and really being able to dig deep into the deck and gain a lot of the resources initially. And then, as you mentioned, snowball effect comes in and able to put on the gas, so to speak, with this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it really seemed like we could have a bit of a comeback there. We had the turn with the terraform, getting things a little bit more under control. But then, I mean, as we mentioned, it's like there's an answer for everything in every situation. Then comes down the bomb that, as you said, Bo was holding for the right moment. And that ended up being the moment that sealed the game.
Yeah, and twice too. You know, in the first game as well, we see the bomb come down to contest the Cryovern, which in previous rounds, we saw 6 utilized very well inside of a similar strategy. And so I can imagine very, very much so that Gaussian had a similar use case. You're loading up the Underworld with those Frost Spirits and dropping it down as a late game card to really put pressure on the opponent. So I think that's definitely a consideration. You know, you were saying that there's also potential for ascending into the Cryo Scourge, which is always a big threat.
That would have been pretty neat. You said it looked properly enchanted. I had to take your word for it as I was like, yeah, what?
Yeah, it couldn't quite tell if it was water or double frost. At that point in the game, I would assume double frost just in case, but no, I hadn't seen a tsunami yet. And again, congratulations to Gaussian for making it to the top 8 here with More Frost. The strategy was incredibly cool to see, and watching your future matches was pretty incredible. And also congratulations to Bo for making it on to top 4 now with this More Frost showing. This is where Bo got to last time with More Frost, and I'm sure trying to make an additional step forward into the finals.
Yes, our first confirmed semi-finalist here. So this will be very neat to see. And we already have more Frost represented once. So we know that there is more Frost among our other casters. And it remains to be seen what's actually going to translate here into semifinals.
Yeah, I think we have left. It was Y Rebellion and 6, 2 casters that we've seen before. So potentially, the Hermes decks could be kind of cool. We have Kryber as well. Again, additional Hermes player. So Tractor back on Frost too. So a lot of Frost inside of this top 8. And I think that's no secret. Caleb showing off that this deck does have legs, and in fact, they aren't as fragile as Thin Ice.
Yeah.
Though out of these decks here, are you expecting to see Hermes also be able to take it? I think last time we didn't see Hermes break past top 8 even, or was that not right? Maybe top 4. I can't remember which one Tornado came down to hit a 7 Spirit Hermes.
I did in fact miss that play, unfortunately, but insane. And we've already seen Y Rebellion today, and they are incredibly good at piloting this Hermes deck. And it's sort of like Morfrost in that it has a lot of answers, a lot of ways out of things. Some trickery going on is always fun. And hopefully we get to see a little bit of that. I think that Hermes is a really fun game to watch when it pops off.
Yeah, it's got to have its time in the sun sometime soon. I think it's the one consistent theme of Lifestream so far are these sort of niche strategies that give players all the tools necessary to succeed. And we're starting to see them really sharpen their sword and really bring that into competition. Versus decks, like Lock On or even Solar. No Solar inside of this top 8, which, to be fair, after playing the deck myself, I can exactly see why. That deck was never good.
I don't know about all that. I mean, do you think that the hit of Rise from the Ashes is really what did it in? Is that the thing that kind of made it all fall apart? Or is it just that people know how to play around it a bit better now?
Column A, column B for sure. I think on some cases, I think people are taking cards like Dense Fog seriously. And a card like Suppression, I think, is a very great way to combat a strategy like this. If someone were to rock up with an Artemis champion deck, I think that could equally do well against Solar because of how many cards that hits. Alternatively, Rise was a pretty big one. You can't just sit and wait for your Lion to accrue and just say, okay, now that you had a responses, let me drop Rise from the Ashes. So It plays a little bit differently, but it's still fairly strong showcasing. So a little bit of both. I do expect that to see maybe a little bit less play in the coming weeks, but we'll have to see. Though I'm hopeful. There's always a little bit of sunshine out there.
Hey, maybe people need to start looking at Solar combined with other things. As a pioneer of the sunburn strategy.
I thought we were going to scrap with this one.
Hey, no. Sunburn. Bring back Armadon. Let's go.
Sunburn will have its time again. I swear. There's going to have to be a Gardon Armadon list that will have to break the mold somewhere. I don't know if that's going to be me to actually figure that out, but I would love to. My emotional support Armadon is calling it out to me and saying, please play me. It's been a couple weeks.
8 weeks is incredible. Was that in your Kissimmee list?
Yeah, it was in my side deck the entire time. As the story goes, developing this side deck with Josh, I sat there and Josh was like, I think we need this card for the matchup. I'm like, absolutely. I think we need this card for this matchup. I'm like, absolutely. I think we need this card for this matchup. Absolutely. Meanwhile, through my bulk, I'm like, what looks good here? Ooh, Armadon looks fun. Oh, that's Kaffmel. Kaffmel's going in there too. It was
There's a bunch of little babies going in there.
A bunch of little guys. Poison Tipped Arrow, and I never heard of her.
Insane. Third place, by the way.
Oh yeah, there we go. The lock-on is sitting pretty. It's quite beautiful. No Earth Spirits too. You gotta love it. I do hope people have learned from my mistakes though. Don't ever really do that. Maybe next time. It looks like we have some confirmation from the round from our production. We might have to have a quick setup for everyone. Ooh, for a quick interview with Bo.
That does sound fun. I don't know about you, Swole, but I would love to chat with Bo and hear more about this Frost.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been able to pick the mind of one of the greatest casters in the game. I would love to. Kaylin, your lead.
I think that all that it is going to take is for us to hop into this call over here. So everyone watching the stream, if you're down, be sure to let us know. If you have any questions, be sure to let us know. But we're going to chat with one of the greatest to ever do it because we have so much time left in this round because of that swift game. So I'm going to hop in over here and join. And hello. Hi, Bo. How are you doing? I assume that the feed is coming through clearly and that we're all good. Ooh.
Am I good?
Hey, Bo, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you guys.
Hey, how's it going? It's been a little while.
Great.
More Frost twice, huh?
Yep.
That's
I like
incredible.
the decks where I can play 17 of the same name.
Oh my god. Yes, the Aepharos play all over again.
The Lunar Face play all over again.
No, true. Wait a minute.
Listen, someone
I was
had
on
just
17
brought
Lunar
that up.
Phase.
Absolutely incredible. Hey, you know what? Honestly, it is a very similar situation because I remember watching you play Lunar Phases and having the thought of like, oh, there really is a card for every situation. It's like you had these niche answers for everything you came across. And Morfrost does feel like an extension of that. Does it feel similar in play style in that way?
Yes, it does. The fact that Lycan is so flexible is really powerful. And I bounce between mostly Chimeras, Bats, and Scorps because those are generically good in almost any matchup. But the Indus for a bit more acceleration and A-Bombs for late game power, and then Terror in these mirror matches is very, very powerful.
Yeah, talking about the impact of Terror there. So that to me seemed like one of the biggest headaches for your opponent to deal with was having this big wide board of all these Morfrosts and then having to contest poison-tipped arrows as well.
Yep.
How much has Terraform come up today?
Quite a decent amount. You'd be surprised how often people play 4/5 attackers in this meta. And so having essentially one-sided stadium is really powerful in the sense that my Chimeras can then beat over their guys, and they have to prioritize the Terror before they can even start swinging over anything else.
I think that that's really interesting because we have been having the conversation all day today about the strength of stadiums in this current meta. And you're so right. That is effectively just both a body and a stadium. Barabas? Wait a minute. What you're saying is we kind of had Barabas on stream, Morfrost Terraform, more boss. Yeah, okay, all right. I'm sure there's something there.
Yeah, and I think for something, it's on my mind since the last time that we saw you in this premiere environment with Morfrost, is how, the lessons learned from the last run. You know, you're moving on to top 4, got top 4 last time, hoping to make it into the finals once again. And those lessons learned, how much does that impact your practice and play for this event? Or was it just same as business as usual? You're like, I'm just going to play against Morfrost. I already know.
Last tournament went super well for me up until top 4, where unfortunately double mulligan into Broomalinx as the only guy into the mirror. Sucks. And then the next game, Caleb got into Morfrost stuff quicker than I did, and I needed to prioritize a bit more into that Terror. So moving into this tournament, I did a whole bunch of testing with the deck, figured out what I liked, what I didn't like from that previous one. Ultimately ended up cutting the Broomalinxes from the main deck because I'd rather just normal cast Morfrost that turn. And changed up some of the ratios of the Morfrost so that I'm not so reliant on finding Narpoon or Lycan in hand, but rather 2 to 3 Morfrost in that opener.
Well, clearly all of those changes have been working incredibly well for you all day today. And thank you so much for talking with us. We're actually getting ready to head into the next round, so I'm going to wish you luck. Hopefully we see you again in finals. Best of luck in semis.
That's the goal.
Thank you so much for talking with us. And we are going to be heading to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be ready for semifinals. Hello, casters, and welcome back. We are currently preparing for our semi-final round. How are you feeling? Welcome back, Eagle.
I'm excited. A little tired. It's been a long day, but also super excited. I'm ready to pull out energy I didn't even know I had just for these final 2 rounds. Because, yeah, I think these rounds are usually very exciting to see, especially when Worlds points are all on the line here.
And we actually do have a look at our bracket. Okay, as we know, Bo moving on, as well as Julian, Y Rebellion, and Six. So that means Hermes is currently in semifinals. Ooh, the rest? Oh, we actually know. We have 2 Frost and then 1 Lakagon. Okay.
Yep. And that's super exciting to see because since we've seen both these casters on stream, I believe we saw from Six some Crowver and Cryoscorch stuff when they were on stream during Swiss rounds. Of course, we just saw Bo, we saw Julian as well. So some really exciting decks actually heading into this top cut. And it's also so refreshing to see that after Caleb came out of nowhere and Bo as well came out of nowhere of Morfrost, apparently today was just the day of Morfrost, which is kind of cool to see.
I mean, it's a consistent theme that we've been talking about all day. The decks that are doing well are those that inherently have answers built in. That's why Solar did so well for a while. There was really nothing that it couldn't answer as well as long as it could continue to get apparently giant lions out. But that might have been the ticket to it not doing so well here.
Yeah.
Same thing. Lakagon is able to just keep momentum, answer everything that it needs to. Able to get the strategy out through multiple methods, multiple ways. And now we're also seeing Hermes, another fun tech deck.
I think Hermes is the one I'm most excited for. But even though this top cut, at first glance, I was thinking about, I'm like, it's very Frost. Like half the decks are Frost. 3 of them are heavy Morfrost focuses, or at least run some Morfrost package. But then I was thinking about it, and it was, well, these decks haven't really been popping up much in prior premieres. And if we have this huge shift after a month of testing and be like, oh wait, Morfrost, maybe we should be more on Morfrost, it makes you really wonder, what can we hope to see with the premieres for next month? Like, there's going to be quite a few weeks before our next premiere. We could probably see some really cool stuff pop up as well if we see Morfrost over these past few weeks kind of pop up now.
These are the times when we see really cool niche meta call lists shine. And I think one caster who's always really good at finding those is actually Caleb.exe.
Yes.
We saw back in Moonrise format, they were like the first one who got back on heal control. And we're calling that in the meta at the time. And then, of course, just last premiere, calling on the Morfrost stuff and Frost being good. So interesting to see what our casters are going to be cooking, what they're going to be thinking about, if they're going to be building for the meta or if they're going to be building the meta.
I also love like this next semifinal round. It will be Six versus Y Rebellion. So Morfrost versus Hermes. And I think it's really cool to see Hermes here because, and especially from Kryber and Y Rebellion, who both top 8'd with this Hermes last premiere, and both them maintaining that their version of Hermes is what they want to stick with. Like, they're both different Hermes, and I believe they stuck to the ones they brought last time. And to me, that still shows there are decks, like pet decks you can bring and still do well with. It's not you have to be on Frost, you have to be on Celeste Leo. No. There's some more decks you can bring if you really are passionate in one of the lines.
And I cannot wait to see those decks pop off. We are going in to our semifinal round, Six versus Y Rebellion. Six is going to be starting us off here. And as we know, sometimes with these Morfrost strategies, going first can be really, really rough to see on the other side of the field.
Yes. We'll see how much these decks can pop off. But also, I'm really curious to see this dynamic here because Y Rebellion showed with the Hermes deck, there's a lot of great bounces and whatnot. But against some of the wider boards, you need to find multiple ways to answer, and that can be a bit tricky. But Six here starting off very strong start. Chimera, Pitch, Bat, which doesn't necessarily feel great because there's no targets, but you still get your draw, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, if your issue is that you don't have the cards you want to see, sure. Drawing and getting some advantage rather than just expending to draw, definitely feels great. And
Ooh,
Over on
Cyanectar.
Yeah, over on Y Rebellion side, we see Cyanectar coming out. And I think one advantage that Y Rebellion does have here over 6 is that Y Rebellion is playing a less represented list. So while 6 probably doesn't have the experience today playing against Hermes, Y Rebellion has absolutely run into Frost decks throughout the day and has an idea of how to tackle this matchup.
Yeah, I checked their what their game journey to get here, that's first looking for, is, but I would expect they were preparing for Frost after Caleb's finish last Premier. But setting the carry after saying, nope, not doing with Chimera, we're just going to get rid of this, makes a lot of sense. A Cyanectar to boot to just kind of set up a good pace on board. To get a PTA, just set it face down. Seems pretty good. Let me see. Oh, that was for the carry off there. Set 1, set 2. I wonder what one of those sets are. Invoke for 1.
I mean, barring Chimera, which we did just get rid of one of those, 4 is a pretty good stat line to put up against a more Frost list. And this Cyanectar is feeling pretty good about sitting and being comfortable in front here.
Yes. We'll see what 6 has to respond to it, because I don't think you really want to throw out a Scorpio here. And doesn't have enough Frost and Underworld for a Cryo being to Crowvern play if 6 runs it. I think from last one we confirmed that, but could be on the side deck, so we'll see.
Actually, it is Scorpio.
Hmm.
Okay. However, with 2 back row set from Y Rebellion, I mean, even at this point, do you mind letting this Cyanectar go down? I feel like you're getting pretty good value out of this if you're making your opponent expend 2 spirits just to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, this card's done exactly what it needs to do. It found you some back row interaction, it poked for 1. I think you're perfectly fine. Scorpio is not a very threatening Elestral outside of its initial cast anyway. Though we do see Pitch Bat to bring back Chimera, that is pretty threatening, but I don't think negates my previous statement that the body itself isn't too threatening after the initial cast.
And I mean, as we know, Hermes has answers for everything, has so many different lines, oftentimes able to just kind of sit back and play pretty casually and just answer the threats and keep up advantage and let your opponent expend a lot of spirits, pay a lot of things, and then all of a sudden you are healing back 4 wind spirits. Thank you, Aviolith champ.
That healing is massive to just sustain. Here I'm trying to figure out what they're just deciding if they want to chain, maybe like a PTA to that Chimera. That could be pretty good to just kind of slow things down, keep the Chimera off the board. We'll have to see. Definitely a bit of a pause here, though. See if there is a note for us.
Yep, a little bit of deliberation going on. Probably just a conversation, which we will see. It is kind of funny. After going from the last round where I'm watching Bo play, and it's just like, okay, you're doing so many things. Okay, so you've done 4 things before I registered the first. Now it's like, a little slow and luxurious. Okay.
We can talk and speculate what they're going to do, but I think
Exactly.
Bo's usually Bo knows their deck inside and out so well that they just go through their plays so quickly. You can tell they know what they're doing.
Exactly.
So still deliberating. I'm wondering if we're waiting on something with the judges here, because normally this would not take so long to have an interaction, or if we can get confirmation of what's stalling the progression of the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder if it's because we haven't seen the effect of the Chimera form. We haven't seen the pitch. So I wonder if it's possibly on the effect, if there's a question or if there's something there, as that is the part that we are stuck at right now.
Yeah, and there's that card on 6's side just kind of hanging out in between 2 of the Elestral zones by the Underworld that I saw kind of moved over there. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that card. Oh. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm wondering if it's a draw from Chimera off the top of the deck.
Okay, we might be just talking about that card then.
Yup. Alright, adds it to hand.
Oh, okay. So what happened is Scorpio's effect was declared, but then a card was drawn, even though Scorpio is the effect that was declared. So we are going to be correcting this by getting rid of one of those cards at random and putting it back. And then we will be back to the correct board state, and we will be able to deal with that.
Got it. Oh, classic Chimera Scorpio. Oh, which one was I resolving? Oops.
I mean, when every single one of your cards has 3 effects,
Yep.
you know, I can definitely feel that.
And mistakes are bound to happen, especially this late into a tournament. People are tired. They might not have had a chance to go get something to eat in between rounds. So I can understand why this could totally happen.
Yep. And seems like we are just getting this all sorted, getting it all taken care of. Shout out to the judge staff who, obviously we're here on camera, but with like occasional breaks. Like we have a pretty cushy job of it. Our casters are playing every single round, and our judges are in and out of rooms, constantly answering questions and being ever present and ever lurking, ever watching. And they do keep these things running smoothly. So huge shout out and a huge amount of appreciation to the judge staff.
Absolutely. They're the ones who really keep this thing moving along as smooth as humanly possible. So we're still deliberating something here.
So for those of you who are hanging out and watching with us, we are now in semifinals. We have 2 Frost lists, we have a Hermes list, and we have a Lockagon. You have to let us know who you think, or at least what archetype you think is going to take it today, or what we're going to see in finals. And we also have confirmation that we agreed that random card being added back with the die effect that we saw happening there. And we are just holding on while we get all of this solved. But what about you? What about you, Jacob? Do you have, not necessarily a list that you're rooting for. I know in terms of strategy what you're most excited for. Yeah. But out of all of the lists available here, what do you think takes it today?
I always liked a good underdog story. So I really want to see Hermes, but I also don't want to necessarily play favorites. It feels like that would not be appropriate for a role commentator. I need to be impartial. So for the casters, anyone wins, I'm super happy for them. But I think Hermes makes, from a story perspective, Hermes makes the best story.
Well, we just had the Morfrost victory last tournament. Lockagon has had 2 victories. It would be cool to see something new, a new reigning champ, maybe a new meta-defining list. But I think that having watched all of these casters at one point or another today, any one of them could take it. Any one of them would completely deserve what's going on. Me looking at this and having inside thoughts. Okay, so what is going on here is that we are about to get back into the gameplay. And
PTA was cast on the Chimera. Yeah.
Okay, so PTA coming out, the Chimera is there, as well as the Scorpio, which was also cast this turn. 2 back row set, and there goes a Lichen pitch as well. Okay, we're back. We're doing more Frost things. All is back to normal in the world.
Yeah, be able to grab more, go even wider. I feel like that feels really good from this position specifically because that PTA is keeping the Chimera from just attacking over the Cyanectar, potentially forcing the Scorpio to use its effect to remove it. But while it does remove the body, it means that 6 really isn't getting too much ground overall in terms of damage and board presence.
Yes, and we do have confirmation that the Scorpio effect has been applied, so that is in effect.
All right, yeah, let's see what happens, because the Chimera has not used its effect yet. Though without a bat in hand, there's not really many great targets either. So I don't know if... Oh, but an Enfrostix?
I think that might be the expend for the effect of the Scorpio, and there goes the payoff of the PTA as well. So we're going to be going back over to Y Rebellion. Just a lone Scorpio here holding down the fort.
Y Rebellion could do a ton. I mean, doesn't necessarily have to overextend with the Hermes into some big play. Could just throw out like a simple, even a carry-on from hand, which isn't ideal. 3 attacks still beats over the 2 attack Scorpio.
Yeah, setting something up, because Hermes is such a reactive deck. It has things that it wants to respond to. And on a turn like this, just being able to set up advantage, and hey, that is a great way of doing that. Yeah, Cyanectar coming back, and I go grab another poison-tipped arrow. However, eating a Gorgon's Gaze, which, I mean, out of all of the things in Y Rebellion's list to eat a Gorgon's Gaze, Cyanectar feels pretty good.
I don't think you're mad if you're Y Rebellion, because you either gain a card, but instead you force the opponent to lose a card, and generally speaking, I think Gorgon's Gaze is way more valuable than PTA. Though I can understand why Six did it from this position. But yeah, no. If I'm Y Rebellion, I'm like, you Gorgon's Gaze that? Awesome. Thank you. I want to see that card gone.
Sure, because the effects that you really don't want to get Gorgon's Gazed are the ones that are coming from Hermes, the bigger plays. Spinosect, for example. You don't want to be not getting its bounce effect.
Chimera, which we knew you added off the Lycan, does throw in the Cyanectar, but now Y Rebellion has the option, can either protect the Cyanectar from a battle to ascend into Spinosect from hand, or if Y Rebellion just has a Spine and the Gorgon's Gaze gone, feels great to set up an Ascension play there. Chimera pitch Scorpio to draw a card.
Okay, and we are going to be swinging over the Cyanectar there and poking in for damage with the little Scorpio form.
And now we're back on Y Rebellion's turn. We see some sort of big play to swing it back in their favor. They are down a few spirits from 6, but nothing too bad. Nothing that an Aviolith can't remedy.
Yeah, a 7 base defense here is really difficult for this list to get over. Turns out 6 may be afraid of 7.
No comment on that one. We'll see what 6 ends up doing. Now I gotta beat over a 7 defender, and on top of that anyway, being able to, even if 6 doesn't beat over the Aviolith, just being able to ascend over it to heal 4 is very, very strong.
And I mean, even with the Cryovern, that doesn't do it here. We're gonna have to possibly grab Scorpio back if we want to take care of this, but even then, yeah, getting the heal effect.
I've also seen 2 bat forms out of 6 already, so recursion from the Underworld is probably rather limited. Might need something like, well, Narpoon to find out the final bat form, if there is a third one. Pretty good.
Okay. Going in, even if it's just for a little bit of deck thinning, I don't know if 6 is running Kione. I don't know that we've seen that from him today.
That'd be another great way to recover those Morphrosts. I love seeing that with the Morphrost lists. Kione usually a rather underrepresented Divine, but seem to make quite a good home here. And that makes sense with all the discard that is happening in Morphrost between Chimera and Scorpio. Just add back a bat. Seems really, really strong.
Mm-hmm. Definitely consulting that Underworld there to be like, oh, okay, how many of what have I? Okay, there, everything is Morphrost. I just, okay.
And the Brummelinks there, great setup for following turns to make all the Frost guys just so much bigger, and it looks like it'll just be a pass back to Y Rebellion with that.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, while this Aviolith does put up a threat in the sense that 7 defense stat is huge, it doesn't put on offensive threat. So 6 is able to sit there and say, okay, I'm gonna build up. I'm gonna build up to an answer, and I'm going to be able to address it eventually. However, an ascension over the Aviolith into, it looks like, the Spinosect.
Ooh, just hard ascend Spinosect. Still pretty cool because have the option, not enough spirits on Hermes. Oh, actually, you can get more spirits on Hermes. Have the option now with Hermes to bin another Spinosect and just to set up trickery plays, maybe Nexus round if need be. But overall, just the bounce and then be able to attack with a 5 body seems pretty good, especially ahead of that Brummelinks, just to be able to get ahead on board and hopefully get a bit of control before the stat total of all the Frost guys gets a bit more out of control.
Makes me wonder if trickery is already set, because we didn't see the enchant onto the Hermes. We instead just healed right back to the spirit deck. We might also have a second Hermes available, which that's when we start to see some really cool lines in this deck, when you're able to say go carry on special ascend and then, or special cast, and then you can ascend over that, but then you can also use your second Hermes effect to then, you know, go get, if you need Aviolith or whatever it may be, and being able to do all of these things in the same turn. Thanks to multiple Hermes being available.
Honestly, don't even need to bin the Spine Imp here, because the bounce is a bit dubious because Morphrost is so low to the ground. They just recast it. So probably just triggering into an Aviolith feels perfectly fine here.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if we've declared.
Looked like the attack into the Narpoon.
Yeah, it did look like that for a second. There we go. Okay, so Narpoon goes down. And oh, is there a Rise from the Shadows? No. Okay, that's just payment.
I do think it's cool seeing the Lunar though.
Funny.
That would be funny.
The Lunar was a jump scare. I was like, oh, what are we doing? Anyways,
I really do love seeing the Lunar Spirits because it shows maybe a dense fog might also be present in Sex's
yeah,
deck.
that's probably more likely, but you know. A Girl Can Dream. Chimera form coming back out here. Why Rebellion taking a look at those back row set makes me think that we gotta have some sort of answer back there.
Please, Trickery. I want to see Trickery plays. I love Trickery plays.
Hey, I wasn't here when Trickery things were happening, so I would love to see one too. I'd love to be here for.
Oh, well, Dense Fog also works.
Okay. Speaking of Dense Fog.
Yeah, so many more active effects making Dense Fog way stronger than it previously has been. I love to see it there. Chimera active effect does make it quite powerful. Discard to draw each turn if you have a Morphrost, but also more susceptible to these Dense Fogs.
Okay, but we have an Ambrosia coming back, maybe healing us back up, giving us a little bit more time, a little bit more wiggle room. 2 Frost and a Water coming out here. So I don't know if that's for the Cryovern, possibly if we're going to see the Water Enchanted Cryovern, or possibly a Tsunami in one of these turns.
Ooh, Stadium was already in hand.
Oh, okay, we didn't need the Brumalinx.
That's quite strong. That means that the Chimera now contests the Spinosect. Please, Trickery. Trickery. I want to see the Trickery. No!
Oh! And that little Scorpio form has just been there for turns. Just poke each turn.
The little Scorpio that could. I think that we said that once about like a a Kinleo in one game, and now it's just Scorpio.
The little Scorpio that could. Hey guys, when you say Morphrost, if it could be like in Chimera and Scorpio, that'd be great. Thank you.
So we're seeing, looks like Hermes effect activate. I wonder what it's sending here. Maybe just another carry off to get rid of the Chimera. Yeah.
Yep, carry off.
Makes sense. I'm wondering what the follow-up here is with Rye Rebellion, because now with Hermes gone, that's removes carry-on lines unless another Hermes available. It removes not a spine. Well, you'd have Spino to get Spinosect anyway, so that's fine. I think we're about to see a Wind Spirit down. Oh, that's the extent for that carry off.
Yep, there we go.
Whoa.
And okay, we have another Hermes.
That will do it.
A second Hermes will in fact make that a little bit easier.
Now using it right away. I could see a carry-off coming out, or carry-on coming out. I could also see dropping an Aviolith to just bring back some more spirits. Down to 4, and that is a carry-on.
Ooh, okay. So we may see an ascension happening here, possibly into Aviolith. I mean, both of your guesses could be correct.
Yeah. I'm curious. This can crash with the Scorpio, so you just cast something else? Like a Hopperoo. Okay, that makes sense.
Hopperoo! Okay.
You can just crash Scorpio with the carry-on, and then attack directly anyway.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's what that recovered water spirit was for. It was, in fact, a Tsunami in the back row. Possibly a little telegraph there, but who's to say?
Stopping the Hopper, though, printing Y Rebellion for digging for maybe like a Spine-Nymph or something, because that could be big to kind of get back in. 3 spirits on Y Rebellion's side to 6's 8.
Yeah, Y Rebellion, definitely next turn, I would say probably we're going to see an Aviolith be searched from that Hermes.
It has to be that, right? Just to get back spirits to keep playing, but then what plays do you have? That'd be my question. See a Frost on the board, 6 debating if he wants to actually play that card. It is the Brumalinx, Champion of Kione.
Right, Brummelinks. Already we have the stadium. Don't know if we're going to see possibly...
Forefronts?
Oh.
Or is that PTA? It looks like a
I think
PTA.
it's the PTA, yeah. So the effect is still going to go off. Go in and search possibly a Blizzard.
Notably off of the carry-on, meaning that Y Rebellion is just trying to conserve spirits in Spirit deck.
Mm-hmm. And we do see the Blizzard Whiteout being searched with the Brummelinks. And that does pose a bit of an issue for Y Rebellion, although Spinosex effect does not target. So that at least plays around the Blizzard if we see a little bit more Spinosex things happening.
I think it seems scary, but in this situation here, Spinosex doesn't target. 2 carry-offs have already been sent. Got a PTA in before the whiteout could be set, so I don't know how likely that whiteout is actually to come up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It might have just been deck thinning because we didn't need to go and grab another stadium.
Yeah. I mean, hey, a whiteout could possibly come up, especially if Y Rebellion goes Aviolith to heal here, which might just have to. 2 spirits left. Haparu holding down the fort, but an Ambrosia really does help.
There we go. Okay, gorgeous full art Ambrosia. And we have a bit more game to play here, and especially if we go and get the Aviolith.
So we're covering the wind, earth, and then another wind. So
Okay.
clearly trying to go for more wind plays, but that makes sense. Aviolith. Or if there's an Aviolith in hand, just set the body on board.
Yeah, I mean, with the Hermes
Ooh.
enchanted there,
That was an expend to draw.
maybe trying to get to it. I mean, with the Hermes effect, we still have the ability to possibly cast something.
Fire Rebellion clearly is still in here. Again, install Aviolith to be able to send and recover 4. Got the Hopper to keep poking over that Scorpio form. However, what I'm wondering is, what's Y Rebellion's play to actually close out the game? Because, I mean, Hopper is pretty good, but without a Hermes here, that's going to be a bit of a challenge to be able to end the game. I guess just prioritizing the spirits to make sure they have enough to just have plays to close out this game.
Yeah, the math has to work out for sure. But there goes the Aviolith healing back 4. That makes the math a little bit easier, I would say.
Yep, I guess hope Haparu, that back row can help Haparu survive, and then just ascend Spinosect could be a powerful play, or maybe just try to stay low to the ground and just outgrind Morfrost. Morfrost is already seeing a bunch of its pieces.
Okay, and here we have the Haparu effect. Ooh, and the Cyanectar hit there.
Cyanectar seems pretty good, though. Might be a little late in the game for PTA to matter a ton. So it
but
takes
we're
the
adding-
other card.
Okay, I missed the first one, unfortunately.
I missed it too. Potentially as a Spy Nymph, which would make sense. Spy Nymph, dig for your final Hermes to set up Spinosect plays. Yeah, Spy Nymph chant.
Okay. That does make sense. Also gives us access to... We should have one more Aviolith in there. So we have the chance to heal once more, I believe.
Do we? I think we have seen all 3, but maybe I'm
Have we?
misremembering. I think it was sent one earlier in the game, cast one out, and then just sent the 3rd one. But maybe
You might be right.
But there's a chance that there was no send earlier in the game, and I'm misremembering.
Well, I guess we'll find out going into the next few turns here. We see 6 sending out the Brummelinks again.
Another Brummelinks. Grab another whiteout. Doesn't matter too much into the Spinosex, but hey, deck thinning.
And I mean, under the Mountains of Boreas that is still up, the 5 is a big stat line. We're able to hit over this Haparu unless Y Rebellion has an active back row set there, something that's able to protect it. And getting rid of Haparu is huge and imperative, considering it is hitting directly into the Spirit deck every single turn here.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that if this Haparu survives, there might be a lethal line, but I don't think it necessarily needs to survive either, because the spirits have changed 6 down to 3, Y Rebellion up to 7.
And we know that Spy Nymph was grabbed. So we already have a line to be able to answer some things here.
Let's see it. Spy Nymph comes out and you're just playing the game. Do you have Gorgon's Gaze? Yes or no? Or Pandora's Box, yes or no? But also, we've seen 2 Blizzard whiteouts searched. So there's a good chance that they're both just whiteouts and thus dead cards in this scenario.
That is true. And it looks like the Spy Nymph is going to be coming out here. And
Let's see. Oh, no negate.
Yep, no Gorgons. That would be the time to deploy it. Although with 3 spirits left, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, should be, yeah, that's enough to do stuff. But we'll see. That's going to be quite a big swing on this turn. Because bounce back probably, you would have to bounce back the Brummelinks and then run over the Morfrost. But even then, still just cast Brummelinks can trade, but I don't think that works out spirit-wise.
Okay, there goes the Spinosect. And I think you're right. I think targeting, or excuse me, not targeting, notably, going for that Brummelinks there. And then, yep, swinging over that Morfrost. Going to be doing 1 damage, which puts 6 down to 2 spirits left. Does not leave us a lot of answers.
So here's the interesting thing. Brummelinks cast... Oh, Cryoling. Okay, cool. That's a much better play than just try to crash with Brummelinks.
Okay, all right.
So let's see. The problem is the cards to handle Cryoling force you to give up your Spinosect. It's probably not worth it. That's so awkward. You just don't really have enough spirits to respond the way you would want to.
Yeah, this might be exactly the answer that 6 needed. Especially if this Cryoburn is going to be water enchanted.
Chooses to Gorgon's Gaze. Okay. That's interesting. Just kind of a Hail Mary to see what can happen. Because oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yep, that'll do it. Okay, I think that it is safe to say that is probably game 1 here, going to 6.
That was a very close game. Yeah, Spinosect's 5 attack really hurting it there at the very end. I think even without the Blizzard whiteout, it was probably 6's game because any answer, assuming there's a Water Spirit left, there was no answer that could save Spinosect. But no, Cryoburn. Yeah, it would have to be exactly Tsunami with a Water Spirit and Cryoburn not Water Enchanted, I think, to survive there.
Okay, yeah, and even then, I mean, then you have to deal with the Cryoburn still.
Yeah, I mean, for defense.
That was a very long game 1.
Yes.
I feel like after all of that, we should be further along. But in fact, that's just game 1. It has gone to 6. And going into game 2, I love to see, especially in Top Cut, every game go to game 3. I want to see each caster be able to shine, each caster show exactly why they're here. Although I think that with Y Rebellion, we've seen that plenty throughout the day. But, would be cool to see Hermes pop off. I want to see Trickery.
Yes.
I haven't seen it on any of the matches that I've cast.
I want to see it too. Also, I thought about that a bit more. Mountain was up. Even a Tsunami wouldn't have done it. That Cryoburn would have just been too big. So.
Yeah. I think going into this next game, if 6 has Cryoblasts in the side, that those are an easy grab into this matchup. There are a lot of small defense bodies that you don't necessarily want to have to deal with, like, for example, the Cyanectar, which keeps coming up. And for Y Rebellion, I'm not sure. I mean, those cards that we keep talking about when it comes to Morfrost, the Pandora's boxes, the Gorgon's Gazes. If Pandora's box is in the side deck, go grab it for sure.
Yep. I think I've just been seeing this tournament is it seems like a lot of these decks are geared more towards these high output decks and are not necessarily either optimized or don't seem to be the best into these low committal, low to the ground decks such as Morfrost. So I wonder if that might be a bit of a factor at play here as well, is that Wire Rebellion's deck might be more geared towards handling Celestlio and not all these Morfrost decks.
That's true. I mean, when one of the key features of your deck is getting all of these effects off for removal, but you're using those big effects on things that have 4 attack, it's or 1 cost with 5. Shout out Chimera.
Yep. I mean, we're going to game 2, and hopefully we'll see Wire Rebellion just show us the way to do this. So we're not just sitting here speculating and wondering, is there a way that we're just not seeing?
I mean, if we've gotten to this point of the day, it's not like Wire Rebellion hasn't run into lower to the ground strategies at this point. So there's got to be a play style. I don't know if it's in siding out certain cards, siding in certain cards. We're about to find out as we go into game 2. Wire Rebellion, I imagine, starting us off first here.
Yeah, probably see Spy Nymph or Hermes starting us off as usual. And please, just Trickery plays. I'm just going to keep saying that until we actually see Trickery plays.
It's just fun. Although we do have a mulligan over on 6's side, so a little bit of time before we get started here. I think that makes a lot of sense with a Morfrost deck. You kind of don't care if you mulligan as long as you get into Lycan or some other good start.
Oh no, my Cryolink's now enabled. Whatever shall I do?
Exactly. And that is part of why these engines pair so well together. Because the play styles, the way that you want to operate with them, they do complement each other. And that's been cool to see.
Yeah. Of course, last format we saw Bears taking advantage of that as well. Just a quick way to load up on Frost and the Underworld, but Morfrost being the OG one that did that. And we see a Cyanectar start from Wire Rebellion, so I take that back about the Hermes Spy Nymph. But makes sense to save it to just start answering some boards. Grabbing a PTA, just standard strong start that we're seeing that really any deck has access to.
I mean, I think PTAing a Chimera form on first turn is probably going to feel great.
Oh yeah, just gotta get that out of there. Though, as we keep saying it feels great. And it's not that it doesn't, but Morfrost has so many ways to just bring back Chimera form. I think as the Morfrost player, you're like, that's kind of annoying, but oh well. Scorpio Pitch Bat.
That's true. That is very true. But it at least allows Cyanectar to stick around, and it makes it harder for 6 to get momentum going. And the wide boards are really where Wire Rebellion, I think, will start to struggle. Speaking of, there goes Chimera. Immediately getting hit with the PTA. Yep. Okay.
I'm impressed the amount of games we just see start Chimera. Not even Lycan into Chimera, but 3 back row.
Back row. Whoo, no one is afraid of Hurricane anymore, and it shows. But I'm just saying, listen, if we're in a format where no one has to worry about Hurricane, why aren't we looking at Gloombats? Okay.
Oh, I love me some Gloombat.
I love Gloombat too.
Also, the mountains going up on board, that way the Cyanectar can be removed. I've loved seeing Stadium come up so much, and another Cyanectar. Oh my gosh. I'm guessing we're going to see yet another PTA unless there's a back row. Will we get Gorgon's Gaze again?
I mean, okay. We're thinking about it. Thinking about dropping the... There it is, the Gorgon's Gaze. Possibly was debating saving it for maybe Aviolith or maybe a Spinosect at some point, but yeah, this is fair enough. You do want to be able to start sticking things on the board.
Yeah, I know last game we kind of called out questioning the Gorgon's Gaze on the Cyanectar, but considering 6-1, clearly there was some logic to that play that really panned out that maybe is more noticeable when you're actually in the game playing it through.
Definitely. I mean, hey, clearly it worked out. So, I gotta say, I agree with it at this point.
Both casters just playing a game of expend to draw, though, of course, for Wire Rebellion, this is a much better position for them to be in because they get the Cyanectar to just keep poking and can just keep accumulating resources, showing again how reactively they played this Hermes deck.
Although the fact that Mountains went up and stayed up the entire time last game, and that it looks like that is in fact going to happen again, that's got to be a pain for Y Rebellion to have to play around.
For sure. And interestingly enough, I was expecting a whiteout there, but it doesn't look like there is one. We'll just go and search out the whiteout you probably wish you had on board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep, there it is. The Blizzard whiteout. A little too late, but that's okay. It can help save something else.
Save something later from like a carry off or a Gorgon's Gaze.
Mm-hmm.
Here though, the Brummalinks cannot crash the stadium math, man. It's only a 3 attack, so it cannot take care of the Cyanectar, and Y Rebellion still feels quite good because they're still up spirits and a body on board to keep poking. 6 at 11, Y Rebellion on 14. 6 about to go down to 10 with after the Cyanectar poke.
With a full back row set of 4 things. One of them being the Blizzard whiteout, likely. Y Rebellion also with a pretty extensive back row, but with enough room left for Hermes.
I think 6 should get some sort of advantage for having all the rune rows filled, including Stadium.
Oh yeah, wait, cute. Hey, maybe with people. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Pandora's box coming out here.
Ooh, the
on the-
Aviolith going.
Oh, that's
the
unfortunate.
Hermes. And it looked like a resting on your laurels. That full art resting on your laurels just loves that underworld.
It really does. However, we are able to cast out Aviolith anyways, thanks to Hermes being enchanted.
Aviolith is just saying, shield isn't a real card. I'm just throwing an attack position because even if you destroy me, I heal 4. Why do I care?
Yeah, and hitting for 3, as you mentioned, 6's spirit count already so low, and that doesn't leave 6 a lot of wiggle room to develop a wide board and to fund this extensive back row that he has set here.
Yeah, Y Rebellion at 8 spirits, but so many of them still on board, and that Aviolith pretty much representing net 2 in spirits anyway, so I don't think you're too worried. Hopefully 6 has some Ambrosius start kind of coming back in this game. But the interesting thing is, from this position here, 6 can start trying to chip apart this with resting on your laurels. That's a great start. But even with that, there's not really Y Rebellion's big plays. Like, there's still plenty of those waiting in the wings.
We haven't seen any Spinosec stuff. We haven't seen any carry off stuff. We've now seen, because of the mill, 2 Aviolith, but that still leaves us 1 more heal.
You see the bat on board. I guess that's all that was really available to cast out. And bat crash?
Are we crashing?
No, it's not crash because it's Stadium.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Stadium. That is there.
Trickery!
Let's go!
And it looks like it's the reverse stellar trickery. I've got one of my own and I absolutely love it. I'm so happy to see this. And he can trickery Aviolith into Aviolith.
Let's go. Actually, we wanted to mill that Aviolith. It was a trap all along.
Punish the Pandora's box. Oh. And this isn't a net 2 in spirits like I mentioned. This is a full net 4 because that Aviolith is being cast out with those 2 spirits that was on the original Aviolith.
That is incredible. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We got to see Hermes' trickery, and it was awesome.
That made my day.
Yeah, me too.
I just wanted to see that. And that just puts Y Rebellion in such a commanding position. All those spirits actually ended up on the Hermes, meaning there are plenty of plays left to just take control of this board and close it out. I mean, Spine of Spinosect, Bounce Bat, hidden for 4 spirits.
Yeah, and that would in fact do it. Although it is funny to use an entire effect here on bat form.
I mean, if it gives you a lethal line, that's interesting. Going carry off here.
When you know that Blizzard Whiteout was searched earlier, yeah.
I mean, it gets the Blizzard out of the way on a body that's really doesn't matter all that much. That might just have been the goal, was to just debate out the whiteout. That also makes me question, because that took 2 spirits and a 3rd one just to get one spirit out of the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what comes down from Y Rebellion's hand. Still got the normal action.
Yeah, and we have a whole other back row set. And is that a stadium rune? Let's go! Okay, that definitely came in from the side deck.
100%. Love to see it. Just get rid of Mount Zebreus. The forest is up. But I don't know. There might be a Brummelinks to freeze it back over. Oh, and as I say that.
You spoke it into existence. Although...
Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay, yeah, Gorgon's Gaze will make sure that that does not happen.
Is there another Blizzard whiteout at play here? Very well could be the case, but doesn't look like it. So honestly, baiting up the whiteout for a Gorgon's Gaze, that might have just been Y Rebellion's goal the entire time.
That's very possible. I mean, at this point, you have all the advantage in the world, and it's just a matter of seeing the game through to the end.
Yeah, we'll see what comes next. Oh, Ascend? Ascend?
It looks like it.
Spine Insect? Spine Nymph, that works too.
Okay, we're going to search out another Hermes. We're going to be getting that heal effect from the champ Aviolith.
This gets me so excited. I love these little lines. I've also learned the stellar artwork now. After so many times of being, what is that? Oh, it's the stellar artwork.
Yeah. Although, of course, now 6, I mean, you could answer something here, and you've got to pay off of the bat. Okay, I mean, that's fair. But now all you have is 1 spirit and a Brummelinks.
Wait, is that trickery?
No
way!
My goodness!
Trickery? There is a Spine-Insect in... Oh, there's a carry-off.
Okay, so it's going to be carry-off?
Right, Spine-Insect is not shown off this game, but carry-off here is huge because without a live back row, this does contest it. And funny enough, that's so cool here. Because the Spine Nymph was destroyed before the Gorgon's Gaze could take effect, it still got to search the Hermes.
Oh!
It completely dodged Gorgons.
I think it's interesting because exactly like Cryoblast would take care of this carry off, but then no, okay, because we're gonna take the extra damage from the carry off swing. I think that is in fact game, and we got to see 2 Hermes Trickery.
That's crazy. That was a very commanding game. I think, 2 Hermes Trickery. I'm thinking both phenomenal uses of the card. Avia for Aviolith, and that second go around, I'm just going to dodge your Gorgon's Gaze and get out a big guy. Oh, I love it. Man, if a Trickery Searcher ever gets printed, imagine we're just going to be just enjoying all the Trickery shenanigans.
That would be really fun if we have something similar to the like any card that names Poseidon. If it's like any card that names Hermes at some point, could be
that
cool.
Could be crazy because would that make the artifacts more playable?
I mean, hey, Talaria could be a viable card at that point. I don't know.
We'll have to see. But I think that game really showed that if against Morfrost, you kind of need to get yourself in a position where you're in control of the board and can swing spirits in your favor. Because I think that was the perfect showing of why Rebellion just said early game, I'm just going to get my Cyanectar, I'm going to control the board, keep that Cyanectar up, put you on the back burner spirits. Oh, you're trying to come back? That's not happening.
And our casters are siding as fast as they can as we are going into this final game with only about 5 minutes left on the clock, but we do have a 5-minute time extension because of the delay in game 1. So we have about 10 minutes of gameplay, but based on how each of these games have gone, we might be going to time here.
Man, will we see more Hermes shenanigans to win in time off of spirits? That would be something to witness.
It would be, or are we going to see Morfrost snowball and take things out, I mean, quickly, if it happens that way?
We'll have to see, but we're getting started off, and 6 will be on the play, just kind of starting to get their game going. Will they just try to get as much... See, the tough thing is, I don't think 6 really wants to throw everything they have at the wall, because that would just leave them highly vulnerable to Hermes punishments. But we see a Lycan form to start to be able to search out all the key pieces.
And we're going ahead, getting Chimera, probably Bat also.
Yup.
Some things, I guess, are just tried and true, and they feel good every time. And that is exactly what we're looking at here.
So let's see, are we going to go Chimera, Pitch, Bat, Pitch, Bat to bring back Lycan? Or are we going to see more holding on to that Bat for a subsequent turn?
Now, have we seen other Morfrost forms from 6? Do we know if they're playing, for example, Terror? Are they playing Indus? Are they playing any of these other slightly more niche ones?
We haven't seen. We've just seen the core 4 of Chimera, Lycan, Bat, Scorpio.
That's what I was thinking, which is interesting. I mean, having a less extensive Morfrost package might make it harder to answer all of these threats, but who's to say?
Yeah. I mean, building a wide board's building a wide board at the end of the day. And while I think was on Y Rebellion's turn trying to make a play. Oh, I was going to say while we wait, but we're actually getting right into it. We've got a Hermes coming out, and we're going to just start seeing those plays right away. Send 2, and probably see a carry-off come down, or that works too.
Oh, okay.
Gorgons, and that looked like a Spine Nymph? I could be wrong.
I think you're right. That looks like what that is. However,
Forest.
Galaxy. Oh,
It's
is it?
fully
Oh, you're
forest.
right. It is Forest.
Ooh.
Galaxy coming out, gonna be contesting this Morfrost. We've already seen Pandora's box activated. There is only one more back row set here. However,
Is it live? Because we're in some Gorgon's days. Ooh, I think that feels great for Y Rebellion because you just got both back row out of 6. So whatever you do should be likely uncontested next turn, and you didn't have to go for your big explosive plays to be able to get that out of the opponent. It's just really low to the ground, spirit efficient ways to do that.
However, so we do see the Chimera effect pitching Bat, and we're going to be drawing a card. That hit on the Full Life Forest might actually be pretty big because it's unlikely that Y Rebellion is playing more than one copy. And that does leave us in a position of having to deal with Mountains of Boreas for the entire game again, like in game 1.
I could see 2 potentially, but having less likelihood to be able to draw into it is it is very scary here. But so far, no Brumlinks. Instead, we just have 2 Chimera out thanks to the Bat and a Nectar of the Gods here.
Ooh, the new stained glass art.
I love it. I need my playset.
All the celebration art is so fun. That I'm surprised we haven't seen the shield come up today.
No,
I was really hoping to see it actually.
Like, are people still waiting for their bundles? Honestly, I think I got mine earlier this week, but I can't remember with how crazy the week was. But yeah, full art texture shield, amazing. Slid those right into my deck.
I think we actually have only seen like a couple shields at all today, so that might be part of it, certainly.
True, I think shield's been falling off a little bit in favor of PTA, but we see the Brumlinks come out, find the Mountains of Boreas. That Full Life Forest is crying in the underworld right now, just begging to be in hand to be played.
Yeah, this is really going to prove, I think, to be a problem for Y Rebellion, considering game 1, the game that Mountains stuck around for basically the entire time. That was the one that Y Rebellion lost. And teching in the Full Life Forest, I think, made a huge difference in game 2. You mentioned they might have 2, but it does make it harder to find.
And being able to go wide here, 6 in a much better position than last game, though not too far down on spirits, all things considered. A Tsunami coming out just to kind of protect things. I wonder if your Y Rebellion, is it close enough to time where you just try to play as spirit efficient as possible, so that if it does go to time, you could just win off of spirits on board and in spirit deck alone.
Yes, as we can see, based on the timer down there, we are about 10 seconds away from getting into our time extension of 5 minutes. So we have basically 5 minutes left to get this game wrapped up, and it still feels like it's really just getting started.
I'll be honest, I didn't realize the timer was down there. This is the entire time. I'm glad I know you said something. I notice it now.
It's okay. Listen, it's fine.
5
I think
minutes.
this is the first time it's been relevant.
Yes. 5 minutes, though. Plenty of time to play plenty more Elestrals. So let's see what Y Rebellion ends up doing here.
I mean,
Sending
probably
the
just
Hermes?
doing as many Aviolith plays as possible. I think you're right. I mean, maybe we save those until the 11th hour or the 5th minute and see from there. Okay, yeah. So we are just going to be answering this board, going for the carry off.
It's a bit awkward, though. Tsunami with Galaxy on board, you can't maybe re-enchant Galaxy to swap stuff because the stats would be all favorable, but here, probably not looking to do that, looking to just cast something out from hand and start putting more pressure on. 1 Lustral down, 2 more to go.
Ooh, Ambrosia? Or was that a rest? No, it's an Ambrosia.
I don't think that was meant to be shown.
Oh, okay. It was either resting or Ambrosia.
It was
one of those
Ambrosia.
full arts. Okay.
It was Ambrosia. Yeah, I think they meant to
Oh, it is
put
resting.
out... It was. I think they meant to put out resting, and they
Yeah, yeah.
accidentally threw out Ambrosia.
Listen, it's fine. Listen, this is a fun tool that will come up later, probably after time has been called. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Y Rebellion just saying, "Oh, sorry, you don't need to worry about that card. Not at all."
You didn't see anything. Getting rid of those Chimera forms makes a lot of sense because they are under Stadium able to contest this Galaxy. However, if 6 isn't able to get them back, then, that makes it a bit trickier.
The Hopperoo is great here. Switch that Galaxy defense. Defend up. Hopperoo. Just start poking. Putting even more pressure on that Spirit deck. Feels great both for just trying to win before time or in time altogether. And then let's see. Cyanectar, Gorgon's Gaze, and a Tsunami.
Ooh, okay. So grab the Cyanectar. I think that at this point, at this time in the game, it's kind of hard to choose between Tsunami and Gorgon's Gaze because Tsunami is a quick, spirit-efficient answer to basically anything 6 is going to do outside of a water-enchanted Cryovern. Whereas Gorgon's Gaze can stop things from setting up and getting out of control.
Yes. That's tough. Tsunami is like your opponent can actively play around. There's nothing you can do. And Gorgon's Gaze, if that set card is Blizzard Whiteout, there's nothing you can do there. So I guess you just kind of have to pick and choose which one you feel is more valuable, and also with the context of what the opponent can do to play around it in mind.
Mm-hmm. 6 really deliberating here, and we are getting ever closer to the timer. And Frostix coming out, going to be bringing back possibly one of those Chimera forms.
I can understand the hesitation there because that puts them even lower in spirits. And at this point, I think 6 is just trying to win it either before or in time and not let it ride out to where spirits determine it.
Yeah, I mean, Y Rebellion has a distinct advantage in this kind of gameplay where we are going to time because of those Aviolith, because of the Ambrosia that we don't know exists.
We see a Cryovern not enchanted with water, but to be fair, they know a Tsunami is either the top or second to top card, so maybe not in there. That's actually a misenchanted Chimera. Ooh, some interesting stuff here.
Oh, so the Chimera can't... Okay, so it wasn't going to be able to hit over the Galaxy, but that's okay because now we have the Cryovern that can. There goes the Hopperoo.
I'm wondering if the reason that Cryovern is not enchanted with water was because of the Tsunami last turn.
Maybe just like the likelihood of whether or not we were going to see it this turn. Oh, it was a set Ambrosia.
Ooh, that would have been bad if 6 just pulled out a Blizzard from somewhere.
Uh-huh. Okay, so... Hey, you know what Y Rebellion said? You already saw it. Might as well set it. 2 water and a wind.
It couldn't possibly be the Ambrosia.
Listen, also, what could that water possibly be for?
There's our answer.
Dang it. I was really hoping it was another Hopperoo. I was seeing Hopperoos where they didn't even exist.
This contests only the Chimera, not the Cryovern. The Cryovern's just too big with Stadium up, but probably just focusing on getting rid of something while digging for maybe another way to deal with the Cryovern, or at least just stall it out.
I mean, at this point, Y Rebellion is in a great position because 6 is going to have to enchant this Cryovern with a water spirit if he doesn't want it to be easily answered by what we know is a Tsunami at this point based on the 2 water spirits that were grabbed back from that Ambrosia. but that also leaves Cryovern very vulnerable. Oh, okay.
Gorgon's on the Galaxy just saying, nope, I want to keep my guys on board. And that does make sense because time has been called in the round, meaning Six has 2 turns to try to at least get Y Rebellion low enough where Spirits are like 6. I thought originally was too low for that, but 11 Spirits to 15 with 6 in control of the board, I could see him being able to swing the Spirits in his favor after the 3 turns are up.
I think that makes sense because now 6 doesn't have to enchant to the Cryovern. 6 can simply swing over the Galaxy with the water enchanted Chimera, saying, hey, I mean, if you want to pay for the tsunami and still get hit, then, that's fine. But taking 2 damage here, hopefully we see Hermes so that we can see the Aviolith. We know the Ambrosia has already been deployed, which it doesn't leave Y Rebellion a lot of options to just in one turn use.
Yeah. We can see what Y Rebellion pulls up. 6 there notably looked like didn't play anything, just went straight to battle and attacked, just trying to chip away at the Spirits.
I think that makes a lot of sense here because even if Y Rebellion is able to heal up, if 6 can simply develop a wide board next turn and do a lot of damage, it doesn't matter too much if Y Rebellion is able to heal up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think the other reason why is the more Spirits you put on board, the more vulnerable they are. They're actually safest in Spirit deck right now, especially with facing such a reactive deck. Cyanectar comes out though, searching out a PTA, set 2.
Ooh.
We'll see what happens from here.
I mean, at this point, it could be the tsunami, which would at least stop the Cryovern from swinging for 2. Unfortunately, the Chimera is just able to hit over the Cyanectar even with tsunami.
Yeah, really curious. 6 debating. Oh, are you going for a Cryo Scorch? We're about to see a Cryo Scorch. I think it is a normal ascend though. Yeah, that was just a normal ascend into a Cryo Scorch.
Okay, there we go. We're burning. That is one way that 6 had a distinct advantage of Y Rebellion looking at all of those back row like, oh no.
The spirit count notably on screen have disappeared, so I'm not entirely sure where they're all at to be able to say.
Y Rebellion was at 15, I think maybe 14 with the cast of Cyanectar. 6 was at 11, so 10 maybe with the cast of Cryo Scorch. And by the time we
got confirmation though that the spirits were wrong, and that's what I thought.
Okay.
They were artificially high after so many plays. 6 on 2.
Yeah, wait, that makes sense.
On 9, not including board. Okay. Gorgon's Gaze, obviously, but still, that's crazy.
Whoa.
So Y Rebellion should now be on 7, I think, spirits. And they just pick up the face down cards? I'm a bit confused there.
Are we seeing? Okay, so we're showing a Spinosect. I assume that this game is over, and that we have simply just shown the cards in hand or set.
Yeah, with no Hermes, there's no way to build up into a way to deal with the Cryo Scorch. So,
I think that went to Y Rebellion.
Did it?
I think so, because we saw the Gorgon's Gaze on the effect of the Cryo Scorch, so we didn't have to deal with the burn, and we also didn't have to take 3 damage from it. Then we saw the Chimera swing over
Can we get
the
confirmation on
Cyanectar?
Because I completely lost track of what turn we were on in time to be able to say.
Yeah, that did go to Y Rebellion. Despite the, I mean, hey, barring the Gorgon's Gaze, I think that Cryo Scorch actually, with the burn effect, being able to swing over, that actually was the Hail Mary that 6 needed. But unfortunately, Gorgon's Gaze being there, or fortunately, depending on which caster you are here, was able to answer that Cryo Scorch.
That is crazy. So that means really what it came down to was that Hail Mary just create a scenario where Gorgon's Gaze just said, hey, you may have the biggest guy out on board that my hand can't even answer.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have more spirits, so I win.
I honestly wonder if, like, it's so hard though, because with 2 spirits left, right? One of them being the fire spirit, which was clearly saved for a big cryo scorch play at the end, hoping to be able to burn, right? Being able to say, okay, maybe it's better if I go a little bit wide because there's not one card that can answer all of these things, or something. But obviously you play to your outs, and cryo scorch, barring Gorgon's case, could have been an incredible out there. But super well played. Congratulations to Y Rebellion, who's going to be moving on to the finals, was able to win in time, and that means Hermes is in finals, baby!
So
Let's
excited.
go!
That's so much to process. I just realized, oh yeah, that was the final turn of time, because the first turn was just poke pass. I'm like, oh my gosh, that felt like an eternity ago.
Yeah, I mean, the game won. That by the time it was over, I was like, what? How many games have we won? Oh, okay. Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man, that was crazy. I love that crowd scorch play. No. Oh man, that would have been cool though if there was a Blizzard whiteout on board, but I think it was a Chimera enchanted with water on the board still. I can't remember.
It was.
There's so many crazy combinations there. Like, could you imagine just one more Frost available? Wait, was
One
Stadium
more
still up?
Frost? Yeah.
Right. The Stadium was still. So hold on. Whiteout could have been flipped up, paying off the Stadium. That could have been cool.
Yeah? Yeah, you might be cooking. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that these were all things that Six considered, which congratulations also to Six. Congratulations on making it to semifinals. We are waiting on confirmation about the other game. Which of our casters is going to be moving on? Are we having Hermes versus Lockagon? Are we having Hermes versus Frost again?
Crazy as again. Oh man. Regardless, but as you're saying, just shout out to Six there. Incredible game played, and all in all, just they made it to top 4. That is an incredible feat that should not go underpraised.
Is this the first time that Hermes has been in a final?
I believe so. I don't think it ever made it might have made top 8 in Firestorm, but I don't think it did. It wasn't until Lifestream made top 8, and I believe this is the first finals.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. So it looks like we are ready for the bracket. We're about to find out our finalists. It is Julian versus Y Rebellion. Okay, Lockagon versus Hermes. Jacob, what do you think about this matchup? Is one of them seeming like it's favored over the other? Does one have a particular advantage in terms of gameplay? What are you thinking?
If Julian was on pure combo, the reactive nature of the Hermes deck as in its entirety would seem really appealing, but we've seen Julian's playing the Afro stuff has a bit more low to the ground plays. So I actually think this game's going to be very dynamic and will really come down to how these two casters navigate it.
Well, we did just see Y Rebellion really expertly navigate a low to the ground strategy with more Frost. Honestly, like probably the lowest to the ground strategy that you could have in terms of a snowballing effect. So we already know that Y Rebellion is capable of playing around those kinds of conditions. And we already know that Julian is a master of his craft when it comes to Lockagon. So we are in for an incredible, insane, honestly, finals.
So excited to see what ends up happening. Two very talented casters. Julian, of course, being a Lifestream champion on Lockagon as well, clearly looking to make a comeback and show Lockagon should not have gone underestimated last premiere. But maybe Hermes, with some little trickery, will just say, nope, Lockagon, you're a thing of 2 premieres ago. It's my time to shine.
I cannot wait. I am rooting for both of these decks. Both of these casters are incredible, and we are in for some good games.
I just want to clear my mind and just be ready to go into that game and just enjoy it for whatever it ends up being. Because I love that we're seeing, like, sure, Lockagon, it's been in 2 finals, won 2 of them, but it's nice to see it paired up against something brand new after not having shown up last week the prior premiere in the finals. No,
it's been really cool to see how things have developed this format. And When we get back from a break, which we will be going on here in a second, we are going to be watching the finals. Julian versus Y Rebellion, Lockagon versus Hermes. You don't want to go anywhere. We will be right back.
And we are back for one last clash. It's good to be back here for the grand finals of this webcam premiere for this live stream meta. This tournament's been kind of insane. And Jacob, we just saw Why Rebellion put on an absolute showcase of Hermes, and now is trying to do the impossible once again and have their first premier win with this strategy. And here we have Julian, a multiple-time champion, trying to reclaim the belt. I couldn't make it the storyline up if I wanted to.
You really can't. I'm really excited to see this, because I don't think we've seen Lakagon versus Hermes yet today. I think that's the one combination we haven't seen, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, as far as stuff goes, we really haven't seen that much Lakagon or Hermes out there. I think that out of these two casters, they're probably some of the best casters to be playing the decks, period. I know Why Rebellion's been working at this for a long time, consistently seeing top 32s, top 16s, climbing into top 8s, and then now into the final rounds, the opportunity to take home the gold in that champion Centaur with a deck like Hermes, a consistently hard deck to play and kind of difficult for some casters, but definitely Why Rebellion, it plays this deck like the back of their hand, similar to Julian on Lakagon.
Yes.
And we've seen that time and time again with both these players. It's actually been incredible. Probably two of the most technical players that we have in the game currently too.
Yeah, these are very technical decks. We saw Why Rebellion just navigate, especially leading up to time, so well in that the semifinal match. And Julian, I mean, every time we see Julian on Lakagon, and really any water deck, you can just see how much time that he puts into, and strategy and thought they puts into his decks. He really knows his stuff.
Yeah, and I think after the onslaught of Morfrost, I'm sure Why Rebellion is a little bit relieved to be playing something a little bit more known. Something from a couple tournaments ago, maybe trying to dust off a little bit of the water knowledge and try to lock in, or I guess not lock in for this finals, so to speak. Two-time champion, though, for Julian. Been in this seat before. I'm sure not at all nervous to be in this slot. Why Rebellion, though, I'm sure the nerves can be pretty high. First time coming in here, it's despite the fact that they're a professional and have been doing this for a long time. This is it. This will be the winner walking away with their World's Invite, the qualifying points, the Centaur, the Foamy, that uncut sheet, and 2 boxes, which is kind of crazy.
It's a lot. Oh yeah. And Julian, I mean, hey, can start trying to catch up to Josh if he wins this one. That's tall feat, but still definitely trying to show that he is unmatched on Lakagon if he ends up winning this. But regardless, both these casters making it all the way to the finals after such a long day. We're in, I thought I saw a timer somewhere how long we've been at this. Can't seem to find it now, but we've been here for hours on end. So I bet they are tired, but probably just ready, locked in, and just saying, you know what? It's been a long day, but we've got this. One more game, and I'm going to win it. But one more match, I'm going to win this.
This one is the last one, the big last dance from both these two casters. So I am curious to see, though, how both these strategies are handling. Both very much capable of having these big explosive turns, but also enabling these big heal moments from Julian and Why Rebellion. Lakagon v Hermes, I think we're ready to jump into this with Julian going first in our finals of our webcam premiere for November 15th, 2025. Let's see how this stacks.
All right, and Julian will be on the play. I love the little cards. Ash Rabbits on top. Prepared for whichever side of the stream layout that he ended up on.
No, actually, I really hope that Julian shuffled. This would be a judge call and a half if that card was correct.
Man, quickly just erasing that, throw it to the side, and I guess we'll get started once the judges give them the go-ahead. Julian starting off with an expend to draw? Yeah, an expend to draw.
So, expend to draw might be pretty solid here. Might have the pieces in hand, but not quite everything complete. 4 set back row. Do you think they're afraid of Hurricane?
No, not at all. Hurricane ain't real.
Yeah,
the first time I can say that and actually mean that's actually true.
Hurricane Matt from Why Rebellion is has to contest 4 back row now, plus a potential Lakagon play on the follow-up. Lakagon doesn't really need much. It needs the Aphrodite, it needs Tadpuff, and it needs Lakagon, and that's the only cards it really needs to survive. So we have 2 more cards in Julian's hand to work with.
Yeah, I think the only Hurricane that Julian needs to face is that playmat on Why Rebellion side, thankfully. Cyanectar, a very strong start there.
Yeah, we see kind of starting off slow, gaining some advantage. And Cyanectar is a great card to start here, just applying a little bit of pressure. And it's a decent stat line enough to be a little annoying to deal with if Julian has to, say, start with a Foamy next turn.
Yeah, if he starts with an Aphros, though, or Magnaros, that'll actually be pretty solid, though. Can contest the Cyanectar quite effectively.
Yeah, we saw it before in previous rounds where using the Magnaros as a one-card way to build a board. And back-to-back back row is just so strong. Again, like we talked to Boa a little bit about this on the interview a little bit afterwards on asking what as 4 back row comes down from Wire Balance as well.
I love it. Battle of the back rows. Here's the real question, though. How many of these are actually bluffs?
Ooh, honestly, I would have to say at least half. I think 2 of them are real, 2 of them are absolute bluffs. 2 of them might even just be Hermes.
True. I think, actually, Julian might be starting to chip away with the Tadpuff here, because Lakagon can start chipping away at that back row. Can't think of anything in Hermes that can chip away at back row, though.
Yeah, I think this is also a very interesting moment for Julian. Not a lot of cards in hand, but Lakagon on the board can activate its effect. And even if Julian does not have a card in hand, that's a fail to find. That can easily bait out a Gorgon's Gaze from Wire Rebellion. And a Poison Tipped Arrow coming down instead.
Ooh, okay. I'm really curious.
And
a dense fog. Just saying, no, I am getting rid of this Lakagon.
It's a lot of value.
Yeah.
And Julian clears at least 2 of those real back rows. Surely the other 2 are bluffs.
Right? They have to be. Oh, and Aphrodite coming down. So Julian, despite having committed both Tadpuff and a Lakagon, will be able to find a follow-up Lakagon, really showing the power of Aphrodite here. Sure, it can't find anything like it within the element like Aeolus can, but just be able to get a key piece for later feels really strong.
Yeah, this is something that's kind of important to note too, that both players can easily wait here for the other to budge a little bit back and forth and build pieces for a stronger board. I do think, though, Julian and the lock-on strategy can reach that point a little bit faster historically, but we have seen Hermes be able to apply pressure even just with stuff like Carrion, sending that to the underworld and getting extra bodies on board.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, what's Julian? Written down. GRE.
It looks like potentially there is
GRE minor.
GRE minor coming out, potentially a judge infraction being called. Not sure if that's on Julian's side or Wire Rebellion side. Potentially declaring an effect of some sort, I can imagine. Maybe not forgetting that Dense Fog is there. Maybe mis-sequencing or some sort of... Yeah, there we go. Activated lock effect, but didn't resolve it properly. Seems to be what is the issue.
Like, did Lakagon try to proc the heal effect?
Yeah, I imagine on cast.
Yeah, which it should still resolve. Dense Fog doesn't prevent Effect Ray on the chain from resolving.
Yeah, I think it was moved on, though, by placing the Aphrodite down and then realizing, oh, I did not heal the extra water spirit that I maybe should have.
That's probably is it.
Yeah, after long rounds of Swiss and into the finals here, that can definitely happen. Such small things like that, though, those start to add up over time.
Yep, that is the definition of minor, but got to keep track of them because, as you said, they do add up over time. Here we're back on Wire Rebellion's side, and that Cyanectar is still there. Yeah, that was not answered.
Yep, the Poison Tarot taking care of the other Lakagon from Julian, and we know there's another Champ Lakagon in the hand as well, so potentially a second copy of Tadpuff 2 could be killer, but this is the Spine Nymph. Search out a Hermes here to get the plays going.
Kind of start just counter setting up. That makes me wonder if those 2 back row could potentially be Trickery.
Trickery would be really interesting here and would also allow Wire Rebellion to play very much around this 3 back row. Though I think that's a Dense Fog coming in here, or PTA. Use the Lunar Spirit on that one to try and take care of this Spine, and potentially 2 trying to say, I'm going to force you into Spinosect here, or you'll be losing this body.
That's how I read it. Curious what Julian has for the Spinosect that he wants to try to force that play.
Yeah, maybe a second Poison Tipped Arrow, maybe, to just help clear board and also try and force out some of the extra back row. I imagine as well trying to stop a wide board as much as possible, despite the fact that Lakagon can take care of it pretty easily. Wire Rebellion can play very defensively still and stop the next one from coming down even.
That's the real cool thing about being Spy Set Trickery plays, is just being able to loop them with Trickery and just disrupt the opponent as they try to answer you. Also, we got confirmation that regardless of what happens here, Why Rebellion will qualify for Worlds, because he only needs 45 points, and he's guaranteed to get plenty more than 45 points with the second or first place finish.
Yeah, the amount of top 8s, top 16s, and top 4s I know he's been in, those surely do add up. Kind of like the Jerry Miners, so to speak. An extra back row put in for Wire Rebellion, and this Spine Nymph and this Synector getting in here for just a little bit of damage.
I'm really curious why the PTA there to bait the Spinosect. Haven't seen it yet. Has to be something here that makes it all worthwhile. Maybe like a removal card in hand?
Potentially. We do know that some are teching in copies of Earthquake. I think we saw some casters on that previously. And that is a Nectar of the Gods coming in here to dig into the deck. Just a small amount. 7 to 9 spirits, so this is still a very even game.
What I find even more interesting was it was 2 fire paid for that Nectar of the Gods. What's Julian on that's fire?
Ooh, I wonder if it's a side deck Eruption, potentially. That would be curious. A Tadpuff coming in here and going to go for the Champion Lock Gun in attack position. I think we know the second... Well, if there's a second PTA, that would be the best time to activate it now.
Not forgetting this proc of the heal right here.
That's right. Yeah, can't stack that up a little bit. And this is Hermes Trickery.
Cool.
That is going to be very interesting here. I wonder if Julian has a response for this. Idea here is that you can activate Hermes Trickery to destroy the Spinosect. Use Spinosect that was dumped earlier with the Hermes. Cast that out and potentially bounce back this lock gun to hand before its secondary effect to cast out another lock gun can be activated. Let's see if this goes through. This is a pretty risky play overall.
Seems like it does go through. Is there a Gorgon's Gaze, though? No. Ooh, that is a huge tempo swing for Y Rebellion, and Julian's really on the back foot here.
Yeah, what a killer disruption. Sometimes, the dodging effect of the dodging nature, rather, of something like a Hermes Trickery is probably one of the most beneficial parts of it, but there are times like this where it's more of the toolbox scenario of this is more disruption now that's unique to the Hermes deck that really sets it apart.
Yeah, that card pretty much just read return an opponent's Celestial to hand on a counter rune that didn't require, notably, for that Celestial to attack.
Yeah, and think about it this way, too. That Tadpuff into the Expend, into the extra Ascend on the Lock-On, that was a 3-spirit play that puts Julian down to 5 now.
Yeah, lost a card in that exchange as well, and that's 2 Tadpuff down from Julian with no Elestrals on board. Julian's going to need to be able to establish somebody to be able to build back up into that Lock-On again.
I think a second Synector here, or unless we go for a Water Enchanted, a Galaxy! Whoa, this is so interesting. And oh, check this out too. This might be signaling a second Hermes Trickery. Ascending the Spinosect is so risky here, but that's such a good play to play around Poison Tipped Arrow, even potentially other Gorgon's Gazes in the future.
Well, this is a super heads-up play just to kind of play around so much and threaten that way to close out the game here. Or what Julian is debating.
The other idea here, too, we saw Monsoon even potentially in side decks for today. I wonder if Y Rebellion is teching in something like that to enchant extra Wind Spirits or even Water Spirits for some attack swapping shenanigans.
That could be really cool. I know I've liked that with some Galaxy builds of my own. And just getting the extra suppression against non-water and wind decks also has its own merits.
Yeah, and I think here, maybe just clarifying that was correct, or potentially having the Ascension here be clarified. Trying to work out the sequencing here. As we're now going to battle and combat here, Y Rebellion's taking their time to think about this one, putting Julian on potentially 1 spirit left in Spirit deck if these go through.
I mean, there's also always Trickery to try to close out the game right then and there.
I think so. Maybe it's also another calculation of it is, can I can I play through this? And it looks like no. It looks like that's going to be a concession from Julian here. And that's going to be Wire Rebellion taking game 1 of this finals with their Hermes deck. That was insane.
That was so cool to see. And a lot of back and forth there. Like, you saw the Lockagon hit the board multiple times, but Wire Rebellion ready to deal with it both times. And I love seeing that Hermes trickery. I can't get enough of that right now.
It's such a cool card. You know, I think for a long time too, this idea of runes and counter runes that play so well with their divines. It was this sort of, you know, some cards are good, some cards are situational, some cards are just great. I put this card in one of the best ones. It has so many applications, and that's incredibly cool. Julian, though, now staring down a match point from Wire Rebellion. How do you think Lockdown responds to something like this Hermes deck?
That's a tough one. I think Julian has plenty of ways to handle it. It just happened that Wire Rebellion had the answers to it at that time. So probably just kind of switching out a few cards that maybe are a bit less effective for some that are a bit more effective, and just stick to the normal game plan and might be able to get there this time. Maybe a bit more disruption on what Wire Rebellion is doing, because I think Julian really didn't seem to have all that many answers, especially towards that late game and from the back row.
Yeah, and that's also potentially those Aphrodite soulmates and not being able to establish those double bodies could have been pretty big. Yes. So maybe citing those out as, you know, the Spinos, like one of the main plays from Hermes, returns cards to hand, doesn't necessarily destroy. So Aphrodite soulmates might not be super useful there. And there was those 2 fire spirits inside of the spirit deck as well. So maybe even going for eruptions to try and punish these sort of high commitment plays from Hermes. And if you're Wire Rebellion, that seemed like it was pretty smooth sailing, just control space as normal. Do you think that Wire Rebellion will be able to do that again?
I'm almost wondering if Julian might try to focus on more Afro stuff to stay lower to the ground, because it seemed like Julian played perfectly into what Wire Rebellion was hoping for. You commit multiple cards, multiple spirits, and I just have a more efficient answer to punish it.
Yeah, and if I'm Wire Rebellion here, I'm thinking to myself, I just have one more. After a long day of Elestrals, one more game, 20 more spirits to churn through, and I think I can be able to do this. Though Julian has been in this seat before, been down against opponents, and has broken boards several times over. So I'm sure Lockgon can ride again. This deck has proven itself before, and though an unknown quantity, I think Hermes is showcasing why it's one of the best strategies in the room.
I think it really shows that there are some high skill decks that are still out there that casters have just needed more time to perfect. And I think it's shown today that Wire Rebellion's time with this deck has really paid off.
Absolutely. I think we are about ready to clash here. Finals of this. I cannot wait to see more. I think we have Julian going first on the play, seeing if they can establish Lockagon, maybe even going for that true combo. Potentially match point for Wire Rebellion. Let's see if they can repeat magic with Hermes. And both casters looking at their hands saying this one's good. And Julian starting off with Nectar of the Gods. That's strong.
Nectar of the Guards.
Nectar of the Guards. My Gardon enjoyers out there.
Yes. Gardon draw too.
Yeah. I wish.
Right. Let's see. Start off with a... Ooh, okay. Just immediately heal back that Nectar of the Gods with the Chautauqua there. Love
Interesting.
to see it.
I wonder too, and we're going to go for an Aphrodite off the bat here with a full Aphrodite on 4 spirits, saying I will be continuing to gain value until you can remove this. That is a little bit dangerous, even potentially with some like Hurricane that, you know, with these wind decks can tech in.
Oh man, could you imagine finals? Just the punish. Oh, you put 3 spirits on your Aphrodite? Tornado. All gone.
I guess they can always heal it back with Chautauqua. That's kind of the neat part about, I think, Julian's playstyle at the moment. Maybe recognizing that I'm going to try and be up on spirits and control space myself instead of give that space. And that's maybe going to be the key difference maker here. Let's see how Wire Rebellion starts.
Yeah, I mean, Chautauqua not too threatening, and maybe we might see some altars that can heal a few more, but we see Hermes come down. We'll see immediate disenchant, pretty standard stuff. With no Spinef, I'm guessing that'll either be a carry-off or potentially a Aviolith, but only 2 spirits, so I don't think... Yeah, carry-off makes more sense here.
Yeah, and we have send around for the carry off to destroy the Jotagwa, not even messing with it. That's so strange. And normally we see that saved for something like a Lockagon to help break the board apart. How do you think Wire Rebellion's crafting this? Do you think it's ideal?
I'm always a bit skeptical just firing off your carry off like that, but if there isn't a better play, I could totally see. I mean, there might be a Sign Nectar in hand, in which case just being able to remove it. Oh, well, that's also another play. So I could see that, just trying to get rid of the annoying defensive body, because I think this deck generally has more issues with defensive bodies than offensive bodies.
For Wire Rebellion there, leaving this Aviolith in defense position is hard for the deck to deal with, but you're also now giving space to Julian, who can set up with the kind of the aforementioned Jotagwa Lockagon combo that we've seen before.
Yeah, just trying to dig for pieces. Nice slow game. But at the same time, last time what we saw was Wire Rebellion was ready just to kind of answer that big explosive play that Lockagon has and punish it. So I wonder what Julian has in store to just try to brute force through it and hope this time works.
Yeah, this is something I've noticed in Julian's play style a little bit is, even though they might be down by a game, typically it's going to be this tight tempo switch, where they're not going to play as risky. They might not take as many big moves, but what they'll really try to do is very heavily calculate when to activate these runes. And that's going to be the key difference maker right now in these more defensive plays. Julian, a pioneer of heal control as well, and that's exactly how heal control played. They liked to sit and wait for the perfect moment to strike, real Cobra type deck.
Yes, and the other thing that I could see Julian having done last game is that game, it doesn't really matter if he wins or loses. The whole point is to gather information. So in games 2 and 3, he's locked in and knows exactly what he needs to do. He knows when those times to strike are.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping he's locked in just a little bit, as I think it's a Spinosaurus coming in for the hard attention. Oh, it's a Hopperoo!
That's interesting, because Hopperoo notably can only attack directly if it has exactly one spirit, so it will not be able to do that. So I'm wondering exactly what Wire Rebellion's hoping to be able to do with this. Maybe just trying to get that heal.
Yeah, and that's going to be even set up for a Hermes Trickery there, with this Hopperoo being able to destroy, deal damage, and now also present itself for this Foretell. And I don't really need to attack the opponent's steer deck directly if you can just swing face.
That's kind of cool, yeah. Just a big push here with the Hopperoo, and then, oh, you have some sort of answer? That's not an issue. I can just flip up the Trickery and tag out anyway.
Yeah, that's going to be representing a lot more damage, and also going to be setting up again for back on the defensive play. One thing the Lockgun can do really well, talked about a little bit, is this sort of code switch between offense, defense, and Hermes Trickery is a phenomenal card that allows you to kind of play into those different modes. As Sign Nectar, Hermes gets foretold here. I imagine that Hermes is getting right on top.
Oh, yeah.
As, you know, now the opportunity presents itself for Rebellion to say, yeah, I put on some pressure, did 3 spirits. I can either go for a little more aggression, or I can hold this now for the interruption.
Yeah. Also, I really love that little whiteboard noting down those foretells. Knows generally what to expect from the next 2 draws.
Yeah, it's going to be important to note, and then especially now on what kind of play Julian wants to pick. I think we know that the Lockgon got searched. This Tadpuff coming down here, very similar to last time. We've seen this before. Is Hermes Trickery going to take another one?
We'll see. Aphrodite searching the follow-up Tadpuff, which makes me think Julian either has another Aphrodite in hand or has 2 Lockagon in hand.
Yeah, I love this play too. It's signaling a lot, because that does mean that Lockgon can be there. Dense Fog coming in now, of all things.
Interesting.
I wonder if that's going to be on the cast of Lockgon. Maybe they're just speeding things up a little bit. I imagine that's the case.
I'm assuming could declare.
And Chains of Prometheus!
There's what the Fire Spirits are for.
Never mind. No Eruption, no more. The negate of a counter rune and have Wire Rebellion heal 1. This card is fabled for being a side deck card of all time. I've only ever seen it a couple times activated. We have an animation for it. or used to on some level, and chaining Dense Fog again in response to the chains.
Crazy. Just said, no, you're not doing Lock On. But I think it's important to note that Julian has played in such a way to set himself up for follow-up, so losing both Dense Fog here, I think is pretty major.
No, that is absolutely. The follow-up play from Julian will be pretty legendary. And is that a third Dense Fog? I saw a heal back of it, a Lunar Spirit. Hopperoo does go down to a battle phase from Julian. This lockdown is sticking to the board with 3 back row.
Interesting. I've been trying to swarm the board, but... Oh, wait, there's the Dense Fog. Never mind. I already forgot the second Dense Fog did resolve. But yeah, let's see. I mean, Wybrellian likely has 2 Hermes procs, one with the existing Hermes on board and one from a top deck. Let's see how he chooses to handle lock-on, because I think he's used both. Yeah, he's used 2 carry off, and I think that's standard for most Hermes decks.
And I've only ever heard of chains in Legends. Still crazy from Julian to tech in just for the one time. You think about it, it's kind of in a similar function to something like those Helios Chariot rides, protecting your key plays from happening. And that's so fun to watch. As a Pandora's Box comes in here to stop my Rebellion's Hermes, that's such a key moment. Just right there, you have a mill off the top that's the Gorgon's Gaze and a Synectar.
Which means Hermes is in hand, so can play that back. Does Julian have the second Pandora's Box?
That would be insane. It would make a lot of sense here. And do we get to see heal control work its magic? Nope, that's going to be a send-up. I imagine a Champ Aviolith.
It's a carry-on.
Whoa. Ascension play here, then.
Ooh, Ascension to what? Spinosect would make sense.
Yep, Spinosect here. If this is Trickery in the back, I think you are now insulated from almost everything.
Bounce Lock-on back. Yeah, Trickery would be so crazy here, because even if Julian goes for the follow-up Lock-on play, since we know he has the Tad Puff, just Trickery, bounce that back, and we just see a repeat of what happened last game. Whereas Julian had 2 low spirits.
I think that's Trickery. Trickery's going to be going on here to take the spirits back. Julian takes 2, and that's going to be a concession from Julian. Wyrebellion takes it 2-0 with a Trickery. Going to be destroying this Spinosect, casting out a second Spinosect and dealing the final blow of damage with 2 Lockagons, OG Lock, and Tad Puff in hand. The follow-up was there. If Wyrebellion did not end it, that was going to be Julian's moment, but Wyrebellion takes it with Hermes.
Crazy. Okay, all the Hermes Trickery plays were saved for this finals, and I'm not even mad about that. Holy cow.
That is so cool. I love this deck. That card is so sick.
Gosh.
The setup there is so interesting too, right? You have the carry-on for the Ascension, once again, insulating from poison-tipped arrows, from Gorgon's Gaze. Even you can play around Shield of Achilles if you are suspecting that it's on that. The only thing that stops it there was potentially a Chains of Prometheus, which we saw activated before. And that's for the Dense Fog, which we thought was the moment of victory. But oh my God, Wyrebellion taking it over previous champion Julian with a deck that I don't think was on anybody's radar. Hermes. Incredible.
And a stunning 2-0 victory. Just absolutely showing up.
This is, I cannot be more jazzed. It's so cool to see a deck like this show up again. We have something like Morfrost taking the victory last time, a toolbox type strategy that really enables its casters to show out everything that they know about the game and how you can play around every single strategy. Wyrebellion, a phenomenal cook in the kitchen that has been working at this for a very long time. And congratulations to Julian as well for making it all the way back into the finals with Locagon, showcasing the deck is not dead and gone, and this is here to stay. But now, Hermes on the radar. This thing is killer.
Man, get ready to see all the Hermes be bought up, and now you have to actually prepare for it. But I don't know. This seems like such a high skill ceiling deck that I wouldn't be too surprised if we see, maybe if the premiere's a bit closer, see a bunch of people on it, but then struggle to actually perform with it. But there might be enough time where people try it out and say, I don't see what's here, I'm not going to play it. We'll just have to see.
A very difficult deck to get a hold of. I think if you've played enough games like Wyrebellion, it can kind of showcase out how this deck can perform. The one big thing about it is, like you said, this extremely high ceiling that we are only used to from a handful of decks. And to think that this is effectively a Firestorm strategy. And one of the big ones that did pop up was, of course, the enchant Aviolith. But I think right there and then, the big standouts were the Hermes Trickeries and those Spinosect plays.
Oh yeah, I also want to shout out the Cyanectar. I think was just such a great addition, just a good Earth card to add to the list to kind of help with the Spirit Math a bit.
Yeah, previously before, I think the deck was playing things like Viscerus to have like a decent bodied Elestral to help apply some pressure, but this not only gained advantage in helping control space, which Hermes loves to do that with stuff like Trickery in the first place. The synergy is incredible. Love Hopperoo too. Inclusion of that card being able to dig deeper into your deck for your key moments, and I think that was absolutely killer. The Ascend for a 3 Spirit Hopperoo. Never seen it before.
That was legendary. Just so many cool little additions that I think just really helped this Hermes deck finally have its time to shine that just didn't exist in Firestorm.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to hear from Wire Rebellion. I'm so curious. You know, the last time that I think I ever faced Wire Rebellion personally was on a plane 30,000 feet in the air. And I think that this is a completely different type of strategy and deck back then. Chronodile would never be able to compete with this deck now.
So true. And I'm just curious to hear what they fully have to say, since this is the first time we're seeing this deck reach top cut, and just to hear it from the master, proven master. It's going to be so rewarding.
Yeah, and come to think of this too, I think in preparation for this tournament, kind of reviewing some of the decks that we had seen before, one of the key things that I remember thinking, I was like, you know, I think that we know that Morfrost is going to do well. I think that maybe Solar and Lakagon probably too on some level. And the two standouts, Kryber and of course our champion Wire Rebellion, holding it down with Hermes in the last tournament. I was sitting there thinking to myself, you know, I've only ever seen this deck top. I don't know if I can really take this too seriously, but shows me time and time again, that blew my mind.
Yeah, you're going to have to now prepare for it, won't you?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Now I didn't have to read these cards before, but now I got to deal with them now. I have to remember that Pandora's Box stops Hermes.
Yes, and all the crazy stuff you can do with Trickery. Never let a Spinosect get set up with a Spinosect in Underworld, or else your Lakagons are not going to stick.
No, absolutely not. And a key moment from Julian too is those chains, right? Like how many times do you think that we're going to start to see some of these counter runes now being played? You know, we have Blizzard Whiteout for the Morfrost deck, and also now we have Trickery really highlighting how they can support these strategies, and chains coming in potentially to stop some of those key moments. That could be it.
And I really like that now chains, especially and Tornado, have their time to shine. And I think just the space that has been created with Helios's and Hurricane being gone just lets these cards really shine. And these are, I think, cards that people have really wanted to see. So I'm super happy they will finally get their chance.
Yeah, and one thing too that's important to note, like you said, Hurricane being gone, both these casters having to play through game states of 3 to 4 back row constantly. And so it's not even the case to where it's a fear anymore. It's just my deck can do it. I'm going to give it my best shot.
Oh man, just still processing that. That was a real treat to be able to spectate.
Yeah, I'm still hyped up on the Trickery, on the Spinosect into Trickery. Hopperoo for 3 to threaten it in the first place was really crazy. And on top of this too, letting the Hopperoo go when you had the Trickery like in the back row to potentially protect for the game-winning play. That takes some heads-up knowledge that I don't even know if I'm that deep into the tank yet. But what a crazy little intricate moment to say, yeah, I'm gonna let this go because you are clearly reading I'm on Trickery, and so we're gonna make you not play around it.
And I
super
think
sick.
Intricate is a good word because every piece there mattered. I don't think there was a particular piece that felt like it really blew up the game. It was the combination of how the Lakagon was handled with dense fogs, how the Trickeries were timed, and even on Julian's side, even though he wasn't able to win either of those games, just being able to try to insulate his plays by searching out follow-up and then playing the chains to try to force more answers out of the opponent. You're just seeing I think a really healthy and interesting blend of Elestrals and those counter runes mattering.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect ways to go about it. And I cannot wait to hear from our new champion on Hermes of all decks, the master of wind themselves, Why Rebellion. I'm going to throw it over to Kay for our winner's interview.
And I am here with our most recent champion, Why Rebellion. Congratulations! How are
Thank
you
you.
feeling? How are you doing?
It feels really good. It feels really good. Yeah, tired, but yeah, it feels great.
Congratulations on you've qualified for Worlds, and not only that, but you've qualified with a deck that this has been like your baby seemingly for months and months that you've been working
Yes.
on. What went into that? Did you just fall in love with the play style of it? Were you just determined to get it to a win? What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, when the Hermes cards were revealed in Firestorm, what initially drew me to the deck was the fact that Hermes' Trickery is just like the most insane card in the game. It can do basically anything. So I really wanted to play with Trickery. And so then I started playing it in Firestorm, and then first build felt okay, but it felt like the power was there. So I just kept iterating on it and trying it, and had some success with it in Firestorm, but could never crack into a top cut. And then when Avios got released in Lifestream, that's like just a custom card for Hermes, basically. So then I was like, okay, I know this deck is good. I know for a fact that this deck is good, and I will keep playing it until I do well with it. So I played it, made it to top 8 on the second one, the second premiere, and then I think I played really poorly at top cut. So then I felt even more motivated to try again. And then I just kept going with it because it's super fun.
Well, I think one of the clear things through not only watching your journey with this deck, but also I think anyone who has played it knows that this is not an easy deck to pilot. There's been conversations about like you have to be thinking turns ahead. You have to make small decisions, make sure that you have things set up. You mentioned Trickery. You have all of these tech pieces, but they're only as good as you are if you're ready to use them and if you set yourself up for that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of rulings with this deck as well, especially with Trickery, where it can do so many important things that being able to pinpoint exactly what you need is really important. So like it didn't end up coming up because he didn't end up having it. But in the final game there, I had the Trickery set, and if Julian had a Gorgon's Gaze for the Spinosect, I could use Trickery to dodge the negation and still bounce the Lockagon, and then swing for game regardless. So like those types of interactions with Trickery are so unintuitive. You can just use it for everything. You can dodge PTA, you can dodge Gorgons, you can dodge Shield, you can dodge Earthquake, you can push damage. Like, I think that Hermes is a deck that really rewards putting in a lot of play on it, which I think can also be seen from Kryber, I believe, also made back-to-back top cuts with Hermes. So I think that it's a deck that really rewards putting the time in and knowing all of the different options that are available to you.
Well, you mentioned this most recent game, the finals game versus Julian on Lockagon,
Yes.
the previous champion on the same deck that, I mean, he has it tattooed on his body. How did you feel going into this against literally the Lockagon final boss, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit nervous. Because the previous two top cuts that I made, I lost both of them to Lockagon in top 8. The first one of those being Julian when he went on to win the tournament. So I had previously lost both times to Lockagon, and so it was. I was nervous, but because I had lost both of those times, I tried to practice against it and make sure I really understood the matchup, and as well as tech my sideboard to be strong into that matchup, especially. And I think it paid off because I also beat all 3 Lockagons that I faced in Swiss, so I was able to break the curse on that this time around.
That's amazing. So you truly were vindicated. You put in the time, you had your training arc with it, and you came back,
Yes.
and you didn't just kind of do it. You really, really did it. And with all of this, you have qualified for Worlds. How are you feeling about that? Are you excited about Worlds coming up next year? Are you already thinking about what you might play?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I mean, I was looking to just. I was thinking already, like, oh, if I make top 8, I'll get enough qualifier points to make Worlds. So that was my goal, was top 8. But I guess I'll take the straight up ticket anyways.
Sure, might as well since you were there. Yeah.
And I mean, in terms of what's going to be played, I mean, if Hermes is still playable at that point, it's definitely a strong option. I do love the deck, so yeah, we'll have to see.
Well, that is amazing. And before we let you go, I'm sure you're ready to rest, ready to celebrate. Is there anyone who you would like to thank, anyone who you would like to shout out for helping you get here, helping you train, etc.?
Yeah. I mean, shout out to all the people in the Toronto Elestrals scene. Lots of help in terms of like getting reps in, getting practice, helping with stuff. So shout out Sean, Coder, Claire. Special shout out to Jonathan Frizzleno, who's one of the judges, and he's helped me a lot with getting rulings down for the deck. And I keep coming to him asking, like, hey, how does this interaction work? And getting him to answer questions. So helps me know what I'm capable of doing. Yeah, and then shout out to the art buddies as well for helping me test.
Well, that's amazing. It takes a village, and I'm so glad that you had all of that support. Congratulations to you again. Incredible run. It was so fun to see, and I can't wait to see you at Worlds. For now, we are going to send it back over to Swollen Jacob, and we're going to be saying our final goodbyes. So congratulations.
Bye.
And congratulations to Wire Rebellion for taking that one home and for winning out for this premiere. Crazy to think, too, that all it really takes is some elbow grease, hard work, and about a half a trillion Torontoans saying top left at you until you realize that that's, kind of some nonsense. Incredible to hear, too, that learning these intricate rulings really does help and really gets down some of those spots. Wow, what a crazy caster and what an amazing place.
I loved hearing the shout out to the judges, just helping them, really emphasizing that it's those rulings, making sure the understanding there is what really swayed it in his victory, and especially with having lost to Lockagon multiple times, and then just being like, all right, no, let me shore up my rulings, and I'm going to come up with a game plan, and look how it paid off.
This is the last time I will be losing to Lockagon, and also the potentially maybe the last time we'll see on Hermes. Now they have the Worlds qualifying points and the ticket to Worlds. Maybe we'll see Wire Rebellion cook up and tech out for another strategy and another deck. I would love to see what they can do with this amount of hard work and brain power on something crazy. Break Smell Tongue for me. That'd be great.
Yes.
That'd be wonderful.
Yes.
No, but that was phenomenal. Thank you to everyone who is watching here at home on Twitch and on YouTube for participating inside of our polls, predictions, and also for chatting along with us. Make sure to share any moments that you loved with us with the hashtag #PlayLestrals on all socials. Would love to see what y'all thought of Hermes taking it home on this recent premiere. And a huge thank you to our judge staff as well. And hey, use them as a resource. Maybe you might win a tournament someday as well. Thank you to our production here. And Jacob, thank you for casting with me throughout the entirety of the day. It's been wonderful.
Yes, and of course we have to thank Kaylin as well for being our third. Just amazing crew here. Great time. Shout out to our producer, director. His name is director. I don't know exactly what he wants to go by.
Tormentor, I think, is the official
Tormentor.
Elestrals phrasing for that one.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And speaking of more Torment, if you're looking to sharpen your steel for battle, then we have a premiere coming up soon, December 6th. Coming up here soon. Actually, registration's open now. So, hey, if you're looking to pick up a deck, maybe Hermes is the one for you, though Morfrost had a big showing. So that one checks out just a little bit. A couple weeks from now. So enjoy a little bit of the holidays and don't eat too much as stay hungry for the victory on December 6th. I'm looking forward to this one. Hopefully I can see y'all there.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it as well, seeing how things continue to develop. Data Brain's always going, and it's always fun to kind of connect that to the creativity that all our amazing casters bring to their lists, to their gameplay, to just make this a truly incredible experience.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, tonight. We'll see you on December 6th. And remember to hop on. See you later.